collide with another. Numbers and numbers. Drake knows the business. It's all about the singles. Damn, I have.
Now you got me like in my Ja Rule kind of mode, Jungle. Like just talk about like rap music. One of my favorite songs of Ja Rule was Put It On Me. I die if you ain't with me. So baby girl, put it on me. What would I do without you? I only think about you. I was tired and lonely. So baby girl, put it on me, on me.
10 more seconds in, Ja Rule get a screen for this. Keep going.
Who would I be without my baby? The style on my break, man. I don't wanna go crazy. So every thug needs a lady, lady.
I think Ja Rule just got paid for that one.
Kamala, you're fired. Get out of here. You're fired.
Biden is asleep. Kamala is at a dance party with Beyonce. 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 Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. 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 Party with Beyonce. 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 Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. 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 Party with Beyonce. Beyonce.
Stop. Carry on.
Dance party with Beyonce. Beyonce. 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 Beyonce.
Hold up.
Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. 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 Party with Beyonce. 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 Biden is asleep. Kamala is at a dance party with Beyonce. 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 Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. 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 Party with Beyonce. 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 Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. 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 Party with Beyonce. Beyonce.
Stop. Carry on.
Dance party with Beyonce. Beyonce. 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 Beyonce.
Hold up.
Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. 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 Party with Beyonce. 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 Beyonce.
Oh, this is the greatest show in the history of shows.
We brought
Oh my God. Well, baby, shake it. Let's
I got the recipe, never gonna let any op get the best of me. Thought it was distance, but hey, this is next to me. Talk to the spirit, you know I've been heavenly. Company definitely show your trajectory. This ain't a diss, cause I say it respectfully. It's time to eat up, red like a speeder. Taking it deeper, and that's how it better be. Ayy, I got the recipe, never gonna let any op get the best of me. Thought it was distance, but hey, this is next to me. Talk to the spirit, you know I've been heavenly. Company definitely show your trajectory. This ain't a diss, cause I say it respectfully. It's time to eat up, red like a speeder. Taking it deeper, and that's how it better be. I never let the comparison get to me. I just remember the promises meant for me. I know the enemy and that he's sent for me. I keep the blood of the lamb as my centerpiece. I cannot trust in no crystals or energy. Look at the chemistry, it do not even mix chemically. Most of the tricks, they be gimmicks, they mimic the truth. It's poison and we got the remedy. There is a bomb, apply it. The fire can stand to the tallest of giants. The tyrant and all the suppliers are scheming and lying. They selling his dreams and we buying it. Show me the chicken, I'm frying it. Show me the dough and I'm prying it. Ain't never lacking it, so what I'm packing, he taking it, he magnifying it.
They say you ain't bout it.
Tell them that you finna make it, but they doubt it.
But God did it.
But you rose like a flower. Tell me what it's like to live with superpowers. I don't know, but I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I just know that I'ma get it. 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 Ayy. I got the drive, the bus, the truck, the gas is stuck. I ain't the one to rely on the luck. I put in work and then he show up. I know it's fake, the shit in the reps, ain't no regrets, I do too much. It ain't me if you saying I stunt. He calling the place and I do what he want. This ain't a front, glory to G-O-D. It's what you could do with a mustard seed. It's what you could do when you start to believe. Take fear and you cast it inside of the sea. 100% out of me, cause he gave it all on the tee when he let it bleed. So what is you saying to me? You just insecure about the love that turned me to a beast. I take a step and I ain't turning back. He made me first cause I know that I'm last. I ain't got time for no thing in the past. Learn from it first and then I react. Hands off me, don't hold me. Get it jumping like a trampoline. All truth ain't no trolling. We in good hands, no folding. They say you ain't bout it. Tell them that you finna make it, but they doubt it.
But God did it.
But you rose like a flower. Tell me what it's like to live with superpowers. I don't know, but I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I just know that I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it.
Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should go.
I got the recipe, never gonna let any op get the best of me. Thought it was distance, but hey, this is next to me. Talk to the spirit, you know I've been heavenly. Company definitely show your trajectory. This ain't a diss cause I say it respectfully. It's time to eat up, red like a speeder. Taking it deeper and that's how it better be. Ayy, I got the recipe, never gonna let any op get the best of me. Thought it was distance, but
Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should go. Go. Feel like I should go. Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should go. Feel like I should go. Like I should feel like I should feel like I should feel like I should.
All right, good afternoon, people. It seems like my internet or the internet is not allowing us to be great today. But you know, sometimes that happens. We are live 24 hours and you just never know what's going to happen. Welcome to all of you that are in the building today. I thank you so much, as always, for being here. We have Nate in the building. Hey, Nate. We have Gary and we have Fish. We got J Dub. Salute to you guys. We have Clarice in the building. Shout out to all of you great people for always being here with us. So we talked about it a little bit yesterday, and I kind of wanted to address some additional pieces from the congressional hearing that took place on yesterday, because Jasmine Crockett, boy, oh boy, she wasn't the only one. We had some other cackling hens, you know, just cackling away and acting a fool and looking crazier than ever. I think too often, uh-oh, it's Bob. Oh, goodness. Y'all know I love Bob. It's Bob. Oh, my gosh, Bob. Bob. Hi, Bob. Hi, Bob. Hi, Mrs. Lisa. Hi, Bob. It's Bob, the greatest pilot in the universe to ever live, the greatest pilot known to man. He can fly anything, even a drone. He's incredible. He's perfect. And he's also black. So at least we know that there's one black pilot out there in the world that you can trust. Shout out to Bob. I love Bob too much. Badass is in the building. Hey, Badass. Good morning. Is it still morning? Oh yeah, I guess it is still morning for me. Look at that. Gary says Bob the drone. Bob can fly anything. And you know, it's so funny because if I'm not mistaken, I thought that we caught Bob on a hot mic the other day. And we were trying to tell Bob to tone it down and be careful whenever he's, you know, doing that, because we don't want Bob to get in trouble. We know how he really feels about a lot of these crazy people, but we want Bob to keep his job. We want him to keep it. For those of you that were here to witness Bob on the hot mic the other day, Bob, you know, we love you, but we also must ask you to, you know, do better. Do better. We want you to, you know, keep your position and everything, Bob. You know, we don't want, you know, anything crazy to happen, because we still need you in our skies. But for those of you that weren't here to catch Bob on the hot mic, Bob, can you explain yourself here, Bob, please?
21.3 is ready to go. Yeah, fuck this place. Goddamn liberal fucks.
Shame on you, Bob.
Probably like 8 guns out here somewhere. That's it.
Shame on you, Bob.
Fucking weirdos. Probably driving around them fucking Hyundais and fucking lower shit that go slow as fuck.
Shame on you.
And that's calling on tower. That's 124.10 hot mic.
If you don't have balls in it, you're fucking rolling coal, man.
No, Bob, what we need you to do is fly the plane, okay?
God damn it.
We don't need your political opinions while you're flying, Bob.
There's Southwest 31's ready to go.
Southwest 531, tower running 30 right, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, 30 right, Southwest 531.
Southwest 531, contact, departure, up to
Switch to departure, South 531. See ya.
Bob, what do you have to say for yourself, sir? What do you have to say for yourself? Since we have you in the building, you owe everyone in this audience an explanation for that hot mic. Because we heard you. We heard you live today. We heard you live yesterday whenever the news broke. We love Bob, though. You know, everyone gets their honorary hot mic every once and again. Shout out to Bob. Love you, Bob. Bob says, backstory, everyone listening to this was laughing. Of course they were, Bob. Of course they were. After you told all of the black passengers, y'all gonna behave, all right? Right? We're gonna be good on this flight, right? Yeah. We Bob, we know how you get down. Bob says, was I wrong? Liberals drive Hyundais. I thought they drove Hyundais and Priuses. You know? Up, Sam I Am says, is that Bob? Of course. Samuel Giroux. Samuel already knows, Bob, how dare you? Yes. How dare you? And Bob, for all of the things that have taken place on this channel in the last 48, almost 72 hours, I think that you also have some explaining to do for that as well. Although you weren't here, your name was mentioned. And as always, Bob, it is always your fault. But I love you anyway. I do. I hope that you and Miss Lisa had a really good trip whenever you guys were out for the week. I know it had to have been lovely. Have to tell Miss Lisa I said hello. I see Daniel Nixon in the building. Who else is in here? Of course, Sam I Am. Fish. When flying Air Bob, blacks sit in the back of the cabin. Blacks? You think so? You think Bob would put blacks in the back of the cabin? I don't know about blacks. Bob says, what's the latest? What happened in the last few days? Bob, what didn't happen? It's too much to cover. It was crazy. Oh, look, it's HP. Stanley, Stanley did his thing, and Stanley being Stanley. And, it's been great. So you'll be, I would encourage you to look forward to some videos that will be posted each day so you can catch up and have a shorter purview of what it was versus the whole 12 hours. How are you, HB?
I'm doing swell. How are you, Porsha?
I'm doing okay. I'm getting ready to get into these crazy black women at the House Oversight Committee.
Oh wow. Oh wow.
Yeah, they were acting a fool.
We're just punching on black women today. That's what's going on.
Well, I'm a black woman, so I'm at liberty to do that.
Oh, I guess you got a point there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then once, I don't know, I don't imagine you staying long, but if you are listening, you'll get to hear just how bad it was. So yesterday we only checked into Jasmine Crockett, but there were others that acted a complete fool in the House yesterday, a complete and total fool. And that bald-headed Ayanna Pressley, my God, she set the tone. And for me, I'm still harboring over the fact of what she said, how she said it, and where she said it, and who she said it to. So I would like to get into that. What are you up to?
Was it to a white person? I'm just picking up load.
You're picking up a load right now?
Yeah. It's in Fort Worth though, so it's not,
Oh, you're home.
Yeah.
Welcome home. You're at home.
Yeah. I'm back in good old Lone Star State.
Okay. You're at home. I'm excited. So that's great.
Yeah.
Where do you have to drop this one off at?
Well, this one's going to Mississippi, so I don't have to drop this one back off until
Monday.
Until Monday, yeah. So.
Okay. So that's good. That's so good. Okay, great.
Yeah. It's amazing. Yeah, it's amazing.
Yes, it is amazing. I'm excited.
Yeah. Did you get vaccinated?
You did.
Did you get vaccinated?
Did I get vaccinated, HB?
Yeah.
Did I?
Did you get vaccinated?
Did I?
I'm starting to think people that did get vaccinated might have like mental issues now. I don't know. This shit is. I don't know. I feel like it might have affected them mentally. Like it's the vaccine starting to leak into their brain or something. Not everybody, but.
Yeah, but I mean, I get what you're saying. It's impacted a lot of people, and we can, visibly see the impact. Just.
Yeah.
You
Starting to think. A lot of these people got. Maybe it was the conspiracies. Maybe they were true. Like the chip that was inside. They were saying there was chips inside the vaccines. Maybe they did put a chip in there, and they're controlling everybody's mind. Everybody's losing it. I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know if I go that far, but I've heard of those things, existing heavily in places like, China and whatnot. But we do know that it has been impacting a lot of people, with different issues, lupus, blood clots, blood disorders, heart disease, things like that. But shout out to those of y'all that didn't get it. But for those of you that did get it, we're praying for you. God bless you. God bless you.
Yeah, God bless those people. God bless those people. All right, so, I gotta ask you about this. Do you think those women from New Zealand are more out of control, or these black women? Who do you think's crazy?
No. The black women for sure. The women in New Zealand, for me, the Maori women, we got to go into this a deep dive the other day. They eat people, you know, they like the carnival, whatever it is, cannibalism.
Cannibals, yeah.
You know, that is their heritage, that is their tradition, and what they are trying to do over there in New Zealand is to ensure that their tradition is upheld. The black women in America, they're not upholding any tradition of the sort. So if there was a fight, if any at all, the Maori people have more of a fight than the Negroes in America. If you're asking my opinion.
And Nate, salute for that Cash App, man. Hey, man, listen.
Oh, Nate, thank you so much. Thank you, Nate. Thank you for the Cash App.
And Nate, I got you, man. I might hit the link, man. We might just hit the link, man. I got you. But yeah, those wow, so you're saying they're more out of control than fucking tribal people. That is something. You know, I was listening to what Juan was saying, and I just feel like people just don't get it, man. Like Juan, you know, people just don't get that there has to be some, you know, I do understand what Juan is saying, but it's like you know, once you're treading on other people's you know, neighborhoods and stuff, that's when it becomes an issue. But I think you know, I don't blame. I think my only issue with Juan is why he doesn't think like he doesn't understand why the black folks have an issue with the Africans coming in. And it's like it's one of those things where, yeah, black people didn't fortify their neighborhoods or create a situation where they couldn't move in, but they should still feel a way about it. You know.
Yeah.
And I just didn't agree with Juan thinking like, you know, oh, we should just be happy for him. Why should we be happy for him? What?
Happy for. I mean, he did mention, you know, what he would do if he were in their position. I can't say what I would do.
No, I would do the same thing. I get it. But also, you know, it's you know, it is one of those things where I don't think people should be happy about it either. You know, it is an inevitability at this point, but I don't blame those people that live in these major cities, those black folks who didn't, you know, fortify those neighborhoods. You know, they just kind of let them get out of control, and then yeah, it's just.
I mean, obviously, these people don't have anyone to blame but themselves. I mean,
yeah.
They clearly didn't. Oh, Nate says, if I was in a higher class, I'd donate more.
Nate, come on.
100 love the channel, the mission, and the two of you. Porsha and HB2N. I got John and Stanley something too. Well, Nate.
I appreciate you. Damn, why did this guy hung at him for? Jesus Christ.
Well, we do appreciate you, Nate. Thank you so much.
Damn, why did he honk at him? Damn, is these niggas
somebody honked at Nate?
No. This nigga just honked at another nigga. Oh shit. He walking up on his truck. Oh shit.
Oh. Be nice to see some of the action.
Nah. It's Texas. He might have that thing on him. Damn, he got.
Well, yeah. I mean, everybody got that thing on them out here.
Oh, okay. They friends. Okay, never mind. They cool. Okay, I was about to say he walked up on him. I thought they were. Yeah.
He's honking for Nate. That's what I thought. Samuel.
Damn. Yeah.
Conservative says, how does one fortify a neighborhood against African migrants? Do tell.
Oh, I think when I say fortify, I mean how it was when I was growing up in Detroit. There were black families in every single home. Mom and dad, kids, every single home. The neighborhood was safe and it's fortified. But now when you got people that don't really own the homes. Just like John was saying, it was a bunch of vacant homes. You got people that don't own the homes. It's too dangerous. There's a bunch of vacants now, bunch of bandos. Now you're opening it up for somebody. Because I always look at Detroit as Detroit. Somebody's gonna take advantage of that opportunity one of these days. There's so many vacant, you know, blocks, just whole neighborhoods vacant, houses. Somebody's gonna take advantage of that. And when you just leave it and you don't fortify it with families and home ownership and pass those houses down to your children so they have a house and those families pass it down, you leave it to the migrants or the white folks that want to come
Gentrify.
and gentrify it. Yeah, because you
Yeah, for
see,
sure.
when white folks do it, it's gentrification. But when migrants do it, they go straight to the white man. This ain't fair. It's not fair.
I
It
mean,
was
but
never fair. It was never fair.
if you ask yourself, okay, so whenever white folks do it, they call it gentrification. Why don't they call it the same thing whenever other groups do it? You're in Fort Worth right now. I don't know where you are in Fort Worth, but if you go to the south side of Fort Worth, off East Berry Street in Fort Worth, you would see a huge gentrification. And I'm currently, as you know, in the process of selling a home over there. And at one point, it used to look like us, but it doesn't look like that anymore. And for some reason, black folks, they don't call it the same thing, even though it quite literally is. And they actually move you up out of your neighborhood faster than the white folks do.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
why do you think that they run from calling it that? Is it because we're all brown people, or?
yeah, yeah, yeah. And I think too, you um, can't play the whole victim thing when it comes to Africans, because a lot of them come from way worse situations than we do. They getting chased by lions and tigers and probably not bears too much, but they getting niggas getting set on fire with tires wrapped around them. Like I literally watched a video of some African country. I don't know what country it was, but they tied them up. They like um tied him up and then hung him from a tree and then built a fire under him and just burnt his ass while he was still alive. And it's like when people come from that type of shit, those ran down, busted houses, those empty neighborhoods, those abandoned buildings,
Hmm.
they'll fucking figure out a way to fix that shit. They'll figure out a way to make it. So it's just like now we can see the problems. Now black folks in these situations, now they're seeing the problems of not taking care of their neighborhoods and not fortifying it. That's why I say you gotta fortify it with families. Nobody can move into the Chinese areas, nobody can move into the white areas, nobody can move into the Jewish areas, nobody can move into the Indian areas because they fortify it.
So like Chinatown in Chicago.
Yeah, they can't just. I mean, you can move in there, but 9 times out of 10, they're renting to other Chinese people. And before it's
Mm.
even listed, a Chinese person is moving in there because it's fortified. They just have their own people there,
So
families,
what
moving
about
families,
the
and
so what about the black folks in the hood that are running from pit bulls and gunfire.
They're gonna have to move to the wherever they can move, and they're just gonna have to pay a tax. They got to pay. They got to pay more to live, to not live in the hood. And really, it only affects the people that are like. It's not gonna affect me. I can move to the hood and be fine. Somebody like John can move to the hood and be fine, but women, old people, they can't really move to the hood and be fine. Kids, they can't really move to the hood and be fine. So now you got a single mom who got kids. She can't really move her kids to the hood. So now she's paying extra, getting in more debt just to live in a nicer neighborhood so her kids aren't affected by what's happening in the hood. So it's just another generation lost, pretty much. Now we got to start all over.
Yeah, they're definitely lost, all right, and they do have to start over, and that's what a lot of Black people have been experiencing here in Texas for sure. Having to get up out of where they were. Mesquite. If Tom Gully is listening, we had a huge deal a few years ago. And HB, I think I told you this story. One of my coworkers was actually a part of the coalition, a white girl that, went to the hearings, the town halls, city halls, and whatnot to ensure that, illegals as well as homeless people had the same rights as hardworking, tax-paying citizens. And boy, oh boy, did they shut her down, because the Black folks actually came out in response to that, because that's not at all what they wanted. But that sort of happens sometimes when people speak on your behalf instead of you speaking for yourself. And too often we have a lot of white liberals that like to do this thing where they speak for the Black folks. And it's just, if more Black folks would just say, I don't.
Too. Black liberals
yeah,
too.
Black liberals say, I don't. Yeah, I don't need your help.
They put themselves in this situation. That's why I think these Africans, they're gonna always be voting for these liberals. They're always gonna be voting for them.
Wax Pajamas. Hey, Wax Pajamas. Wax Pajama says, Porsha, have you guys already covered the story of the Black mother who out her 1- and 2-year-old kids in an oven? If that was the story from earlier this year, Wax Pajamas, I believe that we've covered it at one point or another. But yes, that happened. We cover a lot of stories over here. But what I would like to do, since I have HB2N here with me for a moment, I would like, since the question that you asked me about the Maori in comparison to the Black women here, I would like for you to hear this exchange and give me your thoughts. And then, of course, tell me to pause whenever you're ready. Okay?
Would the gentleman agree that what this bill does, in essence, is to come up with a new definition for discrimination?
I do not agree.
Well, then if we use the old definition, the bill is way out of line, in my opinion. And the notion about government-sponsored oppression, which my colleague from Louisiana talked about, for me, government-sponsored oppression was the Black codes. For my parents, the Dred Scott decision, the Runaway Slave Act. I mean, that's going hardcore to when the government is actually sponsoring oppression. But if we're talking about doing away with diversification initiatives, this is an axe. This is not a knife. It's not pinpoint, it's an axe, just to do away with everything under this new discrimination, which leaves a lot of people unprotected, a lot of people out of work, government employees and private sector employees to some extent. But most of all, it doesn't solve the problem. It doesn't deal with the real problem of discrimination, racism.
Okay. What I want to do is I want to run that back. I want to run that back a few seconds black codes, discrimination, and Mr. Mfume, he tells you about what his parents went through. And even though we see a elderly black man here, did he go through that? Let's take a listen, and I want you guys to bear in mind that this happened yesterday, November 20th, 2024. This isn't a hearing from 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80 years ago. This was less than 24 hours ago.
This is an axe. This is not a knife. It's not pinpoint. It's an axe, just to do away with everything under this new discrimination, which leaves a lot of people unprotected, a lot of people out of work, government employees and private sector employees to some extent. But most of all, it doesn't solve the problem. It doesn't deal with the real problem of discrimination, racism, and the things that we have come to abhor and say and pledge that we're all against. This is just so broad that I believe that, as I've said before, I'm going to stand in opposition to it. And I can only talk about this from my perspective as a black man living in America. And I'm telling you, it's the wrong thing and the wrong way to do it. And I would strongly suggest, as I said, and I'll yield back, the gentleman who's kind enough, and the chair, I really believe that in this instance, the Congress should not be waiting.
I want to pause for a moment to say that if I ever found myself in this position, if I were ever a member of the House, I'm never yielding my time, nor am I ever giving my time to a Democrat. Okay. Republicans, y'all are being too nice. It's time for you guys to get cutthroat, okay? Stop bending the beckon to these fools.
In to amend the Civil Rights Act of 1964 because of an executive order by a president that you may or may not like. That ought to be undone, I think, by another executive order if you're going to do it that way. But to do this, I just can't support. I yield back.
Gentleman's time expired. Any other members seek recognition? Ms. Lee? Yeah, Ms. Lee, you're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not in favor of the Dismantle Diversity, Equity, Inclusion Act, or what it maybe would more aptly be called the dismantling any semblance of support or opportunity for certain American acts. We know who those Americans are.
This is our first mammy of the evening, Miss Lee. So, black girl number one.
Are Americans who have not enjoyed centuries of unfair advantages by keeping others enslaved or segregated or disenfranchised or incarcerated or redlined or gerrymandered or excluded by law. Americans who've lived with disabilities or had their relationships criminalized or their gender expression demonized. If we're being honest here, this bill, which will wipe out every diversity, equity, and inclusion program in our federal agencies, plus those who contract with us, plus those who receive grant money, plus our schools, is nothing new. This is just the final piece of a decades-long obsession with targeting and dismantling anything that might give marginalized people a fair shot, including DEI programs, which honestly started the second the Civil Rights Act passed. Policies like affirmative action and diversity, equity, inclusion are the closest things we've had to the mythical bootstraps that some of my colleagues insist historically and currently harmed communities need to pick themselves up by. After centuries of efforts to keep us out of schools and universities, from jobs and elected office, Republicans targeting these policies are no accident. Why do predominantly conservative white men believe that the success of a black person or the opportunity or access of a black person is an existential threat to them? DEI is not given any unfair advantage that society itself does not already confer on certain Americans.
Okay, I'm sorry. Y'all know how I am. I can only digest it in small doses, because it bothers me too much, and I don't want to set it off like Bootsy as of yet. HV, what are you thinking about what you're hearing so far? Okay.
It's just a bunch of nigger babble so far. I haven't heard anything. Haven't heard about any solutions or anything. Yeah, so far it's just a bunch of nigger babble.
And then
Respectfully.
to put into context for those of you listening as well as HB, this is the House Oversight Committee holding a markup on pending legislation. This is in response to FEMA. FEMA. We were talking about this a few days ago because we had Marnie Washington. You know, she's the whistleblower after the whistleblower, and the director of FEMA came out and said, nah, she shut her all the way down. And so now they're having a response, and this is their response. I don't know what this has to do with FEMA, but go ahead. Go ahead, HB.
No, Virgo just said she just got her FEMA check today. So
oh, wow, really?
As soon as Marnie got kicked out, they started to get some shit done. So I'm not sure if that's
if it's relatable. It might be.
I don't know.
Yeah, who knows? But we had the black man, the elderly gentleman, and now we have this Miss MS Lee, unmarried black woman here spouting all of her hateful, negative rhetoric towards what? I have no clue. She's bringing up, you know, I don't know, like slavery or something. I don't. She's a congressperson, so I mean, if we were living off of the laurels of slavery as if it still existed, she would not be in her position at all. So let's keep going.
Merely exists to ensure that all other people, that women, minoritized folks, queer folks, disabled folks, have the same opportunities to succeed and thrive in our workforce and our schools as people who have not had those opportunities systematically and legally stripped from them do. Is our country not greater when all of us have opportunities to succeed and contribute and survive? Our success and our survival as a nation is bound together. Diversity, equity, and inclusion programs only exist to band-aid over decades, hell, centuries of discrimination against people's skin color, their religion, disabilities, gender, or sexual orientations, you name it. Contrary to Republican conjecture, remedying past discrimination is not, in turn, a discrimination. And we're not going to sit here and pretend racism is over just because one black person on the Supreme Court agreed that it should be. What DEI does not do is give some kind of magical pass to better jobs, like some of our colleagues are implying. That middle word, equity, does not mean more than or better than. It means treating people fairly and impartially. It means working to fix generational and systemic discrimination to the betterment of all of us in all of our institutions. But instead, Republicans are trying to bastardize the term DEI to be a slur. When Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson was up for confirmation and when Vice President Harris was added to the ticket, they called them DEI hires. They want you to believe that a Harvard graduate with over 20 years of experience, who happens to be a black woman, is not qualified, but a Fox News personality is qualified to run the Department of Defense, and the WWE executive is qualified to run the Department of Education.
Let's go ahead and take a moment here. Anyone nominated into the Supreme Court, while I do feel like Ketanji Brown Jackson, she was chosen because she was black, I do not at all believe that she was chosen in error. People that are nominated to become Supreme Court justices, we're talking about the best of us. We're talking about the elite of the elite. So while I do not agree with the way that Joe Biden did it and why he did do it, I'm not going to take anything away from her grandeur, her experience, and her law expertise. I mean, in my opinion, Ketanji Brown Jackson carries herself a whole lot better than that of Kamala Harris. And she also is a far better attorney and more efficient to serve in her position than Kamala is as our vice president and what she would have been if she was our president, which is why she wasn't elected our president. But this woman here, speaking on DEI is detrimental for all parties involved, even black people. Even though they think that it's helping the Negro, it's not. It actually hurts the Negro, as a Negro who's experienced the ramifications of what that looks like. So whenever you have black people like this one here, who was we can't call her a DEI hire because she was elected. But more than likely, she was voted for by her constituents just because she's a Black woman, not for anything else, because everything else that she's saying is stupid. Any thoughts, HB?
Oh wait, I'm a little busy. Go ahead. You can go ahead. I'll cut in.
Okay, thank you. So yes, this woman, so we had our Black man, and then we have Miss Lee. Of course, I always have to point out, I am a conservative woman myself. I know some people don't think that, being married or having a family is important, but that is important to me, especially in positions like these. I don't know if she has children. She may be a baby mama, just like Jasmine Crockett. I'll have to look into her. Nonetheless, she is spewing things that quite literally don't make any sense. And another point of context is the tranny that was elected for the first time. The first tranny in Congress will be swearing in soon in January. And the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, at the behest of Nancy Mace, which we are going to go over that so you guys can see a bit of that. Nancy Mace was like, nah, we don't want any men in the women's restroom, period. It's not happening. And so Mike Johnson, surprisingly so, dropped the hammer saying, hey, y'all can't, you tranny, you can't go into the women's restroom. You have to go to the restroom that you were assigned at birth. If you have a problem with it, just go ahead and step down. Let someone else take your seat. However, we've had a Black man and now we have a Black woman speaking for that, which is, is it concerning? I mean, it is for me. I guess you guys would have to decide, but let's keep going because we're getting there. It's only going to get worse, folks.
Let's be real. There is an attempt to create a direct correlation between our race, being a Black person, and our qualifications. So much as to say that there is no way to be a Black woman. There is no resume that a Black person could have that would qualify them unless that Black person is a Republican. And there is a quota there. And while all of this has happened at the top level of our government, I can promise you these same things are happening on every single level of government and private sector. But those people don't have a national platform to speak out against discriminatory treatment. Where is a federal worker supposed to turn when another coworker says a racist comment to them in the break room? Where is the same-sex couple who is denied housing supposed to, because of their relationship, supposed to turn? Where is a pregnant woman who was fired for being pregnant supposed to go? Often the only place that they have to give them recourse
men can
are
get
the diversity, equity, and inclusion programs.
What you talking about?
These folks just want to do their jobs, serving the American people in an environment that feels safe and supports them. Making work a better, safer environment for some does not mean it automatically is worse for others. And those complaining about DEI training are probably the ones who need it the most. My Republican colleagues have got to stop punching down on already marginalized communities and face their own fears of a level playing field privately. It's shameful. I yield back.
Gentle lady yields back. Any other members seek recognition? Mr. Burleson from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We just left this room last night listening to a FEMA director who was apologizing for the failures of her agency, an agency that, by the way, made its top priority and its focus and mission on diversity, equity, and inclusion. You would think that their mission and goal should be on providing aid and support to the American people in times of disasters. Just months ago, we had another individual sitting at this table during a hearing who was apologizing for the failures of Secret Service because of the events that happened in Butler, Pennsylvania. A same agency who made it their number one priority not to protect key individuals. It's not their number one priority. The number one priority is diversity, equity, and inclusion. And look, I think that what's happened here, and what I think that we may not understand, is I think we perceive DEI as a shift from the Civil Rights Act and into, instead of discussing equality of opportunity, we're now focused on the equality of outcome. And it's only common sense, it's only logical that you cannot dictate an equality of outcome unless you eliminate the equality of opportunity. This agency has done that. In my opinion, they have moved on from the Civil Rights Act and moved on towards this equality of outcome, which in my opinion is shoehorning some form of Marxism into what is a noble cause, which is to try to root out and eliminate discrimination in the workplace. And so that's the motivation behind this, and that's why I'll be supporting it.
Porsha, this is another example of black folks didn't fortify their neighborhoods. You don't see Jews complaining about this. You don't see Arabs. You don't see Indians. You don't see Asians. You don't see Hispanics. You don't see any other race of people complaining about DEI. Now, of course, I'm sure all those races benefit from it, you know, of course. But you don't hear them complaining about it. It's because they didn't fortify their communities. That's what happens.
I mean, and then if they are going to complain about it, they're not going to do it, you know, in Congress, where they know that it's being recorded on C-SPAN and every other major platform, where everyone can see your weakness and how much you're willing to cry over something instead of doing something that actually makes a difference. You know, you coming up here doing all of this and that, you know, oh my goodness, you know, the white man. No, that's not going to work, because they're not doing that. They're not doing, even the Rashida Tlaibs of them, the Ilhan Omars of them, they're not even doing that.
Nah, they don't complain about it. And this is the issue, you know. I feel like, honestly, like, and this is what's so messed up, is it's always the super educated that are doing this. And it's like, you guys are so educated, so smart, you went to Harvard, you got all these degrees, but you can't even solve the issues that are going on with your own people. All you can do is beg the white man to give you a job. Beg the white man to don't overlook you because you're just as qualified. And it's pathetic. Yeah. You got all that. It's kind of like how I look at immigrants too. Like, you guys can be so successful in America, but you can't do it over in your own country.
Yeah.
It's like, you can be so successful at a Fortune 500 company, but can you build one on your own?
Well, I think they'd argue that with you.
Yeah, well, why should I have to build one?
Or yeah, like I could build one, or like, you know, there have been others before me that have built one in my home country. But it's like, was it you though, or you know?
It's like, of course,
was it
fucking Africans and fucking dirty Haitians can come over here and do good. They live in shanty towns over there in Haiti, but none of the fucking Haitians can go over there in Haiti and solve the issues that are going on in Haiti. You guys are so fucking smart over here.
Right. So smart.
So
talented. So gifted.
Can't solve any issues in Haiti. And it's the same thing with these black folks. They got so smart, so educated, you can't solve one real world problem. You know?
You know, not any at all. And, you know, the only thing, I guess, if I were to have a defense at all, is America has produced the wealthiest black people in the world, in the history of the world, and
but
all of these other things. But Africans and Haitians, they come over here and they do this thing where it's like, oh, well, we're better than you. Are you?
No, to a certain extent, they are better than us, because they at least understand the value of family.
Well,
And
yeah,
that
they
is,
do.
and that,
They
and
understand
that,
that. Yeah.
and they are better in that sense. And I could
In
never
that
take
sense,
anything away from
but
them, but it's just not a flex to me when you can't affect any change in your own home country, pretty
exactly.
much.
So, and that's my point. So,
Yeah.
no matter what it is, yeah, okay, family, that's good, but do it in your own. Do it where you at. Like,
Oh,
don't
they
come
can't
over
though.
here and do it.
They know they can't. They know they can't. They can only really be successful under the watchful eye of the white man, and that's the majority of black folks too. Instead of being thankful and appreciative, they want to cry and make all of us look like a bunch of crybabies, and it's really pathetic. But what can you really expect from these black women? What can you really expect from them?
Nothing. So, if I would like for you to stay just to hear Ayanna Pressley. So let's keep going so you can hear her at the very least, and then we can open the
Wait.
panel up.
Before you get into that, look up Ayanna Presley's husband.
Okay.
Let's see. Let's just see. Let's just have let's have a full picture before we listen to this woman speak. Let's have a full picture.
Okay. Mm. Is this an African?
You said what?
I was just looking and seeing if this was an African here.
She's got an African husband?
I mean, that's what he looks like, but he might not be. Who knows? Oh, here we go with these ads. Let me pull up a different one. Oh, this is back when she had hair. Maybe this one will work for us. Her husband, and they have children. She was actually pregnant whenever she was wearing an abortion t-shirt.
So wait, she's African. She's African, complaining about DEI.
Her husband is.
Okay. So she married an African. She's complaining about DEI. This is what I see a big, common theme that a lot of these people that, kind of blame the white man or want to beg the white man for opportunities or complain about DEI hiring and stuff. They usually don't date other black people. They usually date either white people or Africans, any other race but their own. And
so here on the screen, you guys will be able to see her husband. Every single, link that I click on, it's not working. So this is the best I can do for you all at this time. So this is a man who accepts her here at the ball.
No, he didn't, Herman. No, he didn't.
What did Herman say?
No, he didn't.
Yes. He was convicted. He's a felon. He was in prison for 10 years. Yeah, that's true.
There we go. There we go. Herman, listen, Herman, you've never put you've never put a comment in the chat that wasn't true, man. I'm not gonna lie. Drug trafficking, wow.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, he spent 10 years in prison for drug trafficking, identity fraud, terrorism, threatening the Department of Homeland Security. Yeah, 10 years. Yeah.
I'm not surprised. I'm
So-
not surprised at all.
Drug trafficking.
Not surprised at all.
Terrorism.
Saw the same, you know.
Yep. And now, he's like a political player, you know.
Yeah,
And
yeah. That's
arena.
usually what they go for. You know, the worst
Mhm.
of us. And I'm glad he got his life together. But, you know.
Of course, we can be thankful, but
Yeah.
the fact remains the same. You married a convict, but thankfully where they are, they can vote.
Yeah.
Anyhow, they have children together, and whenever she was pregnant with her most recent child, she was wearing an abortion T-shirt. But go ahead.
Yeah, no. I just knew there was gonna be something up in that situation. I knew there was gonna be something. I don't know this woman from a can and a paint. Never heard of this woman. But I knew there was gonna be something, either dating a white guy, immigrant, or a convict. Well, you know. But at the same time, you know, America is about, second chances. No, he didn't kill nobody, so, he's just selling a little dope.
The dope kills people, but go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah. I'm a little, when it comes to drugs, for me, I don't think the drugs are the issue.
Oh, Jordan, stop it.
I think the killing is more of an issue than the drugs. Cause listen, a dope fiend gonna smoke some dope, whether you get it from you or get it from the white man. So I'm not too bad. I'm not too mad at a brother, selling some dope to get his life together. But 10 years, that's pretty brutal. That's pretty brutal. But carry on. Let's listen to this lady.
Yeah, let's take a listen.
Someone asked if you.
Does the gentleman
Ms.
yield?
Stansberry asked. Okay, no, gentleman's time's expired. Any other member seek recognition? Yes, Ms. Pressley from Massachusetts.
Thank you. This bill titled the Dismantling DEI Act is an utter disgrace. Having sat and read the text in preparation for today's markup, I have yet another example to tell my constituents about the unserious work of the Republican Party. Now, I'll work with anyone serious about progress who wants to center the people who call this country home. This isn't it. The Committee on Oversight has the broadest jurisdiction in the entire House of Representatives to investigate any topic it chooses, but we are debating legislation that denies the sky is blue, water is wet, and racism is real. The major provision of the bill says to ban anything that acknowledges racism. And a few pages later in the exact same bill, there are multiple provisions discussing the presence of racism. This Republican approach is as predictable as it is nonsensical. On one hand, they're saying that racism does not exist. On the other hand, they are saying there is rampant reverse racism. Well, how do you reverse something that never existed in the first place? Riddle me that. While this Republican policy may have a new name, it's the same old tired game. Look, y'all are entitled to your opinions, but not a denial of the facts. Do you all know your history? Do you know American history? The original Constitution counted enslaved individuals as 3/5 of a person. During World War II, the federal government forcibly relocated and incarcerated 110,000 Japanese Americans. The FHA practiced redlining in the 1930s and 60s to deny mortgages to Black Americans, which is why we have a racial wealth gap today. I could go on. The GI Bill, which is supposed to be race neutral, denied access to Black Americans, denying them equal access to education and housing benefits, which is why we do not have generational wealth. Don't talk to me about merit when those Black servicemen fought for our freedoms. And I'd also just like to take a personal note of privilege to say, please keep Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s name out of your mouths. Your perversion of his words and his mission, when his children have asked you to stop invoking his name and perverting his work when he was a proud and unapologetic Black man fighting for equality for Black Americans and all marginalized people.
I'm gonna run that back for those of you that did not catch that. This bald-headed woman, this big back, big arms linebacker woman, just said, "Hey, white people, don't quote Martin Luther King. His family has asked." I mean, but I'm pretty sure most of us know Martin Luther King. He is a part of history, and I don't see anything wrong with quoting him, but she just put it on record. This is history right now, on record, for our children, our children's children, their children, and for generations to come. Martin Luther King, if you go back 60, 70 years ago, he was on record. Whenever he did his march on Washington, he was on record. But now you have this bald-headed Black woman today saying, don't quote him, white people. Don't quote him. What do you think about that, HB? Hold on, wait, let me check. Okay, it looks like he's not here. He is not here, so let's keep it going. We're going to run this back. So you guys, I just want you guys to take that all in, okay? I want you to take it all in, because to me, amongst all of the other things that this woman said, this is the most prolific thing to me that she did say. Because you, as a Black woman, how dare you ask that his quotes or even his legacy be cut out? It is America. This is a white country. It quite literally, it is. It is. And the fact that Black people, let alone Black women like you, even have the opportunity to even speak, let alone be in a position to be elected, to be in your seat, you ought to be grateful. Because if white folks wanted to throw down a hammy right now, they could. Now, obviously they wouldn't, but that's why people like me aren't in office. And even me as a Negro, if I were a Negro in office, I would get all of the Negroes like this out of America so fast, they wouldn't have time to blink or breathe. Do you hear me? Blink or breathe. They would be out of here. Because you're not going to continue to disrespect this great nation and all of the beautiful things about it, all of its abundance, everything that it is, with this jigaboo rhetoric, okay? Or like Blacks Who Defy says, this ninja babble. But let's hear her again. And I want all of you to hear her well. Hear her good. Martin Luther King is probably one of the most notable quoted people, if not the most notable quoted person of my lifetime. And so she's saying, white people, not you. You can't quote him. His family has already come out, even though his daughter is a staunch Republican. She's been to several of Trump's, campaigns, rallies, things, and of that nature. But no matter what it is, and maybe Ayanna Pressley didn't know that Martin Luther King was too a Republican, but you know what? Am I to have an expectation of the Negro that votes Democrat, with the exception of Stanley? I don't. Let's hear her again.
Of your mouths. Yeah. Your perversion of his words and his mission when his children generational wealth, racial wealth gap today. I could go on. The GI Bill, which is supposed to be race neutral, denied access to Black Americans, denying them equal access to education and housing benefits, which is why we do not have generational wealth. Don't talk to me about merit when those Black servicemen fought for our freedoms. also just like to take a personal note of privilege to say, please keep Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s name out of your mouths. Yes. Your perversion of his words and his mission, when his children have asked you to stop invoking his name and perverting his work when he was a proud and unapologetic Black man fighting for equality for Black Americans and all marginalized people. So you all are entitled to your opinions, but not a denial of the facts. But I'm not surprised that you would deny American history. What I am, though, is committed. Committed to speaking truth to power, committed to standing up for marginalized communities and vulnerable people, committed to ensuring that everyone has equal opportunity to buy a house, to work a job, to pursue higher education, and to live in a society that is fair and just. A colleague across the aisle invoked the phrase of, we must do everything to stop government-sponsored oppression. Well, I've just enumerated numerous examples, which is exactly why we have legislation and an executive order to reverse this harm. And that is why I'm committed to opposing this bill and urge my colleagues to do the same.
I could see my reflection in her head, and this isn't even live. I don't know how this is happening. She makes me want to go bowling. You feel like bowling?
Yeah, let's go bowling this weekend.
Yeah, I feel like bowling right now.
Yeah, let's go for it.
Her head is like a goddamn bowling ball, man. What the hell is...
Oh, I hope that I caught John's attention with this, because this is what I really wanted to get into the nitty gritty on it. Yes, she does encourage you to want to go bowling. Hey, John.
Hey, Porsha, hold on. I got this damn nigga calling me. You might want to hear this shit. Hold on, give me one
second. Okay, let's,
Let's see, I get on Bluetooth here. Let's see.
Where is it?
Let's see. Get that Bluetooth up. Are we connected? Here it is. Let's see. Hello? Damn, he just hung up. Let me call him right back.
Hello.
Yeah, what's up?
All right, 2 jigsaws, 10-piece blades for them in a pack.
Say that one more time. Say that one more time. You said 2 jigsaws. What else?
2 jigsaws plus 10 blades for the jigsaw.
10 blades. Yeah.
10-piece pack.
Yeah.
Okay. Bits, batteries, and a drill, right?
Yeah. Just come to me. Just come to me. How long is it gonna take you?
Yeah, and then you're gonna have to come to me because I'm a driver. Let me hold more, man.
You know I don't like to move around. Where you located?
Nanny Hallenboro. I swear for.
That's in Northeast. That's in Northeast, ain't it? Is it Northeast?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like 10 years from you. 10 years.
Yeah, I know it. Send me the address. I might come. I'll let you know when.
4305.
Yeah,
4305. Okay, I'm gonna send you.
All right, send it.
And was that Hakeem Olajuwon, John? What the hell?
So I tell you, like all these people that I rent to, man, and then they know people, and they know people, and they know people, and then it becomes like a black market of all this shit that was stealing, and you know what I mean. And so here's this guy. He's got all this shit. He just sent me like all these fucking pictures of refrigerators and drills and saws.
See, he hustling, man. That's what you're supposed to do. That's America, man. That's America. That's what be killing me about these niggas, man. Like they don't even have no hustle no more, John. They don't even have no hustle. Like, bro, you can't get me a washing machine or a dishwasher. Can't get a buzz saw, something.
Figure it out.
Oh man, these niggas just be straight lazy. At least have some hustle.
Get out here and do something. Every day. What you guys talking about? Sorry, I ain't mean to interrupt you. I just jumped.
So when I was telling you how you were telling us about Jasmine Crockett.
Oh,
we have And I'll rewind it a bit for you since you're here. And shout out to everybody that's in the back. We're going to pull you guys up here in just a moment. I wanted to be able to get my thoughts out of it before we had a full-on panel. However, John, I'll let you hear a little bit of this bald-headed Pressley and what she said and what I wanted to focus on before we get into the response from the white folks, because you know where we are right now, Trump has been elected president. The white folks ain't going for it no more, John, and we're going to see that here shortly. But before we get into that, I want to give you an opportunity to see what she said. So let's take a listen.
And perverting his work when he was a
Oh, hold on. Perverting his work. Martin Luther King, he sure did love those white women, didn't he? Didn't he? He sure did. He sure did.
Entitled to your opinions, but not a denial of the facts. Do you all know your history? Do you know American history? The original Constitution, counted enslaved individuals as 3/5 of a person. During World War II, the federal government forcibly relocated and incarcerated 110,000 Japanese Americans. The FHA practiced redlining in the 1930s and 60s to deny mortgages to Black Americans, which is why we have a racial wealth gap today. I could go on. The GI Bill, which is supposed to be race neutral, denied access to Black Americans, denying them equal access to education and housing benefits, which is why we do not have generational wealth. Don't talk to me about merit when those Black servicemen fought for our freedoms. And I'd also just like to take a personal note of privilege to say, please keep Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s name out of your mouths.
Listen, John.
Your perversion of his words and his mission, when his children have asked you to stop invoking his name and perverting his work when he was a proud and unapologetic Black man fighting for equality for Black Americans and all marginalized
Unknown
people.
caller.
So you all are entitled to your opinions, but not a denial of the facts. But I'm not surprised that you would deny American history. What I am, though, is committed. Committed to speaking truth to power, committed to standing up for marginalized communities and vulnerable people, committed to ensuring that everyone has equal opportunity to buy a house, to work a job, to pursue higher education, and to live in a society that is fair and just. A colleague across the aisle invoked the phrase of, we must do everything to stop government-sponsored oppression. Well, I've just enumerated numerous examples, which is exactly why we have legislation and an executive order to reverse this harm. And that is why I'm committed to opposing this bill and urge my colleagues to do the same.
John. Because we haven't gotten to the response, but I want to hear what y'all have to say before we get into the response from the white folks.
HB says she sounded like Stanley. She did, you know.
She did kind of sound like Stanley. And
She sounded like Stanley?
A little bit. Like, you
At
don't
one
know
point
your
she did,
history.
yeah, you don't know your history. Mm-hmm.
You don't know your history. And I think that doesn't really matter in this day and age. You can know your history or not. It's not really gonna change anything. And as far as like the DEI hiring stuff, if the government wants to do that, that's on them. But I think no corporation or company should be forced to do any DEI hiring if they don't want to. I think that is kind of counterproductive, honestly. And it does seem kind of racist. And honestly, I think most people are tired of this shit. And I think no Black person with any integrity or honor wants to be a DEI hire anyway. I mean, shit, I'll take the job if you're giving it, if it's paying enough. But
I mean, me too, for sure. But
I'm not about to cry and complain about it if I don't get it either. Like, Jesus Christ, it's like y'all really are begging to be at the table so much.
I think that merit is really kicking them in the ass. You know what I mean? Like, they're fighting hard against merit. You know, I think she mentioned that. And it's kind of hard to fight against merit. you know, without lowering society altogether. And, you know, that's, you know, she's saying that people can't buy a house here. We just talked about all the immigrants buying houses. How the hell you can't buy a house? They're building Africa towns.
Yeah. There's a lot of houses out there. You just don't want to buy them because of where they at. That's the problem. It's a whole lot of property out there.
Well, if y'all don't mind, if we can, you know, keep going a little bit so you guys can actually hear the response of the white men in Congress. Said not today. Not today.
Lady yields back. We'll go back. We'll rotate sides. Chair recognizes Mr. Perry from Pennsylvania. Then we'll recognize Talib after that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield my time, such time as he may consume, to the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Higgins.
I thank my colleague, and I appreciate my Democrat colleague for exemplifying exactly the kind of oppression of freedoms that we're referencing. How about we'll quote whoever we want to quote? How about that's my First Amendment right? That's exactly the kind of baked-in oppression. Like, how dare a white Republican quote Martin Luther King? We actually had a congressman say that just now in this committee. Well, thank you, good lady, for once again exemplifying the type of oppression that we stand against. You know I'm right. You know I'm right.
Order, Mr.
This
Higgins
is so good.
And this is
so good. Oh shit.
This is the type of oppression that we stand against. Yes, I have put you all on the panel, but just for, unless it's HB or John, yes, but everyone else, we want to make sure we hear everybody. Okay, so go ahead.
You know, here's the thing. When they let them Martin Luther King tapes out, I think the blacks are going to stop talking about Martin Luther King. They ever let him out.
You think so?
I think they'll be so fucking embarrassed by him. They'll run.
John, they're not embarrassed by their athletes. They're not embarrassed by their rappers, their singers, their artists. Why would they be embarrassed by Martin Luther King?
Because I think they hold him to a higher regard. And when they come to he's just like all the other niggas, they're gonna be like, damn, like we've been lied to. You know what I mean? We've been lied to. He like white women, he was
he
a
did.
hustler.
He preferred them actually.
And so I don't think it's any, coincidence that the blacks are holding on to him, but they're holding on to the part of lie by not telling the truth. They don't want his records released. His family doesn't even want it released.
You're referencing the Hoover tapes.
Right. I think his family asked Trump not to release him because they could.
Oh no, it's all coming out. It's all coming out.
Well, I think Trump could have released him. Someone correct me.
No, Trump could have released them.
Yeah, but he's going to release them now. He didn't then,
but the fact that his family said don't release them shows you that he was being propped up. And
they didn't know how much of a trash he was.
When
John,
go ahead.
John, I think to your point about him, Black America, like being ashamed of the truth, that would have only applied in time. Like if the tapes had have come out in time while he was still, active before he was killed, then it might have actually blown up the movement. But since then, Black America no longer has that kind of moral consistency. And so I don't think we really have it in us like we did back then to really be outraged anymore by this sort of thing. How can we have moral outrage about that when we have like Lil Nas X and baby mama culture and all this? The only thing that would bother some people would be the white women thing.
Well, you think about hood, like we celebrate Martin Luther King Day all over this country, right? She's telling you keep his name out of your mouth. Imagine just the turmoil and shit like that if they would just say, we need to take the holiday back. Or some of these immigrant groups come over here and they laugh and mock Martin Luther King. Like that shit ain't gonna play over well. Like that would be like the last great black man being knocked down. And he was above reproach until the truth came out. I think that would be a hard pill to swallow for them.
Yeah, I think the JFK's wife. That's gonna be the real. That's gonna be the real kind of nail in the coffin on Martin Luther King.
You talking about Coretta?
No. I'm talking about JFK's wife. You know, Martin tried to fuck her.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
Yeah. She actually hated Martin because of that. He tried to fuck.
Damn, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
well, here's another thing about our heroes, bro. We don't actually have any. None of our heroes are actually heroic. We've all been lied to. It's all media hustle and show, bro. It's bullshit.
Hey, Porsha, let me ask you, in you playing this video, like, are you playing it because it's kind of like unique or it's different to see this pushback from a white man to a black woman?
Yep.
Well, yes, John, exactly. So, like I said, you played a bit of Jasmine Crockett, but I wanted to take a step further to show you what led up to the Jasmine Crockett. So, I know that you missed the two speakers earlier because there was a black man who spoke, you know, in that homosexual rhetoric, and then we had another black woman, and then after this black woman,
which black man was it, Porsha?
I'll show you his face.
Okay, if you got it.
I'll just show you his face.
And John, I don't think they're gonna be able
this
to
Negro
survive.
here.
That's Quasi Mfume.
Yes, Mfume. So he goes in, John, and then you have Miss Lee who goes in, and then after Miss Lee, you have Ayanna Pressley that goes in. And then after Ayanna Pressley goes in, which we will continue to hear the white man's response, and from his response, then you get, I mean, because I know it was only like a 1-minute clip of Jasmine Crockett, but her clip is so much more profound than that short clip. So I wanted to take the time for us to get the full context.
Porsha, do you know who Kwame Mfume is?
I don't know enough.
Hey, and I just wanted to say one thing too. I don't think these black politicians are going to be able to take 4 more years of this type of rhetoric coming from white men. This is their leaders right here. This is the person that they worship. And these white men, they're going to show them how much of like how hypocritical they really are. And it starts.
You hit on it. Go ahead. No, I'm sorry. You hitting on a point right here, man. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, I don't think they're gonna be able to survive this because these white men, they're gonna like surgically cut up every one of their talking points. And the thing about it, these white folks pretty much been sitting around for years, not saying anything. So every talking point that they've been saying, they're gonna have a rebuttal for it, and these women are gonna look like fools. They're probably gonna end up getting arrested at these court hearings. It's probably gonna get ugly. It's gonna get ugly.
Initially HB, you see like Stanley, but then Stanley doesn't allow himself to get trapped into arguments.
No,
he'll start calling your ass names before he let you back.
Well, yeah, that's an argumentative weakness. You know, that just shows you can't defend the position. Like if you were really right, you would be unafraid of the battle. But
if you
I think
defend it, don't defend it, right? I can't defend.
Wait, blacks. Wait, hold on. Yeah, somebody
got. Let me reset because I always. Yeah, let me reset. I'll be right back.
Yeah, somebody.
No, but Stanley admits as much. He said it. He said that's what he does. That's been his defense mechanism since childhood. Where
Stanley's smart enough not to be backed into a corner.
He doesn't truly debate you as much as he engages in ad hominem. He admitted to that.
But she can't do that here, right?
Yes, she can. She's already proven that she can. And her predecessors have proven that they can.
But they're not going to be any social media likes here for her doing this. Right?
There obviously are. None of what you're saying, none of what you guys are saying concerning the prowess of black people and black people are going to be embarrassed by this. None of that holds water.
No. Black. It's not about that. It's not about that. It's final. It's the reckoning. It's the white man finally pushing
the
back
white man
against
finally
the rhetoric.
saying something. Yeah, absolutely. But I'm saying, in terms of, I'm not telling you that the white man won't have their reckoning. We're watching that happen now. But I'm saying, will black people be embarrassed by this? Absolutely not.
Oh no. But I think their power is going to be
it's going to be greatly diminished. Absolutely.
Much of their power has been not being contested.
Absolutely.
Anybody can make a shot without a contestant, right?
Yep.
Now they're getting their shot contested, and she's not intelligent enough to not set the trap for herself. And he said, "Look, what you're saying, this oppression, you're telling me I can't even say something."
Yep.
She wasn't like Stanley wouldn't have gone that far. Stanley got a little bit more intellect than her. She doesn't have the intellect to go toe to toe with these people, on a debate.
So John, okay. So you have this bald-headed mammy. She said, not just to the white men in that room or the white people in that room, she said that to the whole of America. And we talked about Joy Reid, and I told you why she was necessary and why MSNBC was going to keep her. John, this was days before what happened yesterday. What we're watching right now, took place yesterday. Jasmine Crockett acted a fool yesterday. Boo, whatever his name is, that happened yesterday. Miss Lee, that happened yesterday. All of it happened yesterday, John. And to me, in my mind, these people are the stark representation of who they portrayed Kamala to be, the black that they wanted her to be. So they're not going to stop, John. They're going to double down. They're going to keep it going. And whenever you say something to the likes of, you white people don't quote Martin Luther King, you know what that means to me in my mind? You want to erase them from our history. Because if they can't quote him, then who can?
Yeah, they're taking Martin Luther King as their own little private hero, right?
Well, not
closing rank.
Not in so much that they just want to check language. They're used to being able to telling people what they can and cannot say, because they want white people to quote Martin Luther King, but then they don't want them to do so when it's in the affirmative of their argument. But
remember this useful phrase: the issue is never the issue. The issue is always the revolution.
Martin Luther King was a card-carrying Marxist and Stalinist, and none of this information has been absconded. It's all in his memoirs. You can go to Stanford University, and you can request his information free of charge. You can request all of his notes, his diaries, etc., that have them, and you can just read. But you can read who he regarded as his people, the homosexual tendencies that he took on with Bayard and my goodness, Sonny Heston and the rest of them who were card-carrying Marxists, and that's what he did. This is what it's widely known. These people up here in Congress know this, and they're just being on code, man. That's it.
Well, I don't think that'd be as honest anymore. Play some more, Porsha.
Freedoms that we're referencing. How about we'll quote whoever we want to quote? How about that's my First Amendment right? That's exactly the kind of baked-in oppression. Like, how dare a white Republican quote Martin Luther King? We actually had a congressman say that just now in this committee. Well, thank you, good lady, for once again exemplifying the type of oppression that we stand against. You know I'm right. You know I'm right.
Order. Mr. Higgins has the floor.
And we will quote who we please to quote.
A disgrace.
And we will continue to speak freely because I'm a veteran. That's the country that I serve. That's a constitution I sworn allegiance to. And that oath has no expiration date. I will fight for it with my last life's blood. For my right to speak freely and yours, good lady. You will never hear me saying, how dare you quote anybody you please to quote. And that exemplifies, America, precisely the type of institutional oppression that my colleague, Mr. Cloud's bill, for which I'm an original co-sponsor, hopes to push back against.
But Mr. Higgins, have you read your own bill? Have you read your own
Hold
bill?
on,
Because
real quick, can you pause it?
it is actually
This is hilarious because he's being like very formal and professional and you know eloquent almost, and she's like yelling and shouting from the other room. And if I was to like make an SNL clip out of this, I would have him exactly like that, being very straight, clean cut, white bread. And then when it's time for the rebuttal, it would be like that Polynesian chick doing the haka. Like, can we now hear from the black delegation? And she just gets up, hakatuma tutuma ha, fucking tuda tuda
The
ha.
person that's interrupting right now is Jasmine Crockett, and we did watch Jasmine Crockett a few times yesterday, but the person that's interrupting right now is Jasmine Crockett. It is Jasmine
She's
Crockett.
the one. She's the haka leader.
Yes, that's
She's
that
the one
ghetto
right
bird
there.
from St. Louis. Yes, she is the one that's interrupting right now.
Man, I cannot stand Jasmine Crockett, and she's out here in Dallas, man.
Houston.
Yeah, Houston. Yeah.
Yeah. So she's the one that's interrupting. So let's hear more of what it was that she said in context to that 60 seconds that we saw yesterday.
Mr. Perry, you're out of order.
I yield
Mr.
back
You're
to
out of
Mr.
order.
Perry.
It's Mr. Perry's time. Chair recognizes Mr. Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield the balance of the time to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Cloud.
Mr. Cloud.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. I'll just say, I think this is what makes progress hard on this front. The idea that we can't have a conversation on government policies that have been put in place. My intent, in my opening remarks, I acknowledged many of the things that have been talked about, the stain on our nation's history that we have in some ways moved past, but there will continue to be work to be done. It's sad and sickening that in a fallen world, in a nation as diverse as ours, and we are one of the most diverse nations in the world, there still remain people who cling to old, racist, ignorant ideologies. My concern is that the way this has been implemented into many of the agencies in our federal government, this has been listed as the #1 agenda in agencies that are supposed to be doing other things. Yesterday, Mr. Burleson mentioned FEMA. And one of the things is they're trying to weigh someone's religion and how they give out aid. That's crazy. That kind of stuff shouldn't be happening in the United States of America. There's research that's gone into this. Journalist and researcher Jesse Singal wrote in the New York Times that there's very little evidence that many of the initiatives
racial customs, and we know that that means discrimination and second-class services. So the legislation you offer is part of a long history. It goes back to the Civil Rights Act of 1964, the Voting Rights Act of 1965. I'll yield back to you, Mr. Musk.
Just reclaiming my time. And so I would want the sponsor to answer that question, because look, if Donald Trump were to create a new agency, right, and years later, when we get power back, if we were to eliminate that agency or eliminate that office, but we then said those people who worked in this area of government that we disagreed with, they're going to get less rights and privileges than every other federal employee, you would be jumping up and down that we were treating Trump supporters different. And so what I'm saying to you is, if your intent is to change policy, and if your intent is to eliminate an office, we may disagree with that, but don't punish the people who work there and treat them different than everybody else, and then say this is about trying to change discrimination. I yield back.
All right, gentlemen, time's expired. I think we go back and forth.
Can I point something out to you guys real quick?
You want me to answer?
If you want to answer the question, feel free.
Sure.
Thank you. When I first started listening to you get into this debate, one of the things that I think Ayanna Pressley said was she wants to reverse the harm that has been done, and this is one of those liberal linguistic traps that you kind of have to just step over. How does one reverse harm? Like, if I stab you, how do you reverse that? It is literally impossible to reverse harm. And so you're setting up a fall. This is a never-ending mission.
Yes, ongoing.
Well, they can't let it in. We wouldn't know that.
You can't reverse the harm of slavery. You can't. You just move on.
Like every other.
But to hold on to the laurels of it is disingenuous, because
like every other group that has ever existed
not you.
Throughout time.
Right.
Every group, whenever you try and when you speak to people like this who are disingenuous, whenever you try and bring up any other group, literally, that has gone through what, quote, black people have gone through, unquote, it's never bad enough. Oh, that wasn't as bad as us, though. Chattel slavery. I'm like, chattel slavery isn't unique to America, idiot. What's wrong with you? And then Jasmine Crockett erroneously stated that no other groups of people, to include white people, were dragged to America against their will and then put into slavery. My God, she doesn't know history whatsoever.
The whole
like
country
she doesn't know
of
anything
Australia.
about indentured servants. She doesn't know about the Irish and the undesirables that they went on ahead and sent over here because they didn't want them to be over there because they were undesirables. All of the white folks that were.
She doesn't know about the Ulsters.
They literally started a country based off of the undesirables, dragging prisoners to a prison around the world, and eventually there was enough. You know what? I might as well legitimize what they did to poor white people.
Yeah, she doesn't know. Yeah, her breadth and scope of history is based in the civil rights movement. That's it. She doesn't know anything. She erroneously brings up, tries to juxtapose this issue with her finance degree and Twinkies and ho-hos, etc. She thought she was clever when she did that, but she wasn't. She's just an idiot.
Oh, John Galt's tenant says, I reclaim my dreadlock. Okay. All right. So let's hear a few more minutes of this, and then we can go, full in on what all we've heard from yesterday's House Oversight Committee.
The first thing I would say is sometimes in Washington, and this is a bipartisan issue, we can tend to think that the American people exist to support the federal bureaucracy. I do not adhere to that belief. I think the bureaucracy exists to serve the American people. Having said that, we do want our federal workforce treated right and properly and justly. I would point out that this legislation does what it upholds the Civil Rights Act. The first title it goes through and virtually says the same definitions about what discrimination is. The reason and the intent behind that is, and I'll give you one example, the Department of Health and Human Services currently has 294 DEI employees, costing the federal taxpayer about $38.7 million in taxpayer funds. Now, we can debate whether we think the program or the office has merit, My viewpoint is that for all what the altruistic purposes may have been, as some of the quotes and studies I've read, it's having even an adverse effect at best, or at best it's having a negligent effect and possibly having an adverse effect toward the stated goals. So having said that, I'm thinking, okay, in the example of HHS, we have a $38 million office that is actually having an adverse effect, and that $38 million burden shouldn't be on the American taxpayer. That's how my calculus is working. I did not, Mr. Garcia, I wish he was here, because he made the comment that we were trying to get rid of DEI officers because we were going after Mr. Trump's enemies. His words, not mine. I did not view DE officers as Mr. Trump's enemies. That was a new idea to me, a new concept that apparently he thinks that DEI officers are Mr. Trump's enemy. I think that would be an issue if they were. I didn't think that they were. But having said that, you know, if you wanted to offer an amendment and that would help you get to support of this bill, if you thought that would make the difference,
That's the First Amendment coming. That's my amendment.
Okay.
So we can get there.
And if it passes, will you vote for it?
But I'm definitely voting for the amendment. I'm introducing.
I mean, for the bill.
Oh, well, I'll have to look and see what happens to your bill. There are more amendments coming.
Ms. Crockett, is she next?
Yep.
Okay, Ms. Crockett.
So many of you know that I practice law, but some of you don't realize that I actually was a business major out of Rhodes College in Memphis, Tennessee. And the emphasis that I got in my business degree was on finance. And as I traveled the country campaigning this election cycle, one of the things that I talked about was this idea that in finance, we always promote this idea of diversity. If you know anything about a portfolio, the one thing that you want to do is make sure that it's as diverse as possible, because at times certain stocks will perform better than others, and they will exemplify various strengths and weaknesses. And together, a diverse portfolio is usually what any good finance person would promote. They wouldn't promote that you solely invest in vanilla wafers, believing that that is going to be the strongest portfolio, but instead they may want to add some chocolate cake and some Twinkies into the mix to make sure that we have the best portfolio, because there will be different preferences by different people. And again,
chocolate cake and Twinkies. HB2N, someone's phone is ringing. If you could mute up, please. HB2N, he is an investor. He has a portfolio. Is that how you weigh out who to, invest in or to pull out of between chocolate cake and Twinkies, HB?
Absolutely not. I was actually looking up some of Jasmine Crockett's businesses. I was trying to see what kind of business what kind of experience does she have in business. And it looks like all she has is like a little social media design company. I'm trying to
and I bet you the primary client for her social media design company is her campaign.
Absolutely. Guaranteed.
And here's the thing, Porsha. I took all 3 levels of the CFA. I passed the first 2. And he's talking about like portfolio management, and there is an element of like risk that she's not talking about, and how you don't want to be like correlated and things like that. You don't want to have all of your stocks moving in the same direction. That doesn't mean you want weak stocks. That may mean you want them to, when the economy is bad, you have gold and silver and copper or whatever, and when the economy is good, you want Tiffany diamonds. And I think she's conflating that with the diversity of bringing different quality of stock of people here to America and seeing that as a value, right? Like, it'd be one thing if we brought a whole bunch of high intelligent people from all over the world, but that's not what we're doing. That's not the diversity that we're doing. We're picking a lot of bad stocks and attributing that to diversity.
And not only that, and this dovetails with a point I wanted to make earlier about equality, right? What is the metric for equality? Because, arguably, we're doing all of these things, we're making all these programs in an effort to achieve maximum equality, right? But what is the actual metrics so we can tick off all the boxes and say, all right, we've done this, 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 and this, you niggas is finally equal now, right? There is no equality metric. And when it comes to like the financial argument, it's the same thing. There are metrics built into financial decisions. So if the black stock isn't performing, there's no reason for you to acquire it, meaning you have every reason to not hire black people according to obvious metrics. So the stock analysis actually goes against her diversity and equity argument because you just totally ignore metrics to fill diversity quotas, which is literally how they operate with DEIs.
Very interesting. She phrased it that way.
Okay, wait. So this is actually a different Jasmine Crockett. All right, so she doesn't have any companies actually. She doesn't have any companies. I was wondering why her only business experience was college. So she doesn't have any actual business experience. Okay.
Yeah, whenever you search up Jasmine Crockett, there's another Jasmine Crockett out there who is, verified. She has a husband, children, and things like that. Formidable business. Yeah, it's not her. It's not her. Yeah.
And
It'd be fucked up if she was a really nice lady and we're just like besmirching her good name.
Yeah, no. She kind of looked the same. Oh wait, you got an echo. She kind of looked the same, but yeah, it's a different lady. And I just think, if I'm gonna hear some business advice, I'm gonna listen to John. I'm gonna listen to Black Suitify, Master Kim. I'm not gonna listen to a goddamn politician, man.
This is one of those college graduates. She actually probably has an MBA. It sounds like. Or
yeah. But no actual business. She probably don't even own an Airbnb.
Maybe don't seem no understanding of business there.
Yeah, no understanding. Cause that is the biggest thing about diversifying your portfolio. You're gonna take some L's. You're gonna take some L's. It's a gamble when you do your own business, but government, nah, ain't no real gamble in that. Go ahead, Porsha.
You can play it, Push. Push me and steps out. HB just stepped out. I have me another drink while we wait. But what do you think about this so far? Blacks, while we wait on Porsha to get it playing again.
Run that back to me. What do I think about what exactly?
Well, what I'm most interested in is the white man bucking back to these black women. And it's like the white man has grown his spine since Donald Trump has been elected. And it's kind of like a breath of fresh air to me.
Oh, absolutely. I've been tracking this sort of thing for years, man. There's, the white wellness movement. There's the Go Free movement on the No White Guilt channel. There's been a steady, almost grassroots kind of growth of this white resentment. And it's not even like it's not like the black resentment where it's a lot of conjured up stuff based on, the past where the individuals didn't actually experience it. It's like, things are kind of being stacked against you in your face. And eventually people are going to notice it. And beyond that, people are going to start to push back. And so we're seeing it now. Be on the lookout for like linguistic changes. Like people in government will eventually start saying shit like anti-white. We have to remove, anti-white language from colleges and universities. Things like that will start to be said. This is a prediction. So, mark this day on your calendar. I said it here first.
Isn't that what Donald Trump is talking about? The anti-white agenda in these universities and colleges?
Yes.
Yeah.
And he does it through through organizations like Turning Point USA and the like, Pregor U, all that. Those are his his listening and talking arms in the universities as they go to different universities. And
while we went on Porsha, I don't know if you guys heard about the Africa Town forming in Philadelphia. Are you familiar with Southwest Philadelphia? Did you guys hear about that? We covered that late in the last stream. Did you hear about that?
What?
There is an Africa Town forming in Philadelphia. I would love to hear what Hood has to say about it.
I'm unfamiliar with that specifically, but I know the whole sort of DMV region is kind of slowly being, a lot of African communities are popping up all over the place. Because I know, like in Maryland, my mom knows a bunch of the Africans that moved around there. And I noticed, like, it just sort of happened. It seemed like it happened overnight. Obviously, it was a little bit of a slow trickle. It probably sped up a lot over the last few years. Generally, I am not a fan of immigration by any measure right now. I don't appreciate any of the new groups coming in, African or Haitian or whatever. So I do not approve.
While we wait on Porsha, you got a background feedback, but here's what we talked about earlier, guys. Philadelphia welcomed them, but not everyone is ready for Africa Town.
No, I don't know what that means. You're gonna have to give me context.
Basically, Philadelphia is creating Africa Town, and the black people in Philadelphia saying, "No, we don't like that." At first we were for the immigrants, but we didn't know they were going to form a whole fucking town.
They were never for the immigrants. They're just lapdogs, and they do what their masters say. So, it's going to happen. There's nothing but room and opportunity out there. They're not buying up any of the buildings.
And that's what the Africans were saying. They're saying, look, it seemed like so much opportunity here because there were just abandoned buildings. And so we came in and bought what was abandoned. We didn't displace anyone.
I remember, John, the same buildings that they said they didn't have access to, but then some people who look just like them across the pond, I guess, they come over and they buy dilapidated buildings or some that are in good use, and then they just fix them up and live in them and create their own neighborhoods. Now, it doesn't mean that the neighborhood won't eventually go to shit, but in the present time, it's gonna be a good thing for them, and will bring commerce to the community. Isn't that what they want?
Yeah, that is what they're saying. That's what they're doing. Actually, Momo says like Chinatown, so Africans are segregating from American blacks. Well, I don't know if it's necessarily segregating.
Hey, I am so sorry. I know you can hear all of the nonsense in the background. We're having a drill right now, so give me 1 second. Now I'll pull the video back up.
That's all right, Porsha. I got them on. I wanted to hear Hood's perspective on Africa Town in Philadelphia. And so the blacks are now mad at the Africans for coming to America Hood and taking advantage of all these abandoned buildings and things like that. And they're saying this is a land of opportunity, a land of opportunity zones. Opportunity zones that were more or less created for the black Americans, I guess you could say, but it was really for anyone. And now the Africans are taking advantage of it, and the Africans, good.
Earlier, I heard HB making an argument about the black people didn't fortify their neighborhoods, and then I asked, like, what does that mean? You know, how does one fortify a neighborhood? But I think in that spirit, I will say this: black people are not and have not been protectionist. In that sense, like Pan-Africanism goes against protectionism from a nationalistic standpoint. Black folk, we are becoming nationalist on a reflexive position, whereas we should have been nationalist from just a general standpoint. We're waiting too late. Now that Africa Town is a thing, it's too late to become a nationalist. You know, black political position is now coming to bite black people in the ass, basically.
Hood, in this article, they talked about African women walking down the streets of Philadelphia with buckets of bananas and shit on their head like they're back at home in Africa. But they're on the streets of Philadelphia. selling shit on the street, just like back in Africa.
That alone, it's not, it's the small petty things are not what bothers me. And don't get me wrong, I'm no fan of quote unquote black culture, but I will say this. You are threatening to just totally replace one culture with another. And being a nominal member of one culture, I took offense to that. And so it's like, you guys don't, black folk, native black Americans don't understand threat assessment on that level. They think if it's black, it's good. If it's white, it's bad. Meanwhile, Kendrick Lamar, I love the they not like us phenomenon, because that really does encapsulate my concept of American black nationalism. They not like us. Why should we be spending our money? Why should our money be taken from us to support them? I don't care if they're black. They not like us.
You said that you think there'll be anti-white rhetoric or something. Do you think that the blacks are going to turn against the Africans more stridently now? You see it a lot on the web, but will it manifest itself out on the streets and things like that?
Over time, because the web is sort of a forecaster. It's socially ahead of a lot of the on the ground stuff, and I think in time, yeah, because what happens? This is a very natural thing. It's not like you need a magic formula for this to work out. As you notice the things that you love shrinking and disappearing, your grievances will set in. This is only natural. This happens over and over and over again with different groups of people. And so as you notice, like, all right, perfect example. I'm in Newark. I'm new to this town. So I just noticed how, like, there's a bunch of African restaurants all over, right? So, like, if I'm driving through Brooklyn, I notice it's Mexican restaurants taking over. Like the Jamaican restaurants are kind of closing down a little, and the Latin restaurants are spreading out more, right? So you notice these like cultural trends, and it means that your people are on the decline and other people are ascending. And you can't beat that twerking. You can't beat that marching. We can't beat that protesting even. This is a very sort of internal focused solution that you would have to take. And we, as black people just aren't really ready for what's coming, what's happening now. We're stuck fighting civil rights battles. All of our leaders are still crossing the bridge at Selma. You have no stomach for what needs to happen to solve today's problem. This is why, like, so many black people are against immigration. Remember all these people saying Trump's going to he's going to put black people on plantations and shit. And it's like, that's not what's about to happen. What's about to happen is the Latino community, who has no loyalty to your civil rights agenda, are going to take over and totally displace all of your civil rights gains. And then you'll wind up on a plantation.
What's up, Mayo Monkey? You want to chime in?
Yeah. The way you reverse harm is by harming the other person, which that's straight out of Ibram X. Kendi's book. The way to solve past racism is to introduce new racism.
That is what he said.
He really said that?
Yeah.
Yes.
In his book.
That's his whole premise.
Yes.
Of the social justice movement. That's what social justice is.
Yep.
Hey.
Ibram X. Kendi's book is like kindergarten candy. It's terrible, but that is what he wrote. He's a terrible writer, a terrible orator, and he proliferates ideas that are Machiavellian, but he doesn't, but people eat it up because he's a black man with dreadlocks.
And I hate to say it, but a lot of people in the community, they don't want reparations. They want revenge. They want revenge.
Yet they impugn vengeance on Donald Trump.
Very interesting. Somewhere I have a picture of Ibram X. Kendi. Was it Kendi that created the horse in Richmond, the statue in Richmond with the horse? It was called Declarations of War or something like that, wasn't it? Remember he had a horse? Anyone remember he had a horse? It was called like Declarations
Ibram
of
X. Kendi?
Yeah. No one remembers that?
I don't
No
think
one
so.
remembers that? No one remembers that?
He said Ibram X. Kendi had a statue with a horse.
I swore it was Kendi. Let me see. Let me see if that was Kendi. It was a statue of a horse. Who the hell did that horse? It was a black man. It was called like Rumors of War. That was the name of it.
Oh, no. Ibram X. Kendi is like 40 years old.
You're gonna make me find it. I'm looking for it. Is this it? This is it. That's not Ibram X. Kendi. I'm sorry. It's Kehinde Wiley. Anyone ever heard of Kehinde Wiley?
I can't say that I have or would even want to.
A nigga with a horse with dreadlocks. This is in Richmond, Virginia, by the way.
A nigga on a nag.
No one ever heard of Kehinde Wiley. Is that the man who drew Obama in the bush?
Perhaps. I don't know. I don't keep up with Negro.
Does anyone remember Obama in the bush?
Oh yeah, the official White House portrait that were done of him and his wife.
You remember that it was like a bush behind them.
Yeah. That was that's his official president portrait.
And so this is the guy that created the statue, Kehinde Wiley, Rumors of War statue in Richmond, Virginia. As they were tearing down all the Robert E. Lee and all the other great men statues, they built this to themselves as a dreadlock roster on that nag.
Buffalo Soldier.
Dreadlock roster on that. Who's that Negro on that nag?
Is it supposed to be someone?
Yeah, the title of the statue is Rumors of War. So it's like the black man on top of the horse. And yeah, there's some symbolism to it behind it, but you can read about it. You never heard of that statue? No one's ever heard of it?
It's ringing a bell, yes.
What's up, man? What's on your mind today?
Oh, this shit. I mean, but this is exactly what you see. This is Ibram X. Kendi's vision. White men not being able to speak.
Yeah, I guess. Or not being able to speak freely, I would say.
I'm here, Don. I'm able to play more now.
Yeah, I got to step away in a few minutes. Did you hear Matt Gaetz is stepping down? Did you just discuss that, Porsha?
No, that he was stepping down from his position in the House.
No, I think stepping away from the nomination, backing out.
Oh, I haven't heard that. I have to look that up.
I mean, that's pretty bad because he already resigned.
Yeah, because he already resigned from the House. So, and then John also, with Matt Gaetz, they also now have allegations coming out about Pete Hegseth for sexual assault.
Yeah. Oh yeah, he did. Matt Gaetz did.
Oh yeah, he sure did. He sure did. I'll pull it up now. There's a video here with this.
Yeah, I want to hear your opinion about that, Porsha, before I get away from
you. I'm a hold the fort type of person, but let's take a look at this video. He wasn't convicted of anything or charged with anything. Oh, this is only 6 seconds, so let's just take a look and see. The 6 seconds of
I saw this.
Mr. President, are you reconsidering the nomination of Matt Gaetz?
No.
Mr. President, are you reconsidering?
Trump said, no. Okay. No, absolutely not.
Because why would you? He has already defeated them. That's the crazy thing about all this. people are now, I hope people aren't wincing at accusation, because they have the ultimate person who's been accused by literally everyone, who beat them all. He's president now, and these are his picks. If the Congress and the Senate, and the Senate, if they don't come together, man, and adjudicate his picks, man, I don't know what else to say.
So Matt Gaetz says, let's do this. Matt Gaetz says, I had excellent meetings with senators yesterday. I appreciate their thoughtful feedback and the incredible support of so many. While the momentum was strong, it is clear that my confirmation was unfairly becoming a distraction to the critical work of the Trump-Vance transition. There is no time to waste on a needlessly protracted Washington scuffle. Thus, I'll be withdrawing my name from consideration to serve as Attorney General. Trump's DOJ must be in place and ready on day one. I remain fully committed to see that Donald J. Trump is the most successful president in history. I will forever be honored that President Trump nominated me to lead the Department of Justice, and I'm certain he will save America. Bad call, Matt Gaetz. That doesn't even sound like you, sir.
Well, it wasn't him. That was the Trump administration telling him to step down, bow out gracefully. That was Trump meeting with the newly minted Senate Majority Leader and his cronies, and them saying, "Hey, we're not gonna adjudicate him. It looks bad on the Republicans. We're not gonna do it." They argued and fussed and fought, and now they're gonna have who they wanted as the sitting Attorney General or whomever. It's ridiculous, man.
That's not good for me either, because whenever it comes to bending the knee, Matt Gaetz, he hasn't been charged with anything. He hasn't been convicted of anything. These are all just allegations. So just keep it pushing. Matt Gaetz, to me, even with all of his baggage, as Stanley mentioned yesterday, I do not care. He is one of the ones that will keep his foot on the neck. Hashtag I can't breathe. Hashtag George Floyd. That's who Matt Gaetz is. And I feel like there wouldn't have been a better pick.
No, there wouldn't have, but that's the point. They don't want that. They don't want actual justice. They want people who are malleable and who will turn the other cheek when things go down. And of course, they couldn't have had these people in Congress, couldn't have allowed it. So they trumped up this. I'm sure it's people from our own side who created this.
It's ridiculous.
And
it's
now,
ridiculous.
I'm telling you, he didn't just step down voluntarily because
that's not Matt Gaetz. That's just, and he said, because he's a distraction to the, you're not a distraction to anything, Matt. They've not been sworn in yet. It's not the Trump administration yet. And you know, blacks, what I find so convenient that's going on right now is Trump is not president. Nope. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are. So y'all are trying to put off all of these horrible deals that Biden has made. Kamala, we haven't seen her since she lost.
Yep.
And all of the other failures from the United States of America right now, currently, as Biden is the president and Kamala is the vice president. All we're seeing is nothing, nothing, nothing. And y'all are back to your original motto, just focusing on Trump like he's the only person and he is not even in power. He is not president. He's not this, he's not that. But Matt Gaetz, I think that's a huge L. And Trump, I don't know who he's going to find better than a Matt Gaetz for that position.
He's going to find a rhino. Mark my words.
Goodness gracious. And you know, and you would think like at this time, Trump, you've already been through it once. You can't go through it again. You can't just be putting anybody in the position as AG. Hey, Ryan.
I am telling you that they did this, but go ahead, Ryan.
Hey, how's it going, group?
We're doing very
so
well.
People keep calling me. It's getting on my nerves. I keep getting booted off.
You've been agitated lately, right?
What's that?
You've been agitated lately, Ryan.
Yeah, I'm fine. Hey, that same congressman is that cop from Louisiana. You know that cop from Louisiana, Higgins, where he's standing in front of all these. Basically, he's talking to like gangbangers or something in his town, and you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I do.
That's the same guy. That's the same cop that went to Congress. So when I saw that, it was cracking up. You know what I'm talking about, John? That Higgins
in Louisiana? Oh.
Yeah, dude. You know what I'm talking about? Where he's standing in front of all these other law enforcement officers, and he's like, "You got to pull it up." It's really...
his PSA where he's standing in front of all they set up a whole little thing there, and he
it looks like
on camera. They got
that's it.
Yeah,
that's it. Yeah, that's great. That's the same guy, man. I knew the accent. I heard the accent. I'm like, is that the same dude?
I didn't know he ran for Congress.
Yeah, he did. I tried to put it in the back chat. I thought I did, but then I got kicked out 87 times because people keep calling.
Put it in the back. I found it.
Yeah, I was like, we should see this because he was. I thought that was really fun.
That was a couple of years ago.
Dude, he's standing there with like a 12-gauge shotgun. But
I put it lock you up.
Yeah.
It's like, talking about the Gremlin Street Gang.
We're gonna lock you up. But yeah, it's the same dude.
He had all his black police captains and lieutenants standing with him.
Did. He's like, do not try to state that this is some kind of racial issue. And then it showed all the basically he's saying I need to get rid of all these fucking terrorists, you know.
I need to get rid of all these effing niggers. That's what he's saying.
Well, no, you know, he said for those of you who choose to try to make this a racial issue, please understand that it's not. And then it showed all the black dudes behind him, like ready to go, you know, ready to whoop the shit out of these criminals, you know.
Some of my best officers are black.
Well, he was, dude, I'm telling you, it was pretty badass video. I thought it was a funny video though. So, but that was the same guy though. I put it in the back chat. So
somebody said cash for AG, and Gates will take Rubio's seat. I don't know if that's true or not, but we'll see.
That's not Cash's wheelhouse, though.
I don't even know who that is.
You really do need a lawyer in that position.
I trolled out all the backstabbers. I don't even know. What's he gonna do? What's the attorney general gonna do?
You can do a lot. Did we see Mary Galt do a lot?
Commit lawfare against you legally.
Well, that's what I'm wondering. Like, is he just gonna draw up a bunch of erroneous cases like Marathon?
He does have a JD.
Yeah, but has he passed the bar?
Yeah, he was a public defender in Florida for 8 years, Dade County.
Cash?
Yep.
Oh, well, then he's qualified. There you go. That's how
he was a trial attorney for the DOJ, National Security Division.
No, there you go, man. They won't use him, though.
No, because I think he's in a better spot where they're putting him.
Yeah.
Because
I don't understand any of these picks. It's very strange. He's not picking anyone that, like, I don't know about this Linda
national
McMahon.
Security pick?
I mean, I think Linda McMahon's a bit much, right? Like, I don't think she's qualified.
For what? For
the
running
secretary.
the.
Yeah, I'm like.
She's not
for
running.
education.
I'm like, she's a WWE wife. Okay.
Who else was qualified for education?
I mean, like, I'm just saying, like, Trump's last lady, what was her name? Whatever her name was. Like,
Bessie
What are the qualifications though? I mean, because she isn't just a WWE wife. You make it sound like she's a character in the ring. No, she's the wife of a multi-billion-dollar corporation, a multinational corporation.
I mean,
I would think she knows a few things, perhaps.
Education.
But she
from
ran that
education.
corporation too.
Well, no, hold on. But that's exactly the point. I think people in education fucking suck right now.
And you want
I
somebody
totally agree with that.
who's outside of that to run it.
I'm sure there's enough. I'm sure there's conservatives in education.
The thing
what
is,
I'm saying is like
the thing
the
is,
Democrats are going to take every political opportunity to attack every candidate, every nominee that he puts forth. They're going to go after him, right?
It doesn't matter who.
You know what, the Ryan?
They're going to attack them anyway, whether they're
delegitimize-
qualified or not. In
But
their
to
eyes.
delegitimize, right? To delegitimize his nominees.
They delegitimize everybody.
Yeah, the thing
It
is,
doesn't
Ryan,
matter.
I get it.
The thing is, Ryan, on the other side, we showed the video. Should we show it again?
What video?
Well, I showed you this article. Let me see if I can find it. I showed you this article. Let me pull it up.
And don't forget, the Attorney General is a transgender. So I'm not really going to be moved by their concerns. Their moral concerns are nothing to me.
It's a transgender now, is it? No, it's not.
What's that admiral's name?
No,
It's a
that's,
freaking trans.
That's
the
Rachel
Deputy
Levine.
Secretary of Health.
So if
The
we see,
secretary. Oh, no, fine. Secretary of Health.
Yeah.
My apologies for mistitling the troon, but that's who we're up against, and
Hey,
and
what
I'm
about that
supposed
guy,
to be
Sam
moved by
Brenton?
their
What about that
moral
guy, Sam
fears.
What about that guy Sam Brenton?
well, here's the thing, Ryan. Here's what the NEA's president said about McMahon. What's her name? Nancy McMahon, whatever her name is. Our students in our nation deserve much better than what's her name? Betsy DeVos 2, McMahon woman.
Oh, 2.0. Okay, 2.0.
But on the flip side, here is that woman speaking. You probably remember her. We showed her earlier.
Do this work.
Yes, we did.
Do this work. We get to do this work. We will do this work because our students are depending on us to win all the things. NEA, we have to win all the things. All the things. All the things.
Yeah, I remember this girl.
Are depending on us.
Hey, she's a little dramatic. She's a little dramatic.
A little.
To preserve our democracy, we must win all the things. Delegates, we won't go back. We will keep going forward because we
take it down,
are
John.
the
Take it
NEA.
down. Take it down, John.
We are the NEA.
We are the NEA.
We are the NEA.
We must win all the things.
All right, fair point, John. Fair point. Okay.
And so this is the woman criticizing the billionaire, successful woman that's run a business. I mean, like, I think I'll side with McMahon over all the things that she can eat. She looking for all the things she can eat. Cookies.
Look, all I'm saying is I don't want to give the Democrats any low-hanging fruit. Okay? That's all I'm saying.
All right, hey, Ryan, did you know that Democrats appointed her to the Connecticut Board of State Education?
Hold on. Linda McMahon, did they?
Yeah.
Yes.
That's a good pushback then. Okay, it's a good pushback.
Oh,
I don't know her entire, I just know that when I saw it, I was like, I don't know her pedigree. So I'm like, all right, like you got to think about everything the Republicans do, everything Trump does. You got to calculate that you're going against the Democrats, but then going against the media also, right?
Yeah,
Every calculus has to go into that, right? Well, they're going to retool.
Here's my point, Ryan. At this moment in time, there's no greater time than for the Republicans to be bold. Be bold in their decisions. Say, screw what they think. Let them talk. They're going to talk.
Yeah.
And some of what they say may even come to fruition. But it's better than the alternative to not ever having tried to do something. Just do it differently.
I've always had a very centrist approach and a very moderate approach because I do believe the Democrats
that is why we
are
have lost in the past.
Well, okay, I understand that, but that's who I am. I don't want to be a progressive. They're just crazy. They want to overturn everything in the country.
Centrist is no better than a progressive.
I like to
Bro,
say I like to say a moderate.
you just need a battle buddy, bro. This is gonna be bloody, and don't be afraid
No,
of the blood, bro.
I like to
is
say
gonna
a
be bloody.
moderate.
It
I'm
is
center
going to be
right. I'm
bloody.
center right. I'm center
There's no
right.
such
I'm
thing as a moderate.
reasonable. Well, I am. That's what I am. I'm center right.
So
You know.
you're a
So you're an old school Democrat.
I'm kind of a.
You're a Clinton Democrat.
I think Clinton was a decent president.
There we go. You answered it.
Look, all I'm saying is, look, truth be told, if we look at the last, when did you feel the economy was great under Clinton? Was it not? The economy was good. It was a lot of fun. I mean, he's got balls, I would think.
NAFTA.
NAFTA was a political mistake. I mean, it was a mistake. It hurt the country, but there's been a lot of policies that have done that over the years. I mean, some of the Reagan policies.
This is why rolling it back to just the 90s is dangerous. Like, this is why they just called you an 80s Democrat or something, because it tracks. And then this is why, the people on the further right push the time frame back a lot further than just the 90s.
I mean, look, I don't think tariffs are going to be that great. I'm nervous about that. That could cause a lot of turmoil.
Ryan, you realize talk of tariffs is how you start trade negotiations, right?
If it's just talk, it's great. Like if it's for leverage, I get it. I think it's great. Leverage the shit out of it. But if we start hammering tariffs, like there's going to be downstream effects for the country.
Well, this is the other argument to tariffs, by the way. We are not incapable of producing and manufacturing. And what tariffs will do will make our production and our manufacturing more enticing from a business standpoint. That's the other side of the foreign tariff argument. So it's like, make the argument, create a situation that brings jobs back home. Either way.
I agree with some of it. Again, I'm not totally against all of it. I don't think we should be making shirts and washing machines because
why?
Because those jobs, are we too good?
Ryan, have you ever lived in a mill town?
Okay, let me explain this to you. Okay, if I'm making a computer that I'm selling for $3,000, and the other guy's making a shirt,
Ryan, we're not talking about. All right, I come from Franklin County, Maine. All right, we had 2 paper mills, we had Bass Shoe Shop, and we had Foster's Manufacturing, wood manufacturing.
Okay. All right. So what's the point?
In 20 years, none of that is left because of NAFTA. And you know what? Those people put their kids through college working in paper mills and making shoes. And
well, we don't want to make shoes. Okay. We want to make high value, high dollar stuff. And let other countries make shoes.
No. We want to make the things, bro. We want to make the things.
Have you priced a pair of hand-sewn LL Bean boots lately?
We want to be farther up on the value chain.
What does that look like?
Why?
What does that mean? I need to know what that means. What does that mean?
All right, so think about it like this. If your
it's a very arrogant position to say we, bro.
Ryan,
I'm saying
I'm going to ask you a question. I'm going to ask you a question. All right. Now, for a temporary worker in the International Paper Mill, for a college student in the summer, what do you think the wage was in 1987?
I can't answer that.
What do you think it was?
I mean, so a temporary worker that was a college graduate
on your value scale for the time.
In 1987, probably about $10 an hour, probably, I'm guessing, in that range.
Wow, that's a lot.
18.
Okay.
The kids that worked in that paper mill were able to pay for their own college.
I don't know this is not pertinent to what we're talking about. What are you talking about?
You're talking about what you call low-level manufacturing.
So,
our jobs,
in my opinion, if we want to increase wages of the working man, the best way to do that is to cut off the immigration system right at the bottom. Just cut it off, right? No more, because these workers that have come in are have a negative impact on wage gains because there's a lot more workers. So you got to limit the number of
And
workers.
no one has said anything towards
That's a
that
different
whatsoever.
argument. It's how tariffs increase local production. That's kind of where we are right now. We agree with the immigration thing, but you're making an argument that nobody wants or should want those jobs. And I'm like, that's just bunk, bro. The country is built on those little jobs that nobody knows about.
Yeah.
So again, I'm not saying that we should not have any of it, but what I'm saying is we ultimately want to make the expensive iPhone, and for sure, and if we want to make washing machines, fine, but we shouldn't be making the cheapest of stuff unless it's a national security issue, like drill bits you have to have.
Why? Do we not have an entire portion of our
Because
population that has
Mayo, if I can get you
low IQs?
Okay, if I can get you to make stuff that's $2 an hour, and I make the stuff that's $100 an hour, over time, I do better than you. It's simple economics. If I can get China to make the $6 an hour stuff,
why is China beating us?
What are you fucking talking about? They're not beating us. China's not beating us. In what way are they beating us? How is China beating us? I mean, okay, we have a trade deficit with most other countries.
Where were those products made 20 years ago, 30 years ago?
Okay, so some of the products were made here. Some of the products were made in other places. I mean, most of the world's offshored their manufacturing to China, but that's going backwards now. It's
only Western. It's not most of the world. It's only Western world. Eastern world, they still keep their manufacturing. That's why I believe we talked about this days ago. We talked about how the places like Hyderabad, India, and Taiwan, etc., are still seen as developing nations, even though they're largely first world.
Actually, China is still classified as a developing nation.
Exactly. I'm just saying,
which is fucking crazy. It's crazy.
All these countries maintain manufacturing, and then they can grow robustly.
I'm not saying we don't have any manufacturing, but I think
we don't. Not en masse. All the manufacturing towns.
We're the second largest exporter in the world still. The second largest.
Everyone.
We're the second largest exporter in the world still.
Right.
The United States.
Offshoring our aviation manufacturing.
Okay,
we have
that
been the last
second largest exporter, but let's talk about processes. Who culls the chicken? Where do we go to process our chicken that we grow here?
Listen, I don't disagree.
Where does it go? Where does Tyson Foods and the other chicken and poultry growers and distributors?
They either bring in immigrants or do it in Mexico, probably.
No, neither. What they do is kill them here, send them on a barge to China, where they defeather them, quarter them, and then send them back to America.
Yeah, I don't like. I think that's ridiculous.
So it isn't just manufacturing. I'm saying it's even processes. The manufacturing process will manufacture part of the fuselage here, and then we'll send it to China to have the guts put in, and then we'll bring it here and then assemble it. I'm saying they have all types of ways to skirt the process where they cut out the middleman being what used to be the middle class in America.
I don't disagree with what you're saying. What I'm saying is, I don't disagree with what anyone's saying.
They weren't doing bastard shit like that, is my point.
Look, I don't disagree with what anyone is saying. What I'm saying is we should be selective about tariffs. I'm not totally against them. We should be selective about them. I don't think we can fund the whole federal government on them. I think that's a stretch, okay, to say the least. I just think, I mean, we probably could 50 years ago, but the federal government, when it was $7 trillion last year in spending, which is ridiculous. It's crazy, right?
Because of bloat.
Oh, well, of course. It's ridiculous. They should be about a fifth of that size. So, but Claris, it doesn't matter that they have railways. Who cares? We don't need railways. We have airplanes.
Okay, I'm not saying it won't hurt in the beginning.
I come from a small town shithole America too, so I know people worked at GM, people worked at Bethlehem Steel when I was a kid, right?
Yeah.
Now, My family didn't because we were losers. But what I'm saying is, it's both are gone, by the way. Both are closed. Bethlehem Steel's gone and General Motors is gone, right? They closed. They don't make the Astro minivan anymore. It's sad and it's terrible, and we should be making ships and steel and all those things. I don't disagree. What I'm saying is, but you can sell ships for a lot of money. Cars go for a lot of money. iPhones are a lot of money. A lot of these
shoes are a lot of money. You still need them unless we.
I don't disagree with that. But I don't. The idea that one of our people is making T-shirts when they could be making a very expensive item, to me, it's like, well, we should be making the high dollar stuff because we get more money that way as a country, as a people. You know,
I don't think it works that way practically, though. So there is probably sort of a pyramid kind of setup for the high end stuff. So you're going to have more jobs on the low end just by the nature of how we operate. So you'll sell more white T-shirts than you will iPhones. So you're going to have more T-shirt factories than iPhone productions.
Yeah, I'm not saying the idea from an economic standpoint is called the value chain. You want to be high on the value chain. That's what China is trying to do now, by the way. They're in an economic recession now. So the last time they got out of it with commodities, with steel and shit, by dumping them on the market. Now the fear is they've moved up on the value chain. They're making more sophisticated stuff, a lot of electronics, a lot of things like that. And so they're starting to dump that stuff. And I mean, a lot of people are now tariffing China, unlike before. I mean, the Brazilians are concerned about their steel industry. They're tariffing. India's tariff. A lot of people are tariffing them. I'm not saying we don't want tariffs. I just think a carte blanche tariff against everybody could be economically damaging. That's all.
It's not economically damaging to any of those other aforementioned countries, and they do it carte blanche. That's my point. We're the only ones. All of a sudden, everyone can do it, but America can't do it because it'll ruin us. I don't buy that. We've done it before. We can do it again. I'm not saying that there can't be some.
We have data, Blacks. We got some data. Trump put
100% tariffs on China for EVs. Yes, but
no, Biden did that.
No. Trump did it. Biden never got rid of it.
Biden kept it.
I think Biden just did it with BYD, didn't he?
No,
like 6 months ago.
No. Trump did it. Biden.
So he just kept it. Okay.
Kept it.
I think Biden increased it, though. Are you sure?
I think this is fascinating. I'm just thinking about the nature of our exchange over the last 10, 20 minutes or so.
Yeah.
And SKC and I, we have this conversation, a long-standing debate over will the right go too far and what's too far. And I'm listening to us now, like one party is like, we have to go further. And another party is like, wait a minute, we need to be cautious. We need to think about knock-on effects and such and such. And I think this is key differential between left and right. I don't think the left has any limiting principle argumentation. They are full speed ahead with everything.
Yeah, I'll agree.
That's true. They're radicals. The left are radicals. They want to go to the nth degree on everything. I mean, I think amongst the right, you have moderates and you have, it's a debate. Like they wanted to blow up the filibuster in 2021. The left was like, we need to get rid of the filibuster immediately. The filibuster might be the only thing that saves them from sweeping. Like right now, the filibusters, all they have to protect them against very right-wing laws. Like that's it. But the idiots wanted to get rid of it in 21. It makes me laugh, right?
Yeah, no, they have John Thune for that. They don't need the filibuster.
Well, I don't know about that. I don't.
And Ryan, I think one thing the right also suffers from.
Yeah.
Is they're arrogant. You still have that business class that doesn't think making a T-shirt for a living is a good fucking idea.
Okay, Mayo, I'm speaking from
paper, and they were proud to have those jobs.
You know, it's funny. I associate that attitude more with left-wing elites. It's fascinating you say you attribute it to the right as well. You're probably right, though. I never thought about it.
I want you to understand. My point to that is this: from an economic standpoint, if we want to have the top GDP in the world, if we want to maintain our economic, number one status, the best way to do that is to not make toilet paper, but to make the high dollar stuff. It's simple mathematics. I am not above as a former bricklayer, as a former bricklayer, as a former bricklayer, as a former construction worker, right? That I went through college paying my way with. I'm not above any type of working man, right? That's who I am basically. However, I'm saying from an economic standpoint, as a person that, if we can make the expensive stuff, and our people are doing that, making $100 an hour, whereas other countries are making $6 an hour, we ultimately win eventually. That's just math, Mayo.
No, we don't. No, we don't.
What we're saying.
How do you compete paying $100 an hour to somebody paying $6 for the same thing?
Because you can pay your people $100 an hour. You can pay your workers $100 an hour when you're selling those goods to other countries and the people. Right now, Apple and Microsoft are selling their software to Zimbabwe, to Bolivia, to it's everywhere. They've sold it all over the world,
and they're doing it at cost.
And then harvested that money, and they bring a lot of that money back here, and it gets taxed, and it goes into our system.
But they don't bring that money here. They leave it there.
They do.
No, they don't. They don't bring.
That's not true.
Microsoft.
That's not true.
Microsoft and Apple they were engaged in years-long lawsuits because they weren't bringing their money back to the
shore. The triple Dutch laws with that. Remember triple Dutch or something.
Yeah, they're not bringing that money here because it costs too much. They tax it at too high of a rate because and hence the point of a tariff. If you want to do business, the majority of your business has to be here on these shores. Otherwise, we're going to tariff the shit out of you. That's the point. If you have money constantly exchanging hands here in America, the people who actually manufacture it have the money to exchange, meaning they're making their purchases here on goods that were serviced and produced here, then that's how you become a rich country. You don't do it by allowing these people to outsource their little things and keep the big things. That was NAFTA, by the way. That's exactly how NAFTA was presented, and now we have nothing. That's the point.
You remember Curtis Mathis TVs?
I don't know what that is. Curtis Mathis? I don't know.
Yes. They were a premium TV back in the day, made here. Guess what?
I don't know that.
Yeah, you don't know who it is because you most likely you couldn't afford it like most people. But they went out of business.
I don't know.
Because of cheap imports.
So what you're proposing is essentially that we just manufacture here and buy here and don't have world trade in any, we're not going to trade with the rest of the world.
No, that's not what we're saying.
We're not going to be the manufacturer of the world anymore. It's not reality.
Yeah,
our people make too much money. Our people make too much money. In China, they're paying their people 2 cents an hour. Our people want 15, 20.
And they can live for $15 a month.
Who
I know
enacted this? Who wrought this upon the American population? This wasn't organic. It wasn't, you know what? We sure can manufacture things over there. Some savvy business person said, a harumph. It didn't happen that way.
No, they did.
This was a concerted effort.
We offshored it. We offshored all this stuff, but we can't bring it back without major pain because our people make too much money, right? So we shouldn't have sent it there. We never should have had iPhones made in China. There's no question, right?
So if our people are making too much money, why are we sending immigrants back to raise wages?
We're not making
it make sense.
This is a service in America. Okay, so the Americans here,
we're a service economy.
We're service. Okay, we don't make shit and we don't make any money. And you see, as evidenced by all of these quote tech companies unquote laying off tens of thousands of people. The very job. Remember what they said? Learn how to code is what they said. Learn how to code. They were like, yeah, you know what?
They
Yeah,
told
it's
the
not
coal
working.
miners. That's what they told the coal miner.
Okay.
Now, we
Learn to
never
code.
should have offshored all these jobs, but we've already done it. So now, my thing
Well,
is
that's
like,
it right there. It's a problem of vision. Our manufacturing sector, and I imagine other countries see it this way. Our manufacturing sector is a part of our national security interest.
It is.
But
security
because
for sure. I totally agree.
we've never seen it that way. This is why we allowed our jobs to be offshored and our industries to be hollowed out. But if
It
you
was a
look at it as
terrible idea. Terrible
if you
idea.
look at it as a national security interest, then you will just prioritize it and you deal with it.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. Like our steel industry's been hammered. The automotive industry we gave away. We gave all the manufacturing and manufacturing processes away. We used to make all the ships. They're now made in Korea and in Sweden and in China. We've given away. I mean, all the heavy industry is gone. It's just stupid what we've done. But now that we've done it, we can't undo it, right? We can't just say, okay, we'll tariff everything and it'll come back when you're competing with Chinese labor.
Uniforms too.
I disagree.
We used to make the uniforms and the boots and the cloth to make uniforms and equipment.
Yeah, we had.
And all that's gone.
Textile companies were huge here. No, listen, it can come back. I'm not telling you we're going to undo everything, but I'm saying there has to be pain. We have to make these sentient beings called corporations hurt. We have to make them hurt so that they can stop making us hurt. All we do whenever they introduce a new quote tax unquote, we're always on the battered end of the dream pool. Because they just it's a trickle down effect. Oh, well, you'll raise taxes. We'll put that in the consumers' beds. Yeah, that's fine, but not a tariff.
And a tariff is if it doesn't repatriate the industry that you're tariffing,
they'll go out of freaking business.
Well,
Nobody's
okay,
going to buy it. There's only so much pain. We don't have the money. That's the problem.
I'll give you an example.
All right, give me the example.
Trump put tariffs on washing machines in 2018. Do you think that we Americans are going to make washing machines? Because we're not. We haven't started any washing machine businesses. Nobody's developed them because it's a dumb technology.
What out do they have on the other end? And why
people are just buying washing machines?
Say again?
People are buying washing machines.
Okay,
we haven't started making them.
From? Who are they buying them from?
Probably China, China and Japan, which means
Korea
we're paying a tariff on it. Korea. We're still paying a tariff. We're still paying a tariff. We citizens are still paying a tariff.
They are willing to take that gamble because it's still cheaper. But if it's it's not a 100% tariff. Number one. Two, if he's telling you across the diaspora of manufacturing, not just that sector, that I'm going to tariff you, that's manufacturing, that's processing, etc.
And by the way, I'm all for selective tariffs. I'm all for national security tariffs and things like that, right? So understand, I'm not speaking against tariffs. I'm for embargoes. I have no problem with embargoes with national security. I just think we got to be selective and smart. And at the end, you see what I'm saying? We have to be smart about it. And I think we're having his rhetoric has been, oh, I'm a double tariffs on everything. And I'm like, everything? Like, hold on a minute. You're going to damage our closest allies that way too.
But has he said that?
Hold on.
Or is that what the news said?
He said
we're having a bit of a framing issue, and I'd just like to clarify something. Correct me if I'm wrong, but we as citizens or consumers don't quite pay the tariff. At best, you're saying it will raise prices overall, but what it really does is create a bit of a price. What it does is create a price war because the company pays the tariff. In order for them to pay the tariff, they would raise their prices, arguably, right? Well, then now they're in a price, but that creates competition with other companies. So it's not just a one-for-one thing, as you're saying it.
If they raise, if they say there's $100 tariff on all the washing machines in the country, right? All of them that are that come into the U.S. and they're all imported. Every washing machine goes up by $100 across for all consumers. I mean, so it is a tax essentially that it's just a tax at that point. If it spurns new U.S. companies,
no.
Go ahead.
Well, yeah. In order to lower cost even more, you simply manufacture those washing machines that you sell in America to America. I mean, you sell them to America, so you manufacture them in America, and you now reap the benefit of that tax break.
If it onshores businesses, it would be good, right? I don't disagree. It would be great. We start new businesses here, but ultimately, is it doing that? So that's what it has to. That's
either. So I'm not. So if I manufacture here and I decide to export to Germany, it's not going to harm Germany. The tariffs, me tariffing my own companies that manufacture here, saying, hey, look, you better not manufacture in Germany, but you can definitely export to Germany. It's not going to change what they're charged on the back end for the product that we manufacture here. Maybe in their country, they will have a tariff, which they do, but it won't matter in the affirmative, or I'm sorry, in the immediate, what we do here to Germany.
So listen, I don't disagree with what you're saying, but I will say that a lot of times when we create a tariff, we decided to tariff Chinese steel. We got about 80 billion out of that in terms of revenue from that tariff. The US government got, right? Ultimately, they turned around and tariffed they had an export tariff against us on rare earth magnets, rare earth minerals, and shit that we need for our manufacturing here, right? So they retaliated with that, and then they had an export tariff on it. So we tariffed their inbound steel, and then they did an export tariff against us. A lot of times there's retaliation that happens also in these situations.
Agreed, but it's nothing that America can't. Listen, what's our GDP?
27 trillion,
like 29 trillion. Okay.
Yeah, it's up there.
We don't.
China, by the way, is like 17. Like they're getting their ass beat.
You know, it's nothing we can't handle, and there we have ways of getting rare earth materials outside of China. I know China has a monopoly on it because of
their processing is a monopoly of
because
that shit.
of what they've done in Africa, etc. But
all kinds of stuff.
But I'm saying these are issues that can be greatly mitigated. We can mitigate those materials, sourcing, etc. For instance, Sri Lanka has a foremost or the greatest graphite mine. We used
graphene.
To get the most
we need
graphite
that.
in Sri Lanka. Okay.
Well, Biden chose to make us very dependent on all these other countries because he's a fucking idiot. But that's another story. So,
do you know what Europe tariffs Harley Davidson imports at?
What? 30%?
31%.
I believe.
Do you know what we tariff European motorcycles at?
I don't know what.
3.2% for things above 800 cc's.
Yeah, I'm not.
Does that make sense?
It doesn't make sense.
And
when you understand, well, NAFTA wouldn't pertain to Europe.
This reminds me of.
Go ahead.
Well, I wanted to say the thing.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. You got it. Well, really quickly, when Trump came in, he pointed out how bad all of our deals were around the world. And so that was just the thing. Trump came in with this sort of revolutionary approach. Like, you realize you guys are getting hosed on every deal on the table.
Yeah, he did that.
Including green deal bullshit.
And he called out NATO for not paying anything for national defense. That was awesome, too.
And that was another point. The point you made, Mayo, that was something that I neglected to bring to the forefront. The reason we did it that way 100 years ago, of course, a little less, is because after World War II, we were trying to help them rebuild. They're rebuilt now. We don't need it anymore.
Yeah.
I don't think that we're going to end up. I think if we're selective with the tariffs, if we're intelligent with the tariffs, and we look at the impacts versus, from what I'm hearing from Trump, it's pretty much just, we're going to tariff the shit out of it. If we're smart about it, I think it's good, right? It makes sense. I don't have a problem with it. But if it's just carte blanche, we're going to double the tariff on this and do this, and it's just wild-eyed, it makes me nervous. I'm scared of impact.
I don't mind a carte blanche tariff because it's nothing in comparison to how we're being tariffed, as evidenced by Mayo's example. Okay, if we carte blanche doubled the tariff on anything 800 cc or greater,
that's a terrible deal. We should have been fighting for that years ago.
But see, think about that. When you say we shouldn't have a carte blanche doubling in tariffs on things that we import, I think you just need to go through the list, the Rolodex of things we tariff, and you'd be quite surprised at what doubling it would bring it to.
Really quickly, this sounds like a tangent. I mean, this sounds, like a non sequitur, but it's actually related. What do you guys think about the so-called DOGE, the Department of what was it, Government Efficiency? Because what you guys are talking about seems to be like tied into this. We're talking about trade deals, not quite the same, but there's so much waste, fraud, and abuse at seemingly every layer of government, whether it's policy on the domestic front or even these trade deals where obviously somebody's getting paid in such a lopsided arrangement here.
I agree.
The department, right now it serves.
DC. I'm in DC almost every couple days. I see it firsthand.
Yeah, but the department at first is just going to identify it and publicize it to the people, which hasn't been done effectively yet.
Yes.
That pork report has been published every year by the Oklahoma congressman.
That's not
and
really
it just
pork.
gets ignored.
No, that's not really pork. You're talking about just waste, fraud, and abuse. That's not really pork.
What I mean? Most of it comes from pork. Like why we built a treadmill for shrimp.
Or why we spent $250,000 on whether or not the Thanos snap was real.
Yeah.
Okay. And
we give money to the National Endowment for the Arts and Humanities, and it just, you should see that. That's 1,000 grants for stupid shit.
Which should have gone out with FDR.
Yes.
There's tremendous amounts of stuff that we waste money.
Hey, also, I was just going to say, I can't remember who it was. I can't remember. He was talking about a subcommittee that he wants to do with Marjorie Taylor Greene in conjunction with DOGE, because DOGE is only the bullhorn. They're going to blow the whistle, as it were, about what's going on in the United States of America and our spending. They can't make any changes. They just advise. But this other, what organization actually has oversight over the spending of American?
I mean, the GAO, the Government Accounting Office, has some. I mean, there's about 9 different agencies
at this one. I can't remember
that deal with all this shit.
He's a senator, and he basically wants to just start a subcommittee for this, and I agree. Have a subcommittee where they can report directly to that subcommittee what's going on.
Well, the GAO is the Government Accountability Office, Black. So
I think it may have been the Government Accountability Office. And then they can actually enact some of the things that are going on opposite of the president. So, again, I think DOGE will be worth it. Hopefully, I don't end up with egg on my face.
Well, it's interesting to see where they put the money. If you can pull up the federal budget, and there's various ways to do it. But if you go to congress.gov or the Treasury, you can look up the federal budget. And if you just dial in and look at what they put money into, it's mind blowing how much money these people waste. And you're talking,
and that's why it needs to be brought. And that's why it needs to be brought to the surface. That's why it needs to be brought to the surface.
It's incredible. It's like, what the hell? I mean, it's incredible, man. It's hard to believe, And I mean, it's like, so our economy, what do we say? 27 trillion, 28 trillion, Blacks. The government spent 7 trillion, which means 1 in every $4 in our whole economy is spent by the federal government. That's fucking bloated as shit.
Dude,
it's crazy.
The federal government is nothing but a jobs program at this point.
Yeah, pretty much
They
is.
are the
So.
largest employer in the United States.
And look, I work in DC. You go down to anywhere near any of the agencies, right? And you look at the restaurants, and John Galt can confirm this, like over by the anywhere downtown, anywhere by the mall, anywhere up on K Street, any of the places. And I'm telling you, government workers come piling out of the building for lunch, and they go in, they get their $22 lunch, they go to their dim sum restaurant, they go to these high end, all of them, the whole place is full of government workers, and I'm just sitting there going, wow, like they got it. Maryland's the most expensive state to live in the United States. Northern Virginia is tremendous money, and it's all just feeding off the government teat, driving up the price even more to live there. So it's amazing how much money these people are. It's the single largest entity in the world, the federal government, single largest organization. No, there's no bigger thing. So $7 trillion to run it. Most of it's borrowed, or a third of it's borrowed. So at 5.5% interest this year. Awesome. So I don't know. Who's up? Where'd Hood Conservative go? He leave?
He got disconnected, I think.
Oh shit.
But no,
maybe he reset.
But that's why
He might
this,
reset.
that's why Doge needs to be, is so people actually see it. Because unless you follow conservative news, you're never going to hear about the government waste.
Yeah.
Because the left is telling us the government doesn't spend enough.
What is amazing is that they got shot down on Build Back Better. Okay. They got a 1.9, so they got the American Rescue Plan passed, they got the infrastructure bill passed, and then they got American Rescue Plan, by the way, caused all the inflation. Right after it was passed, inflation is when it took off. But they tried to pass Build Back Better, which was $6.9 trillion. Okay. Now, just with American Rescue, we got inflation because there was too much money floating around the economy. Imagine if they got Build Back Better passed. We'd have 18% inflation right now. But I mean, that money would have been in the economy for another fucking 10 years. Like that's tremendous amount. It's 4 times what they got passed under Biden. Just 4 times the spending. That one bill. And it got shot down by Joe Manchin of West Virginia. He said, I'm not going to vote for it. We already have inflation. It's going to cause way more. And Manchin shot it down. They vilified Manchin, and they terrorized him. The media went in on everybody for, they shot it down. But Bernie Sanders loved it, of course. He loved the bill, and so did Biden and all the lunatics. But we'd have 20% inflation now if that shit got passed. So they don't even talk about that. Like Biden would have destroyed the economy worse than he did.
And look at how they performed on what they did get through. Because this is the difference. The Biden administration is full of theorists. People who operate on theory, not actually getting things done. If you had a transportation secretary that wasn't just a gay governor, he might have got some roads built. If you had he might have been able to work on infrastructure for the internet. But he put people in all those positions who don't know how to do shit. Don't actually know how to get stuff done.
I don't disagree with that. Look, I'm just about the whole tariffs thing we were talking about earlier. I don't know how there's a lot of different ideas about this. And there's a lot of different ideas about what percentage of manufacturing you should have in your country versus other countries, right? Right now, China's struggling because they have all the manufacturing. They don't have consumers. They're having a hard time getting out of their recession. because their only way out is to make more stuff and ship it out, but nobody wants it, right? So they're totally dependent on every other country in the world to buy their shit. And a lot of countries are like, nah, so they got to keep lowering their price, which means their people make even less money. So there's a mix somewhere in there that we got to find as a country. Some of the stuff's made here, some of the stuff's made elsewhere, some service jobs. I mean, that's the best policy to have. China right now makes everything, and they are fucking screwed, and they're going backwards more. They just pumped tremendous money into their economy. Their government did, borrowed it all to get going again, but they still don't have any consumers. So they're in big trouble. They're in big trouble.
Why couldn't the American car companies compete
with Japan? With Japan, the Japanese car companies?
Yeah.
I mean, where do you want to start? Like, number one, they were making less money for labor. Their workers were making less money. Our workers are making more money. That creates competitive disadvantage. Correct?
Unions.
Okay.
The number one reason is unions. Number two, and since the 70s, is the EPA.
Okay, so do we get rid of those things and then we don't have an EPA? I mean, you're talking about tough issues. Do you want to know why, Mayo, we had all the manufacturing here? Do you want to know why? From 1948 to 1975? Because we blew up all the other places where they made things, like Germany and Japan were gone, decimated, destroyed. England was half destroyed. The U.S. literally made everything.
Japan didn't make crap back then.
Japan didn't make anything.
Japan wasn't an industrial powerhouse until after World War II.
Exactly. We built them.
They literally had wood bullets during World War II. Because
so all the ships and planes that they built for World War II, where did they build them? Here? Did they buy them from us? They were making the shit.
We pivoted to that because the war effort needed it. And it wasn't, and I'm not saying that these people, that tycoons weren't built because of it. But what we are saying is manufacturing was here because we manufactured. That was it.
Yeah, yes. I understand.
And before that, we exported a lot of our goods and services, carte blanche, to European, excuse me, European countries, because they didn't do any manufacturing. They didn't do any cotton, for instance, tobacco, lima beans. Yes. I mean, the list goes on. We were the manufacturing hub, and it didn't start during World War II.
No, it was before that. We were from the Industrial Revolution. England kind of started that, and then we took off, and we never looked back. Like, we dominated. But I will tell you that after World War II, it was even more. We could pay our people what we wanted to. We could pay a lot of money to our workers because you had to buy from the US because there were no competitors. I mean, who else was making cars in 1952? Nobody. Nobody made cars. It was us and the Russians. Japan was destroyed. They had to rebuild their whole country. Germany was destroyed. Europe was decimated. Like, they didn't make anything anywhere else but here. So we could charge what we wanted.
Never stopped manufacturing.
What?
Mercedes never stopped manufacturing.
We were
didn't bomb every factory in World War II.
Germany was in 1948. We had to drop food behind in Berlin because they were starving in the eastern part of
but that's not because of manufacturing. That's because Russia cut them off.
I understand that, but are you telling me Germany was a great competitor to the United States in terms of making vehicles and shit? They weren't.
They were the Ford of Europe. Everything. They were the Ford of Europe.
Mercedes-Benz, Fanta, who else? What's another?
BMW.
We dominated the steel industry. We dominated pretty much everything, and we never stopped. Like, after the war, we won. We won.
Yeah, but there weren't Fords running around Europe. A common taxi cab in Europe is a 3 Series BMW or an E-Class Mercedes.
Still.
So if you wanted a vehicle after World War II, if you wanted a vehicle and you were in Mexico, you were going to buy an American vehicle. If you were in pretty much anywhere in the world, you were buying an American vehicle.
No, you weren't.
That's what.
No, you weren't.
No, they were still getting their stuff from Europe.
Okay, so in Germany, right, in Europe, if you were in Italy, you may buy a Fiat, you may buy a German vehicle, but they were pretty much focused on rebuilding their own destroyed countries. We destroyed Germany. Look at Dresden. We blew the shit out of it. Like, they were locked in on that. We just kept going. You know, we had a great advantage. We had a great advantage. Japan was destroyed too, by the way. We blew the shit out of that place. We bombed Tokyo into oblivion.
Yeah, but Japan wasn't a manufacturing powerhouse. They were literally still a tribal society at that point.
Who
They
made
didn't
all their
step into
ships
the new age.
that were fighting? Who made their planes that were bombing China and taking that over?
Did you ever see their handmade carriers? There were other ships with decks temporarily built on top of them.
So what do you attribute their taking over of China? I mean, pretty much all of Southeast Asia and fighting like dogs. I mean, they fought us pretty well. Was that all? Where did they get all the bullets for that? Where did they get all the armaments, the missiles? I mean, the Zeros weren't. They didn't make them like on a farm. They manufactured them. They had a lot of armaments that they fought us with, and then we blew the shit out of all that stuff. Pretty good.
They weren't a worldwide provider for anything. What did we get but porcelain?
So what do you attribute
from Japan pre-World War II?
What do you attribute America losing footing in the steel industry and the auto industry and all these industries from
NAFTA.
Pretty much 19
NAFTA and unions. NAFTAs and unions.
Do you want to know when NAFTA was passed? Which NAFTA does. NAFTA is the North American Free Trade Agreement. It's U.S., Canada, and Mexico.
NAFTA was supposed to be that. What it morphed into is something else.
Well, you have the TPP, which we didn't sign up for. There's, by the way, there's about 1 million trade deals that we are involved in currently. There's just trade deals every 2 fucking weeks, unfortunately, with the way we operate. But ultimately, my point is, after World War II, we were the manufacturing powerhouse. We were the juggernaut, but a lot of these other countries caught up and they began making steel. They began doing what we did. They just copied us, and they didn't have to pay their people anything because they were poor. And then they evolved.
It wasn't every other country. It was just China. It was China who crashed our steel industry.
You don't think Japan was affecting our steel and auto industry in the 80s and 90s?
No.
Our auto industry, yes. But steel, no.
I think the damage that China did was greater than the damage that Japan did. However, Japan also was taking market share from us. They were taking market. Nippon Steel was in the 80s. You know, we were the only player in the 60s. You know, we were it. And that went in a bad direction. But when your labor costs end up being very, very, very expensive, people look in other places to have things made. Unions, sure. Yeah, that's right. Unions are a problem. We're a problem.
And that's why you will never see another car factory built in a state that allows union only factories.
What will eventually happen, by the way, it's not going to happen because China's not really going to go anywhere. But eventually, once China evolved into a high rent, so to speak, and they got to pay a lot of money for labor for their people, they would start subbing it out too. They would start sending it to other places to have them do it. It's the evolution of countries, you know. So, you know, your people are making stuff, and then they're making more and more money. The standard of living goes up, and then it's like, okay, these other people over here are poorer. Send the stuff there. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of the way it goes, you know. So, and then your country becomes more of a service economy.
Yeah, but a service economy isn't an economy.
You got to have service workers in an economy also. You need manufacturing and service. You got to have both.
Yes.
China's fucked because it's only a manufacturer. Right now, it's fucked. It's going backwards because no one's buying their
And
shit.
we're fucked because
They're
we're only service.
They're
And we're
dependent
fucked
on the
because we're only
world
service.
right now. Well, you want to find a healthy balance. That's the goal. You want to find a healthy balance. We've gone too far the other way. We're too service. Ultimately, we got to bring back manufacturing. We do, right? That's a goal that we have. That's an initiative we have. So some manufacturing should come back. We should make things here, national security wise and otherwise. But there's a healthy balance for both. You know what I'm saying? There's a healthy balance. What's this say? Maryland cartel, hunter, laser. What the fuck is this?
But national security is also textiles and shoes.
It can be probably, right? Military boots or something.
Yeah, they're the uniforms and the boots that troops wear.
Okay, so we should make that an American industry.
Rubber that
That's
goes on the
fine.
wheels of the vehicle.
Makes sense. I'm with you there.
The auto parts.
Drill bits, dies, taps, drill presses, stuff to make ships, stuff to make tools, tooling, all that shit. We should bring the mining of those products here for sure, because that way we're dependent on ourselves. Various energy sources, whether it be nuclear, petroleum, blah, 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 right? Yeah, for sure. So I don't know if we need TVs for that.
Yeah, there isn't one facet of our economy that doesn't have to do with national defense in one way or another.
TVs? We need TVs. We don't need TVs for that. We don't need radios.
We don't need computer screens for Apache helicopters.
So May, I just want to confirm what you're saying. We should just make everything here, just every fucking item. You're saying
for national security, we should.
But you're classifying everything as national security. That's what Joe Biden does. It's national
A
security.
little bit of everything is national security related.
So then, therefore, we should make everything here. There's no economist that thinks any economy should make everything in-house.
Ryan,
and only in-house.
Been the worst predictors in our history?
Who?
Economists.
It's almost like, okay, you're right. I mean, there's nothing to say at this point.
Have two opposing camps of economists at this point, because there's very little free thought in economic theory today.
As a person that is pretty astute in economics, I would only tell you that I don't agree with what you're saying, and I think that if you investigated what economists study, I think you would probably agree that what you're saying is just not correct. They have these things for a reason.
Name me a product that doesn't have national security involved. A manufactured product.
Baked beans. We could probably not make baked beans, and we could go to war and still make it without baked beans. There's products out there that we don't necessarily need for national security interests. To make armaments, to make weapon systems, to make you could argue
screens are needed to make weapon systems. Are they not?
Well, I'm not saying that they're not. What I'm saying is we can't make every single item and call it national security.
I'm not saying every single item, but there's categories in those items that are national security. You cannot operate the United States Army, Air Force, Marine Corps, Navy without AA batteries.
So right now we're buying chips from Taiwan. I think it's real important that we onshore chips.
What chip did we buy from Taiwan?
Chips? Semiconductors.
No, what chip? Oh, you said chips, not chips. Sorry.
Yes, semiconductors. We're buying semiconductors from Taiwan. We should not be doing that. That should be made in-house. I don't know why we ever decided to let Taiwan have well, that's not true. We got them to make it, and then they set up a university system that literally made chips, and now they have the best chips. Their scientists are making the best chips in Taiwan. And even onshoring chips, we're only going to be making about 5% of our own chips. Like that's the estimate once with the manufacturing facilities are completed. We're still not going to be making all the chips we need. And that was the dumbest thing to do, was let them have the chips. That was stupid.
Yeah, and we've done it with aircraft.
All the
too.
shit. What's that?
We've done it with aircraft too, and we're currently doing it with aircraft.
It's the dumbest thing in the world. So, all these high value, expensive systems, the iPhone, I mean, that's an expensive product. And we said, you know what, let's make it in China. This is a good move. I mean, it's the dumbest thing you could do. Then they just copy all the parts and pieces, the process, and just make it in a factory up the street and call it whatever they want to call it, Terrible idea.
And tariffs would be a way to stop that.
What I'm saying is, my initial argument was I do believe we should make things, and there's a balance between making certain shit and then having people that are part of the service economy, and you got to find a healthy balance for those. You do not want to make everything, and then all your people are if 100% of your people in your economy are in manufacturing, and you're exporting everything, you're simply dependent on the rest of the world to buy the shit to keep your economy afloat. That's not a good spot to be.
Do you remember all the drives during World War II?
I'm sorry?
Do you remember all the drives, the scrap drives, the rubber drives?
Yeah, they had them, sure.
In World War II.
Sure.
That showed us what we needed for national security.
Of raw materials?
Yes.
Yeah, rubber, oil, you weren't allowed to, you could only eat certain foods on certain days. So, yeah, I agree.
Baked beans?
So, maybe baked beans. I don't know. I don't know what all the, I know that our food industry should be local, but again, you don't want everybody in your economy to just be in manufacturing. It's not, and an export nation, because then you're just dependent on the world when you have issues. If they don't buy your shit, you're screwed. I'm telling you, China's in trouble right now. They're still militarily growing. Xi but their economy is having a hard time.
They can't have babies. They're
not having kids. They got demographic collapse, but they still are a commanding issue.
We're having the same problems.
Yeah, they're number one. We're like number 10 or somewhere. We're not too far away. They are. What do you have to? What? I can't remember what the metric is. I think it's something like if you're beneath
2.1 is 2.1.
Then you're probably not gonna sustain your population, and it's like they're at like 1 point something or lower. We're at 1 point something as well, and in the next 25 years, they won't have anybody to pay for their elderly. Lastly,
they're fucked. Yeah.
Lastly, their manufacturing's leaving them in just en masse. Nobody's manufacturing there anymore. Not you see Tesla left, Apple left. Those are just the two big fish. But they're shutting down all their manufacturing. All those smog-filled cities. The people
they're over a barrel because they depend on the world to buy their stuff. They're a manufacturing country.
They also put themselves in that situation by stealing intellectual property.
Yes.
And other stuff, a lot of other stuff they've done. They've you got the human rights Uyghur issue, you got provocation with Taiwan. I mean, they've done all kinds, and they've dumped steel here, they've dumped it everywhere. I mean, like I said, Brazil is currently, and Argentina are currently tariffing and striking against Chinese imports there. They've screwed with the US, but also everyone's pissed off at them,
Yeah, they made the completely.
The Middle East moved against them years ago for sending substandard products to the Middle East.
But I think as it becomes less stable, I think it even gets worse because Xi has to do something to maintain power. And that is, my fear is he's moving on Taiwan and we're going to be involved in that. But,
those factories will not stand if he moves on Taiwan.
Well, if he,
Samuel Thoreau, the majority of our pharmaceuticals are manufactured in Southeast Asia.
yeah,
Yep. And the all the precursors for those come from China.
Yep.
That is a
if he
definite
if
thing
he
that
gets the
needs to be
chips,
onshore.
if he gets to TMSC, Taiwan Semiconductor, that's big trouble because the world stops without those. The world stops. It's done, right? You can't start your coffee without a fucking microchip right now. That's
True.
how bad it is, right? So we're in
And
big
maybe
trouble
we'll
if he
learn
gets
not to
chips.
put microchips in everything.
Well, we don't need them. I mean, that is annoying, isn't it? I just found out that my washing machine can I can hook it up to an app. Like what the fuck? What? My dishwasher, I can
Why
hook
the
up.
hell do I need that?
What?
Your
The dishwasher.
Your refrigerator
The dishwasher.
can order groceries for you.
Like, why do I need this? I don't. The dishwasher hooks up to my phone, and I'm like, why? What is the purpose? Am I going to be driving home?
Because they told you need it.
I gotta turn on the dishwasher. It's fucking crazy.
You need it because we've told you so. You need that.
I don't understand it, man. I don't get it.
It's all about data.
This stuff.
Your TV's got a microphone in.
It does actually.
Why?
Good point. A voice to talk, or touch to, or voice to, whatever it is.
Yeah.
I don't talk to text.
Voice searches, etc. But you
I
don't need that.
need to talk to text. That never works anyway. It says a bunch of stuff I don't want it to say.
Oh,
so
yeah. It's intuitive. It gets smarter. That's the point.
It doesn't. It's the dumbest thing in the world. That's like they're like AI is going to take over the world. I'm like, AI doesn't even understand what I'm saying when I'm trying to send a text. Okay, it doesn't. It's too dumb to even hear me.
That's not AI. That's not AI.
Well, whatever it is, they should fix that first, okay? Because that's not working. So
Yeah,
and then it says allow this to learn from. Allow us to learn from this, and I'm like, you won't learn. You won't. You'll never. You won't learn. So
you know that capsula? Do you know that capsula thing? Like to make sure you're a human on websites?
Oh, captcha.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, captcha.
Yeah,
okay.
And picking out the pictures.
Yeah.
For
yeah,
verification.
this is a bicycle.
Yeah. All that is learning from you.
What's it learning? That I can identify where a bicycle is?
How to get into your accounts.
How to get into my bank account? I believe it.
Yep. Which the IRS has proven they already have access to.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they do. I mean, China's got my information.
It's against
already.
your First
They
Amendment.
know.
It's against your First Amendment right, and I believe your Fourth Amendment right, illegal search and seizure, and here we are. They do it with impunity, and then when they were told not to, they did it anyway.
Well, you have to sign away your rights to all of that when you go on the internet, don't you? The schools force you to do this. The school says you gotta have an email, and once you give them your email, they pretty much make you sign consent for everything. So you're forced to give up your rights to get an education. I think, right from Jump Street, from first grade, or whenever you have to sign up for email. So,
oh no,
we turn it over to the tech companies immediately. So. And by the way, if you've noticed, the Democrats came into office and were like, we're breaking up big tech. We're going to break them up. It's been 4 years. They haven't even attempted to break one of them up.
No. Big tech took him out to dinner, took him back to the apartment, and screwed him.
Well, it's like Linda Khan is going to do. I'm like,
and they fell in love. And they fell in love.
They fell in love.
They got digmatized by big tech.
I can only imagine maybe they just said to big tech, we want to backdoor to everything you have all over the world, including the United States. And big tech said, okay. And that's why they didn't want to break them up. My guess. Because they were all about breaking them up going in, weren't they?
Well, and it's all about campaign money and junkets. Remember all the free vacations they get to take in fact-finding tours.
And isn't it funny how all of the big tech owners, you know, the social media platform owners, in this case, what's his name from Facebook or Meta? What's his name?
Zuckerberg.
Zuckerberg.
Yeah.
Zuckerberg started cozying up to Trump a year out.
Yeah, I know. They saw they read the tea leaves. They were like, Biden's not going to win. Biden's not going to win. We love you, Trump.
Yep. So, we're never going to allow that to happen again. I didn't know I was used.
You know, I thought it was.
You were in
Zuckerberg
on
started going to MMA, right? You know, Zuckerberg. I thought it was like Zuckerberg started working out, and he was doing MMA, and I'm like, maybe he's actually just getting some testosterone in his system, and that's why he's voting for Trump.
I mean, there's studies that say Democrats are low T.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I was like, look at Zuckerberg. Like he's starting to lift. He wants to fight Elon. Like maybe he's actually.
He's not the only one. They all started on this kick at nearly the same moment. He did. Bezos did. Elon
That's true.
did.
That's true.
They all did. I don't know. Maybe it was
well, Bill Gates did, and that's why he's still real far left.
Maybe it was like a.
Well, he's far. He's got the WEF under his finger.
Exactly.
So he's past the U.S. government.
Maybe it was like a conclave of billionaires or something that we're not privy to, and they said, "Okay, this is the year we're going to be taking all types of testosterone." If you look at Bezos,
TRT.
Yeah, Bezos is stoked.
Yeah, he's probably
Have you seen him?
he's probably on TRT. Yeah, he's on TRT probably.
Oh yeah, surely. So is RFK.
Oh, RFK's yoked. You're like, man, you're old as sin.
Yeah, he's like 75 years old.
He's old as sin, and he has a better physique than a 38-year-old. There's no way.
No, but you take out Big Pharma, and in a year he's going to look like a fragile old man.
Yeah, he's gonna look crotchety.
Well, like in other words, he'll look natural.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did think it was interesting though, because they all got into MMA, and then the next thing you know, they were all voting for Trump, and I'm like, that low T idea they were talking about, it's got to be true. Like, just look, you know what I mean? So, and after Trump got shot, it just went crazy. They're like, oh, he's a beast, you know. So I thought that was funny.
Well,
Even
you're
Cenk
also
Uygur.
talking about people who you're talking about people who deal with those threats.
But even Cenk Uygur was like, Trump is a complete stud for getting up and waving his fist in the air. Like, and I think, I'll tell you what, man, I'd be nervous getting up. I'd be like, look, man, just get me off the stage, and I don't want to get shot in the face. You know what I mean? He got up, that was interesting, you know?
Yeah.
So waving his fist in the air, I'm like, damn. So I would have been crawling off stage like, I don't want to get shot. Forget this. So at least for now. So
I mean, but I'm sorry, that was the worst reaction to the Secret Service I've ever seen for any protective detail.
You mean
they
from
literally
the
held him
Secret
on the
Service?
ground to get shot? They held him on the ground to get shot.
Yeah.
His body coverage was as tall as him.
I mean, the sniper hit that guy pretty quick. You know, when they were set up on the roof, like they got that shot off pretty fast. Seemed like they were on the guy, right?
But why? But the problem is, why didn't they get the shot off before he took a shot? They have that authority.
That's what everybody wants to know.
They have that authority. They're not normal policemen.
I don't know how they didn't have him. How do you not have that guy in the scope, right? How do you not have him in the scope already? Like he's looking out there. I'm like, do you not see the guy's gun? Like the guy had to be.
How do you allow Trump to go on stage with a security threat like that wandering around and being looked for? It made no sense.
Yeah,
I mean,
I don't know. That
made
was
no sense.
I think if
Well,
it's a hit,
130 yards is out there for a pistol. For a pistol.
It wasn't a pistol, sir.
No, I know that, Mayo, of course.
Yeah.
For a pistol, it's a hard shot, but not for a,
No, not for a rifle.
The guy had. I don't know. He had maybe a 308 or something. I don't know what he had, but
no.
So.
But I mean, I can teach a kid to shoot an AR at 300 meters in a couple hours.
Of course. That guy was actually in a hunting club of some sort, I believe, or some kind of group like that.
He had a range membership.
Oh yeah, maybe that's what it was.
Yeah.
But he must suck. It must be really bad. So that's not a hard shot, So.
Thank God.
Yeah. Well, not a hard shot to make. 130 yards, man. It's like you can make that with a red dot, So.
I can make that with open sights.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. It's not hard to make.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. We were lucky. There's a whole lot of luck involved in that. And literally, a half an inch, and it would have had a completely different outcome.
Yeah. Yeah, he'd be like a JFK type guy. He'd be a hero, and I mean.
Yeah, I don't like the look of Gates stepping down, because that was one of his first picks and it's already been turned around. So that sets a bad precedent for the rest of them. It really does. And it makes Trump look weak.
Now than in 2 weeks. Yeah. I mean, why? We'll find out why he didn't want to go forward. It's maybe there's good reason.
I can tell you why. It's the same reason Trey Gowdy stepped down in the middle of his tenure. He got caught doing something, and they brought it to his attention, and they went to his office and says, "Look, this is what we have on you.
Yeah.
Now you play along, or we expose you, or we give you the honorable out to dismiss yourself from public service."
Yeah.
And that's the way Congress operates.
Yeah.
I mean, Trey Gowdy, I'm sorry, ain't no straight man dressed like that, unless he's playing golf.
Well, I don't know. Matt Gaetz is quite a controversial a figure. So
any single man over the age of 30 is going to be a controversy in politics today, unless he's gay.
Period. Even if he's
and on
gay.
The left.
But being gay is the right sort of political controversy.
Yeah.
Because
I like more Rand Paul types.
They're deviants anyway.
I like Rand Paul.
They're the right sort of deviant.
Yeah, but
Chip
Rand
Roy's
Paul's an
good.
eye doctor.
I like Chip Roy. I like the ones that are. I like the deficit hawks. That's my favorite guys in Congress. So Trump's been a very poor.
And that's great for spending stuff, but for legal stuff, you need a guy who's based in legal background.
Trump has not been a very good deficit hawk at all. He was his last go.
You there, Ryan? I think you might have muted up by accident.
I'm waiting for a candidate that will slash the budget and then slash spending and then pay back some of the national debt. And I need to see if Trump's going to do that before I'm going to be impressed or not. Because last time he didn't do it, he blew a lot of money, and then he talked about it. He just wasted a lot of money with a lot of overspending, and Biden then just wanted to one up him and did it worse. And now I'm wondering, is there going to be any austerity measures The fourth largest line item in the federal budget is interest. Okay, like that's a lot. It's as big as defense as the interest bill on the debt. So we're really bad. We're in a bad place right now. We'll see if Trump pays it down. We'll see if he does. I don't know that he will. So.
Well, but he needs Congress to do it.
He has Congress. Most of Congress, he has it.
No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't.
He does. What are you talking about?
No, he doesn't.
He's got
no, he doesn't.
50
Because Thun's in charge of the Senate, and he's a rhino. Okay,
so what you're saying is that the rhinos don't want to pay down the deficit.
Correct.
So you're gonna blame it on Thune as to not wanting to pay down the deficit.
Yes.
So you're saying
I'm gonna blame it on all of the go along to get along.
But not the Trump faction of the government. Now, Trump has said, I don't want to meddle with Social Security. I want to cut taxes. I want to give seniors their money and not tax it. By the way, that'll bury the Social Security system. It'll be defunct a year earlier if he does that. So you're saying that Trump wants austerity measures now, because that's not what I'm hearing.
Why are we relying on people paying taxes on Social Security to pay them Social Security in the first place?
Listen, I totally disagree with double taxation that they've done with Social Security. But at this point, we can't change it. We have to increase the age or make some changes to Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, and various other spending programs to really save it.
Yeah, let's take all the people who never paid into it off of it first.
And what people are they?
Why are Ukrainian refugees getting Social Security checks?
If they are, it's illegal. They shouldn't be getting Social Security.
They are getting Social Security checks.
Okay, so to my knowledge,
all these young people
like,
getting Social Security disability.
Okay, so they shouldn't.
That never paid in.
Yeah, I totally agree. I don't think you should get anything that you didn't pay in. I agree with that. By the way, it's a very progressive system. So if you make very little, you still get a decent wage from Social Security. If you make a lot, you don't get much more, right? Like it's also a highly progressive system like our tax system.
But there's also a cap on Social Security payments for high wage people.
Well, there should be a cap on it because it was proposed and built out to be this savings type account by FDR. He was very adamant on it not being a tax, just another tax, which it really is. And I hate Social Security. I think it's disgusting that we have a system that's a Ponzi scheme. However, I don't hear where Trump is trying to, which it is a Ponzi scheme, by the way. I don't hear how Trump's going to cut the spending at all. I'm scared of this now.
This is one of those where I laugh in, oh shit, when I was in college, I was actually on Social Security. They called it SSDI because I'm visually impaired. And, that makes driving impossible. That makes a lot of trade jobs that most men would qualify for here in Texas impossible for me to do. But I understand exactly where you're going, where you guys are coming from, because there's a person that I knew in North Carolina that received SSI because he was fat. Not because he was fat because of water weight, which you get when your kidneys come down, when your kidneys are about to fail. But awesome. He just got it because he was fat. I'm like, dude, get up and move. Like, why are you collecting disability?
I think this should be disability should be a separate fund, completely. It shouldn't be on SSI. That's ridiculous. So
why are we giving trans people disability if it's not a mental illness?
Well, a lot of those people are receiving disability, believe it or not, because they're HIV positive. That's the other part that they're not telling you.
And that's another thing we shouldn't give people because they're not limited anymore.
Listen,
you can live out your life with HIV now.
But I don't hear Trump saying I'm going to cut any of this. All I hear him saying is, nope, everyone's going to get Social Security and I'm going to get rid of the taxes on it too, which will further bankrupt the system. I don't hear his proposed, other than Elon and what's his name, I don't hear how they're going to cut, which they're not going to because it's impossible. you're talking about 60% of the whole budget is Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid, right? It's most of it. Then you got the interest, then you got defense, which is pennies. Defense is pennies comparatively speaking. 800 billion versus 7.1 trillion. It's like what's that, 8%? So how much are you going to cut defense by? You cut 100 billion out of it, you cut nothing really overall. So
I could cut half of defense and have a
can't
better
cut half.
army. Yes, I can.
Okay. So
it's been proven that this could be done.
So if you cut defense this year, you would have went from 800 billion to 400 billion, which means you would have went from 7.1 trillion to 6.7 trillion. The government took in taxes about 5 trillion. You're still deficit spending at that point. So this is why we have a major problem. We're in a big hole.
Yes, but you know how you eat a piece of shit? One piece at a time.
I don't know about that, but
I don't know.
And that's literally how we have to do this.
Well, we'll see if Trump cuts stuff. I don't think he will. I think he's just going to pile on the debt more, that just like last time, and it makes me nervous.
He needs Congress to do this.
Well, to be fair, in Trump's defense, the majority of the debt came on at the very end of his presidency because of the beer flu.
Because of what?
The beer flu.
Oh, you mean the COVID? Yeah, no, I agree with that.
Yeah,
I agree. But it's still there, right? Biden piled on more, as much as he possibly could. But keep in mind, we were at 17 trillion in the hole. We're now at 35 trillion. I'm saying when Trump took office, we were 17 trillion in the hole. We're currently 35, double in 8 years. Double. That's amazing. And by up until the end of the Trump presidency, the debt to GDP was like 50%. So in other words, the debt bill was, compared to the whole economy, was a piece, right? The debt is now larger than the economy, right? The economy is 27 trillion. We owe 35 trillion. So we're way out of whack. It impacts growth. It impacts the country in a very, we're in a bad place, and nobody is even talking about austerity measures. We're talking about what we're going to give people again. So,
but Ryan, name me one president who's been elected talking austerity measures.
Well, I don't disagree with you, but I'm with you. You're right. So I can't say a lot, I guess, because
and
you
we
can't
have
win
to
on
wait
that,
to see what he does.
The immaturity of the American voter and the stupidity of the American voter is just, it's remarkable, is what it is. This is the biggest problem we have, is the debt of the United States right now. And they're talking about cutting taxes. Between him and her, they were talking about no taxes on tips. Like, are you fucking kidding me? No taxes on tips. That's your plan. No taxes on tips. They're fighting about no taxes on tips. I'm like, this is where we are as a country. Look,
yeah,
Juan
but
knows
you
I'm
know
right.
who that's actually going to affect, right?
What? Who? No taxes on tips?
Yeah.
That's not an economic plan. Who's it going to, what? Waitresses, waiters? I don't know. Servers? I think he was trying to win the Las Vegas vote because it's a lot of that income there, but
it's going to affect a lot of women, because a lot of women, and it'll affect them in the advantage, in the positives, because you have a lot of women, especially younger women, that are working, like you said, Ryan, in Las Vegas, that are working in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, that are working on the Magnificent Mile in Chicago, that are working in the energy corridor in downtown Houston, that are making bank. And when I say bank, I mean in excess of $1,500 a night just in tips. So it'll impact them in the positive, because the theory, I'm thinking, I could be wrong, would be that it would further stimulate consumer spending.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not saying it's bad. I'm saying, though, we have bigger fish to fry than
yes, and that's government
right?
spending.
Far bigger fish. Government spending.
And that's government spending that everybody right now is talking against, like ending the Department of Education.
Yeah.
Our
I just think
education standard has done nothing but drop since its inception. It's time to you can't cure a cancer by feeding it.
Well, the Department of Education is about I think it's about a $1 billion a year enterprise. I think it's about $1 billion a year is what they get.
I think it's close to 4.
Okay, let's say it's 4 billion. We are currently 35 trillion in the hole. So that if you close it, that math still doesn't do a lot to get us to a better place. I mean, we're in a bad spot.
Oh no, it's 228 billion last fiscal year.
Okay, so
And
let's
only
say they get rid of that.
Only 8% of it goes to K through 12 schools.
I think a lot of it goes into the college system. So, from what I understand, a lot of it goes into the collegiate loan system. But so $200 billion is that, right? So 200 billion, what is the percentage of 35 trillion is that? What percentage of 35 trillion? The interest alone is 800 billion.
All right. So all right. Where do you suggest we cut?
Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security have to be addressed because they are most of the money. They need to be raised.
Okay.
The ages need to be raised. We need to, like, for workers starting at 16 now, whatever, we've got to affect it. But the Republicans, the Democrats, and everyone's scared to do it. But that's the only way to dig out of this hole we're in. That's the truth.
That's a small part, I think, and I wish Tom were up here so that I could get his opinion on this. But I think Elon is actually doing the Doge thing with Trump in order to rein in military spending, because we're spending almost $1 trillion militarily every year, and we don't have that much to show for it. And the only reason why I'm thinking that is because Elon Musk got in the NASA racket, and that's when he discovered that everything was overinflated when it came to rockets and stuff. So I'm wondering if the big thing is to cut the military spending. So instead of $700 billion, bring it down to possibly $70 to $100 billion. And then there you go. I mean, you have $600 billion that you could use to pay the deficit or pay the debt or the deficit, even though I know that's not what's going to happen, but at least that money would be on the table to do so.
Well, they've already stated that HHS is in their crosshairs, along with the IRS, along with several other bloated, EPA. I know they floated EPA, ATF.
There's all kinds of.
Yeah, ATF, EPA, all of these agencies are needless and they overlap. HHS, ATF, EPA. Why do I need a law enforcement arm for all of those?
Well, EPA need a separate tax department for alcohol and tobacco and firearm.
Yes.
When I have the IRS.
We have the Secret Service whose main modus operandi is
counterfeiting.
It's counterfeiting money. It has to do with the Treasury. Why do I need the IRS? Do you understand? Why do I need the IRS to have a pretty much a paramilitary arm? I don't need them. I don't need them at all.
Yeah. Why do I need the ATF when I have the FBI?
Thank you.
Exactly.
Why do I need the ATF? Why do I need federal air? I mean, there's so many. There's so many.
Yeah. And
exactly. What is the IRS?
Realize that the ATF started off, they were revenue agents, tax agents, hitting moonshine.
I agree with you guys 100%. What's the IRS going to do to me at gunpoint? Hold me at gunpoint while they take my money, or what? I mean, you can already confiscate my money from my bank account without my permission, as it is.
Yeah, but they can't take your property, and they can't take you off your property without the SWAT teams that they have.
I'm visually.
They have their own SWAT teams.
You wouldn't know that I'm taking off my property until later.
You know what I mean? It's. Why does the Department of Education have a SWAT team?
You know what? That's something that I always wondered as well. To me, that made no sense. But Trump said he was trying to do that anyway.
Student loan debt. Student loan debt. That's why they have a SWAT team.
What are you gonna do? Arrest me and force me to pay the $150,000 student loan that I'm in?
Yes. Yes.
Like I'm doing everything
that's literally what they've done to people.
I'm already doing
And it's
everything
ridiculous.
to monetize what my skill sets so that I can pay the loan off. I'm not bitching and complaining that I'm 150 grand in the hole. I know what I got to do when I signed on the dotted line. Damn.
Yeah, but see, I think student loans should only go to every year the Department of Labor has the top 10 most needed professions in America, right? For skilled labor jobs.
Right.
I think you should only give loans based on that, on those needs.
Well, it depends. And I say it depends because the 2 college degrees that I got, one of them became irrelevant this year because of AI. And the other one, I got hit by the brick wall again of being visually impaired. I couldn't apply to become a CPS investigator, which was my game plan because I didn't have a driver's license. You know, it made sense, even though my argument was I can get on the Greyhound or I could take the city buses. But, you know, I understand where they're coming from now. You know,
John,
what would take half a day takes, you know, 2 days for me to get the work done. But then I went ahead early and went to law school, you know, so I have the skill sets that I need. It's my responsibility to monetize them. Now, if you're getting a degree in African American LGBTQ dance studies, I say get the loan, but don't bitch because you know what you got into when you signed on the dotted line.
Don't complain when you can't find.
I say don't even give them the loan. If that's what you want to study, you pay for that. Because it's possible now. You can do an entire degree, one class at a time from your living room. Those things were not possible in the past. You can get a degree from a school you never set foot on campus.
Well, that's what I did when I went to law school. The school that I went to was not accredited by the ABA. It was approved by the State Bar of California, and it was fully online. The catch was California was so strict. They wanted to make sure that you weren't getting, you know, that I wasn't getting a Cracker Jack box degree, which a lot of these bullshit online colleges are. Your Corinthian colleges, some of the programs in Phoenix, the Art Institute. You know, I'm sorry, but those for the most part have bullshit programs. It is what it is. I had to fly to California and actually take the first year law students exam in person. And that exam was so difficult. In my law school section, my 1L section, we had over 200 students. By the time I moved up to my 3rd year in law school, we dropped from 200 students to 20. And I was part of that 20.
And guess what? A lot of those entry level and mid-level lawyer jobs are going to go to AI too.
Not necessarily, because there's a level of subjectivity that AI just won't be able to do. AI will be able to write a template, and I have an AI program that does that for me when it comes to I-601 waiver briefs or N-400 briefs or N-600 briefs. But I still have to add my subjectivity to it. Now, for the template portion and for the forms portion, the people that would work under me, those jobs are gone. The legal assistant jobs, some paralegal position jobs, those are gone. Or if they're not gone, they're going to be gone within the next 5 to 7 years. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Because everybody keeps saying, you know, I keep hearing two opposing theories from the same people. Is that we need the immigrants to do jobs, but we're going to have less jobs in the future because of AI. Which one is it?
Both could be true at the exact same time. Look at the ATMs, the automated teller machines that we use to get our money out without a thought. When my mom was a little girl, you know, I'm sure that when your parents were little, they didn't have those. You actually went into the bank and spoke to a human. You know,
I went into the bank when I worked in high school. If I didn't make it to the bank on Friday, I didn't have cash for the weekend.
Exactly. That's where I'm getting at. But the point that I'm making is even though the teller jobs disappeared, newer jobs came up. And so that's what I think will happen in this particular case as well.
But as those jobs get more and more automated, you know, what did we do with the coal miners in West Virginia?
Well, the coal miners, the coal mining jobs were already mechanized anyway. I talked to a couple of people that did those, whose grandparents did those jobs and their parents did those jobs, and they didn't get in. This was 20 years ago because those jobs were already being mechanized.
Yeah, but that happened over a period of time. You know what I mean?
Right.
And each mine upgraded separately across the industry. So there was time to adjust. AI is going to take industries out in a year versus, changing industries in 10.
True, but, and I guess the huge but is there are going to be other positions that come into play. Again, not necessarily for me. My time's up, right? I'm in my 40s. I got a good 30 years left, less than 30 years left. But the thing is you're still going to need people to program the AI. Believe it or not, you're still going to need people, especially in the ports, because the ports are going to be automated pretty soon, and that's gonna be a disaster for a lot of people. But you're going to still need a lot of people to repair the systems, to repair the robots or what have you. The robots aren't going to repair themselves yet.
Oh, I know. But kids today don't want to work with their hands.
Well, then that's an issue.
You can't right now. Spirit Aerospace can't get anybody under 25 to stay in that place for more than 2 weeks, paying them $23-24 an hour. Training them and training them from scratch with a GED, and they can't do it because these kids just don't want to work with their hands.
Well, again, that's a big issue at that point because the job's there; they're just not willing to take it.
Yeah, but right now we have the social systems that make up for that, and we need to take those away.
I don't know. If I'm an 18-year-old, well-able-bodied kid, and there's a job available for me, paying me almost $46,000 a year, that's $24 an hour that you're talking about, and I don't want to take it, what space am I going to fall on as a man? Again, well-able-bodied man that that allows me to be lazy.
You're gonna take a school loan for a worthless degree, and you're going to apply and get food stamps in TANF. Sad but true.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I understand where that comes from, and I see that with women more than I do us men. With us men, they would just laugh us into oblivion. Get your ass out there and work, basically.
They don't anymore.
Not increasingly.
Man, I want to know what cities these are in. Maybe I can be lazy in those cities. No, not this messy.
In Minneapolis, Minnesota, you can get food stamps for a household of 3 with a monthly income of $8,000.
Damn.
Chicago.
Yes. Michigan is the same way. And that's why we need to I think the federal government needs to take SNAP back over from the states.
When I was on that program here in Texas, and that was the most humiliating thing because I was a year out of college applying for job after job after job after job. So there I am after a day of interviews and a day of putting in additional job applications. Here I am in a 3-piece suit, buying food for the week, whipping out the Lone Star card. That was the most embarrassing thing ever. I told my friends I'd rather starve next time because of the dirty looks I got. But
it's not embarrassing. It's a flex now.
It wasn't a flex for me, believe you me. That was not.
I agree with you.
It's embarrassing.
I didn't even like taking unemployment.
Yep, I hated it too.
It's funny because during COVID, I was actually told that I could take unemployment. I'm like, nah, I'm good. I don't need the money. I'm good. Meanwhile, I had friends that took it because you had unemployment plus the PRU, the Pandemic Relief Assistance here in Texas.
Yes, people were making more money with the PRU
Not anymore, blacks. The same friend of mine that told me to get on that called me yesterday shitting bricks because he got audited by the state of Texas.
Are you serious?
And that's another thing the federal government needs to go after is all that PPP loan scams.
They already are.
They were already doing that.
Yeah, they're already doing that.
Yeah, but they've already written off anybody under 200,000.
No, they haven't.
No, I was going to say they haven't done that.
Oh,
they're going after mainly black and brown people that did this because these dumbasses made it too obvious. What they would do is they would set up an LLC.
Yeah.
The day of, and then apply for the PPP assistance.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's easy for AI to pick them out of the net.
There was a company in Dallas, Texas. I shit you not. It was called Money Ain't a Thing LLC.
Yeah.
I saw a bunch. I saw a bunch with NIGGA in the names. I mean, it's just crazy shit.
Good afternoon, John.
What's up, Juan? What's up, blacks? Mayo Monkey, Porsha.
What's up, John? Hey, John, did you get that link yesterday?
What's up? What
it was a property manager talking to a renter.
Oh man, shit. Was it me?
I sent it to Porsha. I don't know if she passed it along.
You know, we have so much material. I don't know if we saw that.
I'll see if I can find it, put it in the back for it. I figured you'd enjoy it.
Man, I just did a stream. I'm kind of feeling myself. I'm feeling real good today. You know, maybe it's because I'm drinking bourbon and not beer.
That's funny. Tom.
I'm a little hype today, you know what I mean?
I've seen people $8,000 a month SNAP benefits. It's crazy.
$8,000 SNAP benefit? What the hell?
Damn.
Lobster tails and freaking wagyu steaks.
Yes.
And you get money back. It's not like before where food stamps were for food. You can say, do you want at the register, do you want to spend this money or do you want the cash back? And you can just get the cash back at the register.
Okay, you know what? No, that's infuriating. That's infuriating. When I was on it, it was only food, and it wasn't even hot food. Now I think it's hot foods now, blacks.
Dude, it's hot food.
It's energy drinks, anything with a nutrition label. Yeah, anything with a nutrition label.
Yeah,
on it.
Yeah, no, that's bullshit. Like I actually spent it on food.
Juan, there's a rule in there. You can buy gift baskets with SNAP benefits if 51% of the value of that basket is in food.
Yeah, the edible arrangements, that bullshit. Yeah. And they use that to buy cakes, believe it or not, here in Texas. Because the cakes considered a bread product, so they'll buy birthday cakes, and I'm like, wait a minute.
Yeah. There was a store in Philadelphia that had cartons of cigarettes with lobster tails.
Yeah, I'm getting a little I'm getting angrier now. That's not cool.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And they were doing it with quarts of beer and sandwiches until somebody called them out for the alcohol sales.
I mean, the thing is, I don't know if you guys are familiar with this in New York City, and I'm sure they do it in DC and other places like that. There are people that will sell you some raw fish, and then they say, hey, for 50 cents, you go in and pay for it to be fried.
Oh, yeah.
And then the raw fish, you can pay for it with your food stamps, and then 50 cents if it's fried. Well, you pay 50 cents out of your pocket. There you go. Fried fish. Prepared
you do the same thing with lobsters in the Northeast. They'll steam them right there in the store for you.
There you go. That's true. That's very true.
Man.
Don't knock my hustle, guys, because I had these people. Hey, don't let me speak too much. But, these guys, they come my way all the time. I talk to these people. Somebody's got to take advantage of it. Somebody has to take advantage of it. It's not me. It's going to be the bodega down in the corner. We all heard about the food stamp fraud of the bodegas, right?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, well, that's a them issue, and hopefully they feel contrite before they go to the other side, so to speak. But after my experience back in 2012, no, I'll starve next time. I'm good. I'll starve. That was the most humiliating thing that I ever went through in my life. I never want to go through that again.
Yeah, but people that grew up with that, it's not humiliating at all. It's just normal life.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. I will agree with you on that. I really agree with you on that. Let's see.
Oh, John, I'll put this in the back for you, sir. I think you'll find it funny.
You got the property manager?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we teach a property management school around here for the people that don't understand how to do it the right way. I'll teach you how to do it the right way. I'm feeling real good today, guys. I don't know about you. What do you think? It's a good day, right?
Every day is a good day. We woke up this morning.
As I say, every day is a good day. Some are just better than others. Maybe this is one of those days that are better than others,
Of course. Any day that we're able to wake up is a good day. No complaints.
That is true. It is true. I agree with you on that.
So I have a stupid question for you, John, and you can flame me for it if you want.
Oh, why would I flame you? No questions or stupid questions in my purview. Go ahead.
The question not asked, right? No, have you had experiences where you had tenants that were on TANF or that were on SNAP? And if they're on SNAP complaining that they couldn't pay the rent and you're able to cash out your SNAP at the register, how are they not able to pay you rent?
Oh, boy, one day I talked about this. Man, put your math cap on, one. You ready for this?
Go ahead, man.
Remember, I talked about, back in the day, food stamps used to be, like 66 cents on the dollar, right? It used to be like 66 cents on the dollar, right? I am, like the hood economist here, talking to you about how prices fall and what causes prices to fall. Food stamps used to be about 66 cents on the dollar. Now they're 50 cents on the dollar. Well, what caused that price to fall, Warren? What do you think?
Oversupply with lower demand?
Hell no. Trust. Back in the day when it used to be food stamps, you give me a book, you give me some paper, you give me that currency, that USD. Food stamps were damn near the closest thing to USD. It was paper. It was currency. Then they digitized that shit where niggas could start pulling games and tricks and shit.
And start passing off his card to other people.
Give you a card and then you go to the food stamp, go to the grocery store, use that card, and nigga done disconnected the card. You be like, what the fuck?
That's why you don't pay him the money till you get the card, John.
That's why you don't pay him the money. But then
after you
comes a nigga like me, a nigga like me that can bridge that trust, because why? How can I bridge that trust? One, because I got that dope that they willing to trade off that bridges that trust. You understand?
Yeah.
So a nigga that drive Uber and get food stamp, he come to me and he say what? He said, man, can I trade off some of my rent for food stamps? I said, sure. 50 cents on the dollar, but hold up. What is he trading? If a night with me costs $50, right? Let's say a night with me. We're going, for all simplistic purposes, a night with me costs $50. He said, I'll give you $100 worth of food stamp for $50. Okay? Right?
Uh-huh.
How much did that really cost me for them $100 in food stamp?
Nothing. Nothing.
Yeah, nothing.
Well, the nigga might have took a shit, might have took a shower, might have took a shave. One night. $50. How much did him shitting, showering, shaving, and sleeping in a bedroom at my house cost me?
Probably $5.
And he gave me how much in food stamp?
$100.
$100.
So the price of my food stamps is what? 25 cents on the dollar.
Not even.
Is that what it is?
Like, damn.
It's not even, right? It's not even that.
Yeah, not even close to that.
It's not even a 1 cent on the dollar.
I am that nigga John Galt. Teaching you niggas hood economics.
Damn. Hustlenomics 101. Damn.
Teaching niggas hood economics. Man, I am that nigga, man. I did, man. I'm feeling myself a little bit today, you know. It's a good day. I ain't even drinking beer. Maybe that's why it is. I'm drinking that bourbon. And
Remember, make you truthful, John. Better watch out.
John, you got your pinky up.
I need a motherfucker to do the calculation. How much them food stamps cost me in a hypothetical situation? I gave a nigga one night for a $100 food stamp. What they cost me?
It's a half. At $5. It'd be a half cent to the dollar, sir.
Somebody explain it. Somebody explain something.
A half a cent to the dollar, sir.
There you go.
What is one night worth?
Nigga about shit, took a shower, $10. Let's say $10 the best.
Okay.
How much water?
$10. It's 1 penny to the dollar.
Yeah, it's 1 penny to the dollar, $10.
Ooh, you know what I did?
We mathing over here.
You said 10 cents. What you said 10? What was it again?
You said $10, and you said he gave you $100 in food stamps.
And you said that's how much?
About 1 cent to the dollar.
1 cent to the dollar, which means that in a normal world, regular person, they paying 50 cents on a dollar. I'm getting it for how much? 1 cent on a dollar. That means $49.99 is what? Trust. They know they can trust, and I'm gonna pay them, and I can trust, and I'm gonna get what the fuck I pay them. Nigga, that's the urban landlord. Ain't nobody else can do that. In these hood economics, where the shit get digitized, and these niggas got cards instead of paper. Shit, I still got something to trade. Imagine that.
Oh, man.
Man, oh man.
So cue the song Push Your Man in the background. I'm the Push Your Man.
Little Tupac, scandalous. Nah, I'm feeling good today. I'm feeling good. Except until he know all these things.
I'm your leader. I'm your friend.
Right.
Except still in the audience today. He was over here. I did a little freestyle stream earlier today, and I saw he was in the audience. I love when Seven still is in the audience. He's a fellow landlord like myself, and man, I swear to you, I've seen so many landlords, so many niggas I can't get up on the channel because they're going through it, or they done got through it, and they traumatized to tell you about it. But they all would love to get up here and tell you their stories, but they can't. Here I am the one that, kind of like, telling you the story to, and how the sausage is made, and actually I love it. Blacks, you always like to say, man, John Galt loves that action. I do love that action.
He loves that action. Just repeating what you said, man. He said he's about that action.
I love that action. There isn't like the never goes out with me, Black. You know what I'm saying? You know how it is, Black. You was in the military. You know what I'm saying?
You're about that action. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Hey, motherfuckers shooting at you, Blacks, and you know what I'm saying? Like, hey, nigga, you can't sleep, right?
Oh, yeah. If somebody's shooting at me, they're going to get shot at back.
Right. But you can't sleep while they shoot.
You're right. No, you can't sleep. But until you go crazy, and then you get used to it, and then you go to sleep. But yes. Absolutely.
Stanley's talk sometime, I knew y'all motherfuckers hate Stanley. He ain't my favorite.
I don't hate Stanley.
I know it. You know what I'm saying. Man, I talk too much sometimes. My lady called in. She was on here one time. She was listening. She's like, "Oh, that's Stanley." She said, "I don't know how y'all suffer with Sam Stanley." I was like, you and him both alike. What the fuck you mean?" Swallow it, goddamn. He's one of your members.
Say you and him both alike.
Man, I got this nigga calling me. This nigga got jigsaws and saw blades and all this shit. Blacks, I swear, man, sometimes when you have places store this shit, you know what I mean? Like,
What are you telling, man? I get.
They be collecting this shit sometimes, or whatever.
I have to get rid of it sometimes. I give it away. I sell it. I get so much stuff. I'm talking about, and just for my business, for baseball, I get helmets, gloves. I have copious amounts of baseball equipment that I can't even deal with. People give me softball equipment. It's crazy. Oh yeah, and my homie said he checked the warehouse for the extra stuff, for Eco Lab. Eagle Lab stuff. So he's just waiting on another shipment, man. And he's gonna do business with you, man. Get you the stuff I was talking to you about, the PT Alpine, all this stuff.
Oh yeah. Black, you got my number, man. Send me an email. I'll send you my number. Or get it from Porsha or send me an email. I respond, man.
My email. Let me put my email. My email is.
I ain't gonna do that. I'm about fucked up, Black. I ain't gonna lie.
Oh, you
Man, when I get this bourbon, I go down fast. You know.
What is your email? Do you know it? Are you sober enough?
Yeah, it's John Galt Presents. You can find it on the channel.
All right, John Galt
bourbon, I go down.
At Gmail.
Yeah.
What bourbon? What brand bourbon do you like to drink, John?
Man, this is what I'm drinking right now. This is my favorite, probably. Oh shit!
Oh, that's not bad. Yeah, that's not bad.
Was it?
Four Roses.
Four Roses.
Yeah, that's not bad.
And he's probably drinking that bourbon with his pinky up, man. Because usually he drinks
straight. Man, she's straight, man. And no chaser. I put a few granules of sugar in it, and we go from there.
Sugar.
You put some sugar in it. You like it a little sweet, eh?
Sweet. Like an old fashioned without the what that shit bitters.
You don't want bitters in it.
Without the bitters, no bitters.
Well, I don't drink, but it looks like you're having a great time.
No, once I'm back up, once the phone calls start changing into money because of the situation that's going to happen when Trump comes into office. My favorite thing is a Johnny Walker Black on the rocks and a little bit of tonic water. That's it.
You guys are expensive, man.
Johnny Walker Black, it's not that expensive. Where are you buying yours at?
No, I said I don't drink. So I'm saying.
I was going to say Johnny Walker Black. It's only. Well, you know what? I'm wrong because I keep forgetting. I live in South Texas near the border. So what I do is I go to Mexico and I buy it, and I cross it into the United States because it's cheaper that way. I'll spend a good $30 plus $9 in taxes. Get back in.
I don't know if I told you this, guys. But the last time Trump was in office, I ain't gonna say, man. He upped the game in DC. I ain't gonna lie to you. He brought a level of elegance and affluence that this not normally here in DC. You understand? And
Really?
I'm sorry, say that again.
How so?
Well, you think about like the people that he if you look back at his cabinet, he brought I can't remember all those people's names, but those were very wealthy people that he brought to DC.
Very true.
Very wealthy people. You know what I'm saying? Like people who made their money in business and who more or less said, I'll come do some work for you in the White House. I'll work for you, basically. And I've always said, man, like strong people can get strong people to work for them. Weak people get weak people to work for them.
Right?
Like no strong man is gonna go work for a weak man.
That's a
so
fact.
Trump is a strong enough man where he can get very strong people to come work for him. And so when you look at the people that he's gonna bring to DC now, boy, he bring like Betsy DeVos was a heavyweight. I tell you, her whole family on both sides were billionaires. She came to DC, right? She was Department of Education, right?
Yeah. Now he brought on Vince McMahon's daughter.
They're billionaire again. But he upped the ante this time with Elon Musk because Elon Musk is going to have to spend considerable time here if he's going to be the head of Doge, right? Vivek Ramaswamy ain't a chump himself. He got a couple $1 million, right? $1 few $1 million, right? And these are going to be very wealthy people coming to DC and like again,
billionaire.
Hey, y'all ready? Y'all want to hear this? Let me see. I got a phone call. Let me see. Vivek is a billionaire. I didn't know that. Oh, I didn't know that. Hold on.
What I was going to say real quick is, that there's opulence and affluence coming back into Washington, D.C. I was checking, John, near your neck of the woods where the Mall of Washington is or what have you.
Oh, it's coming.
Charging $2,500 to stand during
Hold
the
on, guys. I need y'all to be quiet. I'm one second. Hello? Damn. Hello? Damn. Oh, hold on, guys. The life of a landlord. Urban landlord. John Galt. This nigga talking. Hello? Hello? I don't hear you. Oh. Hello? Oh, nigga back. What's going on? Let's see. Oh. Oh, no. Maybe I wasn't connected. Let's see. Connected. Oh, I am connected. Let's get a nigga calling me back. Hold on, give me 1 second. Feeling good right there. What's today? What's today?
Today is Thursday, the 21st of April.
Hold on. Hello? What the fuck is going on? Hello? Hello? I don't know what the fuck. Hello? Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up?
I'm at your house.
What you got? Oh, okay, shit. How much is it for all this shit? I'm coming out right now. How much? How much? How much?
What did you say?
How much? How much? How much is it?
You just want, I'll grab everything, so you see what you want. But then when you order two sauce, this sauce, grill, it's $250 altogether.
All right, I'll be right out. No problem. Oh man, what do you want me to say? What do you want me to do? I don't know. Cause I let that nigga wait a little bit. Anyway, what that nigga say? How much? How much that nigga say? Hello, anybody here? Can you hear me?
I couldn't hear you. I couldn't hear what the guy was saying on the phone.
Yeah, all I heard was you tell me what you want.
Yeah, that's all I heard as well.
He talk a little more. He take a little bit. You know what I say? You know what? We haven't played the commercial yet, guys. But you know, before I go to commercial, hey, in 8 ways, man, I really appreciate the support. I appreciate everyone's support. For HB, for Porsha, for Crack, Stanley, for all the people that show support to the channel that may not have been acknowledged as of yet, or you feel like you've been missed. I'm sure everyone that you contributed to acknowledge you. But just in case they didn't, I will. Give me a second, guys. We're gonna go trucking for a little bit. I love that going trucking. How about that?
I got the recipe, never gonna let any op get the best of me. Thought it was distance, but hey, this is next to me. Talk to the spirit, you know I've been heavenly. Company definitely show your trajectory. This ain't a diss, cause I say it respectfully. It's time to eat up, bread like a speeder. Taking it deeper, and that's how it better be. Ayy, I got the recipe, never gonna let any op get the best of me. Thought it was distance, but hey, this is next to me. Talk to the spirit, you know I've been heavenly. Company definitely show your trajectory. This ain't a diss, cause I say it respectfully. It's time to eat up, bread like a speeder. Taking it deeper, and that's how it better be. I never let the comparison get to me. I just remember the promises meant for me. I know the enemy and that he's sent for me. I keep the blood of the lamb as my centerpiece. I cannot trust in no crystals or energy. Look at the chemistry, it do not even mix chemically. Most of the tricks, they be gimmicks, they mimic the truth. It's poison and we got the remedy. There is a bomb, apply it, the fire can stand to the tallest of giants, the tyrant and all the suppliers are scheming and lying. They selling this dreams and we buying it. Show me the chicken, I'm frying it. Show me the dough and I'm prying it. Ain't never lacking it, so what I'm packing, he taking it, he magnifying it. They say you ain't bout it. Tell them that you finna make it, but they doubt it. But you rose like a flower. Tell me what it's like to live with superpowers. I don't know, but I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. Get it. I just know that I'ma get it. 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 Ayy, I I got the drive, the bus, the truck, the gas is stuck. I ain't the one to rely on the luck. I put in work and then he show up. I know it's fake, this shit in the reps, ain't no regrets, I do too much. It ain't me if you saying I stunt. He calling the plays and I do what he want. This ain't a front, glory to G-O-D. It's what you could do with a mustard seed. It's what you could do when you start to believe. Take fear and you cast it inside of the sea. 100% out of me, cause he gave it all on the T when he let it bleed. So what is you saying to me? You just insecure about the love that turned me to a beast. I take a step and I ain't turning back. He made me first cause I know that I'm last. I ain't got time for no thing in the past. Learn from it first and then I react. Hands off me, don't hold me. Get it jumping like a trampoline. All truth ain't no trolling. We in good hands, no folding. They say you ain't bout it. Tell them that you finna make it, but they doubt it. But God did it. But you rose like the flower. Tell me what it's like to live with superpowers. I don't know, but I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I just know that I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it.
I'm confused. Why did we just do that?
Oh, sorry about that. Sorry about that. A little intermission here. A little intermission. Never a bad thing. Never a bad thing.
I didn't. I thought you were ending the show.
No. Just a little intermission, you know, man. I like to keep it going.
All right.
I do have I like to keep it going. I got the guys say, you know, loading me up here. Oh man, so what were the Trump supporters? I know Porsha said she's coming to DC for the inauguration. Trump, Black, so you coming to DC for the inauguration?
No, I'm not doing all that. I am sufficient witnessing history from my home, but I know that Porsha's going to have a blast. Are you going to meet her when she comes out there?
Yeah, definitely. No, I didn't have to enter the bladder, man. I guess.
How much does it cost to go to that inauguration?
I mean, I think it's all you need. You got to know someone. To be honest with you, you really got to know someone.
You might be right.
Blacks, you might find this interesting. I want you to read this, Blacks. I got to run to my front door for 1 second. And I got a story to tell you about this place right here. Let me see if I can tell you. Let me see. Okay, I'm gonna minimize the screen just a little bit I want you to read this and give me one. Man, what the fuck was that? Just filled out of my house. Give me 1 second, and I want to give me 1 minute. 1 minute, goddamn, 1 minute. Give me 1 minute. Right here.
The Big Board, 421 H Street Northeast. This H Street burger bar became a right-wing darling during the pandemic for openly defying the city's vaccine and mask mandates. Rand Paul and Thomas Massie were among the Republican members of Congress who made a point to stop by after the DC Health Department shut it down for violating COVID rules. I'm apolitical, Democrats come in here, Republicans come in here, Libertarians come in here. This is a place
Did we lose you?
No, I
Hello?
can't see the rest of it.
Oh, anyway, let me pull up. Shit, why is it so small? Oh, this is a place where everyone's always been welcome. Owner Eric Flannery told Fox News host Laura Ingraham at the time more recently it's been a recurring meetup spot for the Washington, D.C. young Republicans. I got a story place about this place, Blacks. You see the headline here, the first line, this 8th Street Burger Bar, Roz Grill and I did our first live stream on 8th Street. Became a right-wing darling during the pandemic for openly defying the city's vaccine and mask mandates. You heard Rand Paul and Tom Massey were among the Republican members of Congress who made a point to stop by after the D.C. Health Department shut it down for violating the COVID rules. You know, these were, I want to say, Blacks. They were Marine veterans. Can't believe that. When they shut that motherfucker down, but John Galt showed up and I said, man, look, I'll buy a burger. You know I'll buy a drink because, you know, they sell that bourbon. And I said, man, I'm here to support you guys. I was there to support them guys, man. Fuck no mask. If you ain't wearing masks, I'm there with you, bro. And I was
So did you show up? Did you go?
Yeah, I got pictures of myself there, man. With the
So
orange.
let me ask you a question. So
yeah, what's up?
So they shut them down.
Mm-hmm.
Does that mean that had they opened the doors again, there would be fines or there would be police?
Fine. Like, see, bro, like, did I ever show you my COVID ticket, Blacks?
No.
Black, you been here so long, you ain't seen my COVID ticket.
I probably have. But
anyone seen my COVID ticket? I don't get cracked seeing my COVID ticket. What's up?
Yeah, we saw your COVID ticket, man.
Crack, my lady friend. You know what my lady friend said about you, Crack? She said, Crack need to do streams for the moms that trade at home. I tell her,
man, I was so fucking busy today trading. Holy shit, it was crazy today. I can't multitask like Porsha, man. If I could trade, stream, and then talk about like what the fuck I'm doing, this is like at the same time. It's like, oh my god.
What were you trading today?
Everything, shorting MSTR, long Mara, like doing this and that. And the white jaw Galt yesterday said buy puts. I'm like, bruh, you're gonna get wiped out. You fucking playing options, you're gonna get wiped out for earnings, man. And that's what exactly
White John Galt was saying buy puts.
Yeah, for Nvidia, for the S&P. See, this is what happens. Nvidia ended up going nowhere. It's the same place as it was last week, wiping out anybody that gambled long or short on options. Exactly how it's meant to be. The casino wins. You lost. They have the edge. It's like you guys are gambling. That's why I told on my stream, I was like, I'm not here to do like half point 3-pointers, half court 3-pointers or freaking dunks all the time. The way you win is like you just do layups, free throws, layups, free throws. That's as a retail like trader or investor. That's the only way you're gonna win long term, because you keep trying to go for these moonshots and be a hero. You're just trying to satisfy your ego, and that's where like you're gonna lose.
Yeah, man, I'm a notorious purchase and hold. I don't trade often. I'll see an opportunity to take profits. I'll take some profits.
Yeah, right.
SMCI, I guess was supposed to go to 40. I saw it go up to about 30.
Yeah, I took some before 2 days ago, right?
Yes.
And then I leave the rest. I leave the rest for later, and I'm just like, whatever.
Yes, and that's what I did. Same thing with Tesla. I had about 5,000 in Tesla. I took about 2,500 of that, and I put that, in Oracle. I'm long on Oracle. I'll always be long on Oracle.
Man, you know, Oracle and Apple were the first two stocks I recommended for my parents. Yeah, way long ago, right? 20, more than 20 years ago.
Yeah. And Oracle never lets me down. So I leave, you know, that's a place to hedge my money. But then I left, of course, 2,500 in Tesla, and it served me because right now I'm up $2,000.
Oh, it's gonna, you know, White John Galt yesterday night was saying short Tesla. I'm like,
Why?
you already told people to short Nvidia. Now you're telling people like, F
why
off,
would you
man.
ever? Why would? First of all,
my,
look. He was talking to me. He was like, blacks consider dumping BTC, and I said, no. Why would I do that? And then he gave me some reason. I said, well, give me some alternatives. And of course, he never gave me any alternative. He talked about
you know, these people are like so sure about where a stock will go. It's like, bro,
they don't know.
I cannot trust you when you act like that. You know, you just are a gambler.
Yes, you are a gambler.
Yeah, and the guy just trying to say like, I'm not speculating. I know it's gonna do that. I'm like, oh my
no,
God.
you don't.
F that, bro.
You're not a market maker. You don't know. And and when it comes to, for instance, Bitcoin and altcoins, I'm looking at the charts whenever I make a decision. I'm looking at resistance.
It's very behavioral. It's very behavioral. Those stuff is like very behavioral. That's why I say you practice. You should look at Bitcoin. Like a lot of people that want to learn charts is like, look at Bitcoin. Just do go any time in Bitcoin and study it.
Yes,
like you'll learn a lot.
If you look at the charts and you find somebody that speaks to you, you know what I mean? There's a litany of people out there who break down the charts. And then you just gotta, it's a matter of finding the person who makes sense to you. So
yeah,
I have
a lot
a
of
couple people I
times
listen to, and a couple people, and then of course I make my own decisions. And all I'm doing, I'm looking at the Fibonacci, I'm looking at the point of resistance, I'm looking at the different backbones, I'm looking at trends over, you know, what did it do 4 years ago during the presidential race versus what's it doing now, etc. And if you looked at that, you knew that there was going to be a bull run around this time. Period. It wasn't, and it doesn't mean that it's going to mirror what happened the last 4 years, but it's gonna be close. And that's
that's what people say. Like, history doesn't repeat, but it rhymes.
Yes.
And anybody that does music, you know, people will use the same chords. It won't be the same melody or whatever, but they'll reuse patterns, right? And you'll see it again and again and again. You're like, oh my God, come on.
Yeah, you know, John Williams' Jaws is a play on, I can't remember this other composer's song, but it's almost note for note, except for two changes and maybe a fifth added. Oh,
blacks, you already know music theory, so you probably
exactly. So all I'm saying is when I look at Bitcoin, I was like, man, this is the time to add some money. I'm like, okay, I'm going to add in all the altcoins too, like XRP, my goodness, Ethereum, Doge, etc., Solana, the things like that I know have provenance. You know, there's a website behind it. It has usage. You know, it actually logs transactions, things like that. Versus these meme coins that people say, get in right now. If you don't get in, blah, blah, blah,
John Galt coin. John Galt coin. John Galt coin.
No, but look, if we have proof of usage, John Galt coin could be a thing.
You know, I want to make it like a REIT, man. I want to make John like he could do microfinancing. But when I looked into it, it was like, oh man, it's harder than I thought I could do.
Well, to get
it was easier.
REIT, all you need is an EIN. You could set up a REIT right.
Yeah, the thing is though, like with doing it with a coin, because they've done it before with Solana, so the blockchain, and you could probably do it. Yeah, and so they did a REIT or kind of a REIT with like houses in Texas. Yeah, like a lot of this stuff is low cost, you know. So John doesn't need to be a big developer or big commercial, like
sure don't.
Right? So he could just do it with his residential. Be like, oh, we just pay a little for John Galt coins, and he could spruce up his little things, and right? With Lolo's thing.
Exactly. With Lolo as the face of the coin.
Yeah, it'll just be like fucking easy money.
Yeah, it would be easy money. It'll turn us
Oh
all
my God.
multi-millionaires if we were to do it. When I have, so I'm projecting Bitcoin going to 100,000 over the weekend. It already,
it's almost there, man.
Yeah, dude, I had already predicted it going to 99,000 today, correctly. You know, I didn't tell anybody this. These are just my internal numbers. I'm looking at it. I'm like, it's going to hit 99,000 today, and it did. And now it's back down to around 98, 97. But
yeah, it's just going to goof around close to 100 until Black Friday. And then Black Friday, I expect like a mini dip, scare people out. And then that's the time to get in.
That's the time
for the
to get
next
in,
move.
buy more. Yes.
That's what I'm
Ethereum is doing record. They're talking about Ethereum going to 10,000 sometime next year. I'm hoping to God it does, because I own like 4 Ethereum, and I'm trying to, man, look, I'll sell one. Man.
Yeah, I mean, we gotta get John Galt coin going. Shit.
Yeah, we do, man. I'm down to
because I have to learn more about that level 3 stuff, and oh man, it's just too much work though. I'm so
it is
lazy.
a lot of work, man.
I'm so lazy now. If I was younger, it'll be like, oh yeah, I'm doing it. But it's just like, oh man, I'm lazy.
Yeah, I got so much. I have 6 children. It's hard enough.
I don't have that, but I'm just lazy. I mean, oh man, all right, I gotta get off my ass.
Well, man, I literally don't have any more brain power. Like I can't even. Last night, man, so yesterday, let me tell you about. So yesterday, I had 4 things I had to do. To name them, I had to do a photo shoot with my boys. I had to then go to a HOA meeting. After that, I had
HOA. I was in an HOA meeting like last week. Oh my God. Fucking for my parents. Like, it's just like, oh my God. I'm the agent.
It's terrible. It's just a whole bunch of people who want power who don't get paid.
Yeah, it's so funny. I love it though. It's kind of funny because I play around with people a lot.
It is. And then I had to go to training with my son. So he could go his batting training for an hour.
Oh, he does baseball? Is that the thing you wanted to do?
Yep. And that man, listen, for the life of me, I'm gonna get that boy into the MLB. Mark my words.
Bro, dude, you know what? It's easier to do pro cricket. Like it's easier to get. Like, can he do cricket? Like, if you can,
he probably could.
Like, if you could train him on cricket just in case. He can't do the MLB. He could be a pro cricket player. It'll be so easy, especially with all the Indians coming in here now. It's getting popular.
We have cricket. You're absolutely right, because it's a freaking pandemic. I have doggone Indians taking up all the baseball fields playing freaking cricket.
Do, man.
It's insane, brother. It's a rash of them, and you're like, what the hell? And then, but then you'll have Indian people coming to me asking to teach their sons how to play baseball.
Interesting.
So it's crazy. But you're right, because have you ever watched the channel? My goodness, Poor Man's Podcast.
No.
Look him up.
Okay.
Black guy. He talks about everything, but mostly men and women stuff, kind of short form. And I met him at Universal a couple of years ago. I was walking and I saw him with his family. I said, "You're Poor Man's Podcast." He came, he started smiling immediately, shook my hand, everything like that. And we were talking. This guy played professional rugby and played in the Pan American Games, but he started with running track and playing football.
I see.
It makes sense. I'm just juxtaposing his story with what you're telling me to teach.
Yeah,
you're absolutely right.
Yeah, because it's easier down there. Yeah, to do like the non-popular quote unquote, but it's world it's global, right? So he could get in and he could play for the Pakistan team or some shit. It'd be like hilarious. It would just be hilarious. It's just like, because you'll just make more salary that way.
He's light skinned enough. They can mistake.
Yeah, they can pass him off.
For real. And you're right, man. But so what else? What else am I long in? Long in a couple REITs, and I'm long in Apple, of course. I'm long in Disney because I frequented Disney, though their stock is trash now.
No, it pumped the earnings, so it might recover. Yeah.
Well, it did pump at earning, but I'm still negative in that stock. So of course I'm going to hold while it kind of levels out, and before I
well, they got to stop that DEI shit or whatever.
Well, they are, and they're getting rid of Bob Iger.
Right.
Bob Iger he's leaving, and he doesn't get to choose his successor. Thank God, because last time he did that, he screwed because he was the one behind the. So he was the one behind the reins. Anyway, he never left his office. He retained.
Right. That was weird, man.
Yeah, because he's a narcissist, man. His goal was to run for office. That was his goal.
Really? You think so?
That's what he said, and that's what the people around him said. His goal was to hopefully in the next like 5 to 10 years run for president. That was his goal.
God.
But remember, Bob Iger doesn't know how to do.
Man,
that guy was a news anchor. Remember, that's where he started. He was a weatherman for ABC, and then ended up, parlaying it into being mentored by Bob. Not Bob, but who was the head of Disney back in the 80s and 90s? I can't remember his name, but we all know his face. And then Bob Iger ousted him, and then Bob Iger went on a warpath to quote get rid of Disney. He wanted to get rid of any Disney loyalists. So all the people that made Disney magical, he wanted them gone, because he wanted to turn this basically into a money machine, a money mill. But the very thing that made it a money machine, he was getting rid of.
Right.
And that's what he did. And he's the reason why they got rid of their own little fiefdom, which was, I forgot what it was called, but it was basically they were able to rule the area that they were in as if it was their own fiefdom. And they, the Reedy Creek, I think it was called. And because of him, it was disbanded by the governor. So now they have to go through all types of red tape and stuff like that in order to get things, projects adjudicated. So that's extra money. That's more time. That's efforts that they didn't used to have to do. But Disney has been bloated, man, with a whole bunch of vampiric succubi that have just lived off the teat. All these transgender, I want to be a boy, I want to be a girl type people who have just
and the same thing with Pixar. Once like Disney fully co-opted Pixar, it's just like, come on, shit.
Yeah, they destroyed it, man. They've done nothing but level it, and we're dealing with it now. But hopefully once he's out of the door, some board seats have changed hands. It'll become profitable again.
Man, companies are so hard, man, with the board members. A lot of them don't do anything. A lot of them just take the paycheck and barely give any advice. And it's like you have to have active board members. You have to have a good set. If you have just yes men, it's just like that's how companies start failing. They just go, okay, whatever you say, bro. And it's just like, oh my God, they just meet like once a year or something, and it's like, oh my God, it's just like an HOA meeting.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like that's an HOA meeting. That's why I go to HOA. I'm just like, what the fuck is going on?
Yes, and that's the problem with companies like Disney. That's the problem with Nike. That's the problem,
right?
With goodness, one that's on the tip of my tongue. I can't get it out, but Universal right now is kicking Walt Disney's ass. I mean, destroying them. Remember, Disney World, it took them nearly 10 years from concept to finish to get Tron at Disney.
Man.
Disney World, Florida, when it's already been in Shanghai.
Wow.
Okay. So, and then everybody's been complaining it wasn't worth the hype. And then getting into getting into Disney is exorbitantly priced. Nobody can afford it. It's become a luxury item.
Yeah.
I'm like, how, Sway, how? When previously they made plenty of money, but here's the thing: they're trying to make up for their cinema arm. Their movies don't make them any money. It's a money drain. They're spending billions
Right.
making these shitty movies filled
Oh,
with
and they got TV shows too, right? There you
TV
go.
shows,
Yeah.
movie quality TV shows filled with agenda. I mean, how many $250 million, $500 million pictures can you make before becoming insolvent? So, because Disney World and all the parks account for 40% of the entire company's revenue, they're trying to make up everything that they've spent with ticket sales and accoutrement being sold there. But they don't have any good accoutrements. They don't have the ticket sales are dwindling because they've freaking jacked them to the moon.
Yeah.
Nobody's going the way I forgot what park attendance was down to now, but nobody's going. Nobody can afford it. And then if I can afford it, am I going to go there, or am I going to go to the Maldives, or am I going to go to
right? Yeah, that's right.
Or am I going to go to the Louvre, or go to these places? You know what I mean? Versus spending that money, which is going to cost me more to go to Disney World than it will to book a flight with my entire family, rent a room or rooms, and get travel accoutrements and food and sightseeing in Paris, France, which is a shithole. But yes, still.
You had to sneak that one in.
It is. Paris is
a shithole. Yeah.
It is, man. It is. Everybody knows it.
Man, Europe is like complete like disaster.
It is, man.
What the fuck is going on with Europe?
You can buy entire chateaus in France for a little bit of nothing.
Yeah, I could, and I'll be like, "What the hell? I got to do with upkeep? Oh hell no!"
Yeah, dude,
terrible.
You can go to Spain right now. Spain has little towns that are that are dilapidated.
Yeah,
because all their young people have moved to the big cities, and so you have these entire haciendas that are for sale.
And Greece, ever since that whole Eurozone disaster or whatever, they had a crisis, like because they tax people so much. The young people rather get rid of what their parents owned than hold it. And it's just like there's empty towns, empty houses. It's just like, what the fuck?
Same thing in Japan. God. All those ghost houses in Japan.
Yeah.
People just abandoned because their entire family died out. And then the younger generation moves to Kyoto or or to Tokyo or to Nagasaki or any of these other bigger cities, and they have whole houses just sitting there, and people are buying these houses for nothing. Do you hear me? Nothing. And then they're white people and expats are buying them and then spending a little bit of nothing to remodel them and live there.
I don't know.
I need to move to Japan.
Well, Stanley's son's probably is. He's learning Japanese for some reason. Stanley didn't inquire.
He's probably into all the anime.
Yeah, well, I was like, I think that's good.
I'd be surprised if he marries a Japanese.
I think that'll be good. Yeah,
Yeah, nothing wrong with that. I got friends who are married to Japanese women. They're enjoying life, and friends who are married to Filipinos. Some enjoy life, others regretted it.
Yeah, it depends. Yeah.
Oh, dude.
I mean, when you marry my friend married a Colombian. Like he got lucky. It was like, it was.
She must have been a good Colombian.
Yeah, she was.
I got friends who are married to Brazilians who regretted it. Especially the white boys who marry the Filipinos, man. They'll marry them out there, and then the Filipino girl will play house, gets to the States, gets her green card, and goes to have
yeah. No,
Same
yeah, it's a
thing with
person.
Korean
Yeah,
girls.
it's a person by person thing, but yeah, you have to be extra careful. Like how.
Well, it
things
is a
go.
person by person thing for sure.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
again, I have friends who are married and very happily married. One of my closest friends, he's married to a Korean woman. And he's been married to her for 10 years now, I think.
Hmm.
And they have 2 children. And they live in Fort Wayne, Indiana. So
Yeah, there was this guy NPC the game who came on here. Like he's married to a Taiwanese woman. Yeah, so he's fine with it too. So
oh yeah,
yeah, you got to pick the right person, man. It's really how it, and that's anybody,
very
but
true.
extra careful when you're going outside
When you're
the
an
country.
expat and you're going to
Yeah.
marry abroad, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right, man.
Yeah. So a lot of people, they got to get their radars up. I don't know. People don't have much sense, I think, honestly.
No, they don't.
Yeah.
I have another friend who married a Russian girl out there when we were in Korea.
Oh,
there are a lot of
boy.
Russians in Korea, by the way.
Oh my God! Here we go.
When he was dating, when he was dating her, he was married at the time. He was married at the time.
Wait, what?
Listen.
Oh no, he's marrying a Vladivostok refugee.
Listen. So he's married at the time, and he's married to a black girl.
Oh,
and he's American, he's black.
Yeah.
And he would go to Seoul, downtown Seoul area, and and dealing with her, man. And when I tell you there was no hole he didn't have access to with that.
Oh my
with her, it was ridiculous. So
go ahead. Sorry, Blacks. Go ahead.
My bad. He was wearing. I'm sorry. She drove I think it was a Ferrari or a Lamborghini. I can't remember.
Oh no!
And she owned a couple stores down there, and we called it American Alley. She owned some stores down there, and he told me, he was like, man, Blacks, she cannot catch me with my wife. She does. She said she'll kill me.
Oh, for sure. No
Look,
shit.
And I believed him. She drove to the base in her Ferrari.
Yeah.
This yellow Ferrari looking for him.
She'll just get her relatives to fucking kill his ass.
Dude, I'm telling you. So
done.
I remember one time we were at one of her stores. This lady started destroying the merchandise in the store. They were having an argument. And he married her, man. He divorced her.
What?
and he married her. No kidding, man. He married that girl. And I couldn't believe it. I was like, you married this girl? It's like, yeah, man. I had no choice, man. She was doing everything.
Oh.
I'm like, all right, man. You're stupid. You divorced your wife. You divorced so-and-so? So yeah, man, we were already on the fritz during that time anyway. I'm like, dude, that's your fault. You did that. Anyway, John, you were about to say something.
Oh man, I was about to say, I was just talking to my buddy Philippe, and he said, man, he wants to come on, man. He really wants to come on and tell some shit. He's got a lot of shit to tell. He's got this.
Well,
story.
I thought he worked in Netflix, making like $700K.
No, he didn't get the job. He didn't get the job in Netflix. Amazing.
What?
Oh no!
It was 700 G's. What the fuck?
Hey, and right after he didn't get the job, guess what happened? They put on the Mike Tyson event, and it didn't go so well.
That's true.
Oh, dude,
So now
he's doing the data centers. What the fuck? What do you mean he didn't get the job?
I mean, he's not really tripping about it. His mother is sick right now, so he's not really, tripping about it.
So yeah, Ryan.
He would have painted it, and I was just on the phone with him, and he was telling me some stories, man. He was telling me some stories. So he owns a house near the Masters. Is the Masters coming up?
I don't know. I'm not following golf, bro.
Yeah,
you think I follow golf? I'm just like,
if
honest
I'm not
people
the
still
one-
play that.
If I'm not the one getting my green jacket, I don't care. All right.
Right. Philippe is my main man. It's been a good buddy of mine. I've been knowing him for a very long time. And apparently, there is a housing commission for the Masters. Apparently, he was telling me, and so he owns a couple of properties in South Carolina near the Masters in Augusta, and they have rules and regulations to have your house suited for the Masters visitors.
Oh man.
White towels, everything must be pristine. White plates, they got rules down to the plates.
Wow.
This ain't John Galt type of written.
Oh wow. Wait, you can't have any dreads in the drain?
You can't have any turds floating in the toilet.
Oh.
You can't have a evil, crazy ninja bitch holding up the room.
She'll just show up on hole 13. It's like, what the fuck?
No hair day, blacks. No hair day for these people. So apparently the Masters has like a curated list of rental eligible properties that
you can have. Here we go.
And he ain't in it.
He said, no, he has his properties on the list. So he's talking about, what he has had to do to get his properties on the. Now you can always go Airbnb and all that kind of shit, but to be on the Masters eligible list, there are different additional criteria.
Okay.
It doesn't say white people and shit like that. White plate towels. A certain level of elegance. You can't be over here in the hood with John Galt.
Let me see what these requirements are. Let me see.
Oh man. Yeah. But back to Porsha. Porsha's coming to DC for the inauguration, and one of the other places that they're gonna have, another place that John Galt has been. You know what's crazy about this place right here, Cafe Milano? We talked about the other place, the Big Board. I went to the Big Board. Let me show you. The Big Board was the first restaurant where the Trump supporters would be while they're here in DC. Here's the headline of the article: Where will the Trump crowd hang out? And the first place was the Big Board. I've been here. Roz Girl and I streamed from not too far from here. There's a Whole Foods about 2 blocks away, 608th Street. This is very close to Union Station. This is I think a marine-owned bar. Right after COVID, or right during COVID, I went here because DC government, as they show here, shut the place down because of COVID vaccine mandates. You gotta wear a mask. Hiya, get crack. That's your guys. If you want to listen, crack. People always talk about, channels need to have
what?
Some value and things like that to be worthwhile of people contributing and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
And I ain't gonna tell you no lie, Craig. You're the only person that my lovely, lovely Lisa watches.
Who's Lisa? Wait, what?
My lovely Lisa. She don't even watch me, right?
What?
I guess you say I get enough of listening to your black ass when you're not on stream. So she don't even listen to me, but she does listen to you. And she is one of the women that says, you need to create a stream for the trading mothers.
All right.
Right. You're gonna have to do it, Crack. Like, hey, this is the audience. Maybe they'll watch you when
you have to suck it up and do it, Crack.
When the baby sleep, Crack is when they listen to you, when they want to listen to you, when they want to ask you questions and shit like that. Honestly, that's what I've been told.
Yeah, I was planning to do something like I had to split it up into random trading talk and then lesson talk and then I don't know. I'm not organized like Porsha, It's like it's my fault, I guess.
Hey,
my lovely lady. Go ahead. Huh? What's that?
I was gonna say, Ryan. Yes, I did know that Comcast was selling MSNBC. Yeah. You're right. All those people, all those visionaries and luminaries that are, Mexican, that are on the show.
Hi,
y'all. Are yes, they are done for. They are done.
Comcast is a family-owned company. Small hat.
Yeah, small hat, but they're selling MSNBC because
Craig,
full of rot.
Did I tell you guys I built a lot of Comcast software?
Yes,
my
you did.
God.
I tell you about this shit.
What?
Yeah,
what kind of software for the cable sector or what?
You can go to their website right now. From the time you hit it to the login. You want to sign up for cable? You want to. If you're Hispanic, and if you look at the URL, they have something called Deal Finder.
Oh man, this is such a
scam.
I built all this shit. Right, that's probably why it doesn't work.
It was a lift and shift, and we we what do you call this here? Man, I forget, Greenfield or whatever. But basically, we took an existing application and upgraded it from a back end C# development to
C#.
All right, that's my bread and butter crack. You know, that's what I do the best. You know, I will say
it went
that.
from C# to what? To what?
Yeah.
Linux?
No, it went from C# on the back end to React on the front end. React with it was still a CMS system, but it was kind of like we repatterned it, I guess you can say. We use like a helix pattern
oh my
to
God.
kind of like lift and shift. So everything went from server side renderings to front end renderings. You can see if you go to Comcast site right now, look at the URLs. You'll see some of the URLs like Deal Finder and shit like that. I'm going.
Man, this is getting me a headache.
Yeah. Hey, John.
Yeah.
Can I make a quick comment? A moment ago, I think someone had said providing value to this channel, and I think it was either Get Crack or CJK3 said, if you're going to invest, buy XRP. I bought $1,000 worth of XRP, and it's doubled.
Wait, CKJ3 does like crypto?
No, either one of you guys. No, I think it was Get Crack had told me, or he was throwing out some names, and one of them was XRP.
No, I probably didn't. No, it was
probably me.
Oh, wait, no, yeah, someone said XRP. I bought $1,000 and just let it sit, and it doubled. I'm stunned. I've never done anything like this in my life. Normally, I'm dumb money. I come in late.
It's not dumb money. This is the time.
This is the time. This is the time.
I mean, I dumped a lot into Cardano and stuff, but the biggest mover for me is XRP. I'm stunned.
I mean, Cardano isn't bad. Cardano's due to explode as well. But the ones that are truly hitting it is XRP, Solana, what you call it, Ethereum, Doge, of course, Bitcoin, because they're all tracking Bitcoin.
Yeah,
and
right.
then there's one other that I can't think of right now. I can't think of it right now. But the point that I'm making is that you're not slow money, man. This is the time right now, because we won't be hitting a bear market for them until sometime near the end of 2025.
Yeah, April is the next peak for Bitcoin, so that's the next peak up. So watch out for alt season. Alt season's coming. Yep.
Yes.
We're not even there yet, bro.
Nope.
We're just at the beginning.
And altcoins are already pumping.
Yeah.
Not to mention my Vanguard is up 26%. My VOO, dog, it's crazy. It's
why did you listen to the White Jaw Galt? You should have shorted like yesterday.
No.
He was like, it's gonna like the whole S&P is gonna drop 18% on what you say. It's like, oh my god, this is BS.
Who would ever listen to that? Who would ever take
like right after he showed that my stream, I showed like I don't see any indications of that. I don't care about Nvidia. Even if Nvidia crashes, that ain't gonna happen. So it didn't crash. It didn't do anything, which was what I expected. Like, come on.
Oh wow, man! This is the first time this is just an aside. One of my Instagram posts got 1,000 plays. It's the first time it's ever done that. Wow.
Oh, you're on Instagram?
Mm-hmm. Under Loudmouth Flavors.
Oh, all right.
And
everyone's Instagram. Buy Facebook, Meta.
I post a lot of memes about Donald Trump and stuff like that up.
Yeah.
And I make some others I poach, and I put them up, and they get some viewership. But this one is the first time that it gave me a notification just now. I got 1,000 views on it. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Craig, I was telling you about Comcast and how I did the rewrite. So initially in 2014, I made my living, man, cracking developing content management system, right to left for the Arabic and what is it? Chinese?
You're making my brain hurt, bro. right to left from the Arabic.
And I make them software, develop them languages, it's same code, but the shit will write from right to left if you're Arabic.
Right.
And then along came the personalization. Maybe it was about 2020. You know what personalization is, crack? Is it when you the same nigga log into a website and there's different shit being shown? Oh,
Right.
you wanted Coca-Cola last time? You wanted cheese on your hamburger? Two different options. That's what I did, John Galt. That's what I served up. And so when you were Hispanic and you logged into the Comcast website, we offer you a Hispanio Latino.
Yeah, right.
A little waiver.
Right.
We had a different package for your ass. And you see here in 2014, Comcast Universal selected Sitecore CMS where John Galt made his living. I built some of the biggest websites you niggas really go on. And
Did you ever go to like the what was that, the Cloud Force, like all that stuff in San Francisco and all that? They always had that Cloud Force. The conference. I mean, people just go there just for the free drinks and shit. That's why I went.
Man, I got pictures, man. Me in New York, they're drinking it big. You know, they trying to sell me software. When I worked for Con Edison, man, you know, I was there like this Sitecore. What do they call it? Is it SMO? Whatever the fuck it's called back in the day, crack. You know what I'm talking about, right? Subject matter experts. SME, right? You know, and so Comcast had selected Sitecore for this CMS and Avanade, Adventure, or whatever the fuck, Accenture, and whatever the fuck.
Yeah, CMS is like dominated by CloudForce, like Oracle, like kind of too, and all that stuff.
Yeah, there's Adobe, there's
Adobe too. Yep,
Adobe, Sitecore, and then there's some smaller tier, but I think Sitecore was pretty dominant at the time. I'm not sure how they're doing now. So that's kind of what I did there in terms of developing software there.
Man, I don't know. Like you're not getting into AI, man. Like,
I've been using it a lot, man. A lot.
Yeah, I think we gotta get to AI. We gotta get to crypto. Like, this is the next generation shit, man. That's it.
Another place where the Trump supporters will be going is the Capitol Grid. Master Kim, are you coming to DC for the inauguration? No, he ain't.
Sorry about that. You know what? That's a good question. I think some stuff's going to pop off, sparked by the liberals. Fake bombs.
Really?
I would imagine it's going to be crazy.
Nah, I think
I'm at my son's swimming event. Sorry, guys.
All right. Man, I don't know.
Are a lot of people coming down there, John? Are they? You can have all your little houses going to be full for the event.
You know what's crazy? Like, initially, I had a lot of bookings before the election. And this is why I say, like, honestly, Master Cam, I want you to hang on because I really I got a topic I want to cover with you that I talked about in another stream here, and I'm going to pull it up in a second. But before the election, a lot of Kamala voters, I guess they felt assured of themselves and they self-assured of themselves and they decided to book. And I have very flexible cancellation, so it was like a no-lose situation for them. And I was booked up. And then the election happened. Then the cancellations came through. And now I'm being booked again. And it's not as swift or not as, it's not like when people thought Kamala was going to win. I think a lot of Trump supporters are wary of coming to D.C. That's my thought about it. Yeah, I believe a lot of Trump supporters are wary of coming to D.C. So I'm maybe like a quarter, half book, based upon, what I think would be people coming for the inauguration. Yeah. I don't know what that means, but it's my thoughts. Anyway, what else is going on, Crack? What did you talk about earlier today?
No, just like all the stuff that's been happening. It's like it's gonna get more wild in December. So this is the first move, and I think let's see how it goes into next week. I think a lot of people were waiting for drama today. It didn't happen. The only drama that happened was the market makers were just pushing people around. It's just like a wrestler just coming in, just like bullying you, you know? It's just like, come on, bro. It's like these people seriously think they could make plus minus 12% on a move on Nvidia on share price, and they think their options are probably gonna blow up like plus minus like 1,000%. Yeah, right. That ain't happening. Yeah, that's how it is. That's how it is.
What are you trading right now?
No, nothing. I'm done. I did my day trade. I was shorting like the MSTR.
What are you swinging right? You trading MSTR MicroStrategy?
Yeah, because like Bitcoin, even if it makes 100K, I knew like it was over for MSTR. MSTR was already up like 200% this week. I was like, uh-oh.
You know,
I think it's over.
I was always skeptical of MSTR.
No, they have a good thing going because I described to you that they use their stock share price increase to buy more Bitcoin. And at the same time, because their stock price is so high, they can like get a good value on their bond issuance. So they can issue bonds at a good rate and be like, people will take it just to buy more Bitcoin. So Bitcoin goes up, their stock goes up. Their stock goes up, Bitcoin goes up. And
it's
just
almost like
man.
financial engineering as opposed to they're not really running a business over here.
Yes, and that's why I bought. That's why I rebought Tesla when they bought Solar City. Solar City had the best financial engineers in that company. So even that company was like trash. It was Elon's cousin, right? Or I think it was his cousin. Yeah. So when I bought Solar City, it was going down so badly. Like the buyout offer was so good that I would get Tesla shares at such a cheap price. I just re-entered Tesla through Solar City, and I got my other like move up through that. And it was like, but they kept most of their people. You looked at LinkedIn, so I went to LinkedIn, found out who was like the financial guys in Solar City, and you see they're still working in Tesla. That's how you know Tesla was still going up. So that's why LinkedIn is so powerful. It's not because you're using it to like promote yourself. You're just looking at other people. You could find out their org chart of a company through LinkedIn.
Yeah.
Yeah, but after Microsoft bought it, it's over. After they bought it, it's like nobody does LinkedIn anymore, really. Yeah.
I remember you saying that. I was like, looking at the org chart. I thought that was interesting.
Yeah,
Master,
yeah.
you still here?
No, he left. I think is yeah.
Man, I wanted to show Master Kim something if he was still here. Blacks, you still here?
Yeah, I'm here, brother.
Man, I wish Master Kim was here. You know, let me see if I can find it. Let's see.
Just call him. I can call him. No, hold on.
No, I don't need to call him.
No, he's at the. He said his son was at a swim. They were like watching a swim con. So his son's swimming right now in the pool, man.
Man, look at this message right here, guys.
Oh, what is this? Well, his name is Ishmael. That's already a problem right there.
Now, he hasn't been one problem. He has not been a problem at all.
Really? All right.
He had been a problem. I had a stream on the nigga by now. On that nigga ass out. I am that nigga John Galt.
All right.
So what is this?
What is this? There's a message to me, John Galt. What do you say?
It says, "Good evening. My name is Ishmael. I've been staying in room blah blah skibby. I can still see the numbers. I just want to let you know that. Northwest. I wanted to ask for a favor if possible. Okay, and you had a question. Okay. I've been staying with you since mid-August while I found a permanent spot in DC. I found one, but they want to talk to the last place I've rented from to make sure I pay. Would it be okay if I gave her your number?" And then you said, sure.
I am that nigga John Galt. I could turn that nigga upside down.
Why is
I
that?
could tell these people, hell no, that nigga ain't shit.
Hey,
Right?
that's
Could I not say
between
that?
us. I am
I
that
am
nigga.
that
John.
nigga.
That's his.
Down here in the hood, man, I wish I could show you some of the shit just came out today. The hood nigga John Galt. Have mercy
Now,
on
take
my
that,
soul.
take that post down real quick.
Master Kim, what?
I can
Master
see
Kim.
it.
What?
I can see the address, so just take that down.
Any niggas you want pull up, nigga. I don't live there. Pull up on that kill one of my
Hey, you blacked it out for a reason. That's all I'm telling you.
Yeah, it's not black enough. Yeah, he's right. It's not black enough.
Fuck it. Master Kim, you know, you talked a lot of time about these motherfuckers should try to finesse a nigga like John Galt. And we showed the message earlier, and I said, you know, hey man, listen, nigga, I could turn your whole life upside down. That's true. That bitch that wanna call me. What could she say? What? Let me see, Master Kim. I think for the doxing motherfuckers out there. For you doxing motherfuckers, who is it? Who is these niggas like the dox? Who is these niggas like the dox? I find these niggas the doxing. Ain't no Porsha here ain't here to save you, nigga. I block you.
Oh shit.
So, Master Kim, you see what the African? This is an African right here. You see what he wrote me? Look, what did he say? What did he write me, Master Kim?
I'm reading it now.
That nigga been paying me $86 a day. How much? $86 a day. I had these niggas living in hotels calling me yesterday. Y'all know, y'all heard that nigga. Call me living in a hotel yesterday. Y'all heard. Crack, you weren't here. That nigga yesterday called me, said she live in a hotel paying who knows how much. Indian making her bed. A Jeep. Hot motherfucker. But she was scared to live around the black people, Master Kim. So she said, I can't live in Southeast with the hood niggas, Master Kim. And Master Kim, you always talk about, you say like, these people need to really recognize a nigga like John Galt that could turn their whole life upside down. And here's an African, and we talked about an Africa town earlier today, Master Kim. And what is this African saying to me? Listen, can you read that, Master Kim? What's that African saying?
Yeah, he says, I've been staying with you since mid-August. While I found a permanent spot in D.C., I found one, but they want to talk to the last place I rented from to make sure I pay. Would it be okay if I gave her your number?
Who is the nigga whose number they want to get to? That nigga John Galt. That nigga John Galt that could turn your whole life upside down. When that landlord for this nigga, African town nigga called me. When the landlord for this Africa town nigga called John Galt, John Galt gonna go off his memory and say, well, did that bitch leave all the Uber Eats bags and shit in her room so the mice can crawl around my house eating her leftover shit? I showed you pictures of. Does anyone remember the pictures I showed you? That bitch had lettuce and shit all over.
What? What?
Everybody motherfucker remember that picture? Don't make me pull the picture.
Lettuce.
That bitch lied to me and said the bitch. Oh my god.
Nah, people would be surprised, but women living alone are filthy.
Lettuce?
What? Women with children are filthy. I've seen like it's one of the most heartbreaking things to see like a young girl with a little baby by herself and the house be raggedy.
The dudes, yeah. That's right. I've seen it. Yes, I've seen it.
And if you ain't seen it, I will show it to you, niggas. Let me see if I can show
Why does
it.
he always end his statement with, I am that nigga John?
Like, you know what I've seen with guys? Guys are like messy. You know, we'll leave clothes around or whatever. We won't mop the floor right away. But women will like leave a nuclear waste just sitting over there because you know it's icky and they don't want to touch it. It's wild.
Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah.
Where is that fucking picture? Where is the bitch that sent me the picture? Oh, where is the bitch that sent me the picture? I got to find it, Master Kim. I want to see
that nigga John Galt.
Yeah, with lettuce. What else you got there?
Y'all niggas saw it. Anybody's man, put one in the chat if you saw this shit. I had the bitches talking about these mice. Say it like a sub. Mice. In my motherfucking house and
Mice only?
mice. Where's the bitch? Oh, I done found it. Crack. Let's see. Did I find it? Oh, I found it. Crack. This ain't no Vietnamese town. Crack.
What is this? What is
This
this? You
is-
gotta
I'm
show
gonna
me,
sit
bro.
there, You crack.
Oh, you gotta show me.
God almighty crack. God almighty crack. Let me see. Oh, here come the
Let me
picture.
see. Let me see.
Crack, you know, I tell you, I go in these niggas' house. Who's on shit? Really got toned down my language. We got toned up here sometimes. And then I gotta back it down. Tone it down, they say. Tone it down, John Galt. So I had a nigga, she called me the other day, and it ain't even her room, but I guess she called me. She said, you know, it's in mice in here. And so I went over to the house and I said, well, let me see what the mice, what the mice. And it was Uber Eats and DoorDash. They've been staying in my house for a long time, cracking. They don't have nowhere else to go. They're homeless. They're homeless, right? And I said, well, let me come over and see where the mice coming from, because ain't nobody else complaining about mice. And I said, well, let me see what your room look like, and, you know, make sure ain't no holes around the perimeter of the room. And she said, I cleared the closet and have mercy. Right? Can you see that?
Oh my God. Is that lettuce or a full-blown salad?
What the hell?
This was in the closet?
Nigga, that's in their room. That's on the floor.
John, so let me ask you, what was your immediate response when you found this?
Bitch, you gotta get some of that food up. Hey, bitch, you want to feed the mice? Leave this shit. And so the bitch said, look at I just got back in there. I just, look what the nigga said. You can see it. I just got back. And there's bites in my Subway paper. And the paper tore up.
Oh.
So, now listen now. Now listen now. She just got back and she left the food on the floor among bags on top of bags will make the mice dance. Bags will make them dance.
I knew you were going to say that. Bags
will
to make them dance.
Bags will make a mice dance. Bags of food. And this is what she left on the floor.
Subway.
Nah, I'd have kicked her out immediately.
Niggas said, my guy eat too. My guy eat. Mexican, what do you think if she asked me? Well, I ain't going to tell you. Let me get to what. I'm fucked up, but I'm going to tell you. I tell y'all niggas I'm feeling real good right now. Real good.
Oh my God.
I tell y'all niggas, hey, nigga, she didn't just leave one bag of food. Nigga, it was bad. Nigga, when I walked in that motherfucking room. Panties on, t-shirt in the panties on.
When you walked in the room?
T-shirt in the panties on.
Was she trying to entice you?
And the nigga let me in. See, blacks, you know what I'm saying? I'm saying, like, the culture's so turned upside down, blacks, man. Nigga. These hoes so worthless. That nigga let me in the room with the bitch with the t-shirt and the panties on.
Oh, the dude let you in there.
Yeah, nigga, he's scaring the mice, nigga. Fuck you talking about? Nigga. Mr. Galt, can you please come get these mice? So I can
Well, you know what? That actually signifies.
So I can get up in the pussy, Mr. Galt. Can you please come get these mice?
He didn't have either the presence of mind or the pull to tell her to put some clothes on when company comes.
That's a fact.
You know what's so crazy about this hood? You know what's so crazy about this hood? And Black Note. He done heard the story.
I have.
You know what the irony of all this is? It was the same fucking room. I had to tighten the screws up on that nigga bed. Y'all nigga remember that story? Y'all nigga remember that story? I told this story on CG channel. I had to go in nigga room. Bitch, get up! Wake your black ass up. So I can tighten these screws up on the bed and a nigga could jump on your ass again. Bitch, get your ass up. So I can tighten these screws up on this bed so this nigga can jump on your ass again in less
Who's
than
actually on the contract? Him or her? I already know the answer, but I want you to just say it so I don't feel.
Ironically, it was the Georgetown graduate. Nigga, you want to see what a Georgetown graduate resume look like? Hood.
A Georgetown graduate, really?
It was the girl. It was the girl.
It was the girl got her. It was the nigga that had the Georgetown degree. Hood, you want to see what a nigga with a Georgetown grade degree look like, man? I can
Georgetown is
I can show you one. I can show you one. You want to see?
I hear Georgetown is like Ivy League, no?
You want to see what an Ivy League graduate? You want to see what Ivy League graduate look like this?
Here we go.
Nigga, do you want to see it? I show it to you. I think I got it. Fuck with me, you know I got it. You know I got it. Fuck with me, you know I got it.
Oh, what the fuck?
I got that dope hood. I ain't been selling them pure ass dope. Raw and cut, nigga. By the day, by the week, by the night, by the month, however these niggas want that dope, I got it. But I go in and out these niggas' houses and I see beyond the propaganda that's sold out in the public to the people that don't get to see it. Once they walk out their house clean and they fucking Air Jordans and shit on, nigga, I go in their houses and I see what them Air Jordans are stored at. And you hear this bitch talking about mice. You hear this bitch talking about mice. Well, you hear this bitch talking about mice. Or what am I saying? What the picture of that motherfucker? What the picture of that motherfucking mice? This how they live, hood.
No, but yet hood.
Fuck me, you know.
He's given us at least 4 stories about Georgetown graduates being disgusting. So, yeah.
Fuck me, you know I got it.
And then I know Georgetown graduates, they're not anything, man. They don't do anything.
Hood, you ever seen a Georgetown graduate resume before? I said, I show you one, nigga. You fuck with me, you know I got it.
I ain't never seen nothing like that.
But Georgetown is definitely not Ivy.
Nigga, this is the same room that the nigga broke that bitch's jaw in. Next nigga up. Next nigga up. Fuck with me, you know I got it. We got that dope, nigga. Sell the dope to these niggas. The Venezuelans can't sell the dope to these niggas like I do.
Oh.
Yeah. So speaking of Venezuelans, I think I heard HB. Yeah, HB was talking about the immigration thing before, and there's a video going around Twitter right now. The Chicago dudes, they can't dislodge the Venezuelans. Apparently, they're not afraid of them switches, or the switches not switching. I don't know what's happening in Chicago, bro. Crazy.
Hood, you want to see a Georgetown nigga resume, Hood? You want to see a nigga resume, Hood?
You keep asking, damn it! I said yeah, man.
Hood, man, Hood.
What the fuck?
If you was trying to sell me some weed, bro, I'd have walked off by now.
You want to see that resume or what?
Nigga, like, yo, I got that fire. I'm like, all right, where's that? Yo, I got it. Yo, this is some dope too. Like, all right, let me see. Yo, bro, this shit is so fire, my nigga. Yeah, let me see. Bro, this shit gonna have you high. Bro, let me see. Yo, when I tell you how high you gonna be. Well, bro, where the weed at, bro? This shit smokes so good, my nigga. Like, I'm gonna leave you alone, bro.
21 gun salute, nigga. You know, nigga, you know, Hood, you know, Yep, I'm up in the studio getting blow hood. And when I show you that motherfucker Georgetown nigga resume, hood, you ain't gonna play. There it is. Fuck with it. Fuck with me, you know I got it. Nigga, I only had to go back and forth with Stanley, nigga. When I start putting this shit up, nigga, that nigga get ghosts. I got that dope, nigga. I cut through that propaganda, nigga. Fuck me, you know I got it. And niggas, SKC, all these other niggas, they ain't got that dope. They talk, they got good game, but that dope right here, this shit'll make a nigga back the fuck down. I am that nigga, Jungle. Nigga breaking jaws with Georgetown.
I really can't read it that well because I'm on my phone.
You know I'll zoom. I ain't got no problem zooming, nigga. We got time. We're gonna zoom in on this nigga.
Yeah, zoom in.
We're gonna zoom in on this nigga. I swear I promise you, hood. We're gonna zoom. This is what a black George. Oh, God damn it. But this is what a black Georgetown graduate do for his living, hood.
Let's go. Zoom in.
What do? What do you do, hood? Can you see that?
What is that on the right? That looks like poetry.
Man.
Like that style of text, that's the way poetry is written. Fucking stanzas and shit.
Oh, is this an iambic pentameter? I was like, oh, shit.
Fuck with me, you know I got it, hood.
All right. What's that?
You see that reference right here, hood? Right? Let's see if you see that reference right here. Let's see. It's a jawbreaker, bitch. Hood, you ever eat jawbreakers when you was a kid? You ever eat jawbreakers when you was a church?
Yeah.
Yeah, you see this bitch here?
Okay, now I can see something.
You see this bitch right here?
Is this references his arresting officer?
Man, that's the bitch. That's the bitch he broke. He broke his jaw.
Well, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised that that's the reference, bro.
No. Oh, you doxing.
You want to hear something? You want to hear something? This is depressing.
Hold on, hood. Goddamn, I've been drinking. All you niggas, her number up here. You motherfuckers. You want to dox that bitch? Call her, ask her how her jaw feel. You motherfuckers. You doxing motherfuckers. Any nigga want to dox the bitch? Call the bitch, ask her how her jaw feel.
Hey, John, was she good looking?
I don't know that bitch. Now, I don't look at these bitches. Mexican. Motherfucker. I swear to you, Mexican. I ain't never looked at these bitches. I ain't never looked at them. They just like big blobs to me.
Oh.
You got my money, bitch. That's all I want.
Now, John, the thing I wanted to tell you about
nigga, I got too many
domestic violence.
Nigga, Master Kim, I got too many motherfucking women even look at these niggas.
John, tell me if I'm lying.
Out in the back door, I done put bitches out. I don't even look at them. My skin ain't like blobs. I mean, bitch, you got my money or what?
Blobs.
I am that nigga, John.
Abstract.
Can you confirm an observation that I've made over the years? The most stable black relationships involve some level of domestic violence. Doesn't matter what direction it's going in. But the most stable black relationships, somebody's getting smacked around just a little bit. Every now and then. I'm not saying it's constant, but there is an order to this shit.
Nah, you know what I'm gonna say, man, you know what it is. We talked about it earlier. You got a motherfucking I'm fucked up right now, but I think what it is you got like you got a big fat bitch on one side of the seesaw and a skinny nigga up in the air. Shit out of whack. You need some weight on the other side of the seesaw to get that fat bitch up in the air, and the niggas can get these fat bitches up in the air. And the shit is out of order. The fat bitch down on the ground, got the nigga up in the air saying, "Please let me down. What can I do to get down, fat bitch?"
And you know what? I think a lot of women like to carry that. It's like a healthy fighting weight.
But one of the bigger point is the nigga got to get his weight up to get that bitch back up in the air.
No, he got to stop fucking with the fat girl, but he need her.
Little nigga John Galt. But I keep these bitches up in the air. And I think the problem is, Hood, is the niggas can't keep their bitches up in the air, and they gotta break their bitches' jaw. And I'll put that Georgetown resume up again if you niggas want to understand why the jaws are being broke. This'll make a nigga break a bitch's jaw.
But he broke her jaw and she loved him, right?
I don't think she loved him after he broke that jaw no more, because I see him walk around in the hood.
They ain't together?
He ain't got that bitch no more.
Oh, damn.
There you go. He was participating in football at the YMCA, Georgetown University, baseball, football, whatever. The nigga ain't talking about no education, Tony. And, well, there you go. Master's degree. Master's from Georgetown University. And then I pivot to, again, we talked about Africa Town. We did talk about Africa Town, right, Master Kim? You missed we were talking about Africa Town. But here's what I want to show you about Africa Town and what was I going to show you? About the African, Master Kim.
Yep.
I need a favor from the African. And what did the African say? He said, I've been staying at your place a long time, John Galt. And Master Kim, you talk about this all the time about how they need to finesse a nigga like John Galt. Because John Galt is a nigga that got a little bit of pull, a little play. You never know when you might need to send somebody his way.
Oh.
It's how it goes, nigga. Hood nigga. Hood economics right here being practiced right before your very fucking eyes.
Samuel Garreau says when John drinks, 20% of his brain cells are doing 80% of the work.
You saying what you've been telling these motherfuckers, and do you see now what this fucking African is doing? What he's doing, what exactly you've been telling these niggers to do.
You know,
right?
John, some of the Africans are like the dark-skinned Chinese. You
This
know,
is an African,
they've got people in their community balling it, riding around junky-ass old Jeeps, you know, but straight-up ballers. But visually looking at them, they don't look like rock stars, and that's what I think harms the black community. Is they think success is supposed to be driving a Bugatti with the jetpack on your back, wearing Jordans.
Yeah.
I'm trying to teach you niggas. I swear I'm trying to teach you niggas. This ain't no hate in my heart.
Hey John, may I ask you a question? I think I got something funny to say, but I think there's some truth to it. I know your neighborhood, there's no houses available. Everything's very expensive. I bet you wish for one of your neighbors to, like, you know, like someone to commit open homicide so that house gets the stink touch, no one wants it, and you get to scoop it out of sheriff's cell.
Man, I wish, you know, hey, Mexican. You know, the thing is, Mexican, you know, like, what's so crazy about this shit, Mexican? Like, you know, you came right here to where I am right now. That's what you're talking about. You came to my house right here. These motherfuckers like $500,000.
Oh, yeah, you know, all your houses are. You just Google the property values; they're all up there, and there's no houses available at all.
And you ain't that the one you came to, where you dropped the stuff off. This like $500,000. Then you went to my other house. That's a big ass house. You saw it, right, Mexican?
Yeah.
I don't know if you went through the garage. It's a big ass garage back there. I got a motherfucking finished carpenter back there. He does all kind of work. My work, some of the work he does on my house is, you know, like craft work. And, you know, anyone can do this. It's not like rocket science. I'm not like recreating some shit that, you know, you gotta learn physics and anything like that. But you know, you talk all the time about, you know, like how these people could like pull themselves up out of poverty, and you look at what the guy is saying here, where he's saying like, look, and you know, man, can my next reference call you so I can move up? I've been in your place since August, and day by day. And the blacks and in my house is fighting, breaking people's jaws and shit. They can't ask me for a favor. And look how many doors they've closed, Master Kim. Where's this African? His doors are open. What did I say to him? Sure.
I saw somebody typing on Twitter the other day, the new American dream is just making enough money to not have to live around blacks.
I can't believe I just heard that. Oh,
hey, you Mexican, but you heard my buddy Philippe say it too. My buddy Philippe said, you know, like his biggest nightmare is to not have enough money to not live, not be able to live. You know, and, you know, but this ain't a black topic. This is again like the power of the landlord and the way that you. Yeah, I think in the new America, how you have to leverage every relationship that you're in. And this African, and we've heard this guy on the channel. We've heard him. I had him live on the channel. I don't know how many people were here. They heard him, but he was like, "Yo, you know, whatever I need, you know, can I get, you know what, Master Kim, you know what, you ain't gonna believe this. I offered this guy half price to come live in the hood. I offered this guy, honestly, on the stream, half price to come live in the hood. He would not take it. And
is it still worth it? Even at half price, is it worth it?
It wasn't worth it to him. But I would imagine that he would have found his apartment a little bit faster if he had moved to the hood at half the price.
Wouldn't it be worth it if you're like a buster, all you do is work and don't go, you know, just mind your own business, right? You could live there because you're not out looking for trouble. Versus in the hood, you looking for trouble, you're gonna find it. But if you live in a buster life, you can live anywhere.
Master Kim, I played the stream for you the other day. You were on the stream the other day, today, where the black woman, she called in and she was like, you know what? I can't live next to you, John Galt. I can't live in the hood. You remember that?
Yep.
You remember that? Did you hear it? Did you hear it today? You know, or yesterday, whatever. She was like, look.
She was too stupid to try to keep you for plan B or C.
But the bigger point was she was not willing to live in the hood. Did you hear this?
No, I didn't hear it, but it makes sense to me. I mean, look, I'm in literally a situation like that right now. Like, cause through family, I was able to work out a super cheap deal, but it's in the hood, right? But I'm a single guy. Like, my kids don't live with me. I can live a Spartan life and just stack money by living in the ghetto. Not everybody can make that arrangement because, like, you know, I blend in. I'm of the ghetto, so I don't stick out in a place like this. I just get up, go to work, come home. Nobody really looks at me twice. Not everybody else has that kind of, you know, hood privilege.
I want to play this video for you guys. I think it's from today. Let's see. Let's see if you can hear this. Let's see. Let me know if the audio is better. I'm going to roll it back. So it's very important you hear these people, two men. Let's see better sound. You see.
Not live on Southeast.
That's me asking her. You want to return your call? This is me calling. We started up from the top.
Hello.
Yeah, sorry. Return your call.
No worries.
Yeah, so you saying you living here in DC now?
I was. We had to move back down to Montgomery County, but I don't mind the Northwest. Southeast is just too ghetto for me. I definitely will not live on Southeast.
Yes.
But Northwest.
How the hell is a neighborhood ghetto? Master Kim, you heard what she just said? She said Southeast is too ghetto for her. And Southeast is the area where you saw a couple of my properties, right?
Yeah,
Right?
that's right.
Right? You came to one of my, you came to two, right?
Yep, that's right.
And here she is saying that Southeast is too ghetto for her while she's living in a motel run by the same other hotels, right? But she's afraid of her bro man and her sister man robbing and killing her, I guess. And she said, I'll just pay you, or I'll keep paying this hotel
Well, yeah, I mean, there's a bunch of cheap hotels, and if you know have an issue, you can just switch your room, or switch a hotel without that much hassle. Once you enter that room contract or that apartment contract, you're kind of locked in a little bit. So, you know,
I'm saying, like, like the room would at least give her a place to cook, microwave some food at least, and have a place to, kind of, have some normality.
plus, is she like alone? I mean,
No, no,
I don't expect a single woman to take a place in the
hood,
dangerous neighborhood.
you need to hear more. Let's put it a little more. Is it neighborhood or the people? I don't know.
It's
Together. What you
fine.
talking about together? Oh, yeah, I live in Southeast. What you mean?
That's where the shit go down. Everybody know about Southeast. What? If you don't know, then you playing oblivious.
You gotta go there all day, every day. We all day, every day. But yeah, so where you living at? You said your sister or something put you out? Your brother, your boyfriend, something?
So we were on the Northeast. We were by the Noma. You know what Eckington is?
Yeah.
Eckington place? Yeah. So we were staying over.
Noma is probably like $750,000 for a house. Real expensive. Matter of fact, Rafer Edmonds, y'all niggas heard of him. Dope boy. Just got out of prison not too long ago. His home base for selling dope was in Noma. And now it's a gentrified, super gentrified. She used to live over there. Now she can't afford to live over there. She gonna settle for Petworth, I guess, but she can't afford Petworth, so she's living in a motel. Motels in DC are gonna be at least $100 a night for a motel. But she's scared to live around the niggas, and this is the hidden cost of being unwilling to live around black people. Hey, you listen to her.
There.
Well, hold on, John. I think we're taking it from the wrong angle. It's not the hidden cost of not wanting to live around black niggas, but there is a tax that also goes around living with niggas, and so you just have to weigh those things. It's not a cost to avoid things that are negative to you. That's just how it is, man. I don't know that people are wrong, or if it's even the correct approach to frame it as she's paying an extra cost by avoiding niggas. Yeah, that's the price of safety, bro.
No, hood. I know. You know, hood. I could have shown you this, and it would have justified exactly what you're saying. I could have shown you this.
Hey, John.
But you probably haven't seen this hood. You ain't seen this hood. Huh?
Hey, John, what if it is, I hate to say it, but what if it's this lady's so fake, maybe it's part of her status symbol to, go to Caribou Coffee, nothing less, work at the iPhone store and, and then break down the demographics of where she chooses to live. Maybe it's all just fake image shit. She's about to pass out thinking about moving to one of your other houses.
Whatever the case may be, Master Kim, what I say to you is that all of this is primarily based upon, like, this is a woman, she's afraid to come home from at night and have this happen to her. Look at what Keisha said. Keisha. Ooh, I love that name. I had me a Keisha. Master Kim, I've shown you one of my Keishas before.
Okay.
But listen what Look Keisha said right here. She said, Keisha, you see Keisha? Keisha, how you meet you? What Keisha said? Master Kim, can you read that?
Oh yeah, it says, hold on, let me make it bigger. It says, I actually need to cancel it. I was walking home last night and someone tried to rob me at gunpoint. I am fine, but I need to relocate. I've already have my things relocated. Is that legit, or does it sound like she's just trying to get out of?
You talking about that legit? What do you think I'm over here goddamn prank calling it?
Oh no. Her comments are probably not legit, because when women try to wiggle out of any obligation, they'll come with some like lame brain danger thing or whatnot.
Okay,
So,
all right. Read this. Well,
let's see. Hi, Danny. Sorry to see you've canceled the trip. Please keep us in mind for your next time. It says, I don't think so. One of your guests was robbed, and the area is known.
Who was robbed? Who did it?
Jeez.
Who
It's
did
all
the
fake
robbing?
shit. It's all fake.
Who did the robbing?
Sorry. Yep, sorry.
Who did the robbing? Master Kim, if I Google robbed in my phone, nigga, I have messages after message. You get
black
tired of seeing
Vietnamese
me
people
show
did
you
the
this shit.
robbing.
Yeah.
So we're not off base in that there is a safety issue here, and you know, safety has a price. You know, there's a premium on safety. There's a premium on living a nigga free life. I aspire to pay the premium.
Oh man. Shit.
Man, I'm feeling good, man. I'm having a good time.
Oh yeah, we know you're feeling good. We know you're feeling good.
So AB, I done got fucked up, man. Like, man, AB, I done got fucked up having a good time, man.
Holy shit.
What's that, HB? What's going on? HB, you on me?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
HB, I done got fucked up having a good time over here. I probably shouldn't be doing what I'm doing over here.
You see my banner at the bottom of my name?
Banner. Rob Keisha. He misspelled Keisha. There's no E in Keisha.
There's no E. Hey. You know.
Oh man. You know, I think I do feel bad for Keisha, but that other girl, you know, she got a nigga. She shouldn't really be afraid of being in the hood. She shouldn't be afraid. You got a man. You got a man. You got a man.
That's that super thug theory, bro. Your man is not bulletproof. Your man can only fight off one guy at a time. Right. Like your man is gonna hold the wolves at bay. Bitch, that nigga dying.
I mean,
the super thug theory. I like that.
Hood, you ever seen a nigga cut before your very eye? You probably never seen that shit before. I can show it to you, right?
What do you mean cut?
A cup, nigga. I said
cup.
Cut.
Oh, cut. Yeah. Of course I've seen it. It's a topic of conversation on my channel.
But I cooked it, niggas. Like my cartoon look different. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I am that nigga, John Galt.
You know, like, my break the year, but you know, listen, man, like, hey, nigga, I'm a little live wired tonight. What else in it?
I need some.
Yeah, that's true. And I'm a little fucked up, and I probably should saying some shit I shouldn't be saying, but you know. Yep. And I tell you, like, nigga, when I think of Keisha, I'm in the Trump Hotel getting blowed. That's Trump Hotel, nigga. That's a real Keisha. Back in the day, when I was a young nigga. Make a nigga move to DC off of Keisha. That's a real Keisha. I ain't one of these ghetto Keisha. No hotel niggas for you niggas that don't believe that's real true. I ain't watching this.
Oh shit.
Real nigga. Listen, hey. Yeah.
Trump International.
I need some weed, man. I need some weed. What's that, HB?
I said we at the Trump International. Ask for me.
Oh, AB, we get live today, man. I'm fucked up. I'm drunk. I've been smoking and I've been drinking, right? And we just having a good time. Oh, we just having a good time, HB. What you think? I just dropped my blunt. Y'all fill in for me. I just dropped my joint and I'm really pissed off. I can't figure out. Hey,
what's up, Virgo? What the fuck is you going on?
What the fuck is my joint? Damn, I gotta roll up another. What the fuck?
You can't find it? Come on, man.
Made it fell in the trash can. What the fuck?
Oh.
As a weed smoker, that is one of the most frustrating things because I know it was just here. It's like this shit had you believing in gnomes and shit.
Oh,
no. The weed keep flowing. The weed keep blowing in there.
Yeah.
The liquor keep. Well, I'm drinking liquor right now, hood. So usually I say the beer keep, but I'm drinking liquor right now, hood. So the liquor keep flowing. How about
Damn.
that?
So why are you drinking liquor today?
I'm
It's
out
not
of beer.
Friday
Man.
yet.
I'm right fucking on the beer, nigga. It's a good day right now. It feel like a Friday to me. I know you niggas at work. What day is it?
Yeah, it does. It does feel like Friday to me. Yeah.
Every day is Friday.
But that's because I just play the stock market, so it does feel like Friday to me. We're done.
He's getting lost trying to find his. Yeah, you right. Yeah. Why the fuck Samuel Giroux don't come up back up here? You know Samuel Giroux showed his Vermont estate last time he was up there.
Yeah. I think that's what's so crazy about this channel. Cause Crack earlier, man, he showed his account earlier, man. I was like, God damn.
Yeah, I mean that's just one account. Yeah. Like you didn't know like all my accounts. But I live like a broke ass though. I just live like a bum. Right. Like I just wear like old ass clothes and I don't even drive a Tesla, man. I was like, I'm just driving some bum ass car.
The training home baby mom was like, yo, Crack, you gotta schedule your shit around the time my baby go to sleep.
Oh yeah, I know.
Yeah, Crack, you gotta please the audience.
The thing is like once money comes in like so easily, it's like you don't even care about it anymore. You're just like, no, it's like whatever, it's unimportant.
But I think though, Craig, honestly, like.
But I showed that today because I want to show you like you have to study what I'm telling you. It's like it's not a joke. Do your homework. Like learn. Like I'm not here to tell you, oh, buy here, sell there, buy here. Like that's like I'm just trying to sell you a subscription or like I'm trying to like rip you off. No, like you got to do it yourself. It's all a mental game. It's all like, yeah, the best way to do it is like you do it yourself. It's like so easy. Once you do it yourself, you're like, wow. I didn't even know like I could do it myself.
I think one of the things, Craig, people want to your stream, particularly considering you stream for long enough where, like, I think a lot of people want to ask you questions. Like,
I do. I know that. Yeah,
it's fuck. Like, how do I open up a brokerage account?
Yeah.
Right, like you remember HB? Remember when Lenny Lou first came on the channel? He was like, what the fuck is a brokerage? And you're like, how do I open that shit?
Yeah. There's a lot of people that are like at a certain level. It's just like it's so basic. It's like you have to. So that's the problem where like you have to account like to a lot of people, and that's I'm trying to like broaden it out. Where like okay, a lot of you guys want to be gamblers. All right, you can do a lot of things without options with all these penny stocks I'm showing you. It's like all this shit's like moving up plus or minus 30%. It's like what the fuck, And it's like, yeah. Oh my god, it's such a multifaceted thing. So many people do so many things, right? You have T-Spells and CKJ3. They just do futures, right? And you have Dennison who only does options on SPY. That's it. That's all he does. And yeah, it's so broad.
I think it's hard too because so many people are at different levels. Like
everyone's on different levels, and that's why I keep focusing on charts. Just read the chart, learn to read. If you learn to read it, you can do anything with it. After that point, you can do whatever you want.
Craig. You know what I'm thinking about. Honestly, I think your stream really would serve. You ever seen those like Code Academy camps?
Yeah, I have. Yeah.
Do you know what's interesting about the Code Academy camps?
No. What's that?
And I've been in so many of those. Like come learn JavaScript.
Right? JavaScript. They need people to learn.
This is 2006.
JavaScript?
Yeah,
JavaScript? That's not even a real language. You learn.
When you think about the 18-year-old, well, if you think about it from the standpoint of Angular, React, Next.js, everything is built off JavaScript. It's all JavaScript.
That's the problem. That's why the web is so shitty right now because everything's on JavaScript. You like yesterday's stream I did, I was copy pasting a link and it just gave me all this trash. I was like, oh my god, it's just redirecting to some cookie, to some tracker, and I had to like delete the whole thing and just like figure out what the real link was. I got pissed off. I'm like, that's the problem with the real internet right now. It's full of Indians and Chinese filling up with all this crap code. I was like, I'm pissed.
But I think that the basics that a lot of people are looking for.
Yeah.
And I know it gets boring. You know what I'm saying? It probably gets boring. But I think a lot of people want to get up like weekly. Every week. You got a lot of different people that are coming on listen to you.
Yeah, I know. I know what you're
Same
saying.
question for the basics.
Mhm.
But what is this? How do I open up a brokerage account?
Yeah, I
And
know.
you think you're going along upon like a progression, like the same people are building upon what you talked about from week one.
Yeah. That's why I try to repeat things and stuff. But
Right.
yeah, a lot of it's like I'm gonna have to repeat more and more often. It's just like, and I try to keep it things so basic. It's just like I just have 2 moving averages. Can you read the chart? It's just like it's so easy. It's just like, oh shit. That's all you really need.
I think too, John, is so. I think what's so hard about it is it's really hard to really teach somebody like an edge. Like to really have an edge, you kind of got to figure it out yourself. And I think that's kind of the hard part.
You know what's really the hard part though is like people don't believe it. It's like it's so easy that it's just like ridiculous. Because like when I teach you that shit, it's just like it's ridiculously easy, huh? It's just like, wait a minute, that works? Like I just look at 2 lines and I'm just like I figure it out like that quickly. Yeah, it is.
But then also, I think that they're probably like, like the pyramid of people there that need to lose at the bottom.
Yeah.
There probably millions of her. Where you probably should come up with a video of how to just open up a brokerage account.
I think most things in life shape out into that pyramidal structure.
Yeah.
Very few people are experts. A handful of people are masters. Most people are novices, and the rest of them don't know shit.
If you just did a stream on how to open up a brokerage account, you could probably give your suggestions if you felt comfortable. If not, no problem. But it would be a 10-minute stream.
Hey, John.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. I think that, by Get Cracked, just telling them how to open up a Charles Schwab account or whatever and put money in it, and that's it. Don't do a doggone thing.
Right.
Naturally, they're going to be checking up on it. They got the app. Don't trade nothing, go long until at least they get step 1 down. Get the money to open up an account and then do nothing else.
Honestly, I would reshape that argument, that idea. I would take it and tweak it a little bit. Don't even come to me unless you've already opened up, because it's like the equivalent of teaching an adult to open a bank account. No, I'm not going to do that for you.
But I think he does have to teach him because a lot of them don't even know what the hell a brokerage account is, relative to what a bank account is.
I understand, but it's the same process, though. It's like you provide certain information and then you just have your account at that. It's not like you have to actually learn a skill to open the account. It's such a low level. Like, no, take some initiative, for Christ's sake.
Yeah, I can definitely agree with that. But there are people that don't take it.
We'll see. Yeah, a lot of things have to be done. Yeah.
Hey, can I add a comment? I think the average people are stupider than people are just busy and stupid, and with the professionals saying, hey, just join Sink or Swim or Charles Schwab, it's almost like, unfortunately, a little bit of laziness, stupidness, and whatnot. And I'm part of that world too, by the way. So when Get Cracked or the CJK
it takes a lot of time.
simplifies it and says, hey, if I were you, Don't use your brain. Just go to Charles Schwab's website. Blah 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 blah. And unfortunately, they're having to be handheld. Unfortunately, I mean, same with me. Until Blacks Who Defy said just he didn't say why buy XRP. He just said buy it. You know, because there's a certain part of the population that says, oh, well, if Blacks said it, then I'm going to do it, and that's it. They don't want to think. So, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to insult anyone, but a majority of people are lazy, dumb, and stupid, which is the same thing. At times, it's ebb and flows. We all kind of flow into stupidity. As I'm trying to be
they're everything that, you know, they're things that people just don't have a passion about, and they have to be prodded along to do it. And once they do it, then you got them to take that first step. Then the next step, or the second step, or the third step become a lot easier. But
John, it's a lot of steps though. It's a lot of steps from a brokerage account to the Wyckoff method. Like it's a lot of steps before you get to that point.
Right.
You know, and it's like just even understanding that, it took me a minute to get that, you know. And I think the thing with crack too, he kind of gives you like the breadcrumbs, and you got to take it and, you know, expand on it.
Yeah, I think the thing what I do is like I try to give you a method that works everyone, because a lot of methods only work for day trading only or investing only. And it's just like, dude, I found a way where like you can do it for everyone because it's fractal, and that's the key. Like once you have a method for everything, you can do whatever. Like eventually, one day, those investors could be day traders or swing traders.
Yeah.
And it just still works. The same method I teach you, is like you don't have to learn anything else. It's just like it works. It just works, and that's it. You just change your That's what I'm trying to get at eventually, where like people just like go like, oh shit, this is the key. I try not to overcomplicate things. Because it can get overcomplicated very easily. Yeah, confidence is another thing. Yeah, that's another.
Do you have a channel, bro?
No, it's just the same thing on here.
Yeah. Craig does his own streams on John's channel. Hey, have you heard that GameStop is about to buy a bunch of Bitcoin too? Have you heard?
Oh, I did. Is that why it's going up?
Yeah,
I just read a chart. That's why I told you guys to buy GameStop for no reason. I was just like,
it's going up finally. Jesus Christ, I've been holding on to this shit for weeks now.
Yeah, John. Remember we were talking about micro strategies. There's gonna be a lot of companies that follow that method where they just
Donald Trump like is doing that too. DJT is buying like that.
Yeah,
man, you know what's crazy? You know, years ago, and I told you guys this.
Yeah.
One of the biggest shorts I ever hit on was MicroStrategy.
Yeah, I know. You told me. Yeah. It's probably at that .com level. It's right back at that .com level, bro.
Yeah. Michael Saylor, I think, honestly, like, it's some like sketchy about him. Again, like the reason why his stock is he like what do they call that shit? Like you like what do they call it? Like crack you know when you like flood the channel.
Yeah.
Stuffing inventory stuffing.
Yeah.
And it's very weird for a software developer to stuff the channel. And one of his competitors was Business Objects, a French company. And I ended up buying Business Objects and shorting MicroStrategy. I made a shitload of money off that.
Yeah, well, you know what? I shorted MicroStrategy today, but you know what? It's time to go long again.
Yeah, he's in DC though. He's
he figured it out, dude. He's just using Bitcoin to pump his stock up. Yeah,
he's not even a software company anymore. He's a Bitcoin.
Yep.
You know, he's a Bitcoin.
That's the game. Yeah, he figured out how to pump his stock without doing anything. Yep. Oh, buy GameStop, bruh. Did you buy it at 23? It's at 28 right now. It's gonna go to 60 for no reason. Watch. Like, let's say the white young Galt doesn't understand psychology. You know what? A lot of the stock market is just psychology, man, and it's liquidity. as long as Jerome Powell doesn't raise interest rates anymore, guess what? Pump, pump, pump. You're going to see a lot of trash pump. And that's why I was talking about like quantum computing stocks and rocket, like space satellite stocks. Like, why is it up 30%? These penny stocks. Guess what? Because there's money flowing around. There's excess money. As long as there's excess money, all the trash rises. So I'm looking for garbage. I'm looking for garbage right now because they move up so quick. That's the key. And that's what happened in COVID. All the trash stocks moved up. All of them. Pharmaceuticals that didn't make any profit. Like, how come you had all these companies? And look at them now. Pfizer, even the ones that made money. Pfizer and Moderna. They're all at the bottom again.
Damn. Trump just nominated Pam Bondi for... What's
Wow.
AG, Clarice? What's AG?
Attorney General.
Oh, Attorney General.
Hey,
Oh,
That's what happened after
that's a
Matt
good
Gates
thing.
went out. Uh-oh.
Pam Bondi's gonna be good. She'll go after every mother effer. Oh, she's good. She's from Florida.
Oh man, you know what I think about Pam Bondi? You know what I think about Pam Bondi?
She's good looking too.
Is she good for
Yeah, she
marijuana
is.
stocks? Because today marijuana stocks had to go down because of Matt Gates. Like, took
You don't get cracked like them skinny blonde girls.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
yeah. She's hella. She's real decent, man.
Oh,
For
all right.
60.
You know what I
For
think about
60?
Pam Bondi?
Oh, she.
Wait,
oh,
what?
she's 60? Oh man,
Wait, what?
That is a scream. Take that shit back. Oh, I didn't mean to say that. Oh shit.
You didn't know she. You didn't know she was that old.
No, not
Oh
at all.
shit! What?
He's gonna pound her in the dust. Jesus Christ.
She looks. You know what I think about Pam Bondi, guys? And I hate to say this.
What?
Trayvon Martin. Guys, Google Pam Bondi and Trayvon Martin. Tell me what you find.
Uh-oh.
Man, you know, I probably went so deep into that Trayvon Martin. I know everything about that nigga.
Man.
And Pam Bondi went along with this scheme with Trayvon Martin. I mean, maybe she had to do what she had to do. I don't know. But Trayvon Martin, Pam Bondi, the greatest. They may be one of the biggest whole scam. That was the genesis of the CRS division. I told you guys. I used to work at 14th and New York Avenue, Department of Justice. OIG, what niggas will call in and say, oh, faxing, basically. Hey, I fucked my prison guard. Let me get out of prison. No bullshit. You ain't gonna believe it. Nigga, I developed the software for the motherfucker. Nigga, I fucked my prison guard. Can I get out of prison? I'm gonna tell on this bitch.
Oh.
HB, you ain't gonna believe this shit. Nigga be turning these hoes. Nigga be turning those so scandalous. I hear turning these hoes. And I developed that software, no lie, G.
Hey, John, I don't see the problem, bro. You got a ball up top, man.
Say what? I'm sorry.
I said I don't see the problem. You got a ball up top. That's the game, bro. It's cold.
Yeah, it is cold. But I'm so fucked up. I forgot what I was
Hey,
talking
John.
about. What's up?
Trayvon Martin, Pam Bondi.
Please remind me, wasn't Trayvon Martin the guy that tried to short Yum Brands?
Oh, really?
He wasn't? Oh, sound like a rip.
Oh, all right.
My bad. Oh, my bad.
KFC's okay.
But anyway, when they had to appoint a special prosecutor to prosecute George Zimmerman, who did they appoint? Pamela Bondi. Y'all niggas, look it up.
Damn, you know the history, man.
I'm that nigga.
Man, you're that nigga. You're that nigga, man.
Great, we already you. Hi, y'all. We saw
Hi, y'all. Yeah. I gotta address this. It's like, oh, this is just gambling. Like yesterday, the white John Galt told me to buy puts, and I said that was gambling, and he said like that's not gambling. I know where it's gonna go. Yeah, where you gonna go, huh? Nvidia, where the S&P is gonna go right now today. Oh, that wasn't gambling. So this is GameStop is gambling. Oh, come on, man. See, this is bullshit.
Craig. Hiya. I'm here to be with you guys sometimes, HB, my man HB, you see here? What? HBG dropped off. We started this thing.
Yeah, whatever, white John Galt. We know what you are, dude.
We started this thing. It was me and HB. We're like, I saw some telling that nigga up in me and HB. We're gonna see what we can do.
Did you short MSTI, fucking white John Galt? You got nothing, bro. You got shit. Bro, do I have to show my fucking profits?
Was the white John Galt ever confirmed to be that King Sherrard guy or whatever that?
Yeah, I think so. I
don't even give a fuck.
King Sherrard
2 weeks out, and you told me to buy it like yesterday. You want me to be a sucker with the lemmings? Like, get off on the white John Galt. F that shit.
Because King Sherrard also knew how to did some day trading.
Put the screenshot up, white John Galt. Come up on here on panel.
The Japanese whiskey back there, but right now I'm drinking Kentucky. This is Kentucky. Kentucky, nigga. America first.
What type of whiskey is that, John?
America first. America first whiskey.
Nice.
When you go on that motherfucking Bourbon Trail, Master Kim, that's him. If you ever want to go to Bourbon Trail, I would love to go with. We can go together, man. We have a great time. You ever been on Bourbon Trail before, Master Kim?
Bitch, white John Galt, you didn't do anything. You told me the S&P would fall 20%. Get off of here. No, whatever. You told me to short the S&P 500. F off, dude. I got screenshots and receipts. I got all the chats you did for a couple weeks. Get off of here, man. You can't tell anything. Yeah. What the S&P was supposed to drop 20%? Wasn't it? White John Galt? F off, dude. You got called out. I'm calling you out right now. I didn't say shit for a week, man.
Yeah,
how the hell? Hey, I got screenshots. Oh, you want to prove it? You prove it, John. Hey, get off of here, white John Galt. You ain't got shit anymore. We got to do jungle justice right now, huh?
From an audio perspective, like I'm watching like Kramer on CNBC right now.
Mike all fucked up. Might be a little bit better.
Man, I don't got time for this, honestly. But I mean, I took receipts. Hey, you don't know how to play. I don't play options. I'm not retard like you. Because I'm not broke ass. I don't need to use options, dude. I got 7 figures, bitch. Oh shit. Yeah, you brokies got to use options, huh? You got to make a few hundred here and there. Oh my god. Do not put people. Your parent. Oh, now you want to talk shit. Yeah, see, I knew it. Now you want to talk shit. Come up on here. Come up on here, white John Galt. We got an open panel just for you. Come on. Come on. You said it. Blah, 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 blah. See, I knew it. This was going to come out. Perfect. Perfect. Let's see what you said, white John Galt. I got all the receipts for you. Oh yeah, let's see what you said about the S&P 500, where it was gonna go. You told me buy puts. I know where it's going. Buy puts. Yeah, whatever. Boring. You said it was gonna go way lower. Boring. Come on, dude. If you're gonna own up on your shit. You gotta do your predictions and you gotta own up on it. Own up on it. I ain't got time. I ain't got time for this. Come on, King Shenard. Show your shit. Put a screenshot up.
Mexican, you know.
I never said when. Yeah, no shit, you never said when. Of course you never said when.
Master Kim, I had a topic for you. You know, it really you know, Master Kim, you know, we've done a couple of streams about the pipeline to poverty, a pipeline to whatever, breaking the chains of poverty. You remember that?
We're breaking the cycle.
And you know,
in one generation too. In one generation.
Yeah, one generation. I long thought about that a lot. I thought about that a lot, Master Kim. You know what I'm saying? And I was riding my bike in Southeast DC the other day, and again I looked at let me see if I can find this picture. Yeah. Building. Let me see if I can show it to you again. And we're gonna have to revisit this, Master Kim, because I am very serious. I'm a serious nigga, Master Kim. Real serious nigga. And oh man, let's see. Oh shit. Niggas, how many niggas in there? Oh, you niggas smoke weed. Before I get to Master Kim, I'm gonna show you niggas something like, help me out, audience. Help me, Rhonda. Help me, Rhonda. Nigga need some weed to smoke. You know,
I need some weed.
Yeah. And so here we go. Like, I need some weed, man. I need some weed. And
what kind of weed you gonna smoke, man?
I need some weed, man. And
shit.
And I gotta call these bitches. You know, again, I can fuck with these lesbian bitches. Lesbian bitches and the hoes. What they say, the hoes, the lesbian hoes, they sell the weed. What's their name? I've been promoting these bitches for a minute. They're flower girls, lesbian black bitches in the Chocolate City.
Oh, really?
Washington, D.C. Flower girls, Chocolate City. Nigga need some weed. Hey, what?
I need some weed.
Yeah.
What?
So if you guys got any suggestions, I'm right here on the flower section. What should John Galt? What should a nigga like John Galt? You know, what should I be smoking right here? I gotta let these bitches know before the checkout time, you know, and let me know what you guys think. You see the menu right here. Deep blue indica. I don't fuck them pre-rolls. I roll my own shit.
Does it have a THC count on it?
None but that good shit. But nigga like John Galt, that good shit. You know what I mean? Like, none but that good shit. I'm trying to smoke what I think.
Did they tell you what the THC count is on any other brand?
I need some weed.
Yeah, man. And so we gotta call these bitches before it closes. Before it's checkout time. It's checkout time. And John Galt, what do you say? You need some weed. And so yeah, y'all niggas put it one for the deep blue, 2 for the B12. Vroom, vroom. B12 or the South Beach where the hoes get naked. Put it in the chat and a Big Poppy Juicy. Number 4. You put a number 4 in the chat for Juicy. But I've been smoking on that. They ain't got this shit I've been smoking on. I guess they don't revive the channel. You can see the phone number. You niggas want to dox these bitches, dox these flower girls too, if you like. That's okay. Anyway. Master Kim, so I was back to the...
That would be called advertising.
Oh, you breaking up. All right. Go ahead. You heard it breaking up. Hood breaking up. What you say, Hood? What'd you say, Hood?
I said that would be advertising, not doxing.
Yeah, there you go. Advertise, niggas. Dox, whatever the fuck you want to do. Dox, niggas, whatever the fuck. Let me see. I got something else I want to show you guys. Give me 1 minute, John Galt. Let me see if I can. What is that? What was I about to show you niggas? Photos. Where is it at? I can't. What the fuck? Photos. What the fuck photos at? I don't remember. Oh, what the fuck? I don't remember. I'm fucked up right now. Maybe I missed out. I forgot what the fuck I was going to show you. Anyway. Weed. Oh, I showed you the weed. Okay, there you go. Never mind. What's up, Crack? What you got going on?
What's up? Nothing. I'm gonna show White John Galt's bullshit. Let's see. I got it. I saved all the receipts. Let's see. Let me find it.
Yeah, I'm interested in more of this money magic. I really haven't
Here we
learned
go.
much about the
White
financial
John
world.
Galt says SPY at 545. Oh, next stop is 5. Oh, see? Did that happen, White John Galt? Did that happen? Oh, so I screen capped it here. 2024, November 16. Last week. So, White John Galt, what happened, bruh? Could you predict it so accurately? Come on, White John Galt. Come on panel. Can you predict things so well? Come on here. Show your positions, bitch. I don't got time for this, bro. I kept all the records. So I don't like people talking bullshit on my streams. I don't like people advertising puts before the the week isn't over. It's Friday today, you motherfucking bitch. I ain't got time for this shit. You think I gotta fucking drink some bourbon? I don't got it.
I drink it for you, Crack. Don't want you to get your red, Crack.
All right.
This some bitch sandwich roll. Sandwich roll. You know,
I hate these people. They talk like they know how to trade.
Sandwich roll. I'm gonna tell you something.
Prove it. Prove it. Where's your screenshots?
You know, Crack. You know what's interesting, man? You know, Crack. You know, I was watching. I was reading a lot about Putin.
Ass blacks. Oh my god, bro. I don't got time for this, bro. Ask this guy. Ask that guy. What was your position at this time? Bro, you were pumping the puts all week, and it didn't happen. I don't care when you got into your puts, but you want me to be a sucker and buy your fucking play to make your position work? F you, bro. You are the sucker, or you are the fucking shill to try to make other people make your position work well. F you, bro.
Listen, bro, you know, Crack, you know what's interesting, and you know, Master Kim talks about all the time. And listen,
of course, it went up and down. It blew up all your positions.
Crack, you know how to get up. Crack, you know how to get up here and show anything or tell these people anything.
Yeah, well, I mean, the problem is people want to get a rich quick scheme, and I try to avoid that.
But Crack, I got people that want to hear more.
Come up on here, Dwight John Galt. We were, dude, we gotta do jungle justice. Let's go up here. Come on here.
But you know, Craig, you know, again, like there are people that want to hear more of what you have to say than less. Right? I tell you, my lovely lady Lisa, she's like, you know, why can't Craig talk when?
Yeah, no shit.
Yeah,
Jay Rillo, he was pumping that thing all last night. He was so confident. Oh, Nvidia's gonna crash. Nvidia's gonna crash the whole market. Man, I ain't playing that, bro. Get out of here. Get out of here, bro. Chinese stocks. SMCI is up like how much percent when I bought it? This fucking broke ass. Oh shit. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what to say. I think the problem is there's a lot of scammers out there, and they want to do a quick fix to people's problems. Like I said, I'm only gonna do layups and free throws. That's it. Making myself look dumb. Nope. I'm sorry. You look dumb. You look dumb, my friend, because I already called you out. You were telling everyone to buy puts all into NVIDIA earnings, and it didn't work out, bro. I don't care how far out you did your puts, but you were telling everyone to buy last minute, even into yesterday on my stream. Buy puts. Buy puts. Why? So your position could work out? I ain't into scammers, bro. You are a scammer. That's it. The end. I should block you right now, man, because you are doing financial advice without a license.
You know, correct, man. I'm seeing you listen to this instrumental of Tupac. Gambling instrumental. And I remember one time I've been in LA many times. He said, I can't wait till I see LA. And I remember like landing down. LA, I have so many good memories out there. LA, I know you you have houses, you got property down that area, but not like LA, not like the West Coast. Even though it's all liberal and bullshit, not like the West Coast, That's all you out there, huh, correct? Hey, Craig, you know what you should do in a stream room?
What?
We haven't been on the stream together in a while.
Oh man, you want me to black out some more? I don't got time to black out.
Craig, I'm a software developer at heart, right?
Yeah.
And I really would like you to focus on this shit right here. It's one of two articles I want you to focus on, right? I think as a software developer, I think you could really hone in on this.
Hey, John?
What's up, Mexican?
Before you shift gears real quick, can we talk about Get Crack back out real quick? It's important what Get Crack was doing, because here's why. Just like he said, this guy isn't even. When Get Crack tells people stuff, he does it with a grain of salt, saying, I'm not telling you what to say or do, but for me, this worked. He doesn't say that his way is right, but for him, right?
Yeah,
it allows
right.
the other person to know there's so many other variables, right? And he uses in his life of what he's traded for himself. So for the white John Galt, and I've not read the texts, but to paint the picture that this is the word and the gospel absolute is wrong. Because other people are going to believe that shit and probably lose
it's
all
dangerous.
their money.
It's very dangerous, because I said hey, that's speculation, that's gambling. And he was like, that's not speculation, that's not gambling. He's like, I know Nvidia is going down. And it's like, if you bought puts the last minute yesterday, you've been burnt. I don't care what he did. He might have bought puts way earlier, right? But he's not doing the same thing you are doing. And you are going to get burnt on his advice. And he's like, oh, shit. Now it's going back up. It's like, oh, my God. You fucking... that is dangerous. I do not give financial advice on gambling. And then he says my GameStop is gambling. You telling people to buy options before an earnings report is not gambling because you're so sure it would do what you said it would do? F off, bro. F off, bro. Oh, Nvidia went down for a millisecond. Get off, dude. No, you were trying to get people on SPY puts, and you were telling people to get on VIX. You were saying volatility would go up. UVXY. Didn't you sell that? F off, dude. You are called out now. Totally bullshit. God damn. I hate people like this. They are just gamblers, and they call me as a gambler. I'm a smart gambler. I know what odds to take. Okay? You are a reckless person. You are trying to people to take to like, oh, this is a moonshot. This is this and that is the way to go, because you just want because you're a broke ass. Talk to me when you have 7 figures.
You know,
8 figures.
Mexican. You know, I was You know, I'm not always on here 24 hours a day. We do stream. We do stream. You know, 24 hours a day, and but I'm not always on here. And one of the things that I thought about Mexican, honestly,
Now he's
like,
writing all caps.
one of the
All
things
right,
I thought about Mexican was like, you know, you talked about the pipeline, you know, breaking the cycles of poverty and all that kind of shit. Get crackers talk about it from a trading.
And John, I don't mean to interrupt you, but I
No, go ahead.
misspoke. I said break the generation. That's incorrect. We're talking about 36 months, 48 months to break it. Not a whole, not even a whole generation. Just grinding 36 months straight, doing the 6 to 7 or in the morning to 7 at night. 6 days a week, 7 days or whatever it is. You know, grind in that way because that's what the Africans do. The African Vietnamese, I meant. You see, we try to take a stab at the Vietnamese, the Greeks, the John Galts of the world. Just
It's so much music to my ear, Mexican. I ain't gonna lie to you, man. Like, I done seen it. I've been all over the world, man.
Years, yeah.
Yeah.
And when I saw that store in Baltimore, I like, nigga, I was sleeping that bread out, nigga. I ain't that nigga.
Can you imagine just someone ordering them fake Nikes, and you can make a? Have you guys seen what these Nikes look like now? They're coming from China. They look dope. They're like $30, and I'm not trying to, you know, have Nike sue me or anything, but just doing a little side hustle of that and making it your exclusive thing. Just that alone could pull the family out, and then you know with the lottery machine too, by the way.
And so, you know, Mexican, you know, like I think about it like, let me see if I got an email. I got an email up on this screen. Let me see if I got it. Mexican. And I'm really serious about this. Let me see if I can show you, Mexican. You know, one of the things I always think about on this stream is let me see if I can find it. But I showed you that place on Martin Luther King Avenue, not far from my house. Let me send it to myself again. Where is it? Where the fuck is that place? But I showed you that place on Martin. Yeah. Let me see. Let me send it to myself again, Mexican. And I want to get in.
The place that was for lease with the upstairs, downstairs.
Nah, this one's even better. Let me show you. Let me see if I can. Oh, I got it. All right. Mexican, like, this is what I think. Take a look at this, Mexican. We looked at this, and I want to maybe we should call these people in the next couple of days.
What the heck?
It's up the street from one of my places. I got places. I can rent them a room in one place and sell them their blunts in the next. I think I sell blunts.
So I did some research on this place, and there were some previously Arabs that used to own the store, and they might have even owned the building. So the only reason the Arabs would versus try to bamboozle their own family and sell it to like someone fresh off the boat, normally that's what they would. You would never see it on the open market, and I think they either lost their EBT license or they lost one of the big licenses. The only reason that's probably available like that. which means that the new person can get EBT and beer and wine and all that stuff. But that would be probably the biggest. They got busted for like food stamp fraud or something.
And so the Mexican, other thing that I thought about, honestly, I really want this building. I think we should talk offline about this. But the other thing I want to talk about is when you talk about breaking the cycles of poverty, and I think that we have 1,000 subscribers here. On any given day, we have about 30 people in the audience, give or take, sometimes more.
Hey, John, you tell Diwali bring his little German mark or whatever the hell they trade, euros, and run that store for you.
German marks.
My nigga, I make a business for you.
Diwali,
They got Deutsch marks. Diwali got Deutsch marks.
They're tremendous savers. So Diwali, he won't be showing up empty-handed. He would be a great partner to be running that store.
You Mexican, you know what his store is, Mexican?
Yes.
You went by my house. Mexican. My house is like 2 blocks down.
Yeah.
Right? This story, man, I could walk this motherfucker. Any nigga talking about robbing the nigga, they gotta go through John Galt. Nigga rob me. I ain't never been robbed around here.
Just to put things in perspective, all the houses are full, and there's plenty of rooftops. All the houses are full, and there's the perfect balance of low income and above, or I guess middle class incomes that you need to run a little neighborhood store. So that would be great.
And the next thing, Mexican, really what I'm thinking about is what I want to do on this channel to accelerate the cycles of poverty here, breaking the chains of poverty. And I want to know what you think about this. And I'm a little fucked up, Mexican, but let me tell you the shit I'll say.
Well, I'll tell you, breaking the cycles of poverty, get rid of the
I'm that nigga black, man. Like, I'm that nigga. You know what I mean? Like, I'm right here in the street. I'm gonna show you how. Like, Mexican, all these niggas calling me like, nigga, I got tools, I got money, I got, nigga. But I think that, there's some value of being in the hood, Mexican. Anyway, so I think there's I want to do like a Shark Tank where like me, you, Get Crack. Get Crack could be like Mr. Wonderful. He all about the money, the return, rate of return. You could be like that guy that I could give you some expertise like CKJ3 that you gave his relative on running the business. And me, I'm that nigga. You want to run a hood business, nigga. I am that nigga to tell you how to run it. We're all for it.
John, do you mind if I comment about this? And this is a very good, as an example. So, for example, this would be something that Get Crack and even blacks would want to protect. And I'm using this just as an example, right? Where these opportunities exist, but a guy like Get Crack, no one in his family is going to own the property other than collect a rent check. Right?
I know
or
that.
Just, but you need a guy like the Diwalis to run it for you, guys that are from the old country. And believe it or not, guys like Diwali are a dime a dozen. You can find them. All these African people that that are professionals, they've got a cousin or nephew in New Jersey or somewhere looking for these opportunities. And you'll be surprised when you put the word out to them. They're like, oh, my brother in Atlanta is looking for something. And the reason why you want to use these immigrants is because, just like you mentioned, John, this is a landing to get out of perceived poverty.
I'm that
just a
nigga,
great
John.
work ethic.
That's right. It's correct. Mexican, me and you were like kindred souls.
Yeah, 10-4. Absolutely, man.
hood niggas from the street. We know how to make
Minus
that
the
money.
weed and the big joker, the pigmates pissing in bottles in your properties. But yeah,
We
absolutely.
all know it. And I'm honestly Mexican, man. Like, bro, I don't need no money. I don't need it. I ain't got that. We go hours and hours. We won't ask a nigga for nothing. I think Get Crack just now. Get Crack, is that really your cash app? Hiya! Is that really your cash app?
No,
You just made it.
no, that's Porsche made it up. Don't give any cash up to Haya. No.
Man,
It's going to someone else probably.
don't do that, nigga. Hiya! Don't do that. But the bigger point that I'm trying to make it, Master Cam, man, like, look, man, like, this is like chance of a lifetime. You get an opportunity here, nigga, like, hiya, Master, get Crack, give you stock advice for free. He ain't trying to skim them off top of you. Master Kim, he give you business advice and like you can turn your whole life around. And me, that nigga John God, I teach you how to deal with these niggas. I do. And so weird. What is this about? I'm so fucked up. I can't hardly see these days. I'm fucked up. I'm really fucked up. Young God.
I should have got
Nigga fucked
too,
up.
man.
But we hold it
fuck?
down. 24 hours a day. What did it say? What did it say? You know, like we
always do with this.
24 hours a day, and that's the way it goes. And
Look at John Galt's weed man. He's got it from Humboldt Colony. Oh yeah,
weed man.
That's the best weed in California. Yeah.
What weed man? What weed man? Weed man is she said she better bring you some weed right now. What's up? Y'all niggas ain't told me what kind of weed should I get. Do I need to put it back up on the screen, Crack? What kind of weed should John Galt buy? Right? What kind of weed?
Well, it is Christmas time. Is there any like Christmas inspired flavors?
Well, I'm supporting these Kamala hoes, these lesbian bitches, flower girls, you lesbian niggas, you Kamala voters, you motherfuckers that support Kamala. Here's your chance. Here's your chance, niggas. Here's your chance, niggas, to support the Kamala voters, flower girls, weed, Young Galt. What you got? What you got, niggas? What you got? Who you want? I'm over here on the right hand side. I'm over here on the right hand side. Flowers. From the flower girl, LGBT bitches. LGBT bitches. That's what they are. LGBT bitches. Am I getting too loud? Am I getting too loud? I'm gonna smoke one more joint. I'm out this motherfucker. Maybe that's what I should do.
What? Wait, what? These are LTB. What?
What the fuck?
LGBTQ.
Queer. What?
So you're supporting their business, huh?
I'm on that way. John
So did they deliver, John? They deliver.
Straight to the niggas.
They deliver, John.
Straight to the hood.
John, this whole of the LBGT trans, or no, let's talk about the trans stuff real quick, since you asked. You got to think this is probably the first time in history that some absolute king of the losers, rather greasy ass hair, because he can't do goth. Goth is come and gone, right? So there aren't many things that an ultimate loser gets to do and say, "Hey, everybody,
Hot Topic still in business?
Look at me, listen to me." So you got to think that's a pretty run for someone to do to get attention. It's there aren't many things that an ultimate loser can do to say, "Hey, check me out, listen to me." You know what I mean? So that's a good grift. But I think numbered, obviously. And John, you know that I work for a corporate company, and if Kamala would have won, dog, I would have gone to HR, emailed them my they thems. I would have gone to go get that shit. Go get some Jerry curl, a little spray. So my hair curls up a little bit more. Yeah, I would have gone. Oh, John, can I tell you? No, all jokes aside, if Kamala and they started dishing out eventual reparations, all jokes aside, have you ever heard of something called an accommodator by chance, John?
Yeah, I never heard of that before.
Accommodator is, and please forgive me, it's when you sell a property and you don't want to pay the capital gains, and you've got, like, let's say 12 months to buy another property and have that money float over, but that money needs to be given to a third party who is like a fiduciary, and they hold on to your money, no taxes are paid, and then when you buy a property, it goes from the accommodator over to transaction. And it's done a lot on 1030 or 1039 exchanges, which so anyways, I was going to develop this is all legal, by the way. If Kamala won and serious reparations were underway, I would say, hey, I'm going to offer accommodating services for a lot of people in the hood that are catching cases, and they can't have any big sums of money in their name. I would have them assign it over to me, and if they're RICO or anything like federal related, right, that they're trying to like avoid the baby's mama child support, so I develop a third party accommodating service to take their funds for a fee, of course, but the money's there for them whenever they want it. It's just they no longer own that money if it were one big lump payment totals. And I would do check cashing and stuff like that too. So
that's interesting.
Yeah, the accommodator, and it isn't what is it when people try to launder money? It isn't to conceal money. It's they literally would be assigning over that money over to me, and I would give them a promissory note. So they've got an instrument that they forfeit the money over to me, and then I sign like a stipulated judgment or like a cognovate judgment or something like that. So when they want their money, they've got that legal document to come collect. There's some security, but for the record, they would not have that $250,000 in their name to avoid whatever heat that they're under.
I think that's very useful. Yeah.
And then so I'm like, oh shit, my accommodator thing just bit the dust. So I'm actually being silly. I just
no, I think that's very useful. I think a lot of people don't know that stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, but again, this is just the get crack and the JP Morgan type of services.
Yeah, I don't do too much tax stuff, so I don't know too much about that. But I think a lot of people have to know about that, especially when their parents are gonna kick the bucket and they're like trying to avoid tax issues and things like put in trust, do the step up step down type of scheme where they try to and even your parents might have stock, and then you could take advantage of that because their tax basis is different, and you're like, you can take their tax basis instead of your tax basis, and that's that's a lot of people don't know that stuff either.
Yeah, that's well said. You're absolutely right.
And I don't. The tax law in the U.S. is so complicated. People don't know a lot. I don't even know it, but I've researched enough that I'm like, oh shit, there's a lot of things people don't know.
So John and Get Cracked. So I mentioned something called, and please forgive me, I don't want no lawyers saying that Master Kim's full of shit. But there are two different documents. One's called a stipulated judgment, right? And have you ever heard of what's called a stipulated cognovate judgment by chance? Okay, so let's say that I'm about to go through a divorce, or I'm going to be sued, or I'm going to sell. Let's say I've got some civil or criminal possibly happening in the future. To hedge against that, you get Crack, my homie, and I'm going to give Crack a cognitive judgment for, let's say, $300,000, right? You would get it notarized. You take it to the county and file it, okay? And lo and behold, when shit hits the fan, or RICO happens, or something bad happens where there's an asset forfeiture, you get to wake up and be like, "Fine, first lien position holder, the $300,000 is owed to me." So even a RICO forfeiture can't undo a cognitive judgment or a stipulated judgment because you're first in line. So who would do such a thing? Like at a certain scale, or they have a plaza that might go into foreclosure, or a big Marriott hotel where their mortgage is, it's a $5 million Hampton Inn. And please forgive me, I'm pulling it. It'll probably cost $8 million to build a brand new Hampton Inn. But yeah, so yeah, these little gangster stipulated judgments are used all the time. In cahoots with the person. You know what I mean? In your asset, or get Crack, you're the first lien holder, and then you're going to kick me back the money and take your piece as well. And now you got your sister-in-law's brand new nail salon / place next door, right?
Yeah, I mean that's very useful. That's very useful to know. It's so esoteric though. A lot of people they don't. Yeah, I mean, like I'm looking this up too. It's just like, okay, what's a 10,
Because you don't do
9,
ether
39?
shit. You don't do
Yeah, it's just too complicated.
You don't mess with this stuff because you're too liquid. But
No,
street people,
but the thing is,
right?
it's like the U.S. tax code is so, it's just a maze, you know. And I know that, like, if you know it very well, you can take a lot of advantage of it, and a lot of people don't. And it's just like, damn, fucking shit. And you talked about K1s earlier, and I was like, I know K1s.
Yeah.
I'm like, that's annoying as shit. That's all I know. But it's just like, that's just one slice of the whole tax code. There's so many things in the tax code, and it's just like, oh my god, nobody can read all of it. Nobody can take advantage of all of it. Nobody can understand any of it.
Yeah. You're right. In my situation, I'm the weak partner, and I get a K1 showing a loss, right? And so my partnership is going to be when we sell it, and I'll get my portion at the end of the rainbow. But since I'm partners with a Patel, you never know where things are going to go, right?
Yeah.
So, but I already knew what I was dealing with. If you're a weak noodle and you get one, then you get what comes. Get Crack. If you and I became partners, and I'm the minority partner, I know what I'm getting into, right?
Yeah.
You had the liquidity and line of credit to buy the building for the nightclub or restaurant, and I'm the knucklehead working the bar that understands the industry, the ebb and flows, right? Happens all the time.
Yeah.
And I'm using
Yeah,
this as an example.
Yeah, the only reason I know about K1s is because a lot of stocks, like pipeline stocks, a lot of natural gas and things like that, they issue K1s because they don't want to take the tax burden. They give you the tax burden, and you got to figure it out. And it's like, oh my god! So they give you a nice dividend, but then you got to figure out the taxes on your own. It's like, oh, this is why you do this, and that's why it's so annoying.
Before, you can't file taxes until almost summertime. Or April is when you'll get your K1 statement.
Sometimes they'll be nice and they'll be a week early before, but like even then it's like, all right, unless you have like a really good you can do it yourself, or like really, because like TurboTaxing can do that shit. So that's the problem.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. So here's the funny thing: my business partner, his name is Rajubai. So he says, I think in Indian means Raj, but my brother, some bullshit, Hindu stuff. And I'm not trying to disrespect any Hindus listening, but he asked for a copy of my driver's license, and I've not spoken to him in years.
Ooh.
And other than that, the K1 statement's on the way. And every year I look at my K1 and say, okay, well, add another loss. Okay, no problem.
Mm-hmm.
But he wanted to see a copy of my driver's license. And I'm thinking, Is he gonna right? Or I'm thinking.
Yeah.
So I text him back. I'm like, hey, I've not been in the operations of this company since X amount of years. Why do you need it? Because he should have it in his file somewhere, And he said things have changed recently, and he needs a copy of. So I'm sure I believe him. I'm sure something's happened where they need to ID all members of partnerships now, for whatever reason.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, a lot of times it's just vague. Oh, I don't know. And like they try to like streamline the tax code so many times, it's not gonna happen. It's just so beneficial to have it so complex like this because so many people, outside the country, right? And inside the country, they get they get too much benefit off of the complexity of the tax code. And yeah, it's not gonna that's why that what was that 999? It was 9.99% or something like that. With the pizza, what's it, Godfather's Pizza, right? That CEO. He was running on that platform. I don't think, that's never gonna happen. You can't have a flat tax. Trump tried to do the same thing. Yeah. What's up, Virgo?
Hey y'all.
What
Good
up,
evening.
Virgo?
Good evening, Master Kim. Good evening, Crack. Good evening,
What's
John.
up?
What's going on with y'all?
I think John passed out.
He drinking,
Oh,
smoking.
I was like, what the fuck is going on here? Bourbon? Oh, uh-oh.
Unc is out for the night, man.
Oh, man. Oh,
Where's Stanley?
Yeah, he'll be here later, I guess.
I miss that
don't know
motherfucker.
where's Porsha?
Yeah, where's
dude,
Porsha? Where's everybody?
John's
Come on.
unhinged. It's like I was unhinged. I was like, fuck this shit. I'm black out here. White John Galt bullshit. I ain't playing no
Yeah,
more.
because I don't. Sorry, Get Cracked. Love you to death, but I don't trust you to carry on a show. You be out in like 10 minutes.
Oh,
One minute you
yeah,
see
yeah.
Crack, and then next minute you're like, where the fuck did Crack go?
Oh, yeah. I was pissed though. It's like, dude, this guy. Like, if he's just fucking around trolling, fine. But he needs to start like doing stock advice. Hell no, I ain't playing anymore. Where are the S&P puts you told me to buy? What about the UVIX? No, F off.
Do you not play well with others? Do you not play well with others?
Oh my god, I
Hey,
ain't.
get cracking, Virgo. Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
From obviously I've been in and out of the stream for the last month and a half or 2 months. Who to take attendance? Who's no longer around these days? I know Angel, but who's kind of disappeared or fallen off? If you guys can recall, I'm just curious. I know that.
Well, I kind of fell off too. I kind of fell off for a little bit, not that long, not that long. But
we got new people now, and we got
And I know that the white.
I don't know. Everyone's like rotating. Yeah.
Yeah.
I haven't seen. Actually, I missed that little motherfucker, Angel. Where is he? I know HB said he spoke to him.
Yeah,
but
and then Porsha was like went into deeper, like something with a house, and like I think he's busy. Yeah.
Wishing Angel the best. That's it.
I mean, it's kind of like Ryan, Virgo. Like Ryan didn't even show up because he found out he had like some issues with his health, and it's like, oh, he's gone for a month. Yeah. So people, I mean, like you're in Florida still, and it's like all this bullshit. So.
Yeah, but I got some good news. FEMA did come to the house today.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I had to meet them. They did a walkthrough and they assessed the damage. So hopefully I get a check.
Did you hide your Trump sign?
No, I didn't. No, we don't put up signs. We don't. Because we are aware of the crazies. So yeah, we don't the only place I really talk about political views is on here. So I don't do it at work. I don't do it,
Virgo,
I just keep quiet.
I know you're too young, but back in the
too young. I'm 48.
Oh, you're so young. But back in the day, you could put your no sign up, or it didn't matter.
Oh
George
yeah.
Bush or whatever. Yeah, it's a shame
Yeah.
that those days are gone.
But you know what? I bet you if I put up a Kamala sign, nobody would bother me.
Yep, that's right.
Yep.
Except
You
people
know?
looking at you cross-eyed, be like, "Hey, that's what a Kamala voter looks like," and they'll be like trying to take pictures and
Yeah,
shit.
and they'll just keep it moving. But unfortunately, if you put up a Trump sign, they want to freaking throw dog shit at your house.
Yeah.
Oh well, it is what it is.
What you assume would be dog shit.
Yeah, I don't know what kind of shit it is. Just eat the pets, eat the cats.
No, that's crazy. All that stuff is crazy, especially when Ukraine got like $1 billion more, right, or whatever it is.
Oh yeah.
No, they were pushing that before the elections too, so that wasn't a surprise for me. So yeah,
It is what it is. Sore losers, whatever. Bet you can't say we cheated,
I don't know. Well, we got Stanley up here again.
Oh Lord.
I don't know what he's gonna say about that. I'm just like, oh, where did 10
I know
million
exactly what he's gonna say. Motherfucker. Dude. Let me tell you something.
He'll be
Don't tell me what I think. Ask me what I know. Jesus.
Listen, I just can't
So
wait to stop listening.
Oh, Daniel.
So what are you guys doing for Thanksgiving?
So in Georgia, we've got a barbecue place called Georgia Bob's. So we fake the funk. We cook half the entrees, and then the sweet potato casserole we pick up from them. But man, they're off the hook. I mean, I think you would never do this up north. You know what I mean? Pick up half the shit from a local restaurant.
Oh yeah, I've done that before. It just depends on what year it is. But this year, I'm gonna go to my husband's aunt's house, 11:30 in the morning. We're gonna have I guess it's called brunch. I know I'm not gonna be eating at 11:30 in the morning, so I'm just gonna pick here and there. And then later on that evening, we're going to my cousin's. I just picked up 3 fresh butchered turkeys yesterday.
Damn.
So she's gonna smoke one. She's gonna fry one. Well, her husband is, because he's like the chef in the house. So he's gonna fry one. He's gonna do a jerk smoked turkey. Because her husband is Jamaican. Yeah, so he's gonna do a jerk smoked turkey. Then he's gonna fry one. And I think I'm bringing. What am I bringing? I'm bringing what is that called? Scallop potatoes. And I'm bringing some Haitian beef patties. And
what are the Haitian beef patties? Just patties mixed with chopped onions and garlic, and what's in it, if you don't mind?
Yeah. It's just well, I'm making beef ones, so it's just ground beef, and you season it with parsley, garlic, onions, green or red peppers, whichever tickles your fancy. And some you put a little bouillon in there, a little bouillon cube, and you let it cook down. Just a tiny bit of tomato paste, just to give it a little bit of color, and Scotch bonnet peppers to give it some heat. And then the dough, I'm gonna make that fresh. It's like a what's the closest I can, like a puff pastry kind of dough. So it's not like the Jamaican beef patties with the turmeric coloring, and it's more like a pasty or whatever you call it. So this one is kind of like like a puff pastry. So it's very light and fluffy and very flaky. So you got to add lots of butter to the dough and fold it and knead it and keep folding it together until it's like, you know, the butter and stuff is all incorporated. I might even live stream Thanksgiving.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah, because I suggested that we do karaoke.
Oh man. So we're gonna do it like Black Friday? Are we gonna do it Black Friday? Is that how we're gonna do it?
Oh yeah. Cause my cousin's husband, he used to DJ. They've been together since high school. So I've known him since we were like kids. And he used to DJ. Okay. He used to DJ and do security for like all the rappers. So when we used to go to clubs and stuff, you know, we bumped elbows with like Jay-Z, like the Fugees and stuff like that. Yeah. Yeah. And you know, now he works a regular job. He does cybersecurity, but he still has that DJ in him, you know.
Man, CKZ3 is trying to do cybersecurity too. Cybersecurity is a hot thing right now.
Yeah, it is.
Oh man. Well, how about you on you're looking at your job? Like, did you find a new position?
Oh yeah, I got a call back from Honda, and I am starting Monday as a office manager.
Oh. Well, that can't be bad. Honda, that can't be bad. That's probably
and I've worked for Honda before, so it's.
Oh really?
I'm just gonna walk in there. I know.
You
I know
got all the cars and stuff. You did a lot of car stuff. Oh shit.
You know, and they may have some new cars, some new models or whatever, but it's all the same.
Yeah.
I still know how to do all the rebates and stuff like that, and
oh, I see. Yeah,
it's gonna be fun. I hate it. I think my husband met me working at Toyota, and let me tell you, the car business. And I left, right? I left and I started working for the county,
right,
at the courts. And my God, you have to be a strong man to deal with a woman that works in a car dealership, because there's nothing but men. And let me tell you, if you're somebody that runs to HR for everything, you don't belong there, because the guys will give you jokes on jokes on jokes, and it's just crazy.
No, I believe it. Yeah. And a lot of time the service department, the sales, like they all.
Oh my God, the mechanics are the worst.
Yeah.
But you know what I missed, and I'm gonna love doing this again. Having to get my oil changed and just drop the keys off when I get to work, and by lunchtime my car's ready.
Wait, you drive Hondas? You like Hondas more than Toyotas?
Oh, I love Hondas. Yeah, I've had several Hondas. Right now I'm with an Acura, but
that's basically a Honda, right?
It's a glorified Honda.
Honda.
I get a demo car. So what I'm gonna do is, I think I'm going to give my daughter my Acura, and we're gonna sell the Jaguar.
Oh, you have a Jaguar. Oh,
it's an old one. It's who else had the same one? Oh, it was Tom. Yeah, she has an 08 Jaguar. Ain't nothing fancy. Jaguar. It's like 5 different colors, 5 different shades of blue. You know, it has dings and dents in it. You know, you're not gonna give teenagers a brand new fancy car. You know.
Yeah.
But she's been doing good driving, so I think I can give her my Acura.
Okay. I mean, that's tough. That's tough to say.
Well, if she ruins it, that's it. I don't know what to tell you. She's working now, and she does have to pay her insurance.
Man, no, it's tough. It's tough. I mean, my dad never trusted me, honestly, but that's like whatever.
Shit, my first car was a Acura Integra.
Yeah, those are good ones. Those are good ones. Yeah.
Remember them back in the days?
Yeah.
But now my Integra looks totally different. It's 4-door.
Yeah.
My old one was a 2-door.
Yeah, it was sporty and shit. That it's not the same. It's not the same. It's kind of the same thing with like the Toyota Celicas when they had those
Oh my
Yeah,
God, I remember those.
yeah, and they stopped producing those, and it's like a lot of people were like,
I wish
just
I knew how to share pictures on here. So when I went to the dealership, right,
mm,
they had a 74 Honda Civic. And I told my
yeah.
husband, I was like, I want that car. And he was like, no, we can't. And I'm like,
Damn, that's really
I want it so bad. And it's orange. And I know that's like a crazy
holy.
color, but it's like a burnt orange, like an
Good
autumn
thing you live in
colored orange.
Florida. Like I think if you drove that in California, someone would try to steal it.
Yeah, it's a 74 Honda Civic hatchback.
Oh
It is
my
so cute.
god. The thing about California is like if you have it a stick, they can't
Mm.
steal it. No, but
It is a
like they
stick,
stole it.
but that's
Yeah,
not a
that's it.
problem because I can
Yeah,
drive
they don't
stick.
have automatic on that one. That's it. Done.
Yeah.
It's over.
My
They can't
first
steal it.
car was a stick. My Integra was a stick.
Yeah, they can't do it. Nobody can do it anymore. If you got a stick, that's automatic theft protection. Yeah.
And they don't even give you the option anymore. Because I remember when I first started working for Honda, this was in, oh my God, Jesus. Like I moved here in Florida in 08. So 09, I started working for Honda. And they gave you the option. The Civics and the Accords came stick or manual.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
You know, and of course the sticks were a lot cheaper. So
Right.
I would choose, I choose the stick. But now they don't even give you the option anymore. I think the only
No.
cars
Yeah.
that really come in stick is like the high
In
end cars,
North
like the
America, yeah, they won't. They
Ferraris
won't.
and stuff like that.
Yeah, unless it's dude, when I had to go
Corvettes.
rent a car, yeah, in Hawaii, they only had a Mustang there. And I was like, all right, I'll take the Mustang. And it's just like automatic. It just sucked so much. It was like, what the hell? This cannot be an automatic. It just doesn't work.
Well, I tell you this. One time when I was working for this is after Honda, I was working for GM. And I had to go do an audit all the way out in Belgrade, which is like, if you know where the Everglades are. So it's like right around there. And my boss was like, well, take the Impala, whatever. So I'm like, all right, I'll take the Impala to go out and do the audit. And man, all the paperwork that I had to bring, because they requested like tons of tag work that was not done. And it went back like 3 years. So I was like, I can't even fit that. So he was like, well, take the Suburban. And I was like, holy shit. I've never in my life drove a truck. Even my husband's truck, I'm afraid of it, you know. Like I don't do big cars.
Yeah.
But let me tell you, when I drove that Suburban, it was like driving on a cloud. And
Yeah,
you can
it's
do
pretty
about
good. Yeah.
you will do like about 100 miles and still feel like you're only doing 40. So you definitely have to put that shit on cruise control.
Yeah. And I mean, a lot of people like they do the F1350 and all that stuff. Like, yes, Suburbans are like something else. Definitely true.
Yeah, my husband has a 150 F-150.
Yeah, 350s are crazy. It's like you're like high up, and you're like, what the F? And it's like, yeah.
Yeah, I like because being from New York, I like to dip in and out of traffic. I don't like big cars. I always drove a little sports car.
Yeah, right.
Remember the Honda Preludes?
Yeah.
Those were so cute.
Yeah, they make a lot of sense in the city. Yeah, so yeah, I mean, I don't know. Traffic is tough, man. Tough.
I mean, I think the biggest car I've ever bought was my the Altima, and it's still a sedan,
Yeah, Ultima.
It's not as big as a Maxima.
Right. Yep.
But it's still, pretty decent sized car. Fit all the kids in there.
Yeah, it's a good cheap like version of things. Yeah. I don't know. People like to steal things now so much, like the Kias, right? The Kias are like popular to steal. because they
Shit,
don't
just
have
get yourself
interlock.
just get yourself a gun, man. The fuck.
Yeah, I don't know, because like if you're in California, they steal it all the time. Like, yeah, they tried to steal my Honda, and I was like, they broke in, and they tried to
Accord?
break. Yeah, and they tried to break into the lock, and I was like, they couldn't start the engine, and they gave up. It's like, bruh, you just wasted my time. I have to go down and replace my windows because you couldn't even like freaking.
You don't have like a low jack on it? Like
No, I don't need to. Like I thought like they would see that it's not worth stealing, but I guess like it was so many years nobody would break into my car, but apparently I guess they were so desperate they were like, "Oh, I want this car. I want this car." And they broke into it. It was like, you just wasted my time. And the good thing is, like, you know, there's so many glass shops now in San Francisco because people break so many things. Like if you park there, and I was like, oh, I know this place. I just go there and just get it replaced for like $80. 2 windows, doesn't matter. But it's like, it's so dumb, right? It's just so dumb. That's just how it is. Like it's a free for all. People don't care. Like when it gets to that level where there's no consequence. They really thought like, oh, this is worth it. Bruh, this is not a Kia. You can't steal it that easily.
Well, speaking of Kias, I've rented usually when my mom comes down to Florida to visit, we'll rent a car and go down to like Fort Lauderdale and stuff. There's a big gigantic mall out there that we love to go to, which we'll just like visit Miami, Fort Lauderdale. And one time I was so used to the Suburban after driving it. So I would rent it to like go down to Miami because it fit everybody. Me, my husband, you know, even before I met my husband, just me and the kids, my mom, it was just so comfortable. And one time they had to downgrade me because the Suburban wasn't available. So they were like, oh, we have a Kia Soul available. So I'm like, oh shit, Kia Soul. Okay. But let me tell you, that little car, I wouldn't buy it.
Yeah.
But to rent it and drive long distance, it is a great little car. It is a great little car. I was so surprised and pleasantly surprised by it. Yeah, it was a great little car. The way the seats are situated, it's like it's good for lumbar support. You sit upright and it's just roomy. It doesn't look roomy from the outside, but trust me, inside it's very roomy. And we fit everything in the trunk, all our luggage and stuff like that. And I wouldn't suggest it for more than 5 passengers, but you know, 4 to 5 passengers, it is absolutely fine. I've also driven it to Georgia because I usually visit my cousin out in the Cula out in Georgia. I usually go see her Memorial Weekend.
No, I think that makes a lot of sense. Yeah. I mean, the only problem is that, like, apparently they don't have a key interlock system to protect. Like, okay, if you don't have the key, it won't start. So then it's so easy to just like hot wire it. That's the problem. Yeah.
But I tell you this much: working for dealerships, I know this much. When I was working for GM, all the cars had like the OnStar. So yeah, you can steal. Now the only way when you buy the car, you have the option to like keep it or like get it turned off and you don't have to pay for it. But all the cars on the lot had the OnStar. So if they stole the car and you know the alarm goes off, that's it. You're getting caught. You're getting caught.
Yeah.
So anybody who buys a car, make sure you have the OnStar. So,
man, it's so tough.
Because they can steal it if they want, but they're gonna get found.
Because usually it's same thing with bikes too. These people just steal bikes too, and it's just like what happens is like they'll steal iPads, iPhones, bikes, cars, and they'll try to put it on a shipping container right away. That's the whole game. And that's why I feel like this whole stealing, like it's just a corporation now, right? They have a network. And
even the smash and grabs, it's
right, it's a network. And they found out there was this white girl, like white woman in San Diego operating that shit. She was like the CEO of Smash and Grabs.
Yeah, they're going after the small people, the people that actually goes into the stores and does the smash and grabs. That's not who you want to arrest. You want to arrest the people that they're reporting to. And let me tell you something. You go down to Chinatown in New York, right? I kid you not. You go down to Chinatown, you just walk up Chinatown, and there's people standing in the street. And if you're looking at stuff on the street and you're buying like the counterfeit stuff, they have a whole department. Like they'll be like, come with me. And they even give you their card so you can like text them when you're coming, once you buy from them, and you go upstairs up this shady freaking building and you go upstairs and it's a whole warehouse. And when I tell you, you cannot tell real from fake. It is. So their counterfeit is so good. It's not the stuff that they're selling like in the street. Like in the street, you can tell, it's fake,
Right.
But when they take you upstairs, oh my God.
No, it's such a network. A lot of this stuff is like, that's why it's so like, oh man, you gotta kill everything, like drugs, anything. It's just like you gotta kill the head. And if you don't get the head, it just doesn't matter. Like you're just like,
why waste your time? Why waste your time arresting the guy that's selling the nickel bags?
Right. That's always the problem, and it's just never gonna be solved because it's just paid up, right? I'm sure these people are just paid all the way up somewhere, and somebody's boss, gets paid. They grease the wheels, grease the palms. It's over. You're done. They'll look the other way. Yeah.
Shit, I gotta go to Chinatown again next time I go to New York. I gotta get me a Cartier.
I mean, I haven't been. How good are they? Like, I mean, if you go to China itself, if you go to Shanghai, they have so many counterfeit stuff that looks so good. Really,
you know what? I think a lot of it. I think a lot of it is not even fake. They just steal it and
right.
I'm not even asking questions. I'm just.
So I mean,
not gonna ask questions.
Yeah, a lot of frequent flyers. They just go to Hong Kong or Shanghai. They go like do a business trip. They'll get like what's quote unquote illegitimate. It looks really legitimate. So.
Or what I do is there's a lot of outlet malls here in Florida. So all my watches I got them from the outlet. So you get like a huge discount. Like all the Movados and stuff like that. I love me a good classic Movado.
Oh, so you're big into
that is my weakness.
Man, I hate wearing stuff on my wrists, so
my husband is the same way, he doesn't.
Yeah, I know.
He hates,
but I know a lot of
him all the time. I was like, "Wear your wedding band. Wear your wedding band."
But yeah, I know people like they're into watches so much. It's just like, and there's the same people in the sports cars too, racing sports cars. This is like, I can't get into it. Sorry.
You see, I like old cars. I like classic cars.
That's good.
So you'll get me on that. Like if I were to get that 74 Civic, I'd put a CVT engine in that bitch. And she will drive like a motherfucker.
Man, I don't know. Like classic cars are really something else, honestly. Yeah.
Yeah, I love them.
Man, I know this neighbor like in San Francisco. Like, dude, he has all these classic cars. It's just like ridiculous, and he doesn't have the garage space. He will park it outside in the street. I'm just like, what the fuck?
We have a dealership out here around where I live. It's called Classic Cars, actually. And they sell like freaking old Fords from like 1960, like stuff like that. Old Buicks,
Mm-hmm.
Shit, they don't even make Buicks anymore or Pontiacs.
No, they won't. They won't. No, Pontiac's definitely not. Yeah. I remember that time. What's up, 12th man?
What's up, y'all? How's
Hey,
it going,
12th
Virgo?
man.
Good crack. Good to see y'all. I had a
Good to see you,
79 Z28 with T-tops. I love that car.
Oof. I bet you that was a beauty.
Beautiful. Pearl white with the blue
bench seats.
The blue, yeah, with the blue ground effects and spoiler and decals and all that, and the hood, whatever you call that, the in the middle there.
Mm-hmm.
Look,
I remember back in those days because my stepdad had an old 79 Buick. I forgot the model, but it was a Buick, and it had bench seats in the front, like a bench seat in the front. So none of us kids had to fight to be in the front because we all fit in the front.
Yeah.
The only thing we fought about was who had the window seat, and since I was the oldest, I got the window seat. And sometimes we would fight about, siblings always fight. So sometimes we'd fight about who gets to sit next to dad and gets to shift the gears sometimes,
Yeah.
How about do you ever remember sitting on your dad's lap and like pushing the gas in like an old parking lot?
Yeah.
Am I the only one? Oh my God. I have fond memories of that. Just like driving when I was like young, Of course, with the guidance of dad, of course,
I had a 71 Ford I really liked too, pickup truck, F100. That's before they quit making them. Sporty truck. Yeah, I miss the old vehicles. You could work on them yourself too.
I have a brother who has been a finance manager for Honda as well. Yeah, and he's so fucking bougie. It's not even funny. Well, finance managers make a lot of money, but the problem is he has like 4 kids and never has time. They work 24/7.
The black guy that's a salesman at the Honda dealership here, he's real friendly. That's who I always get my generators from.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's real friendly. Of course, a salesman's always going to be friendly, I guess.
Oh yeah, man.
Some of them are assholes. Trust me. They'll be friendly to the customers, but some of them are really assholes. And you just being in accounting, you have to put them in their place. Like, motherfucker, you want me to push this deal for you?
Man,
you better be nice. You better bring me. You better bring me some Wawa's biscuits and shit like that.
What the fuck?
I ain't doing shit for you.
Oh man. Yeah, it's tough, huh?
Yeah. Oh man, that's why I hate going back to the car dealership because Jesus Christ, holidays come, man. I'm at the age where I'm menopausal. I done had my insides torn out. I think of food and I gain weight. So it's like when you're like at a dealership, it's like all these vendors come with all these snacks and cookies and cakes and food every day. It's a different lunch, and I gotta prepare myself. I gotta be strong. Pray for me, y'all.
Yeah, right.
I don't want to be looking like Respucia. What's her name? Respucia. What's the character on the Clumps? Was it Respucia?
Oh, I don't know. The Clumps?
Yeah, with Eddie Murphy.
Oh,
y'all never seen that movie? Come on now.
Eddie Murphy, he dropped off at that time. Oh shit!
That's one of my favorite actors too.
Yeah, oh man, he just got the money. He just got the checks. Come on, at that era.
Sit back
Axel
and
Foley.
get paid now.
Oh
Axel
yeah,
Foley
Axel
was
Foley.
my
Yeah.
best character. Yeah. Was that Beverly Hills Cop, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Beverly Hills Cop.
That was a good one. Yeah, I like almost all his movies, at least the ones I've seen.
Oh, my mother-in-law has an obsession with the Medea movies. Oh my
Oh
God.
no.
Oh Jesus.
No way.
There's a couple of them that to me were funny, but it's like after a while, it's like, you know. But she has an upset. She loves it. She loves it. So sometimes, our thing is when we're having dinner, we'll put on like a movie and just watch TV together and eat dinner. So a lot of times she suggests like a Medea movie, and I look at my husband like, Jesus Christ.
Oh man, Medea.
And even when we weren't like living together, sometimes like especially on Sundays, we go over there and bring them dinner or cook dinner at their house, and the same thing. It's like, can we watch? Oh, you know what she suggested the last time? She suggested, and I was shocked. See, she suggested 300. And my husband refused to watch that movie.
Really?
He's never seen it. Yes. He's never. He was like, well, do you know what was going on around the time when 300 came out? And I'm like, Jesus Christ.
No, we made so many jokes on 300 on this channel. We were like, "Oh, this is Sparta.
This is Sparta."
Yeah, it's like so ridiculous. Yeah. And we're making fun of people like, "Oh, that's Xerxes. That's Xerxes, bro."
Yeah. So he finally, because mom suggested it, so he had no choice. You know, he's a sucker for his mom, and that's fine. And he watched it and he was like, "Oh, it wasn't that bad." And I was like, "Told you. Should have listened to your wife. No sloppy toppy for you tonight."
God damn, Xerxes. Xerxes. Oh shit. No, yeah, we made fun of because
How about
like
the little cripple? How about the little
what?
cripple? I don't require you to kneel.
Oh,
or to stand.
No.
I just require you to kneel.
No, HB just wanted to like reference that because like
HB is, oh my God, HB is so awesome at like, I think me and HB has like the similar taste in movies. So anytime I reference any kind of show or movie, HB gets it right off bat. I love it.
Yeah, he does. He does.
I'll make like Walking Dead references, you know, all that, and he'll get it.
Yeah, he was just making fun of because like a lot of the trannies were like they sounded like Xerxes, so he was just like,
yeah.
And I was like, oh shit, that's Xerxes. I was like, oh yeah, all right, dude.
He was a pretty little bitch, wasn't he?
Oh yeah. Yep. Damn. I didn't see the sequel. They made a sequel, right? Or prequel to the sequel. Oh yeah, whatever it was.
Oh, you know what other two movies my husband refused to watch that his mom got him to sit his ass down and watch? Okay, so one of them was No Country for Old Men, which is one of my favorites.
Your husband didn't see that?
No,
he was
like, I don't want to see that. I don't want to see
that. Yeah, that's a good movie. Yeah.
And then another one was oh my God, what's the name of it? The one with the Jay-Z video with the cripple, and then he turned out not being crippled.
Damn, I don't remember that one.
God damn, what's the name of it? Chat, help me.
Jay-Z in there?
No, Jay-Z wasn't in there, but he made a music video about it. Oh my God, chat, help me,
Oh
please.
man.
Oh God, it's one of my favorite movies too. It's with what's his name? He looks like Phil Collins, that actor.
Phil Collins. Oh shit.
Yeah, to me he does.
Oh man.
Oh God, it's with Kaiser Sose.
Really? Wait, what?
Yeah.
Maybe I didn't see this then.
No, that's not the actor's name, but it was the character in the movie.
Oh.
Kaiser Sose. Oh my God.
The hell?
What was the name of that movie? Jesus Christ. Okay, you're gonna make me look it up.
Wait, hold on. That's crazy.
I don't know.
Yeah, okay. I know.
Y'all gonna know it once I
know
figure it out.
Jay-Z. I didn't know they had a movie, some kind of relationship to a movie. Oh fuck.
Yeah, it was a movie, and then Jay-Z did a video, a music video, and it was like the whole premise of the movie.
Wow.
Oh,
okay. Maybe I have something to watch. Holy shit.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you right now. Hold on, I'm gonna look it up. The Usual Suspects. Boom.
Really?
Oh, I think I've seen that.
You
sure?
It's with let me see.
No.
Kevin
way.
Spacey. Kevin
Really?
Spacey looks like Phil Collins to me. Kevin
Oh my
Spacey.
God. So did I block that out? I definitely saw that at one point. I guess I blocked it
Yeah.
out.
Yeah. So Jay-Z had Jesus, now you're gonna make me look that up too.
Mhm.
He had a music video. It was one of his songs, and he did like the whole, he made the video after that movie, about that movie.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let me look that up.
What is this we're looking at? Get correct.
Nothing. Don't worry about it. I'm just trolling people in chat.
I was looking at it when I was in back on YouTube.
Yeah, I'm not
HB
gonna
and
reference
stuff.
it anymore. I've done my blackout earlier today. I'm done. I don't have time anymore to black out. People can take whatever they want from this.
I think it's called Empire State of Mind.
Okay.
No, that's with Alicia Keys. Sorry. All right. The one with New York. The City Is Mine.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, but that was a great movie. But my husband's gonna tap out when we go see this movie, but we're thinking about going to see Wicked.
Oh, Wicked. Oh boy. So you
Yeah,
gotta see
so we're gonna-
this 300 Wicked.
So us girls, my daughter, my stepdaughter, and my mother-in-law, we're gonna go see Wicked when it comes out.
All right.
I've seen the play. It's pretty good. Saw it on Broadway when I was still in New York.
We got like a little Broadway place here where they do that kind of stuff.
In Alaska?
Yeah. Forget what they call it. I never go over there.
I remember when I was
Burned
a
down
kid.
one year and the community came together and rebuilt it.
Oh, that's nice. I remember being a kid in New York and going to the Brooklyn Academy of Music when I was about like 11, 12, and we get dressed up and go see the opera.
Oh yeah.
Man, yeah, New York is something else. Yeah, you got a lot of options in New York. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and my husband has the nerve to say, "Oh, you grew up in the city. You don't know anything about having fun." I'm like, what? What?
Did you tell him about the razor blades in your hair?
Exactly.
Holy
And I also
shit.
told him, have you ever
I was like,
drank out of a
whoa.
fire hydrant?
Oh, wait, what?
I told him, have you ever drank out
Oh
of a
man.
fire hydrant?
Oh god damn. All right.
Did you get the ice cream man, Mr. Softy, coming around your neighborhood? He's like, well, we ran through the woods with. I was like, yeah, I ran through the woods chasing possums and raccoons and shit. Fuck that shit. And gators. Man, we was at the opera. We was at the opera, motherfucker.
That's funny.
Oh shit.
Yeah, my high school, I went to LaGuardia School of the Arts. And my junior high school, too, was another magnet school for music. So I was always in the like theater and like music and stuff like that. Yeah, and our dads obliged. It was either my stepdad that took us or my best friends, her dad took us. And you could tell on their faces, like, they didn't want to be there. But they did it for the kids.
Right. Oh man. No, yeah. New York has so many museums up there, man. It's crazy.
Oh my God, the Museum of Natural History.
Oh yeah, it's so big. You're like,
my God,
damn, I can't even do through this whole day.
So one of our dates when I was dating my husband, right? One of our dates, he took me. He said, "I'm going to take you to the planetarium." You know, I didn't say anything. And he took me to the planetarium, and we're looking, and the whole time I'm like, "Man, you don't even know. New York Planetarium is fucking out of this world." You go to the Museum of Natural History in New York, and you look at the planetarium. It is out of this world. I didn't want to hurt his feelings, though.
Isn't the Smithsonian there? I think that's one I've always
That's
wanted
DC.
to do.
That's DC. Yeah.
That is DC. Yeah,
Oh,
that's DC.
It's pretty good too. Yeah, DC. Yeah.
DC has some pretty good museums too.
Yep, and it's free. That's a good thing about the DC ones. Yeah.
Well, here's the thing about New York museums, right? And everything that you can do in New York. There are certain days that you can go free or by donation. So when the kids were little, we used to take them, put them in the strollers, and we'd go find out which day was free, and then or by donation. I mean, if all you had was $1, that's it. You got in, So when people go to New York as like tourists and they pay that whole package for the tickets, I'm like, y'all are fucking stupid. I should just freaking look it up. And we have some of the biggest libraries there too.
We went to
the libraries are great. Yeah, they're big. Yeah.
I used to Grand Army Plaza. I used to love to go to these kids don't even know how to look up books anymore.
No, they don't. Yeah.
Don't know how to use a card catalog.
No, they ain't gonna do that.
No. Shit, my kids don't know anything about encyclopedias. Like we used to have encyclopedias when I was growing up. My parents bought us encyclopedias, and yes, you had to update them. Yeah. And this is when people were selling them door to door.
I mean, the problem is like it's not because like convenience or anything else. It's like when you make it too easy, it's like they don't appreciate it anymore, right?
Exactly.
It's kind of the problem. Whereas it's like I wish it was that easy when I was young, But then at the same time, I'm thinking like, well, if it was that easy, I probably wouldn't even appreciate like getting the information, right? It'll just be like, oh, whatever.
Yeah.
Just look up porn or something. or some
Yeah,
shit.
I just
Yeah, it's
I just
crazy.
Well,
remember.
it's easy just to download books and read them. You know.
Right? Yeah, that's true too. Yeah.
No, I remember going to the library and actually picking out books. Like every Friday, that was like our little thing. We went to the library, we get picked up from school, go to the library, pick out some books, and and just read. And I was a Stephen King fanatic. I think my first Stephen King book was Cujo.
Cujo. Yeah.
And I was about 8 or 9 years old.
I was big into Louis L'Amour and Zane Grey, the West.
And VC Andrews. So I read Flowers in the Attic. For any of my old heads out there, you know what I mean.
I have a small library. I'd have more books at home, but I only have so much space. So
Yeah, that's a problem with it. Yeah.
Yeah, we had neighborhood small libraries too, but we used to like to go to the Grand Army Plaza. That library was like 3-story. Like there was an elevator in there. You go like 3 stories up, and it's just nothing but books. It was like heaven to me. I did download Tom's book, and I'm gonna give it a go.
I always wanted to at least also download stuff on either hard drives or SD cards or something, because in case shit does hit the fan, I mean, what are you gonna watch or read?
Yeah, I have so
What are
many
you gonna,
PDFs and stuff, but bro, I have so many things that I can't even like go back through anymore. I just have so many things recorded, Just like, come on, look at all these books on this hard disk. I don't have time to read all of them again.
Crack, do you remember making mixtapes when you were young?
Oh yeah, I know. That was
You had to be very precise and cut it off before the commercials.
I know. Nah. Yeah, people here don't know what the heck you're talking about. You're like,
I know.
What? How do you
Funkmaster
make a
Flex on a
mistake?
Friday. Oh my God, Funkmaster Flex on a Friday, and I used to put my empty tape, my blank tape in there, and record music.
Nah, yeah, that was the thing, man.
Make a mixtape.
Yeah, people here don't know. They don't even know about VHS. They're like, oh, you know about the SLP?
They don't know about 8-tracks.
8-tracks. They definitely don't know about. No, forget 8-tracks. We're not even gonna go to that, or even like the laser disc, or
even the 808. Even the 808 machine.
Yeah, no, they don't. Like the only thing they know about 808 is Kanye, right? Dude, I love that album. Like the Kanye, like Heartbreak, like 808, like I love that.
That's what made me appreciate Kanye. It was like he brought
a lot of
it
people
back.
hated that. A lot of people hated it because they didn't get it. They did not get it at all. Yeah, so I don't know. You have to be at that time. Yeah,
Love Lockdown. That is one of my favorite. Oh my God.
Yeah. Like if you weren't at that time, you don't know. You don't know. Sorry, that's just how it is. Because people. The problem was it was at the same time people were doing like what was it like? It was the early days of. It wasn't AI. What was it like? What they call that crap? What they try to like. Damn, they auto-tune, right? It was the early days of auto-tune. So they thought like he was doing auto-tune, right? But it's like, no, bro, you don't get it. He's doing his own thing. Oh man. Yeah. I think people didn't really appreciate it because it was the beginning of auto-tune. People were like, oh, you're auto-tune.
You know who surprisingly got famous off of auto-tune, right? T-Pain. But when he sings live, that motherfucker could sing.
A lot of people, they I thought like even the early days, like you hear them
Mhm.
live, you're like, whoa, yeah, they're talented. But when you hear like the studio production, you didn't really think so. So
Mhm.
yeah, it's a lot of times that happens. It's
One of my
pretty.
favorite auto-tune songs is Computer Love.
Oh yeah, yep.
What y'all know about that?
No, yeah, I don't know. That's a different era. That's a
We gotta
different.
do a throwback 80s
So
karaoke night. For
everybody got
real.
to do 80s throwback. All right, all right.
Yes. Computer Love.
Yeah. I don't know. So so is Porsche not doing one this week? So it has to be next. It has to be Black Friday, huh? Is that what we're gonna do it on? All right.
Black Friday 80s throwback. What's up
Oh
with
boy.
that?
All right, all right.
I'm gonna suggest it.
Sounds good.
We're
Yeah, so
still gonna
Amy's
have to
still.
do Ebony and Ivory, 12th man.
I know.
Oh.
That is an 80s throwback though.
I know.
Yeah, that is.
I used to do some recording on a Casey Kasem's top 40 or whatever it was.
Whoa.
Oh yeah.
bro.
Casey
You guys are
Kasem.
old.
Yes.
No, you guys are old. Oh shit.
How about Ed McMahon with
Oh my god. No, don't do this.
what was that talent show called?
Was it Star Search? It was Star Search.
Search.
wasn't
There
it?
you go.
Yeah, it was Star Search.
You know, Beyonce was on there.
Oh, really?
Yeah, she was with some kind of girl group, and they actually lost. Yeah.
Oh. It wasn't Destiny's Child. It wasn't that.
No, it was not called Destiny's Child. It was called
Oh.
something else. Yeah.
So I guess her father, quote unquote, manager, right? That's kind of
Yeah.
what it is. Yeah. So he
Mhm.
probably tested it out and was like, oh, that
Yeah.
didn't work, and he just like
He was like
improved
Joe
it.
Jackson, to be honest with you.
Right.
Yeah.
That's kind of like the Ben Thorpe with Grace Thorpe type of shit going on. Yeah. That's
Yeah, but
kinda-
they ain't going nowhere. So and they ain't got no talent.
Oh man. Oh.
I mean, if you guys want to watch her eating a banana, I guess. You know.
I don't know. Yeah, things are going crazy right now. Yeah. So let's put it that way. Yeah.
I was telling HB, and he was like, Virgo. I said, Grace, I mean, not Grace, Ava looks just like Dexter's sister Deb.
Yeah, you told us the other time. You know, Porsha really likes her look. Like she really does. Yeah.
No, I'm not saying it as a bad thing. I'm just saying she looks a lot like
No, Porsha does like really loves her look. I'm only like, because her personality is.
You know what?
Like, I would say,
Ava's not a bad kid. She's
her
she's
personality
cool.
is really entertaining to me. I think that's really her selling point. Yeah. I mean, otherwise it's just like, oh, okay, you can look at her ass or shake this, that. Yeah, okay, whatever. Right?
Would you have bought her a hot dog though, Crack?
Yeah, I probably would have.
That's the gentleman thing to do.
Unless 12th man gets it ahead of me. Yeah, that 12th man.
That's the gentleman thing to do. Just buy the girl a hot dog.
I sent her $2.
I don't even know
for the
what's
hot
even
dog.
going on with that Jeremy shit. I was just like, what the hell is this shit? This is crazy.
Wonder, was he just broke or what the fuck?
I don't know. Jeremy has his own problems before that, so I don't even want to go to the history. But yeah, I can't.
Oh God, Eclectic is going crazy again. Jesus.
Why would
Yeah,
you
it's
even
going crazy.
go
Of
meet up
course.
with the girl if you're broke though? That doesn't make any sense.
Angry Snowman knows Britney Spears and Christina Aguilera. I met them both live. Yeah, when they were. early on.
Okay.
Because back in those days they were promoting like those like Backstreet Boys, NSYNC. You know what I mean? Like they like Blacks.
Yeah.
Oh man, he knows. Oh man, he can sing, right? So he can do all the boy bands. I like that era, honestly. Kind of weird.
Oh, I love the boy band era. Yes, I remember.
Yeah, it's just strange.
Oh my God, there's so many.
Yeah.
There's so many. Mint Condition. There was
Right. Oh man, yeah. Now I
Backstreet
remember
Boys.
Mint Condition. I
NSYNC.
forgot about them. Oh shit.
Who else? Tony.
Yeah. I don't
What's
know.
the one with the I like the kissing game?
Man, Mint
It was a
Condition.
black boy band.
Yeah,
Jesus
I know.
Christ.
I know what you're talking about. Anyway, yeah, it's a different world that time. It was strange. I think nowadays people don't even like what is that shit? Blah 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 blah. Yeah.
Music just sucks nowadays, man, for real.
Yeah, it was I would admit it is gay, but
like I
at
listen
least it
to
was
rap
good.
and I get like a couple of brain cells just taken away.
Yeah, I mean now the rap now is just totally trash. I rather
the mumble rap, the trap.
mumble rap. Oh mumble rap. Hey, I rather listen.
I set my limit at the Migos. You know, Migos did have a couple of nice hits. You know.
Yeah. I mean, okay, all the chat can call me like gay or whatever. I don't care. Like Savage Garden. There you go. That's not even a boy band.
Oh my God, I love Savage Garden. Black Hole Sun.
I had a girl. Her mom just loved playing Savage Garden, cleaning her house. For no reason. She didn't even know who Savage Garden was. I was just like, why are you playing Savage Garden? Like, do you even know who Savage Garden is?
Shit. I'm gonna take it way back. REM.
Oh yeah. If Stanley came on here, he would be like, oh, I've heard them in person. Oh, blah, 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 blah. Yeah. There you go. There you go. Yeah, okay. Call us fruity. I don't give a fuck. I'm tired of this shit. Like, yeah, people who didn't grow up in the era, they don't know. Yeah, okay, whatever. Yeah. But nah, you don't get it. You don't get it.
Won't you come?
Wash
my tears away.
I was more into the Metallica, Kid Rock.
Kid Rock, Metallica. Yeah. I get that too. Yep. No problem.
Yeah, my cousin has like I was telling you, my cousin's husband, he has like a playlist. And he was like, I'm going to play Pink Floyd for your husband. I'm like, all right.
Yeah, here we go.
Oh, my husband loves him some Pink Floyd. And some Joy. Stanley would appreciate that. Some Joy Division.
Oh, yeah. He said that, didn't he? Oh, we got to get him back up here with Joy Division. Holy shit.
Motorhead. That was another one.
Yeah.
Motorhead, yeah.
Oh, man. Yeah, Joy.
I remember Yellow Card. They had I think two hits.
Nah, yeah.
What was that other Green Card or Green Day?
Yeah,
Green Day.
Yeah,
they had like at least one good album.
Yeah, I like Green Day. Boulevard of Broken Dreams is one of my favorites.
American Idiot, that was the album. They had a lot of hits.
Mm-hmm. I think that's where the Boulevard of Broken Dreams was on. I think.
Yeah. That was American Idiot album or CD, whatever the fuck you want to call it.
Yeah.
That was back when we.
Shit, I remember going to the record stores when I was a kid and getting records.
Me too. I think my first record was Joan Jett, I Love Rock and Roll. That was my first album.
I love rock and roll. Yeah.
Then my first 45 was Ain't Nothing But a Hound Dog, Elvis Presley.
Shit, even though I grew up very Caribbean, my parents' taste in music was very eclectic. So they played the Supremes. They played, of course, they played like French songs. They played Julio Iglesias, which is Spanish music. Yeah.
Crack, it's me, Snowman.
Oh, it's you, Snowman? All right.
Yeah.
Hey, Snowman, what's up?
I had to come up because I can't let this woman slander Soundgarden, man. She said Savage Garden wrote Black Hole Sun and Soundgarden did.
Oh, my bad. I just got the name wrong. I'm getting old. Sorry.
No, you didn't just get the name wrong. You got the genre wrong, and that's not just slandering. That's not just slandering Soundgarden. That's slandering Chris Cornell, who's one of the greatest vocalists of all time.
I am so sorry. Please forgive me.
I'll let it slide this time.
Okay, I won't let it happen again. Trust me.
I've actually seen Soundgarden once. I saw what was it? Audio Slave when he was with them. I never got to see him when he was with Temple of the Dog though.
You know who I got to see in 2011 before the main band member died. I got to see Linkin Park.
I got to see them once back during it was during when their second album came out, that tour.
Mm-hmm.
And I wasn't a big fan of their live shows, to be honest with you.
Oh, okay.
Now their studio cuts I didn't mind, but the live shows, I get for the live shows what I was told is it depended on how long it'd been between shows for whether or not Chester sounded decent or not.
Yeah, he had issues.
I know that.
But it is Linkin Park, and
Now the one that I got to see that I was what was my big one is when I finally got to see Marilyn Manson.
Oh, you got to see him live?
Yeah, I got to see him at Pierre's in Fort Wayne, which is like a small
Did he
bar. It's a small,
he do the
it's like
Beautiful
a small,
People?
intimate bar type setting where I got to see him, where they only had like, they only had like 1,000 tickets for that one.
Uh-huh.
So it was a real small venue, man. And I was like right up front on the stage, damn near.
Did he do the Beautiful People?
Yeah, he actually opened up the show with Angel with the Scabbed Wings.
Oh shoot!
The only one he wouldn't play that everybody kept trying to get him to play was Lunchbox off of the Portrait of the American Family album. But Marilyn Manson was like one of my ultimate metal lineup would be Marilyn Manson, 9 Inch Nails, White Zombie, Tool.
Oh man, Tool. Yes.
And then Korn. Those 5 would be like the best show ever.
Oh my god. Well,
but I've got to see Tool.
If they're coming to town, let me know.
I got to see Tool once, and I got to see Maynard when he was in A Perfect Circle too.
Oh, okay.
I've been to a lot of concerts, man. I've met a lot of.
I love concerts.
I always somehow manage to get backstage.
My last concert that I went to was a few months back. I went to see Busta Rhymes, Ciara, and Missy Elliott.
That would have been dope.
Oh my god, it was so good. And we had like floor seats, and Missy came through the crowd, and it was just so awesome.
I got to see Eminem and Kid Rock together back when they were touring on Eminem's first album and Kid Rock's second.
Oh, okay.
That was pretty fucking wild though, seeing those two tour together. The only other hip hop show I've ever been to is I got to see Bone Thugs.
Oh, they're pretty good.
I like them better live than I do on than I do on
yes, live. I think live. I've seen
show. Dude, their recorded music doesn't do them enough justice because their live shows are way better.
Yeah, I've seen live footage like on YouTube and stuff like that with them, and yeah, that would be a great concert.
I only just so happened to get to see him because a buddy of mine is actually friends with him, and he had got free tickets and asked me if I wanted one of them. I was like, hell yeah, I do.
I saw Snoop Dogg live when I was back in New York.
I wouldn't
like
mind
right
seeing
before
Snoop
I
live,
moved.
but I don't know if I would ever smoke weed with Snoop because he'd either smoke you out or smoke all your stuff.
Yeah. My son told me he goes, I'll never smoke weed with Willie again. And I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? He's talking about Willie Nelson. And this is my son.
Oh, shit.
What do you know about Willie Nelson?
I wouldn't smoke weed with Willie either. Willie's like the white version of Snoop. He's the only one to ever get Snoop to tap out. Snoop actually tells a story of how he went over and smoked with Willie, and they were sitting there playing chess or checkers or some shit, man. And it was just those two passing blunts back and forth between each other. And he actually, apparently, Willie got Snoop to tap out, which is almost impossible.
Dang.
I mean, Snoop's that hang around friend that always shows up when he light up a blunt, and then smokes half of it and dips. So for him to tap out, that's crazy.
That's crazy, for real.
All right. Love you. But yeah, I've been to quite a few shows, man. Hell, I've seen, let's see, seen Slipknot a couple times. I've seen Ozzy a few times.
Oh,
hell,
Ozzy.
I got to see Slipknot before they were even real big. I saw them when they first came out at Ozfest playing the side stage. Didn't even know who they were the first time I saw them.
I like that collab that he did with Post Malone.
I don't think I've heard that. I'm not a big Post Malone fan.
Oh, okay.
I've never really been real big into his music. He's kind of Post Malone to me is kind of like jazz. It's confusing.
Yeah, you can't say he's a rapper. You can't say he's
I don't know
R&B.
what genre he is. He's just Post
He's
Malone.
just his own thing, you know? Yeah, but he did a collab with Ozzy, and I think that song is great.
Right on. But shit, man, I've seen what is it? 30 Seconds to Mars a couple times. I've seen Filter a couple times. I've seen like I said, Soundgarden. Seen what is that? Go ahead.
Have you ever heard of Beach House?
Nope.
I would love to see them live.
I've seen have you heard of this? You get into Rasta music, right? Like or ska music, like Sublime and shit?
Yeah, definitely.
Well, me and the wife, the first concert we took our son to, and he was only, I think, like 3 or 4 when we took him to this, was we took him to go see Bad Fish. It's a Sublime cover band, pretty big one. And we also got to see what's the name of that one band? It was, God, I can't remember the name of the other band that was there, and I listened to them all the time. They got this song called Island Time. Fuck. Anyhow, man, it was pretty wild though, because all you could smell is weed and patchouli all throughout the fucking place, and I was like, damn, I can't believe this is the first concert I took my son to.
It's all good.
But what was wild about it too, though, I found out that if you take a little child that's still in diapers or just got out of diapers to a concert with you, and you grab a hold of them and pick them up and start walking through the crowd parts like the Red Sea and lets you walk right up to the front row.
Oh yeah, that's the bonus.
So
yeah.
So I plan on taking him to every concert I go to now, if I ever go to a concert again. I ain't been to one since oh shit. I think that Bad Fish concert was the last one I went to, be honest with you. And that was back in 2019.
Yeah. Concerts they're getting to be very expensive now, and and even like if you get a beer. And here's the thing, I don't like to drink beer at concerts because I'm constantly having to go urinate because beer just runs through you, whatever. But if you get a mixed drink, it's like $20 for a drink, and it's watered down.
I don't drink at all. I
wanted to go see Skinner in Anchorage this past Summer is like $200 a ticket. Plus
And you
get
didn't even get to
things.
really see. And you didn't even really get to see Skinner. You got to see a Skinner cover band.
Right. Pretty much, yeah.
I saw.
What's there like one member left out of everybody?
Yeah, the piano player.
No,
I believe
Billy Powell's dead.
Is he? I thought he was still alive.
Yeah, I heard you. I had to step away for a minute, but it sounded like you'd been to a lot of shows.
I have, man.
Me too. My first band was Joan Jett and the Blackhearts.
My first concert, honestly, my first concert was a country concert at Hickory Hill Lakes. I got to see Clint Black, Brooks and Dunn, Tim McGraw, Trisha Yearwood.
Hell yeah!
Oh, I like Trish.
It was a 3-day event. They do it every year.
Party.
It was, man.
Have you ever been to Ultra Fest?
No, never even heard of it.
Oh my God, I'm not even gonna say what goes on in Ultra Fest. All I have to say is a lot of ecstasy going on.
Yeah, I've never done that. I've done a lot of drugs, but not ecstasy.
Yeah, Ultra Fest is freaking. I mean, I'm too old to be going to Ultra Fest now, but oh my God,
is it, a raver holiday then?
Huh?
Is it like a raver holiday fest?
It is a raver. It is a raver fest, but yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So there's nothing but EDM playing, and you get big names there like David Guetta, Tiesto, like stuff like that. Yeah.
12th Man, have you ever seen Rush live?
No, that would have been badass.
I got to see him live.
I've seen ZZ Top did a 3-day concert in Memphis.
Oh, dude, I got to see. I went to Wetzel, which is a biker festival, and I got to see Great White, and it was CCR. It was the one. It's where they got the. It was one with John Fogerty, but it was with his brother singing.
Right. Oh, nice.
And the headliner, I'm trying to remember who the headliner was.
Went to a Battle of the Bands in Houston, Texas. Metallica, Cinderella, fucking Motley Crue.
Oh, Cinderella. Oh shit.
I've never gotten to see any of those bands. I got to see Skid Row though at down in Indianapolis at a little dive bar. I got to see them, and I've gotten to see. I saw Jackal too.
It was Monsters of Rock, not Battle of the Band.
I may be corny for saying this, but I would love to get a throwback and see Bon Jovi live.
Bon Jovi's gay.
Yeah, maybe back in the 80s.
Yeah. Now, who I would have liked to have seen back in the day was the Boss, man. That would have been dope.
Oh, Bruce?
Come on,
Bruce
dog.
Springsteen?
Yeah, Bruce Springsteen, the Boss.
Mm-hmm.
I'd even be okay with, like what's his name? Billy Joel. I wouldn't mind seeing him live.
Oh
either.
yeah, Billy Joel.
I got to see Prince before he died.
Oh my God, I'm jealous. I never got to. My uncle got to see Prince.
Dude, the tickets cost me like $250 to go see Prince, and this was back in the early 2000s.
Yeah.
It was Huey Lewis and the News who and Cinderella opened up for.
Oh, I got their greatest hits CD. Huey Lewis and the News.
Barnhill Arena. That was my first concert.
Man, I'd like to see Dire Straits live, man, to be honest with you.
You know who I regret not seeing before he had his last concert? His last concert was right here in Florida, and it was in Miami, but the tickets were so much. And then when I calculated, travel and lodging, the tickets were like $500. Because when I go to a concert, I want to go all out. I want to be in the front, or at least like floor seats. I don't want to be at, nosebleed, Phil Collins.
Oh, that'd be all right. I like Phil Collins.
Yeah, he stopped touring.
I liked him by himself and when he was in Genesis.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Which I didn't know until I for the longest time, I didn't know that Phil Collins was a drummer and the vocalist.
Yep, he is.
And drumming and singing is one of the most difficult fucking things on the planet to do. Because just playing drums is difficult, man.
Yeah, I tried. I couldn't do it.
I
Way
can
too
play.
much coordination for my.
I can play them well enough to keep a beat, but you know I'm not no phenom on them. You know
I can swing a hammer, run a chainsaw, skill saw, whatever, but drums, man, that's too much.
I play guitar. I can play drums. I can play a little bit of violin. I can play a ukulele.
Oh, awesome! My husband plays bass.
I've never tried to play a bass. Be honest with you. Probably because I'm a guitar player, and I've always been told that a bass player is a failed guitar player.
Aw.
Oh.
No offense to your husband or anything. But
I'm not taking any offense.
But then too, I don't know if you've ever been in a band, but drummers are the biggest fucking crybabies on the planet. They're like, drummers are like kids with middle child syndrome.
And they're the most hard-headed. Yes, I've never been in a band, but I've like played band like in middle school and high school.
Uh-huh.
And all the drummers never followed the sheet music. They just went on their own. And even in church, they just went on their own and did their own thing. And sometimes you just gotta let it be, let them have it.
You know, the first band I ever played in was a black church band.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I was the only
What did
white
you
guy.
play?
Played guitar.
Oh, okay.
Yep. First time I ever played in front of.
Who sung that? Was that Brian Adams? Play guitar?
Oh, play guitar? Oh shit! Fucking who was that?
That wasn't Brian Adams, was it? Kind of
No.
like Brian Adams.
I can hear the guy's voice in my head right now.
Me too. And I can't think.
Was it wasn't it Mellencamp?
Was it
John Cougar Mellencamp?
Wasn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, that was a good song. Virgo nailed it.
Yeah, I'm born and raised in the. Well, I was born in the late 70s, but I grew up in the 80s, early 90s. I was a kid.
Same here.
Yeah, I know all this stuff.
Same here. Fucking late 80s and early 90s was the greatest time to live.
Oh my God. Say less.
I was born in 71.
Kids today don't even realize what kind of life they're missing out on.
Oh my God. Remember just hopping on your bike
and disappearing for the day?
Oh my God. In the summertime, we didn't have cell phones. Our parents didn't give a goddamn
fuck.
Shit.
Hell, a lot of us didn't even have home phones at that time.
Pull tab beer.
Right. Just come home for lunch. You know, as long as we came home for lunch, ate lunch, hop back on our bikes,
and be home before the street lights came on.
Yeah, come back for dinner before the street. Yep, you're right. Yeah, that's it. Your parents gave you $2-3, and you was living like a king or queen. You know, you went to the you went to the convenience store with the Habibs.
The hardware
Man,
store.
let me tell you, $1 got you a bag of chips, some candy, a quart of water, some ices, and still had change.
Man, I miss them days.
For real, a bag of chips was 25 cents back in my day.
Dude, I remember like what was it?
$7 for a bag of Doritos.
My first car, like I said earlier, was an '86 Grand Prix, big old boat with T-tops. And I remember when I got that, I remember at the time I could go to the gas station, fill up the gas tank, and it was an 18-gallon gas tank. Fill up the gas tank, get me a pack of cigarettes, a soda, and a candy bar, and still have change left over.
Yep.
And it
I
only costs
remember when
$20. It'd
gas
be
was
less than
80.
$20.
I remember when gas was 89 cents a
So do
gallon.
I. So do I. I think the cheapest I ever saw it when I was driving was 86 cents. but it
Yeah,
never really
Oklahoma.
got much over $1, hardly ever when I was a kid. Not until after 9/11.
Yeah, Arkansas, I think I seen it 86 cents one time.
It wasn't until 9/11 that they started price gouging us.
Shit, how about this? How about being a teenager and getting in your car with your friends, smoking mad weed, and
Fish
just
bowling.
driving out of
Fish bowling and
state
country
with a
cruising.
map? With a map, not even GPS, with a map.
Who needs a map, man? Just remember where you're going. That way you can, if you know
Nah,
where
we
you're
were
going,
going.
all you got to
We
do
were
is
going cross state. We were going to Connecticut. We were going to
yeah. We used to go to other
Louisiana.
states too, man. We would just get on the road and go. Fuck a map. If we get lost, we'll ask someone.
I remember walking into we stopped off at what is it called? Was it South Carolina? I think it was South Carolina. And I remember walking into like some kind of it was a Waffle House actually. And I remember it's me and my best friend. And you know, in the movies when somebody walks in and everybody just stops eating and just turns around and looks.
Holy shit, roller skater Texas girl used to drive for Cinderella back in '98.
Oh, that's cool as hell.
Salute to you, man. That's the look. The funniest thing that ever happened. Have you ever heard of that band Soil? Any of you guys ever heard of Soil? Well, there's this band. It's a rock band called Soil. They were playing
What's
at this
the song?
They were playing at this club, and I can't remember one of their songs. I didn't listen to them that much, but I knew them enough to when they were playing at this venue. It was this small venue in Indianapolis. I went down and I saw them, but I brought a couple of about 5 or 6 doobies with me, and was smoking with the band, and they ended up giving me a ride home on their tour bus. And my roommate at the time, when I pulled up in front of his house, he about shit because their tour bus was sitting outside his house. They ended up coming in the house and hanging out and chilling with us for about 6-7 hours.
Sweet.
I met Joan Jett and Jacqueline Sturgis.
I've met all the guys from Papa Roach, from Shinedown, from 3 Days Grace. They were all at one club. I ended up in the backstage hanging out with them, driving around in a limo, getting high and doing cocaine.
Had this big horse trove full of beer, whiskey bottle, just like a free for all back there, man.
I've met Josie Scott from what's the name of it? What's the band he's in? Saliva. I've met Aaron Lewis from Stain. I used to have a pair of Jinko jeans. Everybody that was born in our era, you guys remember the Jinko jeans, right?
Shit, Jinko.
Well, I had these pair of Jinkos that had a big ass fucking. It was like a big dragon print on the whole front of the one left leg, and then another dragon print that went all down the back side of the right leg. And those used to be my concert jeans. Before they got stolen from me, I had like over, I think it was like over 40 different bands that signed them. Like they were literally, like the whole front leg was literally completely covered. The whole back leg covered. I never washed them. What I did is I had this big ass frame that I bought, a big glass frame or plexiglass frame that I put them in. And after I'd get back from a concert, I'd take them off. I'd spray them with Febreze and I'd stick them in the frame and hang them on the wall. And then when I go to a concert, I'd pull that down off the wall, spray them with Febreze, and put them on.
Nice.
But yeah, my house got broken into when I was down in Indianapolis. Like I used to have a bunch of fucking those double-sided concert posters you get when you go to shows.
Uh-huh.
I used to have a bunch of those that were autographed, a bunch of concert swag, and like pictures and shit that were autographed and stuff. And somebody broke into my house and stole my whole wall of memorabilia.
Bastards.
Bummer.
Yeah.
Did you ever catch them?
No. No, I was
Ah.
living in the hood, man. You ain't gonna catch nobody in the hood in Indianapolis.
Nobody snitching.
Nope, nobody's snitching. Nobody.
Mm.
I mean, I had my idea on who it was, but I couldn't prove it.
Yeah. Oh.
And I wouldn't call the cops on him anyhow. If I could have proved it, I would beat his ass. And when I say I lived in the hood, if anybody's familiar with Indianapolis, I lived right down off of 46th and Keystone, which is right down by the state fairgrounds, which is right where the hood is. And then I moved over to the ghetto side over by off of what was it, 47th and Pendleton Pike.
Mm-hmm.
And what I didn't know, I was moving to ghetto apartments that because I wasn't familiar with that area, and they just refurbished them and said that they were townhouses, and there was a bunch of them that they didn't get. It was in the winter when I moved there, and they didn't get them all rented out until the summer. And then summer showed up, and the next thing I know, there's nothing but a bunch of crackheads running around everywhere.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I was like, nice. This would have been nice to know.
Damn.
I remember cutting school. I remember cutting school one day, and Nas had a album signing at the Virgin Mega Store. You know, that was a big thing in New York. Yeah, Virgin Records.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. And we cut school. Me and my sister, we cut school, and we went and we got to. I gave Nas a hug. Man, I didn't want to let go. Yeah. Oh, those are some good old days, man.
But you know why concerts are so expensive now, don't you? Because bands don't get record sales like they used to.
Oh, okay. I can see that. Yeah.
The record sales that they used to get used to actually be, part of their income, and that's why concerts used to be a lot cheaper. Because now in order for them to make money, they can only do it off of live shows. Because from what I understand, they get a very small percentage, like a tenth of a percent, like fraction of a percent of every dollar when it comes to those digital uploads and shit. Like if you upload a digital copy for 99 cents or $2, the band's getting like maybe a penny off of that.
That's why when I watch YouTube videos, I try to watch on their official site. That way, at least the ad revenue will go to them, right?
Yeah, that's why I always play other bands' music at the beginning of all my streams. That way, all the ad revenue from my streams goes to them.
I just want to go to the dance party with Beyonce.
People still dance party?
Oh, it's a running joke on here.
Hey, remember Soul Train?
I do. It's the Soul Train.
Oh yeah, Soul Train was fire.
Yeah, that came on didn't that come in on after the wrestling on Saturday morning?
Yeah, I think something like that. Yeah, it was
Saturday morning
Saturdays.
cartoons, and then after the cartoons was WWF wrestling, and then Soul Train.
Oh my God, don't get me started on WWF. I remember I went to WrestleMania. My uncle, my mom's brother, he didn't have any kids, so like us nieces and nephews were his kids. So he would spoil us so much. Like our Atari was from him, our Nintendos was like every big thing we wanted was from my uncle, right? And I remember he took us to WrestleMania 10, and I got to see Hulk Hogan, Andre the Giant in the steel cage match.
That's dope.
Yeah, this was at Madison Square Garden.
Hell yeah. I got to meet Stone Cold Steve Austin and what's his fucking name from WCW, Brock Lesnar.
Oh, you see, this is after I was a little bit older then when Stone Cold came out.
So was I. I was an adult when I met them. That's like I
Y'all
met Mankind. You know who Mankind is, right?
No. After I found out that wrestling was fake, it crushed my heart. It
Wrestling's
really did.
not fake. There's nothing fake about what they're doing. That is still very physical, and what they're doing can't hinder you. Don't know what you're doing.
Well, my boys,
I know a lot of people that do like
acrobats.
that. Well, I got a lot of friends that are into that. Like they call it the war wrestling and stuff. It's the amateur wrestling circuit, and I'm telling you what, those guys they really, really, really do go out there and do all that shit that they're doing. The only reason why people say it's fake is because it's scripted. They already know who's going to win. But as far as
with the drawing of the blood, I think that's fake. Like,
some of it is, but a lot of it isn't. You get
because
smacked
my
in the
boys
head.
did wrestling in high school.
Hey, y'all remember Jerry the King Lawler?
I do.
Yeah, Macho Man Randy Savage. He was the best.
Oh shit! How about Jake the Snake? Ban the DDT.
Yeah, I remember that.
I was more of a Junkyard Dog fan myself.
Oh yes, Junkyard Dog. Yes.
And the Road Warriors.
Oh
yeah,
man.
I remember that.
How about the Heart, the Heart Foundation?
Yeah.
And what was the lady's name? What was the girl with the teased up hair? The 80s teased up hair. What was her name again?
Oh, that was Macho Man's wife, I think.
I think so. Macho Man Randy Savage.
Do you remember
Macho Man?
Do you remember Glow Wrestling? The glamorous ladies of wrestling?
Oh my God, yes.
There's nothing glamorous about any of them. They were all fat, overweight cows, but they'd beat the crap out of each other.
Well, not all of them. There was this Russian. There was this a Russian lady, the KGB or something like that. It was like a team of them, and they weren't overweight. But yeah, a lot of them were. Yeah.
Yeah.
But you have to think.
Most of them
you
were
can't
very
be scrawny
attractive.
to wrestle.
I don't know, man. The WWF divas, man, they sure changed that whole thought that you couldn't look good and go out and beat the crap out of each other.
Yeah.
I got to meet Chyna too before she died.
Oh, did she die? When did she die? She died?
She died a long time ago.
Oh.
You remember Chyna, the big, tall black Amazon wrestler? Yeah, she's been dead. She died in the early 2000s.
Oh my God. Oh, remember Kamala?
No.
Kamala was that big fat black guy.
You have to be more specific.
And then he would like do the moves where he just sat on your. Oh no, that was Yokozuna.
Okay,
Yokozuna would sit on your face. But Kamala was like a big fat black guy, and I don't know if he was African, but maybe he was pretending to be, and he had like all the paint on him and stuff like that.
You know who my ultimate favorite fucking wrestler was out of all of them, though? Rey Mysterio.
Rey Mysterio.
Yeah. Loved that dude. He was a little short, 5 foot. He was like 5'8", 5'9", little short Mexican dude. That dude, he would sit and spin himself around people like a spider monkey was one of his finishing moves. It looked like he was breakdancing on their neck. That, and I was a big fan of Degeneration X. I was one of their fans for a long time.
What's his name? Jim McMahon. or whatever. Him and Donald Trump were buddies way back in the day.
Oh, you're talking about
something McMahon, yeah.
And now Linda McMahon and his daughter is like secretary of something, treasury, economy, or some shit. Kind of funny, like. But whatever his name is just kind of sitting back, going, well.
A lot, and you know what? A lot of these
WWF is running the
Vince.
country.
That's right, Vince McMahon. It's Vince McMahon.
Vince McMahon, yes.
Yeah.
A lot of these
Triple
wrestlers have died too.
Triple H runs WWE now.
Vince
does he?
Is still alive, isn't he?
He's still alive. He's still alive, but Triple H is the one actually running the WWE now.
How about Jake the Snake Roberts?
I figured Vince would be long retired.
Oh, I think Jake the Snake Roberts was the one with Band of DDT. My bad. I said somebody else before Band of DDT. I think Jake the Snake Roberts was the one that was with Band of DDT.
You remember when Hawk went from Hulk Hogan to Hollywood Hawk and played the bad guy?
Yeah, I'd already stopped watching by then. Yeah, I was older.
Oh shit! I watched wrestling all the way up into my early 30s, man.
I kind of give it up in my 20s, I think, early 20s.
My boys were into it too, and they grew up in the time of like The Undertaker and
The Rock when he first came out and
The
shit,
Rock
and Stone Cold.
Yes, Triple H.
Yeah, they probably
Stone Cold Steve Austin. Yes.
Your boys will know who Rey Mysterio is.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because my boys were born in 2003.
By the time I got into The Rock and Steve Austin, they were already actors.
Ricky the Dragon Steamboat. God damn.
Oh shit! Who said that?
Majestic.
Oh, Majestic, you are king. Oh my God, Ricky the Dragon Steamboat. You ain't lying.
What was the name of that guy that used to the Iron Sheik? You remember him?
Oh my God, yes, the Iron Sheik. That was his name, the Iron Sheik.
Yeah. That was crazy.
And he did the camel, whatever it was called, that move.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh shit. How about Andre the Giant? I think he died too, right?
Yeah, he died early on. The reason why he's so big is he suffered from a growth disorder.
Yeah.
Duggan.
Yeah, he was huge, man.
The camel clutch, that's what it was called, right?
The camel clutch, right. Yes. Oh my God, the Iron Sheik.
Man, that was back when
how about the Junkyard Dog?
Yeah.
Yeah, he had the rubber bands in his face.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, a lot of people don't know, but what was it? Macho Man Randy Savage is actually one of the wrestlers that helped bring together the WWF, because before that they were a bunch of little wrestling conglomerates all over the country and stuff. Wow. And Macho Man, he was the one that got with all these different conglomerates, Vince McMahon and all them, and he helped turn it into the big organization that it is. He was partly responsible for it.
How about that manager, Slick Rick?
I only know the rapper Slick Rick.
No, there was a manager that was on there too. It was a black guy, and he had a Stanley perm.
Wasn't he the blonde-headed fucker with the slick back black hair? Or
no, he had the Stanley hairdo.
Hey, Chris Reed, I met Mankind. He used to live in the town that I lived in over in Lima, Ohio. And I met him when I was a waiter / cook at Applebee's. Met him there, and I met believe it or not, I met Steven Tyler from Aerosmith at the same place too, because Steven Tyler's mom lived in Lima too.
Shit, Hulk Hogan lives right here in Florida.
Somehow I
Not
don't
too far
find
from
that
me. I think he lives
surprising.
in Sarasota, if I'm not mistaken.
Mm.
Which is only about like 20 minutes away from me, depending on which part of Sarasota I'm going to.
Of course, everybody remembers Mr. T. Come on.
He wasn't in wrestling, was it? Or was he for a minute?
He wrestled for a minute.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't.
I remember him
It
from the
wasn't very
18.
long. Wasn't very long. I think it was more like a cameo type thing.
Yeah,
I remember Mr. T from 18. That show? Y'all know that show, right? The 18?
Yeah.
Dun 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 dun, something like that.
Oh my God! Don't disturb my mom when she was watching the 18.
If you have a problem,
Dynasty or Dallas, okay?
Dude, Dallas, like, I don't understand what everybody's fascination with Dallas was when I was a kid. Because
Yeah,
to
I
this
only
day, I
watched
still
a
don't.
few
To this
of
day,
them.
I still don't like it.
JR, what's his name?
Come on now. They had Joan Collins on there.
All Dallas
Who
was
killed
like a fucking
JR?
soap opera at night.
Oh shit!
Who shot Bobby Hewing? No. Who shot JR? Sorry, not Bobby Hewing. JR.
Oh, so that's where the Simpsons got that "Who Shot the Mr. Burns" idea.
Yeah. Didn't it end up being Suellen that shot him?
I don't know. I didn't watch that shit.
Yeah, I had to watch it because, back in the day, you had the one TV in the living room. And yeah, you had your TV in your bedroom too, but,
I don't know what
you
you're
had the
talking
one
about,
TV.
TV in a bedroom.
Huh?
Who had TVs in their bedroom? Rich people?
Well, okay, I'll shut up. I don't think we were rich, but yeah, we had a TV in our bedroom.
I didn't get a TV in my room until I was like a sophomore in high school, and I had a black and white fucking. Had the UHF and VHF dial knobs on it. I wasn't even allowed to have cable.
Oh no, we had a TV in our and Nintendo, whatever game system, Sega. I remember I had the last system I had was a Super Nintendo. Then after that, I got all girly and stuff and stopped being like a little tomboy.
Before my mom and dad got divorced, my dad went out and bought the Atari when it first came out. I remember him coming home with that.
Oh yes, my mom had the TV in the kitchen too, but the TV in the kitchen was so weird because it was just like a little 13-inch, and it had it was one of those
radio TVs.
Yeah, so it was like a little 13-inch, and it had like a it was attached to like a VHS. So it was like a TV VHS combo. If you guys remember those kind of TVs.
Did it hang under the cupboard?
We had like a little not a built-in cupboard, but like a little shelf or whatever, and then the TV was on top of it. Yeah.
My grandpa had a TV in their kitchen, but that's because he never left the kitchen table.
Now what I'm looking at is they have this new iPad. I think it's an iPad or whatever it is, but it's a portable TV that you can just wheel around that goes by Wi-Fi. Oh my God, I think I want that. Because when I'm in the kitchen,
you got a portable TV in your hand, lady. It's called a smartphone.
Well, it's not big enough.
What are you talking about? Why ain't it
big enough?
It's not big enough, and you have to put it on a surface to look at it. I want the one it has a stand and you can roll it into the kitchen, because my kitchen is separated from where my TV is. So I want that so that I can roll it into the kitchen and still talk to you guys and communicate with you guys while I'm cooking.
I do all that on my phone. I'm not even kosher with that, man. I don't need a TV that people can be rolling all around the house, man. Nope.
I'm kind of with them on that, Virgo.
TVs need to be, affixed to a specific place, like on the wall, and never be touched again.
Then I got the Samsung Ultra at 6.5 inches. Plenty big for like almost everything. I mean, if I want
my
bigger,
living room TV is 70. It's a 75. And then the bedroom TV is, well, now it's in storage. It's 50 inches.
Yeah, we got a 50-inch in the bedroom in the living room.
So we put the 75 in the bedroom now because we're living in an apartment now with my in-laws because of the storm. So
the only reason why we got a 50-inch in the living room and the bedroom, though, is because I initially bought the 250 inches. I was going to use 250-inch TVs as computer monitors, but it just was it took up too much space in my dungeon. So basically what I did is I ended up going and getting I traded the little 36-inch flat screen we had in the bedroom for the 50-inch, and then I was going to put the 40-inch that we had in the living room, traded that one, and then when I went to bring it in here, I set the TV there. The TV went and, or the 40-inch, I don't know what I did, but it kind of just, it like lightly fell on its face. Like, and I mean lightly. You didn't even hear it smack or anything because I kind of caught it with my knee before it hit the table. But then when I went to pick it up, the whole fucking front of the TV was shattered. So I had to go get one of my little.
Shoot!
Yeah, I had to go and get my 19-inch flat screen computer monitor. So now I'm running with a 36-inch and a 19-inch in here. But
yeah,
that's how I ended up with 50-inch TVs in the living room and in the bedroom. They
we
were
have
intended to be in my dungeon.
47. We have a 47 in the garage. I think the TV is still okay. We haven't checked it out yet. I think that TV is still okay because we didn't have like total flooding. What happened with our house was that the water, our house sits on stilts. So the water came up underneath. And, even the day after the storm, we thought we were okay. And we were like, oh, okay, nothing happened. But then like the second day when we saw the water like in the streets and we're like, okay, it didn't touch the house. Well, it went underneath the house apparently. And it like kind of started curling up the flooring. So
soaked in.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't tell you. Let me tell you. So they're finally doing our roof, right? So we found contractors to do the roof. So that's the first thing to be fixed.
Cool.
There was a family of motherfucking raccoons living in the roof and we didn't know anything. And my husband called me. My husband called me crazy. I told him, I said, I hear stuff. He goes, stop drinking your wine because you're hearing things. And I'm like, I'm not hearing things. I said, I know there's something up there. And he refused to believe me. So now I am not going to let him forget it. And I'm going to bother him every chance I get.
Hey,
I'm going to be like, I told you.
During the summer, I don't know how, but we managed to get squirrels in our walls.
Yeah, those motherfuckers, they come in.
Anything.
Dude, I can't find where the hole is outside where they're getting in, though.
They make a hole. Or they find something. You know what it is? I think they go, if your house sits on stilts or whatever, if your house is high up, they find a way to get underground and crawl up and shit like that.
All I know is it's annoying when they have babies because you'll hear them fucking in there for hours on end, man. I'm sitting there beating on the walls, trying to get them to shut the fuck up.
I got wild rabbits or end squirrels around here, so every now and then I'll get them under the house, and I can hear them bumping around under there.
Dude, I live out in the country, and I prefer mice. You know, I prefer the mice that come in over the fucking
no,
squirrels, dude. Those
fuck
squirrels
that.
drive me fucking nuts.
Oh yeah, they're
I can-
crazy. What
I can-
state do you live in, if you don't mind me asking?
Indiana.
Oh, okay. All
I
right.
hate mice. They get in the
I don't
house,
like
they
mice,
get
don't get me
fucking
wrong, but I can
everything.
tolerate them. I can tolerate them a little bit more than fucking squirrels.
Yeah.
But
well,
I've had,
don't get
dude,
me
I've had a,
wrong,
I'll be
I
honest
don't
with you,
like
I've had a
them either.
love-hate relationship. Actually, I've had a hatred for squirrels ever since that Geico commercial.
Oh shit.
You know what I'm talking about, where they cause that car crash and then they high-five each
Yes. Yes.
other. Every time.
Jeez. But yeah, going back to phones and TVs a little bit, like with this phone I have, I can connect it right to my TV and put whatever's on my phone right on there. So
Yeah,
that's
same
Shit,
here.
my
kinda
TV remote, because I'm always losing my TV remote. It's always falling inside of the couch and I can't find it. So
nice. Then I can,
my phone
I
has
can,
the a app
I can,
where I can download a Roku remote to my TV.
I can
Oh, so your
connect
couch eats
Bluetooth.
remotes too, huh?
It eats
I can,
everything. Socks, remotes, kids.
well,
I think I've
my
lost a
phone
couple
is,
of kids in there.
my phone is the remote, so it's got an app that is the remote for the TV. Also,
Yeah,
and
that's
then
what I
I
was
can
saying,
connect.
12 man.
I
Yeah.
can connect my mouse and a keyboard to my phone as well. So then I got a full blown desktop on my TV, basically. So that's kind of nice. Where the snowman dropped off, or what's his name? Still there, Virgo?
I'm still here. What happened to Snowman?
I don't know. He just dropped off.
Oh,
That's too bad. I was kind of enjoying this conversation.
yeah, me too. Yeah. So what you doing for Thanksgiving, 12 man?
Probably gonna go help feed at the church.
Oh, that's nice. You gonna do like a charity and help them out?
Yeah, just help serve or whatever.
Do you have any family out there,
Help
12
clean
man?
up. Nope.
Oh, it's just you by yourself.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons I moved up here is to get away from them.
Oh shit. That's fucked up. That's fucked up.
Well,
But I hear you.
but
Sometimes
a
you
lot of
gotta
them
sometimes you gotta love people in a distance. Yeah.
drama queens, and yeah, I still get along. And don't get me wrong, Mom's been up here a couple of times to see me, but
Oh,
and I've
okay.
been down there a couple of times
Oh,
too.
you still have your mom. That's great.
Yeah, and my dad. Yeah.
Oh, you're blessed. Yeah, that's great.
Yeah. No, usually
I still have I still have my grandma.
I go down there every other year or so. You know, for a couple of weeks or something.
Yeah,
But,
we just went
I
to the
just
farm
like to.
yesterday. I went to the farm and I picked up 3 fresh turkeys. We had
Oh, nice.
I had to pick out, yeah, I went a
You
couple
must
of days
plan on
earlier and I
feeding a lot
picked
of
out,
motherfuckers.
yeah, I picked out 3 turkeys and picked them out, and so now they're all, all cleaned up and defeathered and
Oh
cleaned
wow,
out.
you've
And
been working.
no, I didn't do it myself. The farm did it.
Oh, okay. They do it
Yeah.
for you there.
Oh yeah. And so now I got 3 turkeys. 2 of them I'm gonna give to my cousin because we're gonna have dinner at her house. So they're gonna smoke one, they're gonna fry one, and the third one, the following Sunday, I'm gonna make my own Thanksgiving. with just us, and that's always has been my daughter's request. Like anytime that I don't cook Thanksgiving dinner myself, she wants me to cook it on a Sunday because she's like, well, Mom, their macaroni is not like yours, or I know. So she starts complaining. So I'm gonna make a Thanksgiving dinner on Sunday. But yes, Thursday we will celebrate it with family. We're gonna go to my husband's aunt's house, which she doesn't live too far, but it's at 11:30. Jesus Christ. And then after that, we're gonna go to my cousin's house, and her dinner starts at 5. So in between the 11:30 and the 5 o'clock, we get to go home and take a little nap, and then go back out to my cousin's, because we're on Black people time. They say 5 o'clock. I could pop up at 8 and be fine.
Yeah. When are you able to go back to work, Virgo, at your job?
Well, here's the thing. My job is they suffered a lot through the storm, and I guess they got rid of, I would say the whole department, because there's only like 2 people still working there.
Oh, they just
and
suspended
doing
the whole
everything, and I feel
department.
bad. Yeah, I feel bad for them, but I got a new job working at Honda, so I start Monday.
Oh, cool. Nice.
hmm
Are you
And
going to be
depends on.
sales rep?
No, it's still accounting.
Oh, nice.
So
cool.
Depending on how much I like it, and I got to negotiate my pay, so I'll be making more than I was at the court. So
cool.
I think I'm gonna stay. So even if they want me back, and I can always go back. Thank you. And I can always go back if I want to, but
yeah, why?
I'm getting too old to be switching up all the time.
When you can work in the private sector, why work for the government?
Yeah, the only thing I'm gonna miss is like working from home and stuff like that.
Working at the office keeps you on your toes, keeps you motivated.
Yeah, working at a dealership, period, keeps you on your toes. It's always it is so drama filled. It's like, it's always something in a dealership. It's always an emergency, always a crisis that needs to be solved,
Oh. No,
But the only issue is I'm gonna have to work a Saturday. Like every month I'll have to work at least one Saturday because it's, end of the month.
That's not too bad.
Gotta close books and have to go back to doing audits and.
Well, I guess that's why it pays more money, eh?
Well, yeah, they were trying to lowball me, and when I went into the interview and she saw my resume and she was like, "Oh my God, I cannot pay you this much. I have to give you more." So she was like, "What do you want?" And I told her what I wanted, and I was ready for her to say, no, and you know what? I was ready to walk because I'm not gonna go back to this kind of job, making $50,000-$60,000, a year. So I told her, this is what I want. And she was like, okay. And I was like, oh, all right, fine.
So you start on Monday at what you wanted?
Yeah, I start on Monday. So
Right.
you know what? I will not be able to, at least for the first couple of weeks until I get everything situated, I will not be able to be online with you guys all the time. I will
That's
have my
all
own
right.
office. So yeah.
Well, you
But
don't want to be on with us when you're in the office because, they could
well,
be
I will have my
watching.
own office, but the problem is that Jesus Christ, I know like dealerships sales guys are gonna come through my office. Like, I'm gonna have people in my office 24/7. So why even give me my own office? Like, shit. Even when your door is closed, they're just knocking and, hey, I didn't get paid for this deal. I didn't get paid for that deal. Like, oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah. It's like, well,
I'm back at it. I left it for a reason, and now I'm back. I don't know why.
Well, you can handle it, Virgo. You got
Yeah, I know I
confidence
can.
in
You know,
you.
I'm used to it. And you know, I
So
can't
you-
complain because I get a demo car.
So you're getting your roof done, and how long before you can move back in your own house?
Well, we're doing one thing at a time. So once the roof is done, then we'll get contractors for the plumbing. It should be a year or less.
Damn, that long, huh?
Well, yeah, you have to be careful on. Here's the thing. When stuff like this happens, there's a lot of people who are like scamming, and you have to be careful and you have to check credentials. So, you know, I can't just have somebody come up at my doorstep and be like, hey, I'll do this for you. Give me some money. And I'll be like, hey, here, take my money. Bend me over, you know?
Right. And then I guess all the electrical would have to be inspected again too after having.
Everything has to be,
You know?
everything has to be done. Yeah.
That's not too bad though. You just walk around with one of those electrical things to
Yeah.
show whether it's reading
Hey,
right or
hey,
not.
give me 1 second, 12 man. I have to walk out of this room for a minute. And my phone is on the charger, so I can't take my phone with me. Give me 1 second.
All right. Yeah, it's one thing about StreamYard. If I could be on the chat and talk to you guys at the same time, I would. But phones ain't got that good yet, evidently. But like if I leave StreamYard and go to the chat, then my StreamYard cuts off. So there's that, guys. One thing I like about that other Restream or whatever it is, that you can have the chat and you can have the chat in the panel. So you could see everything everyone in chat is saying in the panel. But whatever. Just making small talk.
I'm back.
Are you back? Back in black.
Mm-hmm.
Going
Oh yes,
back to the
Daniel.
80s.
Jake does get just I don't do sales, Daniel, but I can get bird dogs, and I don't know if you guys know what bird dogs are. But I do get bird dogs. But Jake will get his commission and treats all the time. All the time. That is my little Jakey.
You get to bring your dog to work?
Sometimes it depends on the dealership, and I don't know the culture of this dealership yet. But typically when you have to do overtime, like work a Saturday, like the thing I liked about working at dealerships was when my kids were little, especially my daughter, because when I first started working for dealerships, she was still like preschool, daycare kind of. And I chose a daycare around my job. And if I had to do overtime, I would just grab her from daycare and bring her into the office. And she would be in the finance with the finance managers. She'd be all around, and we had like a little and this was when I was working. The first car dealership I worked for was Honda, so we had like a little playroom, you know, where the kids could go in while their parents were shopping for cars. And she would be in the finance manager's offices, and she'd be drawing and stuff like that. And we just took care of each other's kids. And just like the finance managers, they'd bring their kids and they'll come into my office and sit down and you know, so we were kind of like a family. That's what I like about the dealership. We were always family because we knew we worked hard. We worked long hours. So I was never out by 5 o'clock. It was always 6, 7, you know. Especially at the end of the month when you had to work. Sometimes I'd be at the dealership 11 o'clock at night, you know.
Yeah, it's a lot of hours.
I can't complain about overtime, time and a half. And that's when I first started, I wasn't making salary.
I remember.
I was doing hourly.
No tax on time and a half under Trump. Isn't that what he said?
Well,
No
it
tax
doesn't
on
matter
time and
to
a
me
half.
now because I'm salary now. But when I first started, when I was just a beginner, you know, I was hourly. And I remember I started off at like $13 an hour. And that's how inflation like just blew up. I started off at $13 an hour and still was able to pay my rent, pay my car, pay my insurance. I had cable, I had cell phone, you know, and still was able to like go to Disney with my kids, you know. And I was a single mom at the time. If I made $13 an hour now, man, I might as well just quit and go into a shelter. Serious.
Yeah, that's a pittance.
Yeah, I made $13 an hour. Started off at $13 an hour, and when I got a raise, it was a 50-cent raise. So then I made $13.50 within the 90 days. And then, you know, throughout the years, you know, I'd get $1 here, $1 there. It's not until I really like mastered the craft of accounting within the car industry, then I started making more. You know, when I worked for Toyota, which was the last car dealership I worked for, I was making about 63,000 a year. Yeah, but I left them because they wanted me to take the jab, and I refused.
Huh.
Yeah, so I refused, and I started looking for other jobs. Man, let me tell you, during COVID, I worked at and you know, let me tell you something, 12th man. I've humbled myself. You know, I've done some gritty work during 2020. Okay, so I was a manager at Family Dollar. So when I worked at Family Dollar, so can you imagine making $63,000 a year to going down to making like $12.50? $12.50 an hour. And people treating you like shit, and having to stock stuff coming off the truck, doing register, everything, you know. So I did that.
Yeah.
And I quit because it was Christmas, and I told them, hey, you know, just let me know what shift you want me to be there, and I'll do it. No matter what shift you want,
Yeah,
I'll do
one
it.
person goes around telling you, now I want you to do this, now I want you to do that, now I want you to do
Yeah.
this, now
Yeah.
I
And
want
we
you
have
to
the
do that.
regional manager that
Fuck
makes
you,
like
I'm out of here.
6 figures and trying to talk down to us, So I asked them, what do you want me to do? What shift you want me to do? And they told me, oh, just do morning shift, and because we have a manager for evening. So I was like, okay, that's fine. I was like, whatever shift that they gave me, I would have worked it around to spend time with the kids. And at the time, my husband was my boyfriend. So, I was like, okay, so I'll make time to, spend with family. Do you know, I went into work, I did my shift, and now I'm ready to go home. And the person called out and did not show up. So you know what I did? I counted all the money, made sure all the money was accounted for. I put it in the safe, and I locked the motherfucking store and left at 5 o'clock.
There you go.
And I knew they were gonna fire me, so I beat them to the punch. I said, I quit. Y'all not gonna do that to me.
Yeah.
Another job that I did right after that one, I worked at Applebee's. I was bartending and waitressing. Actually, you know what? I ended up making a lot of money. It's just, I'm getting older, and it's like I can't handle like being on my feet all day. But I made some good money. Like I would have people give me like $100 tips, pay 100% on their tab. It was crazy. I made some really good money when I was working at Applebee's. Do I want to go back to Applebee's? No, I'd rather sit in the office and
Yeah, it's
crunch
like
some
a
numbers.
yuppie blue yuppie blue collar class type crowd in Applebee's.
You know what?
types
You'll
of
be
places.
surprised because it's all within your attitude. So if you're a happy person and you go up to them and you're, just happy and they love you. That's it. Just make sure whatever they're drinking, just make sure you always keep their teas and sodas coming. Make sure their food comes out right. Stuff like that.
Well, I
And
like
I
those
made more
Paul
money when I was bartending. To the days that I bartended, like I bartended on the weekends, and I think I made more money doing that.
I like those tall growler beers they have in there. Always comes in that real tall ice cold glass.
Yeah, and I was still dating my husband when I did Applebee's, and the only problem with that is that I was never home. I was always working. I'm talking about Monday through. I took every shift that was available. Just to pay the bills, every shift that was available. And my husband also went through some hard times around 2020 as well. He left his job too because he didn't want to take the jab. So he started his own business. And that was pretty slow. You start your own business, it's pretty slow. You have to build up clientele and stuff like that. So
Yeah, I don't know. I never worked a lot of those types of jobs. My first jobs was at a Captain D's in I think it's Porter, Texas. I think I was 16, maybe I was 15. I forget.
I was 14 and I did there's this thing in New York called summer youth. So they basically employ like kids during the summer. and my mom's union, which was $11.99, they teamed up with the summer youth program, like the city program, and I got to work at my mom's job, which my mom worked in a nursing home. She was a nurse before she retired, and I got to work in the adult daycare, so it was just so fun. I got to do a lot of office work, answer the phones, file papers, and help feed the clients and stuff like that. And I got to know a lot of the old people. I learned a lot from them, to be honest with you.
Nice.
There were some very vivid characters, I would say, when I worked there. And then after that, after summer youth was over, I did that from when I was 14 till 17. Then I went away to college and I worked at a McDonald's. Working at McDonald's was fun.
And speaking of which, I got a meeting coming up next month with the Serve Alaska board.
Oh, okay. For what?
That's with the AmeriCorps, and that keeps a lot of people busy doing projects all over Alaska. State
Oh,
puts
okay.
in
Some more volunteer work.
Yeah, but a lot of the AmeriCorps people do get paid, but it's still serving like it's a minimal amount. But it's a lot of times it's like people earning their degrees already in college, and they're just basically earning points while getting paid for it.
Oh, okay. Well, let me answer. Let me answer
wait.
Daniel's question. He said, "How do
Okay.
you do overtime in a dealership? I thought work ended there when would be no customers." Well, here it is, Daniel. Yes, a dealership does have like a time frame, but it doesn't matter even if a customer comes in 2 minutes before closing. Sales guys are not going to turn them down. It has nothing to do with the office because we're not going to get the paperwork until the next day anyway. But when I say overtime, it means, okay, for example, let's just say our usual sales are 350 cars, 350, right? But let's just say we just have a spurt and, we have to get these cars built. We have to get these payoffs made. So yeah, you can get overtime. You can, and at the end of the month, we have a strict rule, and not just dealerships, in accounting, you have to close the month within a certain day. So usually most places that I've worked for, they give you up to the 5th to close the month. Depending on how the first falls. If it falls on a weekend, then, understandable, you get up to the 5th. But if it falls during the week.
Imagine the service shop gets overtime too, like the people servicing.
Oh, absolutely. Everybody gets overtime at the end of the month. Yeah. And let's just say, this month, maybe we sold 500 cars because we had some super sale. Yeah, I have to get all those deals closed out by the 5th. It doesn't matter. Nobody wants to hear, you can't do it. So yeah, if I have to stay until, extra 2 hours to do it, that's what I'm going to do. And that's that needs to be done. And it's approved. Now working salary, I'm like, fuck that shit. Let somebody else do it because I'm no longer.
So Virgo, if someone comes on the lot and they want this vehicle, but they want this or that upgrade, so the service shop has to do that too, right?
Yes.
Or do they have to order that, or do they have all the parts?
Sometimes they do have to order it. they have to order parts, or if we have them on site, sometimes we have to go to our sister stores and get it, whatever. I've worked for dealerships that are just one dealership, and I've worked for dealerships that is multi. So I've done both. But I tell you this much, now that I'm salary, I don't do all that fucking overtime bullshit. And yes, at the end of the month, yeah, I will, because it has to be done. I will do a Saturday and get shit done. But like 5 o'clock, I'm out now.
Yeah.
Ever
Hell
since I
yeah.
turned salary, I don't go over and beyond because you're not paying
What
me.
was the government job salary like that?
Oh yes. When I worked for the courts, it was salary, but we also left that shit. Sometimes it's like 4:45 and we already out the door. 4:30, 4 o'clock. Man, I'd walk in. I had to start work at 8. Sometimes I'd walk in at like 9. Like, don't ask me no questions. As long as your work is done, when your salary, as long as your work is done, they really can't tell you anything.
Yeah.
Shit, I take 2-hour lunches. I take a nap on the couch in my office.
You could be on here with us.
Yes, I used to be on chat with y'all in the office. Yeah.
Not now, no time for that shit, huh, Virgo?
The car
They're gonna
dealership
be
is so demanding.
They're gonna be banging on your door and shit.
Oh my God, I'm gonna have salesmen in and out, and I don't want them hearing HB talking about lot lizards. Sorry. Or 12th man going off about black people,
What are you talking about? I don't go off about black people.
Oh, sorry, not 12th man. Oh, my bad, 12th man. Because I'm talking to you, that's why I said 12th man. Be brave.
Oh yeah. Never been out of his little white town, knows all about black people. Isn't that funny, Virgo?
He's the expert on black culture.
But never even met one.
I think he said he likes black women though. I think that's what he said.
Well, don't we?
I don't see no black woman being with them though. I'll tell you that much. I don't want the salesman to hear Stanley going, motherfucker.
When I used to hitchhike, I had the same black lady pick me up 3 times.
Oh, okay.
You know what? She
that's
was
Uber?
kind of good looking too.
That was Uber?
Huh?
When you used to Uber?
No. Just hitchhiking. Like
you trust hitchhikers?
No,
that's
she
dangerous,
picked me
12th
up.
man.
She picked me up hitchhiking.
Man, I've seen enough movies to know I ain't gonna hitchhike no goddamn place.
She's real nice. Nice Christian black lady.
Oh, okay. Well, you got lucky.
Had these real pretty braids all the way down to her nice booty.
Well, why didn't you get with her, 12th man? You should have shot your shot.
End up being a friend. I still see her around town every now and then. She's just
you should
real
talk.
Nice
you
lady.
should talk to her, 12th man.
I did.
You should get her number.
Maybe one day. Like I said, I ain't pushing it. I'm pretty happy living alone with my dog on the side of the hill.
Sam Fisher.
No problem. Nobody to deal with. Just me and the dog, easy times. I like it that way.
Mr. Sam Fisher.
Not a bad life.
I bet Sam Fisher and Jake would be good friends.
Oh yeah. Fisher's
Jake
kind
like
of rowdy though. He's kind of an alpha male.
Oh, okay.
You know what I
Jake
mean?
likes other dogs. Every time I feel so bad for him because every time we're on the balcony and he's sitting on the balcony with me or with my husband, he starts whining when he sees other dogs. He's like, like he wants to go outside and play and stuff like that. And I'm
Yeah.
like, oh, Jake.
Poor puppies.
There's a
no.
cute little blonde lab that he sees, and he's always whining at her. And the owner always like waves up to us and she says hi and she stops and she talks, and her blonde lab just looks up at Jake, and Jake looks down and he's whining like he wants to go downstairs and play. Oh.
Yeah, I'm supposed to go out to Soldovia. Well, it's not an island, but it kind of is. Because you can only boat there or fly there, Virgo. And there's other dogs for Fisher to play with out there. But
Okay, we have a dog beach too out here. Not too far. It's a little bit further from the closest beach to us. It's a little bit further than Anna Maria Island, so we gotta go a little bit more out south, I would say. Yeah, it's south. Yeah, we'd have to go a little bit more out south to go to the doggy beach. But yeah, we were thinking about taking Jake out there and just letting him roam and stuff like that.
yeah,
Because he's old.
That'd be good
So
for him.
yeah, he's
How
old.
is
So
he?
he's 13.
Oh wow.
Yeah, so he's old, so he'll run for a tiny bit and then he starts panting and then he'll walk back and sit down next to you. Just yeah.
Yeah, Fisher's 8 going on 9.
Oh, okay. So he's getting up there too.
A little bit. He still bounces like when we had that 9 or 10 inches of snow a couple of weeks ago. He just bounds like a deer through it, like he can leap like 6-8 feet at a time. Still.
Well, Jake has arthritis.
Like a little deer. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Jake has arthritis, poor thing.
If I start seeing any slow up in him, I'll start putting that glucosamine drops in his water.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like every other day or something. Just put some of that glucosamine in his water, help loosen his joints up. I do got another expensive vet bill coming up. Like I think a couple of his teeth are gonna have to get pulled. A couple of his molars. Evidently, I didn't take good care enough of them, so there's that. And then I think he might need a lip fold surgery. That's where they get a sore under the folds of their lip. But I keep ointment on it to keep infection off, but still like little sore on each side of his mouth. And that's like $1,000. That's $1,000. So
yeah, I can't. Right now, the weather is it's so nice in Florida right now. Like it's been a little hot. It's been like
I bet.
It's been like freaking 60 degrees, so it's like just a little hot, and we want to get everything situated because I want to go out on the boat and go fishing. I miss going fishing.
Yeah, no more fishing for me here until next spring or summer.
Oh yeah, when the
I'm
ice
gonna,
melts, right?
yeah, I'm gonna try to go hunting next year too. Get a
Some
moose.
deer.
Moose. Well, there's deer south of here on Kodiak Island, but not here.
Oh, okay. So what do you
I'll
hunt
be
out there?
moose and
Oh,
caribou.
moose. Oh, okay, okay. Meese. Is it called meese?
No, moose.
Is
You
is
never
that the
heard of a
plural?
moose?
Well, I know what a moose is, but is it what I'm asking? Is the plural called meese?
No, I never heard it called that.
Okay, so it's just moose, even plural.
Yeah,
Okay,
just moose.
just asking. It's just like
That's funny.
goose. You would say geese for plural.
All right. That makes sense.
I've
But
never
nah,
eaten. I've never eaten goose or geese or whatever you want to call it. I've never eaten that.
I guess way back in the day, the old white families used to eat a goose on
Yeah, it
Thanksgiving
was a delicacy. Yeah.
because they were more English related or maybe French. I'm not sure.
Yeah, but I tell you what, in my public store, I saw geese, frozen geese. They have ducks, turkeys, geese, and capon. And oh my God, the capon was so expensive. I don't know how it got so expensive, but like a little 10-pounder was $60. And I was like, are you kidding me? Stanley was correct because Stanley was saying that they're so expensive, and I was like, well, no, Stanley, they're really not. You can get them for like $20, $30. Oh no, I looked at it the other day when I went to Publix, and yes, indeed, it is like $60 for like a 10 to 12 pound capon.
Yeah, I was watching a friend of mine earlier on the 30 show over there in Seldovia, and he trapped a weasel that was getting at his ptarmigan and skinned it. Trapped it, killed it, skinned it. He's got to dry the pelt out and then rub the brains in it, let it set for about an hour, and that'll make a nice pelt for getting into skinning. And
I got some freshly killed turkeys. Let me tell you, I am going to take my turkey because I gave 2 of them to my cousin. I am gonna take my turkey and I'm gonna dry brine it. And this is the first time I'm doing a dry brine. Usually I do a wet brine. I'm going to dry brine it because I saw this recipe online. So I'm gonna dry brine it with lots of salt and herbs and stuff like that, and just rub it all in the insides and outside. And then once I do that, I'm gonna take the giblets and boil it with some veggies
You
like
make gravy with
carrots and
that, right?
yes, yes. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take the giblets, boil it with the veggies, the carrots, the celery, onions, thyme, rosemary, or like all of that. And then after I do that, I'm gonna take the giblets out and discard them. And then I'm gonna pulverize all the veggies and stuff like that, or even the loose meat that's left, because once you boil it for like 2 hours, meat falls off and stuff like that. But I'm gonna take out the bones, I should say, and discard the bones, and I'll pulverize it and then strain it. So I'm gonna take the broth and I'm gonna make a nice gravy.
That's the way to do it.
That sounds so good, right? And then I'm gonna stuff it with I never do stuffing inside of the bird. I hate stuffing inside of the bird. I really do.
I'll probably end up with a more conventional Thanksgiving dinner at the church, but that's what I get for volunteering there. But whatever.
Yeah, but I'll let you guys know what's better. Either the dry brine, because I've always done a wet brine. Submerge it in like citrus and stuff like that, and herbs and peppercorns. So this time I'm gonna do a dry brine. So I'll let you guys know which is better. And then after that, I guess I'll take it out and put some herb butter underneath the skin and on top of the skin and season it really good. And then, like I said, I don't do stuffing inside of the bird. I really don't. I don't like that. I'll stuff it with some oranges, onions, thyme, and parsley. Like I'll stuff it with like aromatics, and then I'll bake it, and we'll see how that turns out.
I have a whole turkey breast, bone-in turkey breast I could smoke.
Yeah, I prefer bone in because you can always take the bones and boil it down with some veggies and make some good stock.
Well, the turkey breast too, you can always just give it to the dog,
Oh yeah, I tend not to give Jake any bones because he's getting old.
Yeah, not when they get older like that.
Yeah, he's getting old.
I boil it first and then give it to the dog. Then maybe make a soup out of the broth.
Now, Jake is spoiled. He always gets the last bite.
Oh yeah, he gets some of that too.
And Jake is my diet, to be honest with you. Because anytime I'm like, oh my God, I can't finish this, but I want to, I'm like, all right, Jake, come here, help me. And then he gets my last
you
bite.
mean you're a Haitian and you didn't eat your dog? Come on.
You know what, 12 man.
That was the narrative.
I don't eat the pets, eat the cat. Eat the pets. No, I don't. How can you eat Jakey? He's so cute.
Say he's too old and grainy by now to eat.
Yeah, his meat is probably sour.
Yeah, you see that golden retriever in my profile picture I was telling you about? He lived almost 13.
Oh, okay.
He was 12 years old. That's a long time for a big dog like that. He was 100.
Yeah, I don't. That's how I'm so happy that Jake is still around. He's 13 and he's he has his problems. He has his little arthritis, and we give him his medication. But oh my God, to get this dog to eat his medication, if he knows that the medication is in your hand, Like if he sees you taking the bottle, this motherfucker will refuse to take any, and he will take any treat from you. No matter what you're eating, he will take it, you know? He likes peas, he likes carrots, he likes green beans, he likes everything. But let me tell you, if he sees that you're taking the medication, he will refuse it. So what we have to do is we have to hide and put the medication in a piece of cheese and then put it like, kind of like put it on your plate during dinner. So it looks like, you know, oh, we're just taking some piece of food off of. And then once we give it to him and he realizes it's that, he just looks at us like we're crazy. So, man, this dog got personality, I'm telling you.
Yeah, Fisher too. He's so boisterous, you know.
Yeah, they're very
And
smart, to be honest with you.
he lets me know everything. Like if he wants to go outside, or if there's something outside, he lets me know that. You know. Sometimes it's just something, maybe squirrel or someone way down the road making a noise, and I can't hear it, but he can. He'll do like
Yep.
a woof, woof. You know, not like
Yep.
a big bark, but like a
Jake,
you know, the one
Jake definitely.
the one they do in their chest, Virgo, like a woof, woof.
Woof,
Not like a
woof.
real
Yeah.
bark.
Yeah. Jake definitely lets us know when the Amazon person is coming before they even get to the door, because he starts going at the door and he starts barking, and we're like, who's there, boy? Who's there? And then sure enough, you open it and it's, you know, Amazon or whatever groceries that we ordered, you know, came in. Groceries are getting so fucking expensive, man. I'm telling you.
And they're more
Oh, I forgot
expensive
to buy
on
eggs.
Amazon than they are here. I can go to
They're
the
what?
store and buy them cheaper than on Amazon.
Well, Amazon has groceries too. I tend not to really buy like Amazon groceries. It just depends on what I want. Like, there's these teas that I like. It's called Honest Tea. And the only place I could find them now is Amazon, because they don't sell them at Publix anymore. So I'll get the Honest Tea, which is like sugar-free. And when I say sugar-free, even without like the fake sugar, it's just plain old tea. And it just has a touch of honey, touch of ginger. That's the one that I like. And yeah, I like those. My husband likes Pure Leaf. And sometimes we'll get them like buy one, get one at Publix. But most of the time, it's not on sale. So we'll try to find deals on like Amazon to get him his Pure Leaf. But other than that, we drink water. I don't drink soda at very once in a blue. Like if I get a wild hair, I'll, you know, if we do pizza on a Friday or Saturday night, I'll say, hey, let's get some Coke Zero. You know, some cherry. Oh, I love like cherry Coke Zero. Or some Fresca. I love some Fresca. Yeah, but I have a case of soda here. It's like a 12-pack. It's been here for months. That's how much I don't really drink soda. It's been here for months. I don't really drink soda like that.
I go through probably a 2-liter bottle of Diet Dr. Pepper a month. That's about all the soda I drink.
Well, yeah, that's not bad. 2 liter a month. Yeah, that's not bad.
always been a Dr. Pepper, and I know that diet shit ain't no good for you too, but I still like I still like Dr. Pepper, so now I drink because I don't like to do all that sugar, and I know that shit ain't no good for you either. But just gotta have a
Yeah, it's
little
just a
bit
whole
every
other
now
heap
and
of
then,
problems.
you know.
Yeah, I like sometimes I will get a craving for Dr. Pepper. But I won't buy, here's the thing, I won't buy a whole case of it. What I will do is just buy like a 12-ounce bottle if I have a craving for Dr. Pepper.
Yeah.
Because if I buy a case of it, trust me, it will sit here forever. Because once I get that little craving filled with the Dr. Pepper, that's it. Like it's not like,
Yeah, a lot of times I buy those sugar-free waters too, and they have that same kind of spritz, like
well,
the
you know what I
carbonated
do?
sweet water, but
I do
no
something
sugar.
called agua. I do something called agua fresca, which is you take some ice, you take some water, and you take some fresh fruit, and you put it in the blender, and you make juice. That's it. No added sugars. And yes, fruit does have sugars in it, but
You know
it's,
what I really need
to
to
me,
get,
it's better
Virgo,
for
is
you than artificial sugars.
I need to get a juicer. That's what I need to get.
Yeah, I have the
Because then
Ninja.
you could do that with vegetables or anything.
Yeah, I have the Ninja. The Ninja is good.
And if you have some vegetables about to go bad or something, you just throw them in the juicer, right?
Oh my God. You take some
Drink it up.
carrots. You take some carrot. You put a little bit of ginger in there. Uh, you take an apple, like a green apple, and then maybe some arugula or some celery, and you juice that. Oh my God, it is so delicious. And if you, because I drink beer, and the way I keep myself from not getting like a beer gut is I take chia seeds and coconut water and I blend it together, and then you drink that, and it like melts belly fat. So yeah. So here's the thing. I've learned how to cheat my way out of indulging. So I like my beer, but guess what? Beer gives you beer gut, and you gain weight through beer. So I'll take my chia seeds and soak it in coconut water, and then drink that, and it just melts away belly fat, and it keeps you not gaining that beer gut weight. Turmeric is good for inflammation, so if you mix turmeric in anything.
Yeah, I'd take a turmeric pill every day.
Oh yeah, and I also do my monthly cleanses. So I take I wouldn't say laxatives, but I
Yeah.
take certain teas. I do certain teas, and yeah, cleans you out. TMI, but it does clean you out, and because
Turmeric,
especially
vitamin D.
yeah, all my vitamins I get. Yeah, I do that, but
Take
especially when you're a woman,
men's
and when you
daily.
go through menopause, or you've had your uterus removed, your hormones change, and you just naturally gain more weight while you're older. So what happens is you have to learn how to eat, and
I have a few. Super
now
beets.
Now here's
Super
the thing.
beets.
I've never in my
Okay.
life been on a diet. What I do is I restrict myself from certain things during the week. And Sunday, I'm allowed to pig out. And when I say pig out, at first, yeah, you're going to pig out like tremendously. You're going to pig out. But after a while, when you're like religiously like watching what you eat Monday through Saturday, when it comes down to that Sunday, eventually the portions are gonna be like smaller. Like instead of like 2 spoons of rice, now I take like a quarter spoon of rice, you know, it, on a Sunday. And to me, that's pigging out.
Well, we're all gonna have to start eating a lot leaner in Alaska pretty soon because the Anchorage Assembly put a 7.5 cent tariff, and then another shipping company said they have to pass on 800% increase on us now or something, and so and we're about to be paying a lot more for food here, Virgo.
Well, is
I
that
hope
because your shipping costs are a lot over there?
yeah, and they put a 7.5 cent tariff on the port of Anchorage. The left wing Anchorage Assembly did. It's part of the restoration of the Port Act, but I thought we just got part of that bill that Biden passed, the infrastructure thing or whatever it was that they passed, and I thought that was supposed to cover it, but somehow now we need to pay a tax on top of that too. Doesn't make any sense, but yeah, so I don't know. We'll get through it.
Yeah.
So
Hopefully.
hopefully the cost of energy will come down, and that'll bring prices down. That's what I'm hoping, because
Yeah.
we are the
Like a
we
lot of
are the
people, even here, like a lot of people here, a lot of people are not celebrating Thanksgiving because the price of food is just so fucking expensive. Like, I've never seen hams at like $30. Now off season, yes, off season, if you want to get a ham, you're gonna pay $30. I get it. But during Thanksgiving, you used to get hams, for like, 10, 12, $13. And sometimes if you buy maybe like 100, 150, $200 worth of food, they'll give you a free ham or free turkey. There's no more of that over here.
yeah.
They got food pantries here handing out free stuff. And the only reason why I didn't go, because I ain't ashamed to go to no damn food pantry. The only reason why I didn't go is because when you go there, it's like the quality of the turkey. I don't know how long that turkey's been frozen, so the taste is no good. Because I did that one time and I didn't like the taste of it. And then they're big. They're like 20, 24 pounders. And to be honest with you, I rather make 2 10-pound turkeys, 10 to 12-pound turkeys, than make a big 20, 24
I like
ounce.
the smaller ones myself.
They're more flavorful, they're fresher. And like I said, I went on the farm and I picked out my turkeys and they were butchered and cleaned out for me. And I told them to keep the head on. So I got the head on. I got the head on the turkeys. It is so funny. I'll cut it off myself. But the head,
this.
oh my God. It's so flavorful.
You eat the head?
Oh yes, it's so flavorful.
What?
And I got me some.
Like, I've eaten fish head soup, salmon head soup.
Oh, I love. Oh, the eyeballs of the fish is so good. I've
sucked the brain right out of the fish.
Yes, good. That's good eating right there. As a matter of fact, I need to get some red snapper.
Yeah, I need to get me some
fish.
red snapper next time I go back to Anchorage.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna get some red snapper. That is some good eatings right there. And some,
I don't know if we're talking about the same kind of red snapper.
No, the red snapper. You talking about the fish, right? Oh, 12th man, come on now. Well, I'm gonna get you up out of here. I wish I had the ability to get you up out of here. Where is HB when you need her?
A little HB comes out in me every now and then, Virgo.
I see that. I'm gonna get you up out of here. Where's the button? I'm looking for the button. Eject your ass. Yeah, but some red snapper is really good.
Halibut.
Oh yes, halibut.
I guess
I love fresh fish. I love fresh fish. Even my tuna fish salad, 12th man. I usually just get fresh tuna steaks. I season it and then I bake it in the oven and then I flake it up and then I make my tuna salad. I eat nothing. I try to stay away from canned foods as much as possible. Now, am I going to say that I never eat canned foods? No, I'm not saying that. But I try to stay away from canned foods as much as possible.
Yeah, and then there's the yellow eye or rockfish. I think.
Or rainbow trout. You like
that's comparison to the red snapper.
Yes, rainbow trout.
Yeah. No, the yellow eye or rockfish. That's Alaska.
Oh, okay, yeah. And rainbow trout too. I like rainbow trout.
Then the king crab, if you can ever afford it. Good God, that shit's expensive.
Well, you see, you gotta go out fishing and out in the sea. You gotta go to
yeah, if you can afford
where can you catch king crab around here? I think you probably have to go out to the Keys. You'll catch some lobster.
King crab down there.
You'll catch some lobster, some king crab out in the Keys.
No, you won't.
Yeah, that's where they do catch them, out there. My nail, the salon that I go to for my nails. Well, shit, I haven't gotten my nails done in so long. Jesus Christ, I'm dying.
What?
Well, I said I'm dying because I haven't gotten my nails done in so long. But the place that I go to for my,
just cut them off.
Well, they're short now because I haven't gotten them done ever since the storm.
Well, how long does it take? Can't you do them yourself?
I don't want to.
Nails.
I like to be pampered.
Well, tell Uncle Tom there to get off his ass and do your nail.
Who's Uncle Tom?
Your husband.
My husband can't do I would not trust my husband doing my nails. He'll probably chop it up.
I do your nails.
You couldn't do my nails.
Yes, I could.
No. I am very biased when it comes to my nails.
I could file them.
Only the
clip
Vietnamese can do my nails.
Clip them here and there. You'd be all set and done.
I'll get Crack to do my nails. What's Get Crack?
He left.
Get Crack to do my nails.
Hopefully someone will be back before the 12-hour mark.
Well, I guess if they're not, we're just gonna have to go off the air.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh, listen, look at this. Stanley's up. Stanley, get on the chat, Stanley.
Yeah, Stanley, get your ass up here, motherfucker.
Get your ass up here, Stanley.
Motherfucker.
Motherfucker.
You gotta be smarter than me.
You gotta be smarter than me, motherfucker.
Listen.
Come on, Stanley. Get up here, Stanley. We're summoning you.
Probably just now woke up.
Yeah, Stanley probably just woke up from his nap. I didn't realize how long Stanley was on here. Was he on there for 24 hours? Stanley, were you on here for 24 hours last night?
I don't think he was, because when I woke up, John Galt was on.
Yeah, I seen John, but I've been busy throughout the day, so I was listening, but I wasn't able to get on. You know.
Then Get Crack was on, so Stanley.
Yeah, Get Crack was on for a minute. Yeah, he was on for a while.
And Stanley probably had a pretty good nap.
Yeah, Stanley's all well and rested. Get up on here, Stanley. We miss you.
I've been up since early, so. Oh, there he is. What's up, Stanley?
Hey, y'all.
Hey, Stanley. What's up?
Oh, nothing much. Actually, I got about 8 or 9 hours of sleep.
Good. Oh, good for you.
Well, yeah, I got to sleep sometimes.
Yeah, you're not a vampire.
Oh, not yet. I am.
You think you're gonna turn?
No, I'm gonna be in and out because I have something on the stove. But yeah, let me see.
What you cooking, Stan?
What you making, Stan?
I woke up late. I have a couple catfish fillets, which I'm just gonna, dry fry, and then I've got chickpeas and I sliced up a carrot. So that's going to be my very, very late dinner.
Nice.
You made some rice with it too?
No, I'm just going to have the beans. It's chickpeas and carrots. I put a sliced serrano pepper in, and then seasoned it with salt, pepper, garlic powder, and what is it? So not cilantro, cumin. For a little Middle Eastern flair.
I love me some chickpeas though. I do.
Oh, it's funny. I've always liked beans and stuff like that. And for like the last year or two, I could eat like whole pots of things like chickpeas, black beans, that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And the good thing is, they're high in protein. I've been trying to balance my diet a little bit. I don't eat as much red meat as I used to. So,
yeah.
No, it'll be a good little dinner for one. And there'll be leftovers for lunch tomorrow.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Chickpeas, also called garbanzo beans.
Yep. And then I like hummus. I even do, I'll take dry beans and food process them, and every now and again I'll actually do Damn it, what are they? Falafel. I'll make falafel from scratch.
Oh my God. Oh, Stanley, send me your address so I could come over to get some of that because honestly, I love a good. Oh, I'm telling you, I love a good falafel. We have a couple of vegetarian spots in
Oh, really?
when I was in New York, and one of them made this excellent falafel sandwich. Oh
Yeah.
my God.
You know, the
When I
first
tell
time
you,
I
you would not miss me eating that sandwich.
first time I had falafel was in Israel, and oh my lord, I
Oh, okay.
fell in love with the stuff.
That is some good eats right there. Woo.
Yeah, and you know, it's actually a pretty decent meat substitute.
Yes.
But you know, I don't know that I could ever go full like nothing but vegetables, but I've always liked vegetables. You know, that's the great thing about growing up in the South. You start
Mhm.
eating things like greens and spinach, like first thing. So
I'm surprised that people don't know anything about mustard
yeah,
or turnip greens.
well, outside of the South, you're probably not going to get them unless you grow
Well,
them
here,
yourself.
but I'm from New York and I know about this stuff. Come on now.
Yeah, but I mean, New York's like, you know, food in New York you can get like any. It's I would hope or pray that it's practically impossible to grow up in New York City and not know about food. I would hope.
Oh yeah, I mean, you have all kinds of different ethnicity foods out in New York. You know, yeah. I've, I man, I want to go back to New York right now, just for the food. Spend a week and just like do a food tour. Probably even, you know what? I think that's what I'm gonna do. I think when I do go back to New York, I am going to stream and go to do the Lolo's restaurant, whatever, you know. Because yeah, have you ever had Burmese food? You know,
No, I didn't. I had no
exactly.
idea it
That's
was
what
a
I'm
thing.
talking about. Pakistani food. You know,
Oh, no, I've had Pakistanis do. There was a Pakistani restaurant near
mhm.
where I used to work when I lived in Virginia, and I would get their goat curry. It was
Oh my
ridiculously
God.
good.
So
It was
tender,
like,
right?
oh,
So
it'll
tender.
make you it'll make you cry. I'd eat.
So
I
tender and
literally ate it.
flavorful.
I literally ate the same thing for lunch for like 3 or 4 days in a row.
And their bread, oh my God, they have like a kind of like a naan bread, you know, kind of like it's not
Yeah, it's
exactly
not. It's
naan bread, but
yeah. And you can.
it's kind of,
They used to have like a garlic naan.
ooh, Lord have mercy.
Yep, that's.
Burmese food. How about have you
Well, you
ever
know,
had
Burmese must be.
Bangladeshi food?
Uh, you know what? Indian food is what I know. So you know, any specialties I've
Mhm.
probably never had or don't know I had it.
Oh my God. Ah, oh my God, I need to do this. When I go to New York, I need to take you on a food tour.
Oh,
And I am gonna stream. I am gonna stream it. I need to do a food tour because let me tell you, you guys would be so shocked and surprised at it. It's just if I just took you to Chinatown in New York City, you get
right.
that Peking duck. Oh, Jesus. Oh, the foodie in me. Okay, so now I need to fast for like a month or two before I go to New York because I know I'm gonna gain like 10 pounds.
Well, not if
Just
you
like
not if you
thinking about it.
like stuff.
Just thinking about it is gonna make me gain like 10 pounds. Oh my God.
Hey, give me about 1 minute. Let me run up to the kitchen and clear this timer. Be right back.
Up
No
to the
worries. Go ahead.
kitchen.
Yeah, Stanley stepped away for a second. 12th man.
Wondering why he said that. to the kitchen if he has to go upstairs to reach his kitchen?
Well, maybe he
Just
has a
a thought.
basement. You're not used to. Are you not used to basements, 12th man?
I don't think Stanley lives in a basement.
No, I'm not saying Stanley lives in a basement, but I'm saying maybe his house has a basement.
Okay, I'm back.
Hey, Stanley, can I ask you why he had to run up to the kitchen?
Oh yeah, I had. I'm back in my bedroom. I had the
So you had to go
chickpeas.
upstairs to get to your kitchen?
No, I've got a ranch.
curious.
I've got a ranch. I can't do stairs, with this arthritis. But no, I had the chickpeas on, and needed to turn the stove on.
So you have a ramp? Is that what you said?
Actually, I do in the back, but in the front. I mean, I'm ambulatory. I just,
He said he has a ranch style house.
Oh yeah, ranch.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't. Other than the port.
Curious why you say run up to the kitchen like it's upstairs?
Oh,
That's just a figure of speech, 12th man.
Okay.
No, I'm not Phoenix.
I was
I'm not
kinda
that fancy. I don't have a sunken living room. It's like a 3-bedroom, just kind of a regular house.
Do you have a basement, Stanley?
No. I have a crawl.
Oh, okay.
There's a crawl space, about a 4-foot crawl space underneath the house. I don't. Georgia. I don't need a basement, and it's just me in like a 1,400 square foot house. I don't need a basement. That would
because
involve
12th man was saying that you had to run up to the kitchen, and I was like, well, maybe he has
I
a
meant
basement.
run like as in walk, as in go, like the southern way of using it.
Yeah, and I got that after
I'm
you
gonna
said
run-
that you
I'm
had a
gonna
ranch
run-
house.
I'm gonna run
It's
to the
just a figure
store.
of speech.
Yeah, the upward is what threw me off, Stanley. Like, I could see that down south.
Well, shit, you're
I
from Tennessee.
I gotta run up yonder right quick, even though it might be downhill.
Exactly.
It's just up the road. It's just up the road.
It's gonna be up back ways, so right. If you run
Exactly.
down to get it, it's gonna be up back ways, so I gotta run up.
Excuse me.
Just a short way of saying it, I guess.
Yep. Let's see. I need to put you here.
Southern lore, oh Lord.
Huh. Give me 1 sec here. So, what's been going on? I've been.
Oh, we've just been talking about dogs and squirrels in the attic and walls.
And Thanksgiving. What you doing for Thanksgiving, Stanley?
Well, as of today, my father-in-law is coming down. So I think it's just going to be me, my father-in-law, and my son, at least as of now. And my son has some ramen dish he wants to think, because I asked him, do you want a turkey? Because I'm not that much into turkey. I'll eat it. It's fine. But for like 2 people, I'd probably wind up sending most of the turkey back with my father-in-law.
Did you get your capon?
You know what? They want to charge like $50 for a capon.
I was just telling 12th man that I went to Publix, and
that's where I looked at it.
Yeah, and when the last time I bought a capon, I swear I bought it for like 30. Even $30 is a lot for a bird.
Yeah.
God damn, $60. That's how much they want now. And that was the smallest one, like the 10-pounder.
Oops. Huh.
Yeah, that was crazy to me.
Yeah, I'm not. Unless, I mean, I would pay, but that's mighty damn fancy. I'm not
Hmm
sure I want to do that. That just
So
doesn't
what
make sense.
I got we went out to the farm and we got some turkeys butchered. So I got 3 turkeys butchered, and 2 of them I gave to my cousins, and they're gonna fry one, and then they're gonna jerk smoke one, and then the third one, if I don't do Thanksgiving at my house, usually on that Sunday I'll do my own Thanksgiving, because my daughter always complains that she wants my food and whatever.
Dip
So
me
we'll
in
do our
on
own
the jerk
Thanksgiving.
first.
What is this? The same cousin that brought you chicken and watermelon?
Oh hell no. She's not my cousin. That's my husband's cousin.
Oh, well, cousin-in-law.
Yeah. No, this is my cousin from my mom's side. And her husband is Jamaican. So we're going to have a Jamaican Haitian party, I guess. I convinced them to also, because her husband also DJs, and he used to do DJing and stuff like that. So he's also going to do karaoke night that night. I convinced them to do karaoke.
Right.
I'm going to get up on the stream, and I hope everybody's not too turkeyed out to join the chat on Thursday. Let's join the chat, show each other our food,
Oh, excuse me. Yeah, okay. I'm not exactly sure because what my son wants to make, I know my father-in-law is not going to eat. He just graduated. He's like 80 something, and he has just graduated to Mexican food.
Oh, Jesus. He's late in the party.
You have to know my father-in-law and my wife. They're like, if they ate hamburgers and French fries every day for the rest of their lives, they'd be okay.
Oh, okay.
Like when I met my wife, I like cooking for her family, because half the time they'd just be shocked at it's like, what's this? I used to die laughing. It's like, what? You never had lamb before?
Yeah, say no more, Stanley, because my in-laws, trust me, they get shocked at like any little thing that I do. They love their chicken pot pies from what's that, Stouffer's or whatever.
Mrs. Paul's is the one my son likes.
Mrs. Paul's. They love their chicken pot pies. My mom-in-law loves her potted her potted meat. She still eat the Vienna sausages.
Does she eat Spam?
She loves Spam. She loves cream chip beef.
Now, I could do chipped beef for breakfast every now and again.
Well, if it's made from scratch, I can do it. But
yeah.
From the can, yeah, she loves all that kind of. She's going. You see, my mom-in-law had her first. My brother-in-law was born when my mom-in-law was 16 years old. So she had her first son at 16. And then they got married, and they lived poor until she finally went back to school and became a nurse and started making some good money, and they lived poor, and she just won't let go of her poor stages. Like, listen, lady, you could afford lobster.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, every now and again I'll go back and do my chicken liver or ramen noodle days.
I've never had struggle meals until I went to college. And in college, I lived off of ramen noodles and hot pockets. That was my go-to meal. Or we'd go to the Chinese buffet, and then I'd bring my Tupperware and like sneak some food out of there. I did it. Sue me. Or we go to Walmart and get like an 8-piece of fried chicken, and it would last us like for days, you know. Me and my best friend was my roommate, so it will last us for like, you know, a few days. And we get like the little rice-a-ronis. We had the hot plate in the room, the little rice-a-ronis and the mixed sides. Yeah. Whatever little box rice or pasta we can find, you know, that was everything included, all the spices included. You didn't have to buy any spices and waste money. You know, we do that. And then we'll get like a 8-piece box of you know, Walmart chicken, and that will last us for days.
Well, you know that rice-a-roni, it's actually, you know, it's just basically pilaf. And you know, you can get the little vermicelli pieces in the grocery store. You know this because you made it the other day. Rice pilaf is way better than anything rice-a-roni could do.
Oh, absolutely, because I make it from scratch. Yes, absolutely.
I like jasmine rice. That's my favorite.
Or sometimes, Stanley, even if you don't have let's just say you don't have the little vermicelli, because sometimes it is hard to find all broken up, or you can just get regular vermicelli and chop it up yourself or whatever. All you have to do is you just cut the rice in half.
Swallowing velvet.
All you have to do is cut the rice in half, and then you take one half of the rice and then you toast it real good, nice and browned, and then you add the regular rice and then add the water. So half of the rice will be all nice and toasty, and the other one will be all fluffy. So it'll give you the same effect as the vermicelli in there. So, you know, that's another way to do rice pilaf if you want, just to say.
Well, I was shocked. You Publix, believe it or not, I think that's where I got it from. Maybe it was Walmart. You can actually get the little short pieces of vermicelli.
Well, I'll look into that, because usually I have to chop my own. And like I said, if I don't feel like being all extra, I just want to hurry up and do it, I'll just toast half the rice. It still gives you that same because it's toasted, it still gives you that kind of pasta effect, you know?
Well, you know, one thing that Americans don't do, and I know, like growing up, people don't understand how good when you make what is it, RS con pollo? Is that toasting that rice makes a huge difference. At least the way I've seen it done. I've seen it. I think it was maybe it was a Cuban chef on YouTube that I was watching a while ago. Yeah.
Let me tell you.
Yeah.
Let me tell you, Stanley.
Yeah,
when I make some arroz con pollo.
Yeah.
First of all, I season that chicken really good, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then I put it in the pressure cooker. And then once it releases all that water, I'll take the chicken out and bake it in the oven and let it crisp up. And then I'll take that water from the chicken, and that's the water that's used to make the rice.
You know,
then yes, I'll toast. I'll toast the rice.
Now, do you take a whole chicken and cut it up?
Sometimes a whole chicken, or sometimes I'll get some I like to go to the butcher to get my chicken sometimes. Like I'll get like the thighs and the legs, and I'll have them cut both the thighs and the legs in half.
Yeah, I'm not that rich.
No, it has nothing to do with
And
being
well,
rich.
not only that, I don't have a butcher near me.
Oh, okay. Well,
Really?
I mean, it's at
No.
the Spanish
Well,
store.
I
You
mean,
go to
you
the
could
Spanish
always
store,
go
they'll
to
cut
the
it up for you.
grocery store and ask them to do it. But if I'm going to do that, I'm not going to go to Publix or somewhere like that. I like
No,
private.
Publix won't do it.
I know someone.
Oh, okay. Well, my Publix won't do it. They won't cut up the chicken. I'd have to go to the Spanish store, the little, little mom and pop Spanish store. I go to Acapulco's and they'll
Pretty
cut up the
cool they got
chicken, they'll
that
cut up the
there.
turkey, they'll cut up everything. I'll get a whole oxtail and they'll chop it up, so that way I'm not getting like
You can
just
get
the small
you can get
pieces. I'm
frozen
getting like the whole
oxtail
tail.
here at Walmart. They have frozen oxtail.
Oh no, I refuse to buy oxtail from Walmart or Publix.
That's
Oh,
the
really?
only
Why
way
is
you
that?
get it here.
Because
Why is that, Virgo?
it's full of fat.
Yeah, well, you want that, right?
They'll give you 2 big gigantic
But you
pieces and
wanted
then
fat.
the rest are like tiny. So no, I rather go get the whole tail at the Spanish store and have them cut it up for me.
Oh, we don't have that here.
Yeah, that's why I can't live in certain places. I need my Caribbean food. I need my goat. I
We
need
have
my
a
ox
butcher though.
tail.
Doesn't sound like you have a butcher there, eh, Stanley?
I need my beef
No,
tongue.
there are butchers here, but I've got to drive like, I don't know, probably 20 minutes.
That's not very
But yeah, but the arroz con
Damn.
pollo, the arroz con pollo, Stanley. So like I said, like I'll do the chicken in like the pressure cooker, and then I'll take it out and put it in the oven to like crisp up. And then while that's
Oh
crisping up,
yeah,
I'll
that's
take the
good.
water and I'll toast the rice, like you said, and then I'll add that chicken broth water. And before I do add that chicken broth water, I'll fry up some sofrito and maybe put a ham hock in there, to give it that nice flavor.
I do.
And then add the water,
Virgo,
add the add
I
the
do
water
beef fat
to the
like
rice.
that. I do beef fat like that on the grill, and then me and the dog share it. Just plain beef fat. Oh yeah, it's so
And then
good.
once that's done, I'll plate it in like a pan and I'll put the chicken right on top. And then I'll make some beans on the side. Some
Oh yeah,
beans
put it in
with
the beans.
potatoes. Oh my God. And I'll fry some plantains. Oh my God. Oh my God, Stanley. I just gained 20 pounds talking to you right now.
We go all day
I'm
talking
making.
about
Where is
food.
John Galt? John Galt needs to know that I'm making that black rice on not Thanksgiving, but the Sunday after Thanksgiving. I'm making that black rice, and I
I
am
think
going to
there's
take
a
a nice
movie called
picture.
Where is John Galt?
I am going to take a nice picture of that black rice with that freshly killed turkey, and we're just going to post it.
How are you? How are you? You've already had the turkeys butchered, right?
Yeah, I just picked them. I picked them up today.
So what? How are you storing them? You're not going to freeze them, are you?
No, they're in the fridge, and well,
I
I don't
mean,
know what
when
my
are you gonna
cousin's.
cook
I don't
them?
know what my cousin's doing to hers. I know
Are
what
you?
I'm doing to mine.
You're not brining them?
Mine's is doing a dry brine.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
it's
I
in
mean,
the fridge right now.
here's the deal, and you probably know it as well as I do. You don't want to leave a turkey in the refrigerator more than like maybe a day.
Right, especially a fresh one. Yeah. So
Yeah.
what I'm saying is that I'm gonna dry, like I already cleaned it.
Mhm.
I submerged it in the lemon and the stuff like that. I washed it really good, and it's in the water right now. So tomorrow I'm gonna take it out and I'm going to dry brine it.
What's
And
your
you're
dry?
right.
What's your dry brine going to be?
Lots of sea salt, herbs. Yeah. And then after that, after a day of doing that, I'll rinse it off and then I'll pat it really dry. And then I'll do the herb butter and season it really good. And then it could sit in there. I'll probably Jesus, because I did get it early. I'm not gonna lie. Usually when I get my turkeys, it's not until like the week of Thanksgiving.
Mhm.
So what I'm gonna do is I'll probably freeze it, but it's already gonna be seasoned, so it will be fine. You know,
Damn
so
it.
it will be fine. Yeah, it will be fine. I've done it before.
Yeah, I
Um,
still I'm actually thinking I might just do a kind of hate to do it, just a plain old chicken. I've got a whole chicken, but might just put it in the smoker and
oh yeah.
uh, basically it's going to be jerk chicken, except I probably can't do the jerk seasoning because I forgot it's my father-in-law, so it might just be.
Well, you could omit the you can still do a jerk seasoning, but just omit the Scotch bonnet peppers, or just put just a
Yeah,
tiny bit just for flavor.
I don't use Scotch bonnet peppers. What I did, it's a jerk seasoning. It might have red pepper in it, or either I can't remember. It's either red pepper, cayenne, or it might be.
Is it Walker's Wood?
No, it's homemade.
Okay.
So Scotch. I actually have Scotch bonnets. Now, how were you applying? They're not dried Scotch bonnets, are they? Like ground up, dried?
No, they're fresh. But here's what I can say: to get the flavor without the heat, what you need to do is cut it open and take out all the seeds. Now you will get the flavor of the Scotch bonnet, but you won't get the heat. So
Okay, well,
maybe
you're doing like a wet jerk
yes,
seasoning.
a wet seasoning. Yeah,
Okay,
because
I got
you take that and you blend it. Yeah,
I got you.
With some parsley, some thyme, some garlic, and then you blend it all together with some vinegar and
Now, see, I've never
some
done a wet.
pimento. Mm-hmm.
Usually, what I'll do is I'll take oil, like put a little bit of oil, and then do the oil down the chicken, and then it's
That
a
way you
dry.
get the crispy.
Yeah,
You get
it's
the
a little.
crispy skin, right,
Yeah,
Stanley?
yeah.
Not that rubbery smoked chicken. I hate
But
that.
I'm saying, Stanley, that you can definitely get the taste of because when I went to Jamaica, they had like jerk chicken that was not hot at all, but you still tasted like the seasoning, And I think what they did was just take the Scotch bonnet and just take out all the seeds, because you won't get the heat is in the seeds. So once you take out all the seeds and then you just use the skin, you'll get the flavor of the Scotch bonnet, but you won't get the heat. So I think maybe your father-in-law would enjoy that if. And then you can always have hot sauce on the side if you want to pour some hot sauce on it. There's habanero, a hot sauce that you can pour on.
Yeah, but you don't know. I can't do that. I'll just do a regular roast chicken, or I might even just do two. one not. But the problem is
How
that's
about a
going to be a
lemon?
lot of
How about
yeah, a
a
lot of
lemon
food
garlic?
between
A lemon garlic
No, I
roasted
don't
chicken.
do like lemon pepper, lemon anything. I like lemon, but not like lemon pepper, that sort of thing. I to me it always tastes kind of artificial. Now
No.
I know you can take lemon peel, dry it out, grind it up. That actually works fairly well.
Or you can stuff the lemon inside of the chicken
Yes,
instead of like,
yes,
yeah.
yes. I've done lemon and onions, believe it or not.
Oh yes,
Another
yes,
good
and
way
you put a
to
little thyme in there or a little bit of rosemary in there inside the cavity. It
Mhm.
brings out a good flavor. Yeah.
another good way to do a whole chicken is to spatchcock it,
Yep,
Stanley.
I do that as well. I don't
That goes
You know what?
great
I
on
think
a
that's what I'm gonna
smoker.
do with the turkey. I think I'm gonna spatchcock it.
That's a
Yeah, it'll
good
cook,
way to
man.
do a turkey too.
It is
Cooks
a
great.
young I made sure that I kept the young turkey. I think my turkey is about, it's not quite 12 pounds, so I would say maybe 10 and a half, 11 pounds. So it looks like a big gigantic chicken, to be honest with you. So
Yeah, I might do that whole bone-in turkey breast. I have like
but
that
I
to
got my
spatchcock
cousin's
it.
2 toms.
Fucking smoke that bitch.
Yeah, I got my cousin 2 toms because, that's what they wanted. So
I was gonna make
I contributed my weight to Thanksgiving. Leave me the hell alone
my
now.
own Cajun butter and then inject it full of my own Cajun butter and smoke it on the grill. And
Yeah.
do like Stanley says, rub it down with the olive oil or something so the skin gets nice and crisp. Of course,
And
do a little
and you know
rub,
what
but
works? You know what works wonders too, 12th man?
salt
Have you
and
ever
pepper
cooked the
and
turkey
garlic
in the bag?
and butter. Salt
Have
and
you ever
pepper
cooked the
and
turkey in the
garlic
bag?
and butter. Oh yeah.
Oh,
I've
what?
heard of
Oh
that
my
before.
God, the bag. One time I did it, and I was
Yeah.
always against it. I was like, oh my God, how is it gonna cook in the bag? Oh my God, the first time I did it in the bag, the turkey browned up really nice, and I was like surprised. I was like, oh my God, this is really good, and it came out
That in the
so
oven?
tender, so juicy.
In the oven?
Yeah, I put it in the oven. That particular one, yeah, it was in the oven. Yeah.
I'm thinking like Stanley, I want to do more of the outdoorsy thing, I think, this year.
You mean outdoor cooking?
Yeah, like you're going to do the smoker. I'm thinking about firing up this. I have enough coals and logs out there to do it.
For Christmas,
you know,
for Christmas, we're gonna do I already spoke
Hickory.
to
I don't know if hickory is the best thing to smoke
excuse me,
or poultry
Bless you.
with, but I think
hickory.
it'll work.
Hickory's always good, and it burns longer.
Yeah.
For Christmas, we already spoke about it. We already spoke about it for this Christmas.
Though. No, I have birch. Birch
Hey,
would work
Nas.
probably.
Did I miss something? He didn't answer the question. Question was, why would you, as high value man, let your woman show her body online?
Well, who did that?
I don't know. Nas, was it on this stream? I mean, even as a low value man like myself, I wouldn't want, my woman showing her body online. There would be no there would be no reason to.
My man would leave me if I did that. To be honest with you, and I don't blame him.
I don't know if I would. I would leave.
Well, he wouldn't be. Well, let's just say this, Stanley. He wouldn't be happy, and it would cause a lot of friction in our relationship.
Oh, I'd be pissed. It's like I would make my displeasure known.
I mean, unless there's a Halloween contest or something.
Nope, not even. Well,
that's different.
It
no,
depends.
not even. Not
it
even.
Depends. I wouldn't know about it. I'll put it that way.
Yeah.
You know what it is, 12th man? I think my husband would not like let's just say I cammed up and it was Halloween costume and I had on a sexy costume, right? He just wouldn't like the comments because men can be they can be dogs.
Well,
Yeah.
here's the deal.
He would not like that at all. He would not like his wife being,
I wouldn't go to a Halloween party. So
yeah. Well, yeah.
if she
You have
went,
to know what your
it would be by
partner.
herself, and if I'm
You
not
have to
there,
respect your partner, and I do. So there's a lot of things I don't say, or I can joke all day. You know me. I joke and we have fun here, but there's a lot of
Well, the
things that
thing-
I would not cross the line on.
the thing is I would actually be surprised if my wife had ever suggested we go to a Halloween costume and she's wearing something, sexy. We do family reunions and the occasional, like I remember we went to my brother-in-law's for a Halloween party once, but it wasn't the type of party where, it was like we lived up on the mountain. He lived about a 20-minute ride up on the mountain from us. And, those rednecks and mountain men, now their women wouldn't be wearing anything too racy. Main reason is because we were outside and, had the bonfire and all. It's not real conducive to sexy nurse unless you want to be cold. And it was really a party for the kids. So, they were in costumes, but the adults, maybe the random woman might be, but we were
Right.
we were up there drinking, watching the kids. We weren't, the party wasn't
That
for
makes
us.
sense. Yeah.
I set up
I grew out of that when I was 12 years old.
I kind of did too. Like my son used to irritate as a matter of fact, this year, he asked me for some old boots or something that were in my closet. And he's like, well, there's a Halloween contest. And I didn't say anything to him, but I'm like, what the fuck? I guess I can understand why college kids might want to. But I literally, first thing I thought is, you're not 12. Why do you need a party? Where'd Virgo go? Her phone must have died. 12th man, are you going to be around in like an hour and a half? The reason I ask.
I'll try to be.
Well, no, the reason I ask is I set up a new stream for after this one. And basically I had some news stories that I want to cover. And then maybe we'll get around to a pop the balloon or something. But there were about 5, maybe 6 news stories I want to run through that were just kind of interesting.
Yeah, I was seeing that Gates dropped out.
Yeah, and that's one of the stories.
I was wondering if that's more he was pressured to drop out, or if he just did that on his own.
Here's what I'm surmising based on stories from the last few days. He was going to have trouble getting through the Senate. Gates is not well liked in Congress.
Right.
So, and Thune, who is the new majority leader, he's not quite MAGA. He's a little bit more traditional Republican. And if you remember, not yesterday, but the day before, Trump was calling senators. Apparently, then J.D. Vance went to the Senate to, kind of meet with people. And apparently they weren't getting a lot of positive feedback. And, again, these confirmations take 60 votes. And that's what I'm, so they'd have to get Democrats on board, if I recall.
Well, technically, they could have did kind of a draconian move and
yeah.
him in there for 420 days, but
Yeah, but
nobody likes
that
to
how
do that
is that how you
because
want to
what?
start? Is that how
No,
you start your presidency? Having to do
no, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. So I don't like to do that personally, Stanley.
yeah. But have you seen? You know, he's
you
got
don't want to open the Pandora's box, right?
he's got it. Oh yeah, he's got a former AG from Florida. She's a female, so he's already picked a replacement.
Yeah, and it seems like she's a lot more agreeable, I think.
Well,
But
she doesn't
one
have
guy
she
heard
doesn't have a criminal record or criminal
one pundit say today
investigation.
that she's more loyal to Trump than she is to the Constitution. But
And
of
that is
course,
not a good thing.
people are gonna say that kind of shit.
You should be more loyal to the Constitution than to an individual.
Well, that's true, but
There should never be an
people are gonna say what they say. So.
Oh yeah, well, I
Propaganda.
expect that they would, but you know, it's funny. That sort of loyal to the president more so than the Constitution. That is very un-American. Like the essence of being un-American. That's exactly how you avoid a dictator or a king.
I guess there's a fine line. There's a
I don't
fine
think-
line between
No, I don't
being
think there's not a
loyal
fine
to
line
a
in my mind.
president's agenda and being loyal.
It's Constitution all the time. Never
Because
to the military's like that.
There's been plenty of stuff that's been thrown out by the U.S. Supreme Court by the Biden administration. He just says, "Oh well, fuck you, Supreme Court. We're gonna do it
No.
anyway."
Name one.
To me,
Name one. Name one.
Oh well, there's at least a couple of them.
Name one.
So,
Not a
can't
couple.
think
Just,
of it right
just
off the
name
top
one.
of my head.
Okay. Well, then I will disagree. There
He
has
just,
been
flew
there
in
has
the face of the Supreme Court. So
there has been none by the Biden
I think
administration.
you said it like the court.
Okay. Well, you said you can't name an
Even
example.
that
You cannot name an example. Therefore, it does
that
not
lady,
exist.
that
It
lady
does
in
not exist until you
Pennsylvania.
say it.
That lady, part of the assembly or whatever she was in Pennsylvania, said, "Well, no one really cares what the court says. I can disobey the law and count
Which
illegal votes
lady?
anyway."
Which lady in Pennsylvania?
Well, you know who I'm talking about.
No, not from Pennsylvania.
Said, "Yeah, what we don't need to
Okay.
verify ballots.
12th
We
man.
will count.
12th
We
man.
will count
Hello,
illegal ballots."
12th man. You know I'm not going to accept that. It's very vague, not specific. Therefore, it does not exist.
It's proven what she said.
Okay, it's not proven because you can't cite the proof.
You want me to? You'll play
Yes.
the video if I find
Yes, I do. That's what I asked you to do. I said, give me one example.
All right.
There's a question for you.
Okay. Should I answer that first or get the video?
Just go ahead and play. Let's do the video. Hey, synthetic. What did you say about the Gates thing? I didn't hear it. Oh, I'm sorry, Virgo. Sorry. Would your phone die?
No, you're fine, Stanley. I got a call, so it went dead. So it's okay.
Oh, I forgot about this. Oh, I got a shitload of news stories.
Are we gonna pop the balloon tonight, Stanley?
Yeah, but I've got some news stories that I
Oh,
want.
cool.
Well, nothing like earth shattering, but it's just stuff that kind of, I get all these pop ups from news stuff just so I have stuff to talk about for the show.
Oh, okay. I want Tom to come up.
Come on up, Tom. Let me drop the link.
Okay,
He's in the back.
there's the
Well,
video,
not in the back, but he's in the chat.
Stanley, there's the video.
Okay.
Pennsylvania Democrats openly admit to counting illegal ballots.
Okay, hold on. Cash for AG Gates to replace Rubio? No, Rubio, synthetic Rubio is going to be Secretary of State. So I'm not. No, actually, Cash Patel is not going to be. Trump's already appointed a replacement for Gates. It's a woman. Her last name is Bondi. She used to be AG for Florida. And I'll drop the link right quick. If Tom or if anybody wants to come up, come on up. So we'll look at your video, 12th man. Oh wait. Sorry, I was still doing a little setup for the next show. I can't multitask apparently.
Well, you just woke up a while ago, right, Stanley?
Been up for almost 2 hours now. As a matter of fact, I was watching Inside Out 2, which I've been trying to finish, and the Disney movie. And
Oh, okay.
I just happened to, because sometimes I start listening to the show an hour or so before I come on, just so I get the flow of conversation.
How did you like Inside Out 2?
I'm still in the first quarter of it. I watched Inside Out 1, and honestly, I think it's one of the better movies I've seen in recent times. I actually think it's weird because it's for kids, but some of the insights and some of the humor is extremely sophisticated. And at least to me, and I thoroughly enjoy the concept. Hey, Tom.
Hey.
How you doing?
Oh, hi, Tom.
Just great. How are you guys doing?
It's America's newsman.
That's
yes.
me.
America's underwear man.
Tom, I am starting to read your book.
Oh, really?
Or your grandfather's book.
Yeah. Grease Monkey?
Oh my God. I am invested. Okay.
Well, good. I'm glad you like it. I didn't have any.
The first couple of pages really got me into it, and you know what? I'm trying to convince my husband into reading it as well. And you know what? I think every chapter, I hope you come up often on here so I can discuss it with you and ask you questions.
Ooh. I bought the book, but it's about 2 books away, or maybe even 3, because I still need to read the America's Strippers book. But hey, I'm in for that if you want to do something like that.
Read the American Stripper book.
All I'm gonna tell you, Stanley, it starts off really good. It is an excellent read. I can tell it already. I haven't read the whole thing yet. Like I said, I'm just a couple of pages in, and I'm already invested. So
Yeah, my uncle
Like I
wrote
said,
that with another guy, but it is. I mean, I know all the stories because we knew him growing up. But
yeah.
he was a head of household for a pretty large family when he was 12.
Prepare to have some discussion about this book.
Yeah, yeah, I will.
Yeah.
So
And
what's
thank
been
you,
going
thank
on?
you.
I'm sorry.
No, what's been going on with you today?
Nothing. I have to do host an event tomorrow, so I've just.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
You sound thrilled about it.
No, I'm excited to do it. It's just not. It's a musical performance. And,
oh, really?
Yes.
Anyone we'd know?
No. But I'm doing it right after my show tomorrow, so I have to be ready to run out of here when it's over. And so I'm just getting ready for that. But I mean, I wasn't paying attention today. I was catching up on some rest and doing some other things. And my daily job, I oversee the content for about 100 companies. The company that I work for owns 100 companies. They're all very small companies. So I'm pretty busy during the day. And when I'm talking to you guys, generally during the day, I'm doing that at the same time. But so I wasn't paying attention. And then I got up later in the day, and that's when I found out that Matt Gaetz had withdrawn from the contention. Yeah. I guess, was it Pam Biondi?
You look too much like a young Johnny
I've got that.
or something.
I've got a bunch of news stories lined up because we're going to have to shift this in about an hour to a new stream. So I've got like 6 stories, and one about Biondi and one about Gaetz or part of it. I got like maybe 6, and then we'll move on to something else unless, something else becomes interesting.
I don't know how long I can stay. I got to get plenty of rest.
Yeah, I know. Tomorrow. Yeah, no. You have warmed Virgo's heart, so that's all that matters.
I don't know.
Yes.
Dang, Virgo.
Stanley, I think you might be overreacting.
I'm crushing all the hearts out here, I guess.
You might.
Yeah, you know what? I can hear the if it weren't for my husband, I would be Mrs.
Oh
Galt.
my God, Stanley, stop it! If it weren't for my husband,
Stanley, you might be overreacting.
Oh, I'm just
tail feathers away, Virgo.
Oh Lord,
Virgo's too smart to be with anybody.
Is Nate in the audience?
Who, Innate?
Innate, yeah.
Oh, where is he?
I was just wondering. He actually sent me I guess it's a get out of jail free card or something earlier. I don't get many cash apps, and he was really kind. I think some folks feel that I was kind of beat up. And
oh my God. Innate, I could tell you this about Innate. He is such a wonderful person. He is such a sweetheart.
Yeah, he's a great guy. So,
yeah,
I
love you, Innate.
I need to make sure when he's in the chat, I personally thank him. So anyway, you know what? I literally, after I got off the show, I don't even remember what time. I think I slept from about 10 to 5. And then I didn't get up. I started reading and fell asleep again. So yeah, I'm pretty well refreshed. So I'm gonna have to. I keep doing this. I'll stay up, get interested in a topic, and I'll stay up way past where I should. I'm gonna have to really stop doing that. But it's like an empty nester.
You've been pulling double duty, and you shouldn't have to do that.
No, I don't have to. Oh, no. I'm not doing it because I'm made to do it. It doesn't, if you like doing it, it doesn't feel like work.
That's true. Yeah.
Basically, it's a problem of self-control, 12 man. I will
Just
stay.
like you and your box wine.
That's right. And the thing
So
is
your transvestite beer.
well, you know what? I'm drinking some of my transvestite beer right now.
All right, we gotta go toe to toe tonight, Stanley.
No, I don't have the energy to do it. I kind of need to stay sharp because I'm gonna have to, leading up to. Well, I think my son might be home this weekend, but leading up
Still
to
gotta.
Thanksgiving, I need to. I got cooking to do, got some
That's still
cleaning
a
to do.
week away. What the fuck are you talking about?
It's just one man. I have to clean up and make things spick and span and.
That's what I was gonna tell Virgo. You better freeze them turkeys because Thanksgiving's
Well,
still a
dry
week
brining it.
away.
If she dry brines, it'll be okay in the refrigerator.
Yeah, I'm dry brining it.
Yeah,
Usually when I get fresh turkeys, I get them like a lot later, like probably the week of Thanksgiving. But since everything's hectic now, I just got mine because I was able to get it and whatever. But yeah, it will be fine. If I have to, once I marinate it and I put that herb butter underneath the skin and slather it with some of that herb butter and wrap it up in a plastic wrap.
And the other thing, just to interrupt, 12th man, if you listen to Virgo talk about cooking, this ain't her first rodeo. She knows what the hell she's doing.
Tomorrow's a big day
I'm
here in
pretty good
Dallas.
cook too. I'm just lazy.
Yeah. Well, you know what? It's cold up there now, so you can just stick food out the back door.
Right?
Well, stick it up
underneath the snow.
Do
that. No, put it up high because something will eat it. But so
just
Tom,
bury it underneath the snow.
I had a squirrel steal a pizza and bread off my deck before.
Really?
Oh my God.
Tom, what's special about tomorrow?
Squirrels will eat meat. I don't care what anyone tells me.
I had a possum die. I had a possum die in my yard, right? And I was trying to get somebody to come get this freaking possum out the freaking yard, and they were charging like an arm and a leg to get the possum out. And I was at my wit's end. I was like, my God, I'm not gonna touch this shit. And my husband was like, I ain't gonna touch this shit.
Well, wait, isn't he an environmental scientist?
Yeah.
That should be right up his alley.
But he still wouldn't touch it. We still wouldn't touch it. So the funny thing about it is
environmental scientists are usually kind of outdoorsy.
He is very outdoorsy.
A possum shouldn't stop a mountain man.
Yeah, but where would you? We couldn't throw it in the trash. This is the thing. We couldn't throw it in the trash. Like
burn it.
We were trying to find some place to,
burn
take it. Yeah, and but before we even got to figure out what we were going to do, because we were trying to figure out what we were going to do, and we were going to do something about it. But all of a sudden, I'm in the yard and I'm picking up mangoes because at the time the mangoes were falling off the tree. So I'm picking up mangoes, and here comes a big motherfucking vulture, and it just
well, you should have just let it.
Oh my God! It swoops it with its freaking feet and talons and all that shit, and just flies away. And I'm like, what the hell? It did it so fast I didn't even get to like grab my phone and record it. I called out my husband that day. I was like, babe, come look at this. And he ran out. It was already gone.
Nature is awesome.
I can't stand a vulture or a buzzard. They're disgusting.
They're good for something.
I bet you put out food for the vulture. Now, don't you?
Away from me.
That was the food for the vulture. That was the food.
If the turkeys go bad, you know who will clean up the mess, right?
Well, yep. There you go. There you go. Just put it out there and then.
Yeah, the
Tom?
Apaches used to do the same thing back in the day.
But we get lots of possums out here and raccoons, and
Shred-
we have to
tie you
really
to a
secure the
cactus.
trash.
Shredder,
Tie you
look at
to a
this. Look at the
cactus.
screen, Virgo.
Tie you to a cactus. Or cut a slit in your gut. And
Yes, the vulture did
tie
have
a
large
stick in the
talons.
ground,
Trust
and
me.
then the coyotes eat your guts out,
Scoop
bit
that
by
motherfucker
bit.
right up.
Then all the buzzards eat the rest of you out. That's how they used to do it back in the day. That was justice.
And I used to be like, babe, let's get the
Apache
shotgun and shoot these fucking vultures. And he was like, no, they clean up everything. So I was like, okay. You know, I'm from New York, so I'm gun happy, you know.
Natives knew justice. I have to hand them that.
I'm just happy that I could own a gun.
So, Tom, tell us about your special day tomorrow.
Well, it's just some friends are having playing at a local venue and needed somebody to MC it. But the big thing, I think, just the date to some people tomorrow would reveal why it's usually a big day in Dallas. November the 22nd.
Yeah, November. What is it? November 20. Yeah, Kennedy. It's now. Okay, now what kind of musical event? I mean, is it like? Explain, because that seems sort of a somber sort of a occasion.
It will have no connection to the JFK assassination. It just happens to coincidentally fall on that day.
Gotcha.
It's some guys I used to play with, and some, most of their followers I know, and things of that.
Okay, don't tell me it's the dead Kennedys.
No, it's not the dead Kennedys. No, it's not.
Are you familiar with the group, the punk group?
Oh yes, very. I was a major.
Okay.
I was a major punk rocker.
Holiday in Cambodia, was that one of their songs?
I believe so. It was a sort of a homage to "Holiday in the Sun" by the Sex Pistols.
Tom, you remember Social Distortion?
I do. I didn't listen to as much of them. That was some of the later music that people called punk that I don't think's punk, but a lot of people like them.
Yeah, they were a little more commercialized, I guess, compared to like the Sex Pistols and some of those.
Yeah, the Buzzcocks, Sham 69, the Jam, the Cure, Generation X. I mean, I could go down the list. I had a pin through my cheek. I had to bleach my hair, did all that stuff.
I didn't ever do that, but I did tie razor blades to my frayed leather jacket, and we used to go on the mosh pit with razor blades tied to our leather. That was kind of crazy.
So tomorrow at Dealey Plaza, there'll be tons of people. I think there's a tour that you get to actually go into Oswald's room that hasn't been changed in 51 years or 61 years. But it's like $800. You get all this exclusive access, and they take you around Dallas. But anyway, the only reason I mention it is it's weird to drive by there on November 22nd and see all these little tour groups and people all over. And I studied the Kennedy assassination very intently as a kid, and I moved to Dallas in 2000, and I had some meeting or something, and I parked and started walking, and I was like, deja vu. I'm like, this seems really familiar. Oh, hey, there's the Triple Under. Hey, there's the book. I'm in Dealey Plaza. So anyway, and they have a museum called the Sixth Floor Museum that's on the floor where Oswald took the shot, and that area is sealed off, and it's exactly, I think they redigged the boxes, but they made new ones, but otherwise it's exactly as it was on that day. And they have all the cameras, took footage. They have all the wire copy. They have the place setting from Fort Worth where they had breakfast that morning. I mean, it's just, I got everything. Anyway, enough of that. Big day tomorrow, Dallas.
Do clubs still have real mosh pits like punk rock mosh pits in Dallas? Do they still exist?
I haven't really been to a club in about 20 years, so I don't know.
Yeah, okay. I was just curious.
Yeah, this place tomorrow's
Been a lot of years for me too, Tom.
Yeah.
See, 12th man, I'm rubbing off on you. That's the sort of question I'd ask.
Yeah, I assume they do. I don't know why they wouldn't, but this is just it's a restaurant bar with a big stage. It's not really a club. There'll be no
like 30. It's been more like 30 years since I've been out of the punk scene. I don't know, maybe not that long. See, I'm 53. I think the last time I seen a punk band, or at least a heavy metal band, I was probably 33. So yeah, about 20 years. Got tired of the whole concert, big crowd scene, and got my payment and settled down.
Hey, Samuel, years ago, I was fishing under a bridge in Savannah, and I caught a flounder. And had a stringer. You know, you just put the fish on the stringer, and you can toss them back in the water. You know, so they live. You don't need a bucket full of water. So there was a pelican, like across the river. It was the Wilmington River, probably a half mile or so wide, and I saw the pelican, and it flew a little closer. You know, and landed on a piling. That thing, you know, I looked down in the water, and you know how flounders will kind of bury themselves in the sand to camouflage. I couldn't even see it, and I was maybe a few feet away, maybe, I don't know, maybe 30 feet away. That pelican could see the flounder like half a mile away, and I thought I was going to have to beat that pelican off with my fishing rod.
I'd rephrase that.
Steal my fish. So yeah, those water birds, they got excellent eyesight for sure. I would have to like look hard to see, you know, that flounder buried in the silt in the river. So
yeah, we get a few birds that are like the pelican in Alaska, and they just scrounge, you know, like little fish and stuff like that. And I think they're protected here.
Oh, probably are. That would have been a dead
pelican. Not a pelican, but they're like that. I can't think of the name right off, but yeah, we get a lot of migratory birds here, Stanley.
I'm gonna play this video of yours right quick. I didn't see what's the source of the video. I
looks like Channel 4 News in the corner.
Oh, that's
one I clipped.
All right, well, let's have a look at it then.
It's an NBC affiliate, looks like.
Oh, sound.
Is still not settled. GOP challenger Dave McCormick ahead of incumbent Democrat Bob Casey by less than 0.5%, triggering an automatic recount under state law. A court battle erupting over mail-in ballots. Weeks before the election, the state Supreme Court ruled mail-in ballots with a missing or incorrect date could not be counted. Election officials in at least 4 counties, Bucks, Philadelphia Center, and Montgomery, openly defying that ruling. In Bucks County, the Democrat-led Election Commission Board voted to count 405 ballots with date errors.
Precedent by a court doesn't matter anymore in this country, and people violate laws anytime they want. So for me, if I...
Hold on. Question. You're about to hold on. Didn't this make it to the Supreme Court? The U.S. Supreme Court?
No, it made... The state Supreme Court said that you cannot count those ballots, and this woman is saying we're going to count them anyway.
Okay. Well, then, did they take it to the Supreme Court?
The state Supreme Court, yeah,
Okay,
because
I'm asking.
it's a state matter, Stanley.
You can literally take it from the state Supreme Court to the U.S. Supreme Court. Did they do that?
Well, it doesn't matter now because Casey
Okay,
is.
let's go ahead and finish the video because I could be wrong, but it seems like it went to the U.S. Supreme Court. Hold on.
I violate this law, it's because I want a court to pay attention to
I
it.
violate the law.
There is nothing more important than counting votes.
The blatant flouting of the law sparking outrage. The liberal Washington Post editorial board saying Democrats are thumbing their nose at the rule of law, calling it, quote, corrosive to democracy. Conservative commentator Jonathan Turley writing in an op-ed that Democrats are dropping any pretense of protecting democracy over partisanship.
Essentially, this is election denialism of the kind that Democrats have been attacking Donald Trump for doing in the past.
Dave McCormick's campaign now suing the county, demanding it obey the state Supreme Court ruling. Pennsylvania's other senator, Democrat John Fetterman, downplaying the Democratic counties flouting the courts.
It's very, very close, and I guarantee you, if Dave McCormick were in the opposite situation where he was down 15 to 17,000 votes, he would absolutely want to have every last vote counted as well too. And Bob Casey has never claimed fraud.
Amid the recount drama, Dave McCormick attended last week's new senator orientation on Capitol Hill. Pennsylvania counties must hand in the results of the recount by November 27th. In Washington, I'm Kayla Gaskin.
Anyway, Casey finally resigned or admitted defeat or whatever you call it.
Okay, yeah, I find anyone defying the state Supreme Court's ruling, I find that problematic.
I've had some dealings with Bucks County, Pennsylvania. They are crooked as it comes up there. And I've actually had interactions with that woman with the hyphenate, Ellis, I forget her last name, but I've directly corresponded back and forth with her when she was part of a 3-person commission. She was the only Democrat. And I approached her about this issue, which was a clear violation of the law. And she said, well, I can't go up against those other two. And I'm like, you think they're pro-crime? She didn't have anything to say. So,
well, I'm going to be honest. If they're not like taking this to the Supreme Court, I'd like to know why they're not.
She seems to be doing it as a almost like an academic exercise. She's like, oh, no, I'm doing this on purpose. I'm breaking the law on purpose so that a court will rule on this or pay attention to it. So it's like, that's still scummy. It's an election. You don't do that. Do it on something else.
No, I agree. So 12th man, you're right.
Thank you. Every now and then me and Stanley come to terms.
Yeah, and it feels good when we do. Reunited, and it's so good.
Ebony and Ivory.
So let's see. We have 30 minutes.
Together in perfect harmony.
Side by side.
My piano.
Keyboard. Oh, Lord. Why not me? Come on. You guys got it.
Hey, Samuel.
I'm going to have to touch up on that.
I'm not even some kind of a bird nut. Samuel, you're just letting your inner flannel come out. And you know what? You got it natural. Samuel's from Vermont.
Oh, shit. Inner flannel.
Well, you know what, Samuel?
Hold on a minute. What's an inner flannel, Stanley?
Well, I told this story a while ago. I'm from Savannah, Georgia. So, I kind of grew up on the coast. It's a small city, so I'm kind of a city boy. And for work, I moved up to the place I was going to work was a Family Dollar distribution center up in Front Royal, Virginia. And it's in the Shenandoah Valley. So moving up there, I'd never been in, kind of like rural Appalachian Mountains, Shenandoah Valley. So I got a wild hair. It's like, well, I wonder what it's like living in the mountains. So I found a place to rent. I almost moved to West Virginia, a place called Trout, West Virginia. And the place I thought about moving to was literally next to a cold water, like trout stream. And I was just when I moved up there, I specifically wanted to learn how to fly fish. So anyway, I wound up moving to the mountains, and like 15 or so years later, I moved back to Georgia. I fucking love living up in the mountains. So the joke with my neighbor who lived a few houses down on the road, I wound up marrying his sister. So my drinking buddy became my brother-in-law. So yeah, that's how it worked. But I found, living in the mountains is kind of a different style of living. And, I had to learn it more or less from scratch. Loved every minute of it. I fucking love, the Appalachians. So that's my, inner flannel. I found my inner flannel. Didn't even know I liked flannel shirts.
Jesus.
So, I can build a fire from scratch in the rain. All kinds of woodcraft type of skills.
Yeah, there's a way you can just build a real simple thing in the rain from bamboo and then put wax in it.
Mm-hmm.
And there's another one I watched, and then you mix the wax with gunpowder, it'll stay lit, and then you just uncap it and light like a candle.
Hey, Tom, never met hard-hearted Hannah, but I did meet Lady Chablis.
There you go.
So oddly enough, and it's a whole story in and of itself, how I met her. Well, shit, we got a couple minutes. No, it's too long a story, but the upshot is I had a girlfriend who was pretty much a welfare queen. Again, it was through friends and how, I was never much of a club guy, but, Black Savannah has a whole social scene. And there are a couple clubs down on Bull Street in Savannah. And it was kind of like a black club Sunday night. There were two clubs, one where, they had a dress code, you were going to wear, a suit and tie, that sort of thing. And then there was a younger person's club across the street. And I had a hip replacement. So I was off work for like 6 months. It was great because, the company allowed, I got full salary. I was literally doing nothing towards the end of the 6 months. I had to walk with a cane and all that. But some folks that worked for me were like, well, Stan, what are you doing? Come out and hang out at the club. So I go down there, and me, I go walking in, pair of jeans, like this yellow Izod shirt, real, it's the way I dress. So this girl that I met, she was a hood chick, but, we got to talking, and, we dated for like 6 months, and we knew it wasn't going to go anywhere because, we were two different people, but I think I was fascinated with her. She was fascinated with me. So she did hair this is like mid 90s, maybe 97, 98, 1997, 98. And she did like braids, and she did hair at home. Lady Chablis, the Lady Chablis was one of her customers. She would install braids and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
So I happened to go over to her place once, and who was there but Lady Chablis? So kind of, it wasn't like a substantive conversation or anything like that, but we hung out while my girlfriend was doing her braids. Sat there just kind of chilling and bullshitting around. So she wasn't hard-hearted, Hannah, but another famous Savannah, character. And Savannah's full of them, or at least it used to be.
Yeah. A lot of the people I've met, it's I can say I met them, but the handshake and hanging out for a few minutes, there's nothing really there. But you get to meet them, and hopefully they're not a jerk.
Well, the cool thing is, Savannah had like 2 true hoods, like Section 8 hoods. Yamacraw was right near the Talmadge Bridge, right? Not just like a 10-minute walk from the Savannah River. So, hanging out in the hood was cool. I remember one day going over to my girlfriend's place, park the car, get out. And all of a sudden, the cops come screaming in. And there was this kid walking right past her house, or her, it was kind of like a townhouse thing. He comes walking past, and and I'm getting out of the car, as soon as the cops come blowing into the parking lot, he takes like a Saturday night special and tosses it into the bushes right next to the house. And I'm like, holy shit. Huh?
A 38 special?
It was chrome plated. I'm assuming it was a Saturday night special, but you know what? I brought like Kentucky Fried Chicken over. So I saw that, and I didn't even panic. It's like, well, shit. I didn't even know that, he's an innocent looking kid. I'm like, fuck, he was armed.
I'd have just ignored it and picked it up in the morning.
Hey, you know what? I didn't even, it wasn't even a panic. I'm like, well, they're not after me.
I don't think I'd be picking up a gun. Somebody taught.
Oh, hell no. I didn't pick it up. Fuck. I just went in and ate some chicken. The cops will figure it out.
Might have picked it up.
Hell no.
In the basement.
Hell no. Man, I'm a responsible citizen who is literally slumming. I'm not getting involved in that.
I stole that motherfucker.
Yes, John Galt's weed man. She was my, my one experience. And you know what? We had a fabulous time. I loved it. Because we knew, it wasn't gonna, be a serious relationship. But once the fascination wore off.
Was this the hood chick, Stanley, that you were talking about earlier?
Yep, that's the one. Oh, and you know what? She was actually gorgeous. We used to go down on River Street on Sunday nights and play pool. It was awesome.
Stanley, you should have kept her. I think you do need a little hood in your life, Stanley.
She had like, I think she had like 5 kids. She was, like a welfare mom.
Damn, Stanley, you went all the way hood. You wasn't playing when you said hood.
When I go, I do it all the way.
Wait, hold up, Stanley. Were all of them from the same baby daddy?
I don't recall, but no, it was more than one.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, Stanley, you went all the way hood.
One of the stipulations is after a certain amount of kids, if you want to keep receiving your benefits, you have to have a tubal ligation, get your tubes tied. So, it was all the way. She was a great person. And I liked her kid.
I don't know anything about that.
I used to go over and cook for the kids. I like cooking. And the kids were well behaved.
Did you make them some beef Wellington, Stanley?
Well, I don't know about all that, but they were good people. I enjoyed hanging out, and when it was over,
I bet you changed their palates.
No, not really. That wasn't my goal.
No, I'm not saying it was your goal, but I'm sure you introduced them to some very fine cuisine.
No, her mother and I were, we were doing what young people do. And let me make sure we were all doing it safe. So, but anyway, that's a story, and I'm, compared to other stories, it's probably boring, but in my boring little life, it was a bit of excitement. Never met my mother would have shit a brick and thrown it at me. Like, what the fuck? So, it wasn't
Throwing a
that
shit brick. That's the first time I heard of that.
Oh no, oh my God.
I heard it shit a brick, but
They
not thrown a shit brick.
Never thrown a shit brick. Yeah, exactly.
Well, you had to have known my mother. If you think I'm snooty,
Is she the female? Is she the female version of you, Stanley?
well, she died last January, but yeah.
Oh, sorry.
She and I were. She was a book reader, like abrasive sense of humor, and that it's funny because I get kind of like my whatever stoicism I have from my father, but the sharp tongue and irreverence, oh, I get it from my mother. She could fucking make you feel about 2 inches tall, and if you pissed her off, it was like it didn't matter whether she knew you or. I've seen her. The thing with my sister and I, and she used to say this, like, don't you be embarrassing me in public, because I will fucking, she didn't use the F word, but you did not, as a child, as a little kid, you didn't do that crying shit in the store or any of that shit. You better
no, that was, oh my God, that was forbidden.
Oh, she would walk
and then
away.
my mother always, I think she wore her freaking slippers on purpose when we went out.
No. It would never be a spanking in public. Oh, hell no. She's not going to lose her dignity over some snot-nosed kid. She would say what she said and then walk off. It's like, motherfucker, I will leave you if you keep up this behavior.
Oh my God. Let CPS come and pick you up.
And the culmination of our relationship, it's about a year ago, actually, in November. I went home for Thanksgiving, and she had Alzheimer's, and my father had a doctor's appointment, so my sister took my father to the doctor, and I hadn't spent any time with her. I was, other than, my father was usually there. She never forgot my father. Deep and dark dementia, she never forgot my father. Like, where's your daddy? And it was beautiful because my father's still alive, married for 59 years, and he took care of hospice. And we were like, Daddy, are you sure? He would not put her in a facility. She died in her own bed, and it was beautiful. But that 3 hours, she and I sat there. I'm nervous as a motherfucker. It's like, oh shit, what if something happens? How do I deal with this? We sat there watching the news, the local news in Savannah, bullshitting around. We were in stitches. She never lost her sense of humor either. So, after about like 15 minutes, I'm like, oh, this is like old times. We're just riffing on the news.
Yeah, and I bet you she was funny as hell during her dying days.
She was ridiculous. We would crack each other up, and the really, I don't know, kind of the poignant part is I was the last to know. Like, every fucking body knew she was sick. I called my sister one day. I'm like, well, why is she, we would talk on the phone for like hours sometimes. And all of a sudden it was like a 5-minute conversation. Hi, bye. I'm like, well, what the fuck? Is she pissed off or what? So I was talking to my sister about it. She goes, well, Stanley, you're going to be upset, but she had suffered from Alzheimer's for 7 years. Like, fucking what? It was like they were afraid to tell me. It was like, and she was like, don't tell the kids. My father.
Oh my God! How many siblings? How many siblings do you have, Stanley?
Well, my sister's 16 months younger. My brother's 13 years younger. So every damn body knew but me. I was literally the last to know because they didn't know how I would take it. So anyway, it all turned out fine.
Oh, so you're the oldest.
Yeah. So it was, and the other thing is she didn't know my sister. She would mistake my sister for her best friend.
Oh my goodness.
She just kind of she would literally like, who is that, to my younger brother. She never she couldn't remember my name sometimes, but she would go, well, where's Stanley? Like, so it was weird. My father and she never forgot. I was the first child, and my father is my father, so they never, she never forgot him.
And your father's still alive, right?
Yeah, he's 81.
Oh, God bless him.
And if I don't have heroes, but he is literally the finest man I've ever met. Even though we tend to be different sometimes, but the only person I don't have heroes, Frederick Douglass. If I had a hero, it would be Frederick Douglass. Of course, my mother was a big fan. So anyway, my hero.
Well, I can't imagine another Stanley, to be honest with you.
Well, no, there is no other Stanley. My mother just kind of understood me. My father, sometimes I know he's just like, damn it, However, we get along fine. So anyway, that's too much family history, but I come from
it's fine.
Interesting
It's fine.
family. Fairly interesting family. And my sister is probably my best friend. She might be the only. She understands me because we grew up together. So small family, wonderful family. I'm a lucky man.
Well, you know what? Knowing Stanley is to understand that he more than likely has an interesting family.
Yeah. No, but you know what? Interesting as in, I think the problem is I have always been a little too willing than everybody else in my family to like, I'll go fuck it. I'm going to do what I want to do. And
so you were the black sheep?
I was the trailblazer. There have been some things. Well, if Stanley did it, it's okay to do.
I had one time, this is going to be a fast, but I was growing up, my dad would always say to us kids, and I'm the oldest of 6, he would always say, act like you got some sense. And act like you got some sense. Act like you got some sense. And I thought it was just a saying. Flash forward to, I'm 19 years old. My dad and my sisters, my youngest, they're twins to each other. And they're in line. We didn't want to wait through the drive-thru, so we went inside. And my dad's there, my sisters are there, and it's kind of a long line to get served. And my sisters are doing what 12-year-olds do. They're poking each other and all that little fussing that they do. Just stop touching me. This is me not touching you, and all that. And my dad, I'll never forget this because I thought it was a saying for all these years. I mean, I temporarily forgot that my dad doesn't just talk. He actually has a purpose. He went, hey, act like you got some sense. I'm not asking you to do the hard thing and actually have some sense.
Just pretend.
I know you can't do that. Just put on a good show for me out here in public, okay? And it hit me like a freight train because all of those act like you got some senses now had weight, bearing, and meaning. And I went, well, yeah, he was really hammering me that whole time. He had intent. It wasn't just a saying. Anyway, that's my dad.
No, and you know what? That sounds like excellent advice. If you don't have any, just act like you do. You'll get it eventually.
It's a
You know,
beautiful.
that sounds like my father, especially, but my mother too. It's like, where's your common sense?
Yeah.
They would hammer that shit. And it, you know, at the time it felt like hammering until I got into the Navy. And you know what? You know, I kind of go off the deep end sometimes on this channel because it's a little bit freeing, I guess, being on the internet. But look, um, before the internet, before, you know, my wife died, before my son left, I'm a little bit more free to, you know, kind of be myself these days. But no, you know, even as crazy as I could be, it was always contained. And it wasn't as crazy as, you know, like criminal crazy. It was just, you know, I read books. You know, that is my eccentricity. I don't want to be trapped, you know, by, you know, I think the best example is the other couple days ago on SKC's show. He asked me, you know, do you think being trans is a mental disorder? I'm like, no, I don't. And I'm going to hammer home, you know, I need to do better at meeting people. That's going to be my mantra on this channel from now on.
Yeah, Stanley, I was going to see if you wanted to come visit here in Texas, because obviously you're going to want to meet me where I am.
Well, at some point, actually, I am going to be out there because I think next February or so, there's like a Frederick Douglass event that Porsha has been kind enough to at least, you know, say you got to come down to this event.
Well,
So,
it's definitely a gender dysphoria. So,
well, I don't care about any of that. I'm not a doctor. I don't even want to go there. I leave that to the professionals. I will treat them like human beings.
I don't know where you're staying, but if you need a ride from the airport, give me a shout. I'll pick you up in the Jag.
Yeah, definitely. Well, you know, if I come out there, you know, Porsha, HB, Blacks, you know, the gang, you know, the Texas gang, you know, definitely shit. I wouldn't come out there, you know. Porsches, like if I ever had a daughter, it would be a Porsche. She's brilliant.
Yeah, she's pretty awesome.
Genius, more like it.
Yeah, I would go there.
Yeah, Porsha is great. She is.
And I think John is great. He is definitely unique. You know, as much
my God,
as much as
John.
we'll snipe.
You know, my little nickname for him is Unc. He is kind of like that uncle.
Everyone loves John Galt.
Oh my God, John is awesome. You know what? I can't even lie.
Let me interrupt right quick because we're coming up on that mark to switch those. I'm gonna drop the link in the back chat. I put the new link in the chat too. So probably need to go ahead and wind it up here, and if we can all go over to the new link, the show will be live in like 2 minutes. So I'm gonna try and sound professional. Anyone got any last words for the new show? I'm sorry, before we end this one.
I don't.
No.
Okay, 12th man, Virgo. Let's just have